heck are we doing, everybody? Ooh, I don't have my water. One moment. Hey, how we doing? Do we get half naked pig again at the start of the stream? You saw that one, Pathosum? That was a funny one. For those who didn't see it the other day, I started my stream. And it was meant to be on the starting soon screen. I hadn't put any clothes on. I was just sitting there in my underwear. And I was like, ugh. I like looked over, I pressed live, I was like doing my thing. I was like, ugh. I think it was like 1 second. And I was like, quick, go to the starting soon screen. So you've just got like a shot of me for like the 1 second of that stream.
Thanks for the Bezos box.
That was pretty funny, hey? How are we doing, kind average gamer? What's up, May? Thank you so much for the big 7113 sub. Hope you're doing well. We got a bunch of games going today, guys. And then we've got 4 big series. I was thinking of doing some of the slightly more recent Maestro's games, but I think there's a lot of really good games in the group stages to cover anyway, which I might just cover and focus on, as well as, of course, the GSL finals. I actually cast the GSL semi-final off stream yesterday, guys. We took yesterday off from streaming. I don't know why. I just needed a huge sleep in yesterday. Hadn't exercised in a few days. Went and got a jog in and just did some single cast and some Age of Empires practice off stream, which is probably necessary. I've been streaming such crazy hours. Found out that I'm in the TikTok of a politician when we were protesting budget cuts to education. Oh, good on you, Helix. Were they for the protest you guys were doing, or were they against it? Politician, good politician or bad politician? Poop your head or cool dude? Who's with you? Nice. All right, guys. Let's get the soundtrack playing, shall we? Get that Wings of Liberty soundtrack playing, and should we get after it? Oh, she was standing right behind you. Nice. All politicians are doo-doo heads. Some just less so. Well, that's not true. Why is it asking me to update my StarCraft 2? Piss off. Still no patch, right, guys? It's Friday, yeah. No, it's Saturday. That means it's Friday in the US. What time is it in LA? 2:30 p.m. We haven't had a patch yet, right? Unless this is a real update that I'm getting right now on the live version of the game, which makes no sense. Guess we're not getting a PTR update this week. Oh, well. Ah, I'm busy with Age of Empires anyway. Update the PTR when the Age of Empires tournament's over. Do a giant update and then we can spend all of our time on it. Hey Pig, Platinum Terran player. What's up, Maestro? Trying to learn Zerg PTR work change first time. What basic open do you suggest defaulting to? Extractor trick? Yeah, I mean, it depends. I don't know. The PTR is kind of a bit random, but 13... I mean, I think the safest build, it's a bit more advanced. It's 13... Patch 13 pool to 13. What most people are doing, though...
Thanks for the Bezos box.
Is 13 Overlord, so you got to extract a trick to get there. And then they do something like 15 hatch, 15 pool. I think is totally fine. Something like that. And then just, if you want the gas, drop the gas just after the pool. I visited several problems, including the European one. Being a doo-doo head is a job description. Hey! Rogue's in good form. Rogue's in awesome form recently. Rogue's looking very good, man. Yeah, hopefully that helps you out, Maestro. I haven't played an insane amount. I am looking to play a lot more when they update the PTR. And once we see what is happening with the next step of the changes. But till then, I'm kind of a bit like, chill until they do that. All right. If you guys haven't already watched the semis, they're up on Pigcasts. They went up like 7-8 hours ago. Check it out there. But this is, of course, going to spoil that. Ready for my stream title, so GG. Both GSL semis were really good. So by the law of StarCraft, which I've superstitiously believed in for over a decade, the finals is going to suck dick. I hope I'm wrong. It's not always true, but often, to be fair, more often it's like the round of 8 is amazing and then the final sucks. Like one semis is okay and one is super mid, you know. Did Blizzard say when changes from BTR are going live? No idea. It's a big patch, so I imagine some months. Who knows, Rorak? Honestly, I've been saying from the start they shouldn't, like the PTR itself, to me feels like it's not the best testing environment. Like, to me, I feel like you're better off just putting it on the live game, but letting everyone know we're going to patch it in a week again after that, and then there's going to be like a huge patch another week after that. Like, as long as they can commit to like patching it every week, putting it on the live game, I think gets you such better testing. But obviously, people would be angry about that as well. How do YouTubers say the new patch doesn't help new gameplay or cheeses? It just makes it evolve slower. They said 12 worker start is actually best for varying strategies. Essentially, people are going to find the best builds, and then it's back to square one anyway, right? Yeah, I'm not really sure, Dredgeline. I think there are certain strategies where in the current version of the game, there are definitely a few strategies, especially for Zerg, that seem worse right now. I don't know if it opens up more other strategies. It might, but yeah, I'm not really... There's definitely here's my frustration with the whole thing, Dredgeline. Everyone's like watching the handful of games people have played and drawing conclusions, and there are some actual conclusions you can draw, and a few of those people are making are really good, but there's also a lot of ones which are just people are like, oh, we've only seen this or we've only seen that, and it's like, I still don't feel like I've really seen people get good at it. On the other hand, the changes are like this. The PTR is just very half-baked, okay? Let me put it that way. I think I'm quite frustrated with the fact that it's not being patched, and the fact that there's Warpgate just gets completely chucked in the bin. Terran gets +2 supply for free when they click Orbital. It makes it really frustrating because, like, even guys like Winter who want to do content is like, I'm not going to play anymore or cast anymore until they fix all the bugs. I'm just like, fair enough. But it's been, has it been 2 weeks, 3 weeks now? It's been so long, and they just haven't updated the PTR. So I'm very frustrated about that. But yeah, I think generally, in of itself, going down to 8 workers was never going to completely change everything. And if you watch my early videos, I was like, people will still be able to play exactly the same. And in those scenarios, the game will just be the same, but slightly slower at the start. You will be able to do some like early pulls, earlier proxy barracks, this sort of stuff. So the more extreme versions of All In like that, or like an 8-pull drone pull, as opposed to like a Nexus first, Command Center first is going to be a bit more extreme. I haven't really seen people fully test all of these. We saw Clem have a lot of success with Proxy Reaper against Zerg. We haven't really seen, like, even though Solar never drone scouts and goes 17 pull in a lot of his games, Beyond hasn't really tried to punish that much at all. Really curious to see how the different proxy raxes go up against it. To me, it feels like I can go and test everything myself and try to draw conclusions, but realistically, I don't have time for it. Number one, I'm not a good enough player for it. Number two, so I really wanted to watch a lot of people play and watch them limit test and really press into certain areas and try to make things happen. And the only person I've seen do that is Larimbo. I don't know if I've seen any other player who looks like they've actually tried a lot of things. Like, literally the only person I've seen look like they put a decent amount of time into the game trying things was Larimbo. And even Larimbo was relatively narrowly focused on trying to adapt his all-ins from Legacy and see if he could make them work on 8-worker start. And essentially, he came to the conclusion of most of his builds either don't work or are much weaker. And he was like, hey, look, we lose variety there, which is a fair point. And I think that's fine. And I believe him and I agree with him that, like, current version of the game, and I talked a bit about the Zerg lava problem and how you might want to either buff the macro mechanics across the board or buff Zerg lava. But there's, like, especially with the 175 mineral 3 inject queens, it's like there is too many things locking Zerg to being purely defensive still. So that's another, problem. Besides just general variety, it's give players options, and Zerg would like a lot more aggressive options and things as well. And there's a lot of problems around that. So yeah, I don't know how much that answers it, but I think, yeah, for me, it feels like I've really seen fucking no games actually testing the changes. I think there's like 5 different things being tested at once, so it's really hard to see the changes in action. I also mentioned that a lot of players would play exactly the same for several months, no matter how much you change the economy, because it takes time for StarCraft players to adapt, because it's such a fast game and people adapt so slowly. So it's just this very complex system. Somewhat half-baked changes coming in from Blizzard. I don't think I'm the biggest fan of the mineral changes. They're okay. Like, I'd play it out still, but obviously I do think they might favor turtling a bit too much and that sort of stuff. I think that's going to really favor your Terrans and your Protosses over Zerg long term. Shockingly, the pro games, so here's the thing. Where I'm at, theoretically, Zerg should be much worse in the current version of the PTR. In the pro games I've watched, Zerg has largely dominated. I cannot see a reason for that. There is no reason, theoretically. Is it just... It's probably because it's just too limited a pool, I would imagine. I could be wrong. But, like, I just can't draw conclusions. I've seen so few games. And ZVP doesn't count because Protoss is nerfed to shit, so, in that PTR. But Zerg got nothing but buffs, says Fresh Monk. What buffs did they get? Wasn't it just the Microbial Shroud? Cast range and not having to upgrade, which is significant, but was there anything else? Carapace got a little bit of a discount. Oh, the Mutalisk, yeah, the Mutalisk Micro is a bit better now, right? I still wish someone would show us the side-by-side, because I still don't understand the change in the Mutalisk. Felt a little bit better when I used them, but I can't quite describe it, It's meant to, like, move and shoot a bit smoother, but it's really hard. But the thing is, like, those things, even then, I don't think should make as much of a difference as, like, the way the minerals works on the bases should favor Terran and Protoss more. But obviously, Protoss is just shit. And, yeah, I don't know. It feels like as long as the Zerg just plays very economically like they do in Legacy, I guess they're still often just getting above the curve economically and then able to play just like they do in the current version of the game. But I don't know. My point is there's not a lot of testing. Cyril played one single series on the PTR. Him and a lot of players I've messaged have not played the PTR at all, or they've played like 3 games. And this is why when it first came out, I was like, I wish this was just on the live game, because it's the only way to get pros to test it. Like, don't get me wrong, I know some of them do, but a lot of them will not play it unless there's like Beyond and Solar rock up to play tournaments on it. I don't think they practice any games on it. Nor anyone else, really. Like, if they just play the tournaments that are on it and that's it. So I don't know. I don't know. My point is, I don't know what the fuck Blizzard's doing with their patch. I don't know why they're taking so long to patch it. I don't know what they're going to do. I've kind of washed my hands of it. If I sound disenchanted, it's because I don't know why they're taking so long Number one, I don't know what they're doing. Number two, there's a whole bunch of really shitty changes, or I guess weird changes that I don't agree with, that I've been getting blamed for. Not happy about it. You know, it's weird. One sec, guys. Let's get into casting. Do you like the idea of removing energy recharge, reverting storm, and buff immortal disruptor again? Yeah, I wouldn't mind it. So yeah, I don't know. I guess I've just been disengaging from it all because I don't know what they're doing, guys. Yeah. Like, I want to, you know, people are like, oh, you got your change through, yes. And I'm like, look, I love that they're looking at the economy because I do think the economy is shit. Don't get me wrong. StarCraft 2's economy has never been interesting. It's never been complicated. But I don't like the cadence that it leads to in Legacy of the Workers, like the pacing. And, you know, as much as I've got a lot of problems with how it's implemented, I do enjoy / prefer the 8-worker start pacing. But there's a lot of problems I have with the rest of the implementation of it. So I'm kind of just like, eh. Thermal actually spread some creep? That's crazy, man. Show us some games, you glorious bastard. Let's do it. We've got the GSL finals. Let's get into it. My man. Oh, the grouping tumors thing? Yeah, the grouping tumors is pretty cool. It's something like 14 hatch, 14 pool, with new 8-worker start possible. I don't want to give that up. It's a bliss in ZVP. You talking about the dumbass build, Riku? The fake hatch first Ling Flood? Can you do a fake hatch first Ling Flood? Probably. I think it'd be kind of awkward, but you could definitely do it. You'd probably be doing a 12, 12, 12. Or 12 hatch, like 11 pool, 10 gas, or something ridiculous like that. But once again, it would rely on your opponent being very bad at scouting. Hey, Pig, you mentioned StarCraft 2 has an uninteresting economy. I think having more resources types than minerals and gas would be a good idea. Well, you don't need to do that. You can just make it like StarCraft 1's economy. Watch Zombie Grub's video if you guys haven't already. I said I would react to it yesterday. We're going to react to Zombie Grub's video tomorrow, guys. Zombie Grub wrote... She spent like a week scripting this video. Zombie Grub is a psychopath, guys. This only has 2,500 views, which is fucking disgusting. This is ridiculous. Like, how the fuck does this only have 2,500? Can you guys please just go watch this video? I will be reacting to it on stream tomorrow. I said I'd do it yesterday. It's disgusting. This only has 2,500 views. Zombie Grub's angst about the StarCraft 2 economy, her rejection of the 8-worker start, her anger at the discourse around the economy is very well explained here, where she goes back and she talks about there's always been massive problems in StarCraft 2's economy, and she goes through basically the fact that all the people who know stuff about StarCraft 2 and StarCraft 1 and came from games have been talking about how shittily designed the way the workers mine is in StarCraft 2 for well over a decade, and they tried really hard to get this changed going into Legacy of the Void, but Blizzard kind of listened, kind of didn't listen. So it's a really, I would say, unemotional, just here's all of these different essays and graphs that people did and explanations, and she's really broken it down. It's not really an opinion piece. I think this would be much more interesting for Zombie Grub if she just clickbaited it and like the title was like Pig's a fucking idiot or something like that, and Blizzard doesn't know what the fuck they're doing. Blizzard fucked up 10 years ago and they're about to fuck up again. Like, she could clickbait this and make this such a more emotional and interesting video in that regard. But it is a really interesting video. It's just it's a video where it just shares a huge amount of very interesting information from a lot of very, very smart people like Lush writing these articles, them and you know, QXC and other people going back and forth in blogs. So we'll go over that tomorrow, and really good video. I think it's it's something she could have turned this into a piece of drama with great information behind it, but Zombie Grub basically was like, I am just going to put out amazing information. It's a big thumbs up. We'll talk about it tomorrow because it's kind of it's just great. It's just really good. Yeah. 100% Nipco. That's where I'm at. People keep asking me about it, and I'm just like, I don't know, man. We need more games. We need more games, and we need to get rid of some of the things on there that clearly aren't. Like, clearly need to get changed, you know? Sorry, I just want to start this right from the beginning worker split. Alright. What's going on, everybody, and welcome back. It is the Global StarCraft League Grand Finals, and he finds himself here again. There was a drought for a few years where people were going, man, when is Hero going to get back in that champion seat? Well, it's not just about when. These days, it's how many big trophies will Hero hold up in a year, because he's been on fire. 2026 has been a great year for him, and he's in yet another finals in the top right. To be fair, he barely got here. Barely made it this far. But he's going to go for a gas first, no scout, greedy build here. Wow. SK's... It is... Wait, sorry. T1, not SK. I'm still used to calling them SKT1. But their sponsor for many years in StarCraft 1 is no longer there. Liquid's Cure in the bottom left side of the map, of course. Representing Team Liquid going for a Barracks Gas, no scout. We're going to start on Old Republic, a gigantic map. Usually the Protoss favored map here, as it does take a while for Terran get across and pressure them. And correct me if I'm wrong, guys, but I believe the last time these two played was when Hero won his first GSL in a long time, back on the Energy Recharge patch. Remember when Energy Recharge gave even more energy than it does now? And this was the one where Cure basically... He knew that Hero was going to scout him with a hallucination every game, every like 30 to 40 seconds, and see exactly what he was doing. So Cure did some of the dirtiest all-ins I have ever seen. Like the number of no medevac all-ins, where it was like, he'd go for, he'd have like his 3 barracks, and then he'd throw like 4 more barracks here, and then just like go with Marine Marauder SCV. It was like 7 barracks, just Marine Marauder stim, no healing. Every stim is hit points you're losing forever and never getting back. It was a very fun series, which I think a few people who are maybe on the more critical, less freewheeling fun style of StarCraft fandom, they quite accurately pointed out that series probably should have been a lot more one-sided than it was, and it was kind of Hero putting his foot into the, you know, sticking his hand in the bear trap over and over again, essentially, where he'd see clear signs of an all-in and then just drop a forge or something like that, you know. Classic Hero. I always talk about how Hero in this matchup is famous for basically reacting in the opposite of the way he should. A lot of Terrans find him infuriating to play against, because he will scout a clear sign of an all-in, and he will drop 2 forges, take an extra expansion, and chrono probes. And you look at that and you think, well, isn't that going to get you killed just investing in greed? And you'd say, well, yeah. The thing is, people try to play mind games, and sometimes Hero is basically just playing poker, and he's like, nah, they're bluffing. You see, they know I've seen the aggressive thing, therefore they're going to pivot the moment my scout's gone into a more defensive setup, and I can get away and get ahead by just being more defensive and more greedy. And then, of course, the boy pool comes and Hero just dies, and you're like, yeah, that didn't make any sense, Hero, but... that is Hero in a nutshell. It means when the player does try to play too tricky, sometimes they kind of backflip over themselves. And it's that inability to, I would say, pressure or force Hero into doing what you want, which is quite annoying. That pylon positioning should be 1 space to the left, guys. That's blocking the mineral patch. They're going to have to go around that pylon. It's not a huge amount of mining time, but it will delay the mining on that patch a little bit. A couple of Stalkers coming out with an Adept and a defensive Phoenix build. And you know what? Well, it looks like game 1 might already be in the bag for Hero, guys. I know this is anti-hype, but gotta be honest. If you're doing a Phoenix build like this, hiding it, showing Stalkers, you want Cure to think you're playing 3-gate blink, 2-gate blink, and you'd like him to commit to a drop. And if you can have this 3rd Phoenix out by the time he gets there, you can pick up 3 of the Widow Mines, kill 1 of them with your Stalkers and Probes before it burrows, and kill the entire drop for free with 0 damage. And that's what you want here as Hero. Hero obviously doesn't know what's happening. He did get that probe scout, so he confirmed there was a starport and a reactor factory, and he's in a really good spot right now. Oh, I don't know why we couldn't hear that. There we go. Sound is on. Stalkers see it coming. The Phoenix coming down. Will he be able to pick up these Widow Mines before they get in the mineral line? There's one on the right, one on the right, one on the right. Oh my god, Hero does not pick up the Widow Mine in the mineral line. 5 probes going down, and it looks like Q is going to find damage, but only 5 workers. Okay, could have been much worse. Not the absolute shutdown that Hero is hoping for. He does need to send a probe to go build a 3rd Nexus right now, though, if he doesn't want to fall too far behind. Likewise, Q are trying to escape with the medevac. The Phoenix and Stalkers are going to go down here, and he's going to try and basically spread the Phoenix out and then fan them over to this bottom right, making sure there's no way that medevac can escape. You can see one Phoenix here. He hasn't quite checked to the corner yet, and he sees it. Q tries to boost away, but he will get taken down. You know what's crazy, guys? This is Phoenix Colossus, a style which has been dead recently. The reason being, energy recharge gives almost no benefits to Phoenix Colossus. And with shield battery overcharge being gone, the defensive prowess of an almost purely defensive Phoenix Colossus style has fallen off. 3rd Nexus is there, Robo and Forge. The Robo is not very early, but I guess Stim is hugely delayed because of the reacted factory. Whenever you're building either Hellions or Widow Mines, it chews through your minerals a lot. And it becomes very hard to afford early 3 ranks bio production, medevacs, all those things that allow a Terran to get map control. Phoenix rotating around here, looking for an angle. There is a turret inside the main and the natural. Raven's going to go for some auto turret harass, but look at that. Hero should be able to see that. And he could recall these Phoenix potentially, but oh, he's going to take some damage. And it would be worth recalling these Phoenix, if you ask me, to shut the Raven down. We'll see, though. He might be able to defend it just with his gateway units. He's right now a bit paranoid about Q moving across the map, and the Phoenix here trying to count the production. Auto turret's going to get in his main. He saw the Raven for a good 20 seconds, but did not notice it. Hero's super tunnel vision on the front, and he's going to lose 5 probes to the Raven. Of course, the Phoenix will recall, but Q is going to use this opportunity to dive across the map. He says, you're distracted right now. You don't have a Colossus or anything like this, or at least he's hoping he doesn't. We know he doesn't. I don't think Q really has all that information. The question is, does he want to fight here with Stim, Shields, and +1? They're all done in about 20 seconds. If he can catch a Phoenix or 2, that'd be big. Hero's reaction is quick. Is it quick enough, though? Well, scan goes down, but only for 1 Phoenix. Not the most successful scan. There's a 3rd command center building behind this on location. I don't think Q is committed. It looks to me like Q is exerting threat. He's trying to be scary, but he's not actually committing because he knows fighting into a shield battery and Mortal Sentry could be an absolute disaster. Did see that shield battery. He's got to be careful, not to mention once the Colossus is out, it's about 15-20 seconds away with Chrono Boost. Gets a few shots in the middle of those Marines. Those will absolutely get roasted. Oh, nice tank spot. He's going to try and pick at the battery, but you got to be careful. The force fields on this corner could split these Marines. That being said, charge is not done. The Zealots are very slow. The Marines are going to come in and try and bait some force fields. He could pick them up. Ooh, good Phoenix picks. He saw the medevac going to pick up those Marines. Phoenix picked them up to block that move, but Colossus comes over. It's a little slow to get here, but does do good damage to the Marines. 1 medevac falls as well. Units lost tab is actually in favor of Protoss right now. What did he get? An Immortal, a Phoenix. Not too much direct damage. Hero stabilizes on 3 base, but Cure, similar work account. He's got Vikings now building. He's got 3 medevacs on the map. As the Vikings start, I think there's a very good argument for him to lift this factory off, build a 2nd starport, and take his 5th and 6th gases. Yes. Yeah, he knows exactly what he needs to deal with Phoenix Colossus. Now, the only trick there is, can he get that fight to happen before Hero transitions into, Disruptors, Storm, get Zealot counterattacks going, that sort of stuff. And how much does Q want to commit? Is he going to go for a 1-1 timing? In the old days, we used to always commit to 1-1 timings as Terran players. Just go all in on 1-1 upgrades, try to kill the Protoss then, because it takes so long for you to get 2-2. And if you wait for 2-2, usually the Protoss has time to take 5 bases, max out, and have all of the upgrades in the world. Protoss with Chrono Boost and their natural kind of flexibility compared to the awkward Terran production with the add-ons does give them that advantage when it comes to switching this way and that. Ooh, 1 Phoenix almost going down there. Sorry, guys, just getting a bit of drink of water there, clearing the throat a little bit. It's going to be a long finals of casting, I imagine, a best of 7. How does Phoenix Colossus work? Are you just meant to lift the tanks? Colossus is supposed to win against the rest? Well, normally Terran doesn't have any tanks. The idea of Phoenix Colossus is it's very defensive. Phoenix shut down all sorts of drops. You're not meant to lose 5 probes to that first Widowmine drop. And then you basically just hug defensively. And yeah, Phoenix can pick up anything really, but mostly the Phoenix are there to stop drops. The Phoenix stop your opponent dropping past you, and then a couple of Colossus, shield batteries, a Guardian shield, maybe 1 or 2 Immortals can defend on the ground. And in this case, where you just go, 4 to 6 Phoenix, you can also potentially harass SCVs with them, and then you just go for charge, go for a standard ground style. It's more of just an early control style. As always, as Protoss, you need either really good vision with observers and perfect unit placement, or Observer just got scanned there. No, it didn't. The Observer's down here, actually. Doesn't scan the Observer, Cure. You need either Blink, Phoenix, or Perfect Vision to defend the early Terran harassment, because of the way Medevacs work with their dropping prowess. Hero's going to come to this right side. As always, Hero loves taking garbage expansions. Let's see if he can defend it. That is 14 Vikings. The question is, can the Bio Army beat the Zealot Archon? Honestly, Hero is putting his army in a terrible spot right now. He's wedging himself behind his own mineral line. Awkward angle for Hero. The only advantage is it does space out his units so that the Widow Mines don't hit, but that was really bad micro by Hero. He jammed his units in his own mineral line. He's got to overwhelm this army. Beautiful force fields! Traps half the army in the north. The Archons cop an EMP. They've still got a bit of tankiness to them. But you can see the Vikings obliterate the Phoenix Colossus. That's always the scary point with this army, but I think nonetheless there's enough Zealot Archon Immortal on the ground. Hero overwhelms, and that's what I was saying, is this is there's this push and pull. If Hero keeps committing to Colossus Phoenix non-stop, gets wrecked by the Vikings, he could just lose. But if the Terran overcommits to Vikings and doesn't quite have enough bio on the ground, and the 2-1 upgrades kicking in just in time for that fight with, look at all these Immortals and Archons, none of which died, then actually the Protoss can kind of swap to more of a pure ground style. Like, yes, the new Colossus has come out. Honestly, he might not really want too many of those. And Hero's going to take the bottom right base. Hero's expansion patterns, I swear, sometimes I think he's just looking at this. Like, I think he has this view, guys. Like, most of us look at the screen like this. He's just looking at it like this all the time. Like, it's just hilarious. Like, look at this freaking expansion pattern. It kind of makes sense. If you want to be attacking the bottom right, you can kind of control this area. And why would the opponent ever look for it? But as always, Hero just kind of playing by feel, figuring out things that he thinks might give him an advantage or a bit of surprise in the moment. I don't think he can take that out, can he? Oh my god, the Immortals do so much damage, forcing the cancel on the Planetary and the lift. Beautiful move there. And the Bio Viking does clean up the Warp Prism in the main. Over here, it looks like, yeah, the Colossus Archon army falling back. Q is stabilized. He's up in supply right now, but with 3-2 upgrades coming in for Protoss. 2-2 now kicking in for Terran. Upgrades are staying mostly even. Blink is coming in. 12 gateways. Still, is it only 1 Robo? It's still only 1 Robo and no Storm. Which means you need to win with just gateways, Guardian shields, and just a couple of Colossus here. EMP is coming forward. 1 Archon goes goodbye, but so does a whole pack of Bio there. Pylon goes down. Zealot count is going to go hit this rally point, which is always nice. Army caught in the open, though. Cure happy to take the engagement. He spreads forward and confidently takes the fight. SCV's coming to repair the Vikings. I think that might be a bit of a mistake pulling those into this fight, but it might not matter anything to help the charge. A couple of drilly boys get on the front line and they take out that Stalker. They run towards the Immortal. The Zealots in the Natural, though, have cleaned up everything there. As is so classic in TVP, you win a fight, but you lose a whole lot of economy because all of your focus was on that micro on the front. He will take out a Nexus down here, which might be better than losing 15 workers. He's still on 60 workers. It's not like Q's economy got blitzed there. His economy is still fine. And he's got a big enough bioforce to keep moving around, but he's got to get these guys out of here now. I wouldn't mind a pickup and a boost away. You can see he's going to try and save them, but a bunch of Marauders and Ghosts get left behind. He's going to boost down, regroup with the units from the rally. And if he can deny that corner base, that would be excellent. Question, does he know about it? I think he might have seen probes rallying there or something. I mean, it seems utterly nonsensical for the Protoss to have that expansion. But when you're playing against Hero, you are always used to that. Also, guys, what are we missing? Concussive shells. No concussive 14 minutes into this game. Oh, no. That is such a huge... It's a cheap, quick upgrade. And he's been missing it this whole time. Planetary gets a few shots off there. Lib will come down the bottom right side. Forces a bit of a deny. The Stalkers will chase him back. Medevac going forwards. Ooh, he's going to recall, is he? Okay, Hero says, if I lose this base, I'm dead. He's on 80 probes. He's got barely anywhere to mine from. Lib's going to see Jump Stalkers snag a medevac, though. And it's 3-2 upgrade. Second Robo on the way for Hero. Doesn't have Storm or anything like that, but as the Disruptors here, it can zone a little bit. 2-2 against 3-2. Upgrade advantage to Hero. EMP advantage to Cure. But Cure's fighting closer to the Protoss base, which means the reinforcements will get here faster for him. Stalkers want that Ghost, and they do take it out before blinking back. Remember, Ghosts do have 125 hit points. This is the live version of the game. As much as we've been talking about the PTR lately, GSL, of course, and none of the big tournaments being played on it until it is live. Stalkers out at Colossus starting to push forwards. Is Hero actually going to get out of this position? It's really important for Hero to exert pressure, because if Cure can get even 8 Marines in a mineral line, it will probably kill Hero. But, you know, Hero needs to apply enough pressure that he doesn't feel confident moving out with these sort of things. And normally Hero is very good at doing that. And yet Cure, just 8 Marines in a medevac. It's the perfect set of units to sneak across the map. Now look at this, though. Hero lures his attention here. He's going to send 1 billion Zealots into the third. Oh, Zealots warping at home at the perfect timing. The Marine drop finds nothing. Brilliant play here for Hero. And he makes it past the scariest stage of this game. And now it's more of a classic late game. Protoss has the map. Protoss has a bigger economy, but not massively so. It's more about having more bases. And it's can Cure take a 5th? Can he take a 6th base? And can he avoid getting hit in the face by Hero's balls? So far, looks like no. Hero drops a few Disruptors, takes out a few Marauders and Marines. That's so many guys. You got to realize. Oh yeah, he's got Concussive coming in. I was going to say, it's these interactions when you catch a few Zealots on your own where it's so obvious you don't have Concussive. And finally, Concussive and 3-3 kicks in. Cure has 2 starports, remember, but he's got, what, 9 medevac, 7 Vikings. He needs Liberators mixed in at some point, I would say. The Disruptors are a bit exposed. He's going to try and fire them. Cure runs forwards into them, but the Colossus are getting hammered. More Disruptors come forward. A bunch of Ghosts and Marauders go down. Same time, Disruptors falling, as do those Colossus. Stalkers very vulnerable to Marauders as well. And the Disruptors are in the open, and that is very costly. Every Disruptor left out there does get focused down. No Dark Templar just yet. The Dark Shrine's only halfway done. No Storm either. Those are usually the kind of late game tech pieces, but oh, Hero! He forgot to wear his box. Disruptors get left out in the open, and now he is completely isolated. The double Robo getting focused will be a checkmate. The Mass Zealot forced to engage here. It's a pretty decent angle, but you can see the way Cure pulls into that choke point. Excellent engagement micro. Medevac healing looking really good as well. The Colossus actually pops out in the middle of it. Maybe he should have finished off that Robo. Dude, great fight for Cure, though. Even though Hero looks like he can almost defend, Cure manages to find the engagement. And most importantly, this is the big map. It's the map which you're meant to kind of struggle against Protoss in late game. Of course, I do feel like a more defensive Protoss, a player's a bit more macro-focused, like a Clemmer or Max Pax, is going to be a bit more favored on Old Republic than Hero, because Hero is a chaotically aggressive player. So often, the aggressive maps that normally favor Terran actually favor Hero, and it's the bigger maps that sometimes go against him, just due to the variance on these maps. DT is getting some really good damage here. I don't know if Cure hasn't realized it or doesn't have his scan available. That DT is starting to pick off multiple Marines and Marauders, finally get scanned, and will get taken out. The Stalkers in the corner, they go down. And with them going down, the production falling, Hero's going to be tapping out momentarily. Whose key is stuck? Wait, what were we joking about, Patricia's? GG's. Is this live? I appreciate you guys. Always. Always live. Every game is live. Oh, the key that changes the camera angle? Nice. Yeah. 100%, right? Good to see Cure play so well though, man. Cure's on fire lately. Alex Oldo, thank you so much for the big resub before. Kind of average gamer, THC Maestro. We also had Tekinor with a tier 1 sub. Thank you, Tekinor. And Kanhiti with the 11 months. Thank you, guys. Really appreciate it. Teki, by the way. So I believe there was that RSL game you kept recommending to me, that you realized it was actually the Hero Rogue GSL semifinals, right? would you still recommend I commentate that RSL game that you'd been mentioning? Is that still a good one, or are you kind of like, nah, it's crap, don't even bother? You still think RSL upper bracket, semi, hero solo as PvZ of the year? Yeah. Yeah, I don't... Yeah. Yeah, I've got that written on my list here, so I definitely will be checking that out. We're not doing it today, but you know what? Maybe I should squeeze it in today, actually, if we get time. I don't know how long some of the series are today. I haven't timed them all out, so I don't know how long we're casting for, but yeah, if we have extra time, we'll get to it today. Otherwise, sometime this week for sure. Cheers from the Wales Vagina Pig. What's up, Giant Bass? Thanks for the content Friday out here in the US West. Love it. Dude, I love it. Where, you know what's always so funny is whenever I make fun of San Diego and I'm like, oh, these Californians, you know, Stray's from San Diego. He's probably a vegan, does yoga, super hippie. What a, you know, there's always people like, San Diego has lots of military people in it. And I'm like, I know, like, they're the gayest, aren't they? Like, I've seen the Navy. Mate, come on, like, that's... I don't understand why they're always like, no, we're not, we're not super... I'm like, yeah, I don't know, man. Anyways, like, Navy's super straight, we're super cool. I don't know why gay and vegan and woke and everything all go together. Apparently they do. This is the world we live in these days. Jesus fucking Christ. Some people are very stupid. You know who else is not very stupid? Hero. Because he just lost a game. Most players might be a little bit dampened their spirits. Not Hero. Because Hero doesn't give a shit if he loses. At all. About as straight as a bowling ball. Heyo. I love you all. You guys are amazing. We'll be back in 3 minutes. Very quick ad break. Cure versus Hero. Game 2. Coming right up. Oh, look at that. It was a Stargate. It's just hidden. So this is what... Oh my gosh, jump scare. Sorry guys, I didn't realize once again we'd be looking into the dead eyes of a Terran player up here. He's got bubbles coming out of his head. Is that because he's breathing? Do they think sharks have a blowhole, guys? Why are there bubbles around his... Is it a whale? It's not a whale, it's a shark, right? Wait. Either way. Anyways, let's go back down here, shall we? There's still big windows. Like 25 zealots, no zealots. Oh my lord. I don't know how... If Hero attacks 2 places at once, I don't think MaxPax can possibly defend. He blinks. Oh my god. Okay, MaxPax trying to get out of there. He's got a stasis trap on that right flank. It's going to freeze. Oh my gosh. Holy blink of the Death Lord, man. What in the hell? Blinking forward Hero. Struggling. There's so many stasis traps on this map, guys. There's 5 stasis traps still out there. Stalk is poking forward. MaxPax knows with his Zealot Light army, he needs Archons as the follow-up. He's making Dark Templar. He's going to morph those into Archons, or think about it anyway. For now, it's Stalkers, it's Stasis Traps. Can he defend? Good Blink Micro. Stalkers are so good defensively. Zealots are good if he's hitting the natural, if he's hitting the main, if he's elsewhere. But if MaxPax is in one position, blinking back perfectly, he will trade far better over the long run than Hero. Hero needs to overwhelm, or he needs to get those Immortals on top of those Stalkers. Oh, he blinks in his Stasis Trap again, and now... You need to have a strong elastic in the undies. If you're wearing an older pair of undies, and you're gonna put it on the side, on the hip, obviously you don't put it in the front, or your phone's gonna get dicked, literally, and then you're gonna be like, why does my phone smell like balls? You know, not a cool move, right? Go straight down the back. Problem is then, if you twist suddenly, it could turn on its side and then slide into the crack, which does look like it's one of those like wireless charging ports or something where you just place it into like a crevice. But unfortunately, my asshole does not actually have the power to wirelessly charge my phone yet. I'm working on it, but I haven't quite evolved that ability, so we're still trying to develop that. Oh, the snowballs! Oh, you're gonna kill my children on their way to work? I can punch your children as well. Say those High Templar before getting... Oh! Can I do an instant rewind? I want to watch that again. Sorry, guys. No. So this guy's like, why do bugs always benefit Zerg? And he's forgotten about this. So what you could do is you could make a command center and load up to 5 bunkers inside. So this guy made 5 bunkers on one base, loaded them with Marines, loaded them in his command center, and is now sending a goddamn 25 Marine loaded command center to float across the map. Look at its damage output. It's got 25 Marines inside it. No escape. Forward the medevacs do not, and we're back. Oh, I missed us having more bugs like that, man. I love like when there's bugs like that just for a few days, you know? It's actually like, so this is actually the secret, guys. If you guys ever design a video game and you want maximum engagement, you want to basically use like social media engineering, where you like basically every patch, you make sure there is something that is really abusive and broken like that. And you leave it for like 48 hours before you fix it. I like, what's the bet? That's actually the best for like engagement and popularity of a game. It's like, it will piss off a ton of people, but for a short enough period, and you'll pretend every time like, oh, we're so sorry, we don't know how this got in there. But then like you do it, and as long as you fix it quickly, and then you just get a lot of viral clips and like people go, oh, look, I broke this thing. So you basically like fuel the content machine around your game. 300 IQ. Push to production on Friday is how you get bugs that stick around for a couple of days. Yeah. Techie, thanks so much for the gifted sub once again, mate. I really appreciate you guys. Let's continue the GSL finals. Sounds like what World of Warcraft does. Yeah, Blizzard. Yep. You hide it too well, nobody finds it until like a tournament grand finals. Yeah. Alright guys, well guess what? Hero's done with sitting back defensively. He went gas first in the last game. This game, he not only sends a probe across at the very start, he builds a pylon in the middle of the map. This is the classic. Hero's going to harass you from the start, try and delay your barracks, try and obstruct and get in your face, and also proxy a gateway in the middle of the map to get over there as quickly as possible with Zealots, Stalkers, Adepts, and start smashing his opponent wherever he can. Alright, barracks does start. It's not on location, has to lift to get in the wall off. That alone is going to be a bit of a delay. And you can see Q wants to stop the probe regening shields, but not quite able to intercept him. Hero is so smooth on his probe micro. You guys will notice pretty much every time I play Hero in a weekly tournament, I will try to kill this probe. I have a pretty high success rate with it, but it's because I specifically know he's going to be such a dick with it that I will pull like a third SCV to intercept it. I will waste 50 minerals of mining time specifically to make sure he has no chance to escape. And if you're willing to do that, you can take it out at a pretty high frequency. But I think most pros have had too many experiences where if Hero knows you're the kind of guy who's going to try to do that, and he's on alert, he will juke and jive and dodge left, dodge right, waste so much of your time, even if you kill the probe. Probably going to mess your build up a bit too much. For me, it's about the moral victory, where I'm just like, I killed Hero's probe, yes! Now he can stop annoying me, because he could annoy me way too much if he's got a worker in my base. Command center goes up on the high ground, Marine comes out, he's going to build a reactor after that. Already some delay on that reactor, and with no SCV scout, Kua could be in real trouble. Normally it's 2 Zealots and then a Stalker, I believe, out of this. Actually, in this case, it's only going to be 1 Zealot into Stalker, right? Okay. No, he's already got a Zealot out. That's why. Okay, so it is. It's 2 Zealots into Stalker. I was like, dude, what the hell? What was he doing with the gateway? Well, the other Zealot's waiting to reveal itself. Marine on the high ground. Factory does start. Probe still scouting around. He sees the reactor. He's going to have to send these Zealots in. Is he going to wait for the Stalker? So if he shows the Zealots too early, the problem is the bunker's done by the time the Stalker arrives. But if he waits too long, extra Marines are going to be out. And you kind of want to start killing this reactor. I'd say now. I'd say go now. The Stalker's almost here. You want to go. And indeed, Hero's going to do it. He's got a Nexus behind it. This is basically the old Max Packs build. In case you guys don't know, Very similar to the old Max Pax build. I think it's basically identical. Stalker's coming forward, focusing down the Marine. The Marine has to fall back. Stalker outranges it by 1. Zealot doing some very good damage on the reactor, targeting the Marines rather than the SCVs. Obviously, the SCVs are good for economic damage, but it's the Marines that do the actual damage output, and the Stalker's picking them off right now. Cure's already lost 2 of these Marines. Oh, this is really bad for Cure if he loses this last Marine. He's got no firepower. The SCV's trying to repair, but with 2 Stalkers and a probe attacking, the reactor's going to go down. And indeed, it does go down. There are 3 Marines. More SCVs have to get pulled. He's going to have to drill through for the surrounders. Cure, if Cure can trap the Stalkers and then get the Marines in the bunker, that could be good. He's got it, but oh my god, did he just lose his last Marine? He's only got 1 Marine in the bunker. The SCVs are getting absolutely hammered. The Marine also is shooting the Stalker, not the Zealot at the front. The Zealot was the one dealing all the damage there. You're now going to see the Stalker go around, start to circle, looking for more damage. Widowmine guarding the ramp means no one else can come to reinforce. But he could take out the Marine with the Stalker, which is exactly what he's going to be able to do. And he does take out that Marine, but doesn't get anything else. And the Marines will take care of it. Of course, it's a minimal investment. You've got now a 2nd gateway at home. 3rd gateway or Twilight? Which one? I think Twilight, yeah? Thinking about what to go for, and it is a Robo. Okay, so here's going to go Robo now. He's got 2 Nexi up. Transfers his probes down. Goes for the old double chrono on the probes. He says, hey man, I just killed a ton of workers. I've got you pinned on 1 base. 2 barracks and a factory. Not going to keep you particularly safe against this. Of course, Hero does not want to lose the Stalkers to the Widowmine, but this just looks like a monstrous position, because now Cure can't push out to remove the gateway. Hero could take a 3rd here, quite feasibly. If you're in Cure's shoes, you're probably thinking about win conditions. You're thinking it's Hero. Sometimes he's ridiculously greedy. No starport into all-in sounds like one of the better options here. He hallucinates a Colossus for high ground vision. Hero's so fun. Oh, does he see the tank? No, he does not. He's about to find out. And the sentry does go down. Nice move there for Cure. 1 Marine for a sentry. Super, super valuable. Doesn't want to lose the depot, though, but he's going to. Hero is so annoying. Gets himself a depot there. Observers are coming out. It's going to give him full vision. And he's making a Twilight and a few more gateways. Very safe play here for Hero. Hero's got a ton of supply free as well. And a 23 worker Terran just doesn't have many options available to him, does he? Looking pretty dead here as Q. I just think that's too many workers going down early, and Hero finding great value with the old Max Pax build. Marines coming forward, Stalkers as well. Sorry guys, just glanced at Twitch chat. Someone's just had a bad run-in with Smurfs. Yes, it can be frustrating, my friend. What you got to remember is the people who are smurfing, the people who call you names on the ladder, these sorts of people are... I refer to them as internet creatures. Me and my real-life friends usually call them. Let's just say they don't have too much going on in their lives. You're probably beating them in most avenues of your existence. Ooh, Prism just goes... Is he going to flank this? Dude, this is a desperate all-in right now. Combat Shields is here. No stim. It's a pack of Marines, 1 Widowmine, 2 Siege Tanks. Stalkers and the Observer doing what they can. The Zealot Stalker cuts off the rally. That's always the trick with these sorts of tank all-ins. Come at them from 2 sides. Cut off the reinforcement and then get ready to sandwich. Sentries are here as well. Guardian Shield, very effective. Zealots come forward. That Immortal's going to be amazing. The battery's going to kick in a moment and start healing the Stalker as well. Stalkers and Zealots from behind. And Cure just too far behind from the early game. I mean, not to be condescending, but there's nothing you can do about people smurfing. I feel the pain. But either you could get pissed to the max, or just brush it off and focus on how you played. How you could improve your build. That gives you back some agency and some good feels. Completely remove the buff from the game and make it a bit easier. But yeah, that can be annoying as fuck. I feel you. I think that's good advice. I think generally there's 2 things. It's totally okay to be like, fuck Smurfs, they're fucking losers. And you should probably have that as a feeling generally. And you should be able to like express it when you're frustrated and go, fuck, these guys are stupid dickheads. On the other hand, you don't want to like live in that space very long. You kind of want to like get, you guys know when I'm like tilted on the ladder and I'm like, fucking bullshit. You kind of like, it's okay to let it out. Just like, don't like stay in that space too long. I think that's like the advice, right? It's like, experience your gamer rage and then move on. Yeah. And try to control. So I've been sniped and smurfed a whole bunch on Age of Empires. People kept telling me, I think this guy's smurfing, and I was just like, guys, I don't care. Like one guy did the douche. He deletes his town center because you can only build one town center. You can only get more once you're in Castle Age, which is like tier 3 out of the 4 tiers of tech, right? He comes and builds his town center next to mine, and he beat me with it. And I was just like, oh, I watched a video on how to beat this like a week and a half earlier, but I messed up a few details because I couldn't quite remember what to do. Analyzed it, knew exactly what to do to win the next time, and I was like, yeah, cool. And then everyone in chat was like, he's smurfing. That guy's 1950 on his main account, does this every game. And I was just like, oh, like, that doesn't matter. Like, I don't care. Like, that was actually good practice, because if someone does this to me in the Age of Empires tournament, like, it's really good now, because I've experienced losing to it. I've reviewed and, like, reminded myself exactly what I needed to do. It's really important. I, like, wood blocked myself from getting up my archery range as quickly as I needed to. Couldn't afford my mining cap, and then I screwed up this and this, and I was like, oh, okay, cool. Like, and I was just like, it doesn't matter. Like, I knew exactly what I could do to beat it, but that's obviously because I'm very focused on like learning and preparing for a tournament, and because I'm focused on what I can do better, it's really like it doesn't affect me as much. But if I wasn't so focused on that, I was just hopping on, vibing for some games, and it felt like my opponent was playing with me and way out of my skill level, and that happened maybe a few times in one day, it would probably trigger me a lot more, right? And yeah. And that happens sometimes. Sometimes I'm purely in the learning mindset and I don't really care. And then other times I'm like, fuck. But generally speaking, yeah, you try to kind of just focus on what you can control in life. That's like good general life advice, right? Focus on things that are within your sphere of control, right? Like if you think of like, this is good for like mental health, right? So like there's a lot of people who stare at social media and their feed is just feeding them like, people are getting stabbed, things are burning down, blowing up, corruption, politicians, evil. This guy punched a baby. You know, like, and like, because especially now with algorithms, like it senses that you're like emotionally engaging with this stuff and it keeps feeding it to you. And they're like, oh, didn't you hear about there was a dog in Brazil and a guy kicked it? And you're like, what? Like, where do you live? They're like, not in Brazil? Not in the town where a guy kicked a dog? Who gives a fuck? Like, why? This is such a bad thing for you to be wasting your brain space on. Like, it's so bad for your mental health. And it's kind of the same with like smurfing, where it's natural to be frustrated, but it's very unhealthy to think about it too much. And this is why there's like a push and pull, where whenever smurfing has come up in the past and people go, oh, high level players just don't understand. They pretend it never happens. They're like trying to blot out our reality as average gamers. And I think what high-level players are often trying to say is like, no, like, we've seen so many people who get perma-stuck at low and mid-level where they think everyone who beats them is a smurf. Anytime someone micros better than them slightly, micros better, hits a battle cruiser timing they've never seen for, this guy must be smurfing. And it's like they've let their brain exist in this space where like their opponents are always like cheating and have some unfair advantage. And it's just like, it's pretty toxic, like, to your own mentality. And usually those people start to see smurfs where there aren't any as well. Or even if they realize after the game, oh, he wasn't actually smurfing, you've already fucked with your mental process in the game. Like, it shouldn't even be occurring to you. So, yeah. Just to clarify, don't kick dogs. It's bad. Fuck you people who click dogs. Kick dogs. Click dogs? Yeah. My man. When the ladder puts me on full tilt, I like going to single player game like GTA and just unleashing the fury. Yeah, sometimes when I'm not in the right mind space, single player games are a much more consistent experience, right, Monk? That's what I very much enjoy a single player experience. Sometimes I'm not in the right mindset for the variability and shitfuckery of multiplayer. 3.2k MMR, GM smoked me, 405 APM, played my best game with still Century model in, started myself with 4 swords, then I realized he baited me and I didn't kill shit, my entire army died to slay veins. Pretty cool, honestly. Good on you, Endymion. making the most of it. I don't know why someone in GM would be playing at 3.2k MMR. That's wild. My man. Alright guys, hero in the top left side of the map for T1, Cure in the bottom right for Team Liquid. And oh my, we double proxy maraudering. I mean, it's a best of 7 and it's Cure, right? Cure has used this build every best of 5 or best of 7 TVP series at least once for 4 years now? At least 3 years. I remember the first time it really heavily came on my radar was 2023 Katowice when he eliminated Neeb in Neeb's very last tournament with this build. And in fact, if he didn't catch Neeb off with this build on Ancient Cistern, Neeb would have gone out of the group stage instead of Oliveira. So it was actually this particular... Actually, this is not the same build, I think. This is a different one. But that particular double proxy marauder is one of the many kind of stars that happened to align to let Oliveira win that world championship. If Neeb beat Cure in that third game of that series, he goes through to the playoffs instead of Oliveira. And who knows? MARU might have actually become a world champion that day. Q is, of course, on double gas behind there, so it looks like just a Reaper. He could go single Barracks Marauder and try to get a bunker here. Hero scouted very slowly and has checked for proxies, but not in the position where it is. So Hero, if he cancels his Nexus, I think that's maybe the dream here for Cure. And indeed, look at that. Ooh. So when you scout this, you see double gas, you're going to be thinking this is probably a proxy Reaper. And you're going to see a factory go down here in a few seconds as well. Probe comes in. SCV comes over to the ramp. Needs to bring 2. 1 to build the factory. 1 to attack the SCV. Marauder is building, as is concussive shells. Okie dokily. Is that factory looks a little late. Right? I don't know if Hero will pick up on that. Hero's not really a second-by-second timing guy. He's sending his Zealot across the map. He's chrono boosting Stalkers right now. He thinks there's a Reaper coming. So he's going to go Zealot counterattack. His probe is being annoying. No, he pulls the Zealot home, realizing, oh, I'm not quite sure where this Reaper's coming from. Should pull the Zealot back to try and, you know, distract it a little bit, maybe delay it, maybe land one hit on it as it runs past. First Stalker's out, second Stalker on the way, second Marauder's coming. Here comes the Zealot. And that's going to cause problems for this because the Zealot's a very tanky unit. Concussive is now kicked in, though. You don't really want to use the SCV to attack this. Bunker goes down. It's only one SCV on this side of the map, and it will go down almost instantly, but there's no shield battery, which means the Marauders can go in. You need to pull probes to fight this. The Stalker's got to be careful about getting tagged. Stalkers are going to come out and fight this with the probes there. Perfectly timed by Hero. Get some good shots on the Marauders. Probes and Stalkers can take care of Marauders. Q is trying desperately to get out of there, but he's already lost one of his Marauders. The Stalkers do A-move the bunker. Slight mistake there. These Marauders could take out a few more probes, but instead he's focusing on running away, and he does do that. But guess what? These Stalkers are faster than Marauders. Marauders, without stims, the slower unit. He's going to lose all of them for just 3 probes. One of the Stalkers does turn around to go back. This one continuing to pursue. There is a Cyclone on the way behind this, but it feels like a bit of a scuffed opening for Cure. Now the Marauder comes out. Will he even get past the shields of this Stalker? Looks like only with 1 shot. Overall, a rather uninspiring push, and single proxy Marauder is one of those really cool builds where a lot of people will see Marauders panic and overreact. But in this case, Hero didn't even realize what was happening and still does not take that much damage. It's kind of like a weird build Q is doing. He's trying to catch him off, but you're now starting your command center. There's already 8 probes on your opponent's natural. This might just be an unplayable situation from here. I like that that's good. That's good. At least he keeps Hero in the dark for now with the Cyclone. Stargate into Extra Gateway and Twilight. I imagine it's just Oracle Blink. Could be Phoenix Charge with delayed Phoenix. Hero sometimes will do that. It is. Okay, Phoenix Charge. Well, I think that makes sense. He doesn't know what's happening, and Charge is the best way to defend surprising all-ins. Catches another probe there. Really effectively keeping Hero in the dark. Does Hero go for another hallucination? He's got energy for it. He could just fly his Phoenix across the map as another option. Engineering Bay on the way, as well as an extra barrack. Still no starport for Terran. Can he catch the hallucination Misses it. Hallucination dodges. And finally, Hero's going to get his first scouting in a while. We're on Hero's camera right now, guys. This is his live camera. So he's building pylon there. And he's going to see 3 barracks, a factory, an engineering bay, no starport, a tank, and a bunker. He's got to feel pretty good about this. He's like, oh, you don't even have, like, all the add-ons ready. Like, he saw the add-ons finishing on the barracks. He sees no massive marines. He sees a single tank and a bunker. So there's lots of signs of, like, there's just no scariness here. What can a guy who's just finishing his add-ons do? Nothing. Maybe 2.5 minutes from now he can hit you. In the meantime, chrono your probes. He's going to make a random oracle. You might wonder, why am I calling it a random oracle? Because it's pretty friggin' random. He's going to go put stasis traps down, I think. Like, he's just single Phoenix into oracle. He's got a 4-gate charge. I'm surprised he's not building a forge. If I saw those add-on timings, I would have dropped 2 forges immediately. Knowing that I've basically got a window, as long as I drop 2 chronos on each of the upgrades to get 1-1 before the push comes. And then I can basically, like, shut down the first push with 1-1 zealots, have a 4th nexus going down behind it, and just be so far ahead of the curve that there's nothing Cure can do. Now, when it comes to winning games, that's my favorite way to do it. PvT, oh, you can't kill me. I'm going to, like, be a bit greedy on some upgrades, commit to army with those upgrades to kill your push, and then have an insurmountable economic advantage behind that. Hero's way of winning when he's ahead is often basically putting his hand into the wood chipper to see what happens. He's so ahead in this game. I don't think he'll throw this position, and yet it's Hero. You never know when he's going to just basically find the most well-defended choke point in the game and just A-move into it. Now, Zealot Archon's so good, I think pre-Ghost, he probably can overwhelm attacking into a choke point against this army. That does go down. Gets himself a Phoenix. Oracle's in the main, though. Cyclones will take care of it. Hey, only 2 SCVs go down. Good handling by Cure. Needs to return these SCVs to mining, though. There we go. Does fix that up in the main base. So, +1 weapons is done, and Stim Shields concussive. Cleans up with the Zealot. I mean, Cure's getting really good value on the map. The problem is that his army feels a little small, and there's a Zealot flank that could hit a siege tank from behind. If you get sandwiched by Zealots, that is scary. And the hallucination, he does realize it's a fake hallucination, but those Zealots coming in from the bottom side, they're about to come in from the bottom, guys. Watch out for the Zealot sandwich. Beautiful engagement. Beautiful engagement for Hero. And yet the bio, a lot of the Marines do at least slide away. Cure avoids the most devastating outcome. Unfortunately, his units are microing in the wrong direction around the terrain there, trying to come from both sides, and I think that hold is more than good enough for a 62 Pro Protoss player. I love that graphic where the Zealot slices the Marauder and you see the 2 halves just slide apart. That is ridiculous. One of my favorite animations there. Storm's on the way, Forge, and a 4th base. Yeah, Hero's all over this, man. Well, it's kind of funny. He's got all these High Templar gathering energy. Storm's not done yet, but I guess it's not too far. Dude, Storm is like an insanely fast upgrade, isn't it? I'm always shocked by how little time there is from a Protoss starting Storm, dropping 2 chronos on it, and then it's just done, you know? Then again, I've lost many games waiting for Storm to finish, so maybe I'm being biased here. I've lost many games waiting for my Storm to kick in when I'm on the Protoss side. High Templar Zealot Stalker coming forwards. The Widowmine's going off. Ooh, good shot there on the Zealots. The Storms are zoning quite nicely. Beautiful Storms. He's got to pull back, though, a little bit. I always love that. I know from the comment sections, if you say beautiful Storm, some people in chat get very upset. Storm is never beautiful. It's a low-skill noob spell. It's impossible to cast a bad Storm. Like, some people get so angry if you say nice Storms. It's hilarious. It's one of my favorite, like, it's just for all of StarCraft 2 time. Up there with orbitals, and mules are overpowered. Mules are so overpowered. Remove orbitals from the game. But GG, well played, Hero. Essentially just shut that opening down too well. I think Cure was maybe looking to, like, get an overreaction here, get the bunker up, but the moment that SCV died, it just feels a bit too soft, the single barracks proxy. If the Zealot wasn't there, I think the way this works is if the Zealot wasn't here at the start and he catches the first Stalker, this build works out way differently. But if you don't catch one of the Stalkers early, or maybe also if Hero plays Adepts instead, but because he had 2 Stalkers and a Zealot, it's kind of the perfect units for defending this Proxy Marauder. Really well played by Hero. Storm has the same research time as combat shields. Yep, 79 seconds. Or 110 out of the time. Oh. Sending you love, Dr. Colossi. Hey, sending you a lot of love. That's really hard, mate. You can absolutely cast bad storms as someone who's cast many a bad storm in her time. I know what you're talking about, Gypsies, guys. I have. Have you guys ever done the one where you storm your own worker line? Because I've done that where the Terran stutter steps into my like main mineral line and I panic storm and I don't pull my probes away. And I'm like, oh, that's killing a lot of bio. And then there's like a second delay and then I realize my probes are in that storm as well. I mean, they were already getting gunned down by the bio, so I guess, you know, it all comes out in the wash, but yeah, definitely not optimal. Definitely not optimal. 84, had a great love to you. Great life. Yeah, sending you love, Dr. Colossi. It's always, yeah. Don't have too many words other than just, it reminds you of how important family, friendship, and all those connections are, right? Puts your priorities in order a little bit whenever you come face to face with stuff like that. My first ladder win came after my enemy nuked his own production. Neither of us left our bases yet at that point. What? Well, kind of average gamer. And then you took that same inspiration and you went and dropped nukes on, was it Clem, right? Was it Clem who you nuked? I think it was Clem, right? I think it was. Yeah, kind average gamer destroyed Clem with some nukes in it. Was it 1v4? 1v3 that game? Clem was doing really well, and then you start nuke sieging him from the high ground above his fourth. It was 1v5, right? Yeah, we had a bunch of silver players in there as well, hey? No, dude, nothing. Hey, this is a community, Dr. Colossi. It's all good, brother. Hey, sending you love, man. You know, first rule of a community is obviously if someone's like straight trauma dumping, it's like, obviously we might be like, hey, please don't, but someone's just sharing something deep, emotional, whatever, what is going on in their life, like, hey, man, a lot of people spend a lot of time hanging out here, and I appreciate you all for doing that, so friggin' appreciate you all. Thanks for the love, my friend. All right, let's go back a little bit. Sorry, we better start this one from the start since Hero's being a dickhead. In the best way possible. Oh, right. Game 4, Hero doesn't even let the worker mine 5 minerals before he goes across the map. I love how Hero is just like, he's like, I don't really care about having a perfect build. My gateway, my pylon can be 5-10 seconds late. I don't care if my Nexus is 10 seconds late. If I limit your options and like pin you in a corner and make you feel restricted, I know I'm going to be in a good spot. And he's so good at getting value out of the probe, honestly. Yeah, he loses the mining time right from the start going across it slows down your pylon, slows down everything else. But on the other hand, it's annoying as heck as his opponent. Usually you want to block the barracks from going down here. You can see the moment he comes in, the Terrans just throw the barracks elsewhere, which means it will usually have to lift off to get to the wall off later. And he's already damaged a few SCVs, which of course gives him that opportunity. If an Adept or an Oracle gets in later, often has a lot of damaged SCVs to try and pick off. Notice he doesn't go behind the mineral line, because Q has been pulling extra SCVs to try and tag team him. Because anytime you damage the probe, it stops the shields regenerating. So if you can keep damaging it without giving any 7-second windows, you see 7 seconds, so 3, 2, 1, shields start regenerating. Obviously those weren't seconds I was counting, but I started counting a bit late, which is why I sped it up. But yeah. The shields regen. If you can stop the shields regenning, you can kind of limit this probe's utility in your base, which is why a lot of people will pull a second SCV, cut off the angle. But once the barracks is up, you don't really have an exposed worker out there, so it's not as big of a deal. Probe still being a nuisance. Cybercore into Nexus. It's a smaller map, so Hero doesn't feel safe going for Nexus into Cybercore. He's started experimenting with that on some of the bigger maps, and I really like it. It's always been my favorite way to do the early probe. Oh, he's blocking the factory. Dude, you know what he should have done there? Hero sometimes will throw a spike pylon, I call it, where you put it just to make them build the factory off location. You cancel the pylon once the factory goes down elsewhere. It's literally, I'm going to spend 25 minerals, 100 minerals of opportunity cost just to annoy you. Like, it doesn't really do that much. It's just purely to stack little tiny bits of psychic damage on your opponent. And there is a point where, like, one of Hero's alternate win conditions that most players don't have, but he's always looking for, is just he's looking to inflict insanity on his opponent. And, like, it feels like if this was like a Dungeons and Dragons style, you know, RPG style combat system inspired by that, it literally is. All these little moves Hero does, they stack that psychic damage, and if he gets to like 20 stacks, his opponent just breaks, and like suddenly the series is his. And on the other hand, pretty much everyone takes psychic damage when they're playing StarCraft, when things don't go their way, when they get caught off guard, and something unlucky happens. Hero, his innate trait, his like characteristic is that he's immune to psychic damage, and that's what's so incredible about him. That's why he is unflappable. Depton probe coming in. Factory is there. No cyclone started just yet. There is a starport behind it. He sees the command center. And there's going to be a Hellion beginning. He's going to cancel that and build a cyclone now with 150 minerals. There we go. All right, units lost time. One probe's gone down. Nothing else on the other side. Remember, Hero did go for core before Nexus, so his economy is not as blitzing fast as it could be. But against a guy whose command center's on the high ground and he's gone factory, you know, before command center, it's still a very competitive economy as he starts to move around. And what is this? Dark Shrine. Ah, okay. Charge and then DTs. He's expecting an all-in, potentially. Or at least preparing for it. So he's going to have a sentry, a few stalkers, 2 gateways. Hero always loves these, like, weird... There's no way you build a Dark Shrine here, though. You'd build it at home. You wouldn't build a Dark Shrine here. He's going to build a 3rd gateway for now. Oh, okay. So no Dark Shrine just yet. It's just so he can counterattack with Zealots. So if you do shut down an attack, you can also start warping in Zealots and immediately hit his natural. And that's often the thing. Once they realize you're on charge, often the Terran gets like a bunker, starts getting walled up, and the window to do damage with that closes very quickly. So Hero's trying to expand that window as much as he can. Oh, probe and Adept will take care of this Reaper. As long as he tracks it, which he does. Nicely done. Reaper goes down. Probe did get spotted up there. Kira, of course, comes in the main, sees the battery, pulls back, doesn't know about the gateway, which got cancelled, actually. Oh, Hero cancelled the gateway. And he's going to play 3-gate defensive and a Robo. Okay, and he's going to drop a 3rd Nexus instead. Cyclone picking off the probe here. Nice. 2 probe kills. Not bad, not bad. Q is finding damage. And most importantly, he's keeping Hero's attention away from him. Remember, Hero does not have any idea what's happening. He doesn't... He did see... Okay, he saw the upgrade going on the starport. He should know that this is possibly or probably Banshee, and that's probably why the Robo came down here. Oh, the Pylon's going to see that Banshee if you're not careful. Okay, barely misses the Banshee, but now the Banshee's like, screw it. Kyo's like, you know what I'm doing. I can just use this Banshee to pick this off. Okay, chill. Very chill. Seems like a pretty even game from here. 8 probe advantage to Protoss, but that's nothing to be too excited about. Heroes. This is so fun. This is my favorite move, guys. If someone goes Phoenix, if it goes Banshee, I almost always try to play Phoenix to shut it down. It's so expensive, and almost every pro will tell you this is super inefficient and stupid. Like, because you should just be making blink and ground units that actually fight well. Because now, where's your army? You've got unupgraded gateway units with forge upgrades, but no, like, you've got charge. So what do you got? You got charge zealots with +1 attack, a few unupgraded stalkers, and now you're going to invest in Phoenix. When any sane person would say you should be making Colossus or Storm. But Hero's just like, nah, I don't want these Banshees to be too annoying, man. I want to be able to hunt them down, even if they're hiding in the dead space. It also means you can shut down any libs or drops that end up hiding in the dead space later, so it can actually be very nice. If you can take out one Banshee, then the lethality's gone. Because there's a battery in the main, one Banshee cannot get through one shield battery. However, these guys might be just out of healing range, and indeed they are. That mineral patch there, great targeting for Cure, gets himself an extra probe. 2 extra probes even. But the Phoenix does deal with it. And now the Robo Bay goes down. So it's just a couple of Phoenix, a bunch of gateway units with charge. Has Hero spent too much money on fancy BS, though? He's only on 3 gateways. If Kua pulls the boys right now, I actually think he might be able to kill him. Is Kua willing to take that gamble? Because he's built observers, like 3 observers, and a forge, and a Stargate and multiple Phoenix. Like, this is just a lot of things that don't do well against Stim Marines and SCVs. But no SCV pull. Kua doesn't clock that Hero's isolate, that Hero's weak to that. 3 Phoenix can reliably disable the tank in an attack. Well, they can pick it up a few times, but it's not really worth it. 1 siege tank's not that big a threat, especially when you're playing Zealots. So if you're playing Colossus, picking up the tank can be nice, but the Marines can also focus those Phoenix down almost instantly, so it's really not a high-quality thing. Picking up Widow Mines or dragging Widow Mine shots over the Bio, Kamikaze Phoenix, both much more effective. Of course, sometimes if they leave the tank out and you can get it away from the Marines, then the Phoenix pickups are amazing. Just hard to do that. Dude, look at this vision. He's got the surveillance mode observers. They have so much vision. It's actually crazy. They're really good at utilizing that. Phoenix looking for drops around the top side. Probe going down here. He's like, oh, I can't let you sneak away. That observer's going to pull away and he's going to siege it up again a little bit further back. Or at least not siege it up, but just leave it there. Second forge is on the way. There's 1 Colossus out. Second one is now building. Big bio army, man. It's a 5 barracks all in. It's a 2-base push, guys. Does Hero realize it's a 2-base push? Because it feels like this might be going the way of economy. He's building a 4th Nexus, but Hero's not probing. Hero seems to realize there is a very real threat in this game. His observer's going to go forward here. He sees no 3rd. His observers have gone forward. He senses it. He knows what's up. He knows what's up. No 3rd landed yet right now is crazy. And Hero will not probe. He's going to chrono his upgrades. He's going to try and hang on. The observer gets scanned down. Kua is on a mass bio army. If the Marines can avoid the Colossus beams, can they overwhelm the Zealots? 37 Marines against 19 Zealots. It's a close battle, but if he can fight before +1 armor, I actually think Kua might be able to kill him. Disruptors coming out as well. There's no real serious Viking count. Yes, there is. There's about to be 9 Vikings. Dude, this is an incredibly scary 2-base all-in. This is an incredibly scary 2-base all-in. Hero's Observer almost dies to splash damage. Doesn't quite die. Coming forward to meet this in the middle of the map. If you can bait Stims out before the fight happens, that would be great. There come the SCVs, though. They're separated from the army. We'll see if Kua can bring these boys with the push. Wants to use those to block the Zealots. You don't want them to charge in front. You want them to kind of engage as your bio stutter steps backwards, because otherwise the Colossus will rinse them. Here we go. Big all-in for Kua. It's a 2-base push. 9.5 minutes. That disruptor shot scares him back, clips 2 of the Marauders and takes care of them. The Colossus going down. The SCVs are mostly being cleared, but the bio army largely untouched here as the bio crushes through this 4th base. The Stalker's no longer putting up much of resistance. The Colossus roasts a lot of Marines there. It does take out quite a few. 13 kills on that Colossus. There are a few more Vikings rallying in. If Hero could pick those off before the next fight happens, that would be excellent. Disruptors are buying time. It's exactly what he needs. Disruptor takes out 2 Widow Mines there. Really good micro for Hero. He's doing a great job of buying time, and it feels like Kua just doesn't quite have enough momentum. He's got to finish this game, and he's got to do it soon. He's trying to dodge the Disruptors. The tank goes down. The Colossus will fall without really getting any more hits on those Marines. And here comes the next Disruptor shot. Kua's dodge, not amazing, but only 1 Marauder and 2 Marines going down. That Bio Ball is heavily damaged, and the Zealots have to try and escape. He's got to try and win this by baiting Stims. 1 more Colossus is about to come out, but remember the Robo is the most vulnerable structure in this matchup. And it gets depowered with the Colossus not quite finished. He cancels the Colossus from the queue. Hero realizing that one's never going to come out, gets the refund, trying to make more Zealots. The Bio Army is so overstimmed right now. And that might be the way Kua throws this game, is stimming too much, too early, and Hero's going to try and surround him. He's going to have to stim 1 more time. The entire army is basically suffering just massive, massive withdrawals from those stims. They are not looking healthy. They're sweating. They're vomiting. But they are clicking, or not clicking, but I guess pulling those triggers incredibly quickly. And it looks like Kua is going to be able to overwhelm that army, but still incredibly vulnerable with this position. It's just the army supply. I think at this point now, Hero's income squished. Should be enough to push through. What an impressive 2-base all-in, man. It's so delayed, but he did a good job of exerting threat on the map and not really letting Hero know exactly what was happening. I do think Hero's biggest mistake was not counterattacking with Zealots. I think if he sent the Zealots across, he could have intercepted the SCV pool, hit the production, and played more of a game of cat and mouse, especially with the disruptors. Hero tried to overwhelm him, and as we saw, it's the overstimming and the lack of being able to force fights that's Q's weakness. So if you're picking off his reinforcement with a big Zealot counterattack, then looping those units in to maybe surround the army after baiting a few stims, I think it's a very different story. So I think Hero here... Ooh, the army's completely in the red. Hold on. Q a little bit awkward on his pickup micro. Only loads up 2, not all 3 of the medevacs. Does lose that whole army. But he's still dropping mules, and he's got a reinforcing force. And what is there? Like a few sentries, stalkers, and zealots. These guys do need to desperately heal up. The medevacs are completely dry on juice. Stalker, sentry, zealot. Trying to micro around here. He's going to look for the force field split on this. He tries to bait him down the ramp, but Kua does not take the bait. Kua sieges the libs, and notice Kua's not stimming this time. Because he keeps thinking Hero's going to run away. So this time, Hero stands his ground and fights. Forces Kua to stim. But I like that patience. Kua realizes that Hero's just trying to bait stims a lot, and he stops being too trigger happy there. He's going to pull back now. He's got to get out of here. Tries to load up a drop to go across the map, but now he's getting dropped on by the Zealots. A bunch of Marines and Marauders do get picked off. Beautiful micro here for Hero. Hero's making a lot happen with very little. Kua's going to send a drop around the north. If he can get in on this mineral line, he knows that Hero's economy is beyond fragile right now, and a 2-base Terran dropping mules is just so far ahead on minerals and gas. Just got to make sure he doesn't mess up the engagement. Hero's making sentries because he's got a lot of gas, very little minerals. Because maybe some force fields and guardian shields can make the difference. Chat says Hero needs to rebuild a Nexus. I think Hero is so far down the dumps. Building a Nexus is not a great call. Not building a Nexus is not a great call. Question is, when you're in a position where it looks like you have a 0.3% win percentage chance, what's the best path? What has the most upside? Maybe it was drop a Dark Shrine. GG, well played. Kua ties up the series 2-2. There's a 5 barracks, 2-base all in. And did he have 2? He had 2 starports as well, guys. How often do you see a 2 starport all in on 2-base? Almost never, right? 5 barracks and 2 starports on 2-base. Obviously, you can't produce all of that at once, but with mules, I guess you just need to get enough Vikings to deal with what you're up against, and then you're fine. Terran players are very aggressive in this meta, at least in the pro scene. No? I don't know why the no question mark annoys me. I think it's very common. A lot of people say this. Most of the European pros say this all the time as well. When they ask a question, they're always like, no? I don't know why I get annoyed by it. It's a weird idiosyncrasy of mine. Yeah, Terran's the aggressive race, Smoko. They're like the timing attack race. Yeah. They've got very good defensive endgame, but I think a lot of noobs get confused. They think endgame and late game are the same things. So I think a lot of people think Terran, like, early late game is already broken. Terran is broken in super endgame when they have like 15 command centers and a bunch of other things going on. You know what I mean? Right? So like once they have mass orbital, all the upgrades, like you know, like mass battlecruiser is actually an insanely good transition in endgame in pretty much every matchup. Maybe not against Terran because of interference matrix with Ravens, but like even then, like if you think theoretically that like having like 15 battle cruisers is probably optimal in your maxed army, as long as you're good enough at like using ghosts to EMP Ravens that get close to them, you know, so they can't interference matrix them all. You know, and then you pick things off with your MARU, and you're like, technically you should have like a stack of battle cruisers, constant scans to never get surprised, and you're kind of like moving ghosts around and like EMPing things that get close. Like that's kind of like the thing, but getting there is like so mythical. Like you gotta get 3 upgrades for your air, you need 15 command centers, like there's just so many things you need. So I think for a lot of people, when they talk about it, they're kind of like, oh yeah, like it's just broken because of this or whatever, but realistically it's actually very hard to get there. And Terran has a lot of really good timing attacks. They've got really powerful, because they're a glass cannon, right? Lots of low hit points, high damage units. So if they can force a fight when their upgrades just kick in, they can just gun down all the enemy's units without the enemy getting a chance to shoot back. So often Terran tries to push with a bunch of upgrades finishing, or their army hitting this natural strong point, and they try to force a fight right then and there. Because the problem that happens is Terran is also less flexible than the other races with the way the add-ons work. It's harder for you to swap between different styles. It takes a bit longer to get your production set up, and you're much more rigid in what that production does, right? So a reacted barracks does one thing. It builds Marines. It cannot do anything else. A factoried factory, it can only build Hellbats or Widow Mines, which usually serve the same sort of theoretical function in an army. In terms of mineral heavy support for your army, whether it be mech or bio, it's very hard for you to like pivot. Whereas like a Protoss player, gateways can just be Zealot Stalker, but you add a Templar Archives and Storm, and that's also all of your production for splash damage as well, right? For Zerg, it's like, well, yes, you're just building Lings, but now I have a Baneliness, I can add Banes, or now I have an Infestation or a Hydra Den, and now I can have Hydras and Infestors. So there's like exactly. I knew someone was going to say that. How you doing, Brainless? So there's kind of this like interesting thing where because of the lack of flexibility, you can't just like be like, ooh, you saw my thing, now I'm going to pivot in this other way as easily with Terran as you can with Protoss and Zerg. So Terran usually just tries to like hit the sharpest attack, and that's what kind of forces the game to go in a way which they can somewhat control. Sorry guys, we're just refreshing the cache of all this. I can see you guys chat. It's just, can you guys type again? Just say hello. It should show up now. Yeah, it shows up now. There we go. Yeah, sorry. These weren't showing. The chat wasn't showing. I just had to go through and refresh the cache on every single one of those. Pigs in Australian, do you think you should naturally be a Terran? Because we're redneck convicts? I don't know, man. I've watched the StarCraft 1 cinematics. I think it's slightly more based off of the Wild West of America, yes? The question is, who are the Zerg and who are the Protoss in this scenario, in this rather fraught historical analogy? Like, when the Terrans holding out at the Alamo against the Mexicans, are the Mexicans Zerg or Protoss? Like, you know, I'm like, we're gonna get in deep waters pretty quickly. And who was there before the Terrans came? Both? So I guess all natives to the American continent are Zerg and Protoss, or are they the Xel'Naga? This is very confusing. The UED is obviously like King George or whatever, right? Who came over with like the Revolutionary War, yeah? That's the UED, yeah? India is Zerg because there are so many of them. In an analogy about the American continent, we're talking about Indians? I mean, I guess we're going with the classic Columbus confusion. Was it? Okay. I guess it's related. America has to be Terran. We love our guys and drugs. Indeed. Fentanyl for life, man. Let's go. Did anyone watch the other day, guys? I watched on YouTube. The algorithm delivered to me ranking every drug based on how much they will ruin your life, I think is what the title of the video was. And it's just a guy just like talking to the webcam about how all the different drugs and rating them by how much they've ruined his life. It was quite eye-opening. Fentanyl was number one, but that's the worst. He did it bottom to top. Mushrooms are the lowest, unsurprisingly, to me at least. Yeah. My cancer doctor approves of cannabis usage? Yeah, no, I mean, it cures it. Yeah, when you say cancer doctor, you mean like a podcast you listen to, right, Tyrannon? No, I'm kidding. It's great for pain management and also and some other things as well, right, Tyrannodon? It's good. Was S tier most or least destructive? Well, it wasn't a tier list. It was just ranked. It was like 23 to 1 based on all the drugs you'd done. Number 1 was the one that destroys your life the most. Fentanyl was the most life destroying. He said heroin was number 2 because it leads to fentanyl. Because you can't get heroin anymore, apparently. He's like, you can't get it anymore. You just get fentanyl instead, and it's even worse. Yeah. He's an actual oncologist. Yeah, you know, pain management, absolutely, Tyrannodon. Yeah. No, it's very common. Yeah. There's quite a few therapeutic uses for all sorts of THC products, but especially just smoking the ganj. Big, how come I've never seen you do a mid-game 30 Reaper surprise run by into the opponent's mineral line? Okay, so there's this thing called playing against people of your own skill level on the ladder that we do, Jules. There's 2 systems that I follow when I ladder. Playing at my main MMR, number 1. Number 2, not playing with my food. Very hard to do that in a game where you haven't already won the game. Yeah. You just administered fentanyl to a patient about 5 minutes ago, Techie? Oh, yeah. Are you, do you work for the lizard people, Techie? Are you one of these people who goes into these homeless addict camps and gives them drugs because you want America to fail? I'm kidding. I'll stop. Anyways, I'll stop trolling, guys. Didn't realize you were a doctor / nurse / medical person, Techie, but good on you, mate. Yeah, I appreciate you all. All right, guys, don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a minute. Pig, you were the first soccer content creator I watched after finding this game a few months ago. Oh, how you doing, Elvis? Thank you, mate. Game just feels so intimidating. Watching is easier than playing. Oh, thanks, mate. Have you played much, Elvis? Watching, a lot of people do mostly watch and not play as much. I do wish there was a bit more team game and casual scene, like in Age of Empires, because Age of Empires is similar. 1v1 on RTS can be rather intense. Very, like, I always describe 1v1 RTS as like this mixture of periods of learning and struggle, and it is a little stressful and it's very difficult, and you're really trying to like push through. You're trying to like keep learning and push through resistance and build muscle memory, but also keep and like repeat things until it becomes muscle memory, but also trying to like learn new things and like try and in between games expand your context and understanding at the same time so you make better decisions. The problem that ends up happening is people often don't push through that stage, and then because in between stages of that, you also have stages of, you know, the meta, you know your build, there's a lot of muscle memory that you just know how to do, and you're kind of like able to just play and react to things, and it flows and it feels really nice and satisfying. And then either the meta shifts, so you want to learn a new style, you want to expand your skills, and then you have to go through another one of those difficult periods of like kind of like learning all these new things and struggling. So there's kind of this there's always like a push and pull between the two, you know. And some people get so afraid of the tough period, they try to just do the same thing over and over again for years, and usually those players end up very, very grumpy. It's really important, if you do decide to play a lot of like 1v1 RTS, to constantly be like learning and trying new things periodically, because if you get too afraid of going through those hard periods, you actually end up like creatively stuck and doing the same thing. And those players are the biggest balance whiners. They constantly complain. They always complain that you have to do X or Y in every matchup, and they never shut the hell up. And every time you talk to them, they're just like, they feel like there is only one thing they can do in the game, and it's very frustrating for them. But they don't realize it's like, it's a trap of their own making. It's because they're afraid to learn new things. So yeah, don't fall into that trap. If you do get onto the 1v1 ladder, periods of rhythm and flow and doing your thing, and then periods of difficulty is what keeps it fun and fresh. Played the campaign, only about 20 games of Zerg, trying the Zerg Bane stuff. Nice. Yeah, if you do play more, definitely join my Discord, Elvis. One of the best things you can do is actually get people to give feedback on your replays. The live coaching threads or the replay analysis threads in there are just like god tier, because you will have experienced players go through and just point out like 50 things you can improve on. And the great thing about RTS is there's always 50 different things you can choose on to get better. You don't have to just do one. You know, that you always have a choice in terms of what you can improve. The great thing about RTS is realizing you kind of suck at everything. Just pick a thing and get better at that, whatever you're motivated to get better at on any given day. I always compared RTS to learning the instrument. Lots of practice before it got fun, says Roster. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, there's a certain amount of coordination required before you actually play the thing. So yeah, you need to actually practice, and often you have to remember that sometimes things click while you're sleeping. So for me, a lot of my learning happens when I'm asleep. So what I mean by that is I can practice all day on an RTS or whatever game, and it's when I'm like sleeping and my brain is literally replaying those actions over and over again in my head at an accelerated rate. And I think they've done studies that show your brain will rehearse things that you've done during the day at like, it'll basically go through it. So if you're obsessed with something enough, I guarantee you Cyril is like injecting hatcheries and like optimizing timings while he sleeps. I can guarantee you that. Yeah, and then the next day suddenly it flows and you're like, oh, like this thing I just could not do yesterday after playing 50 games of, and it just felt like I was getting nowhere. And then the next day, suddenly you can actually do it, and you're like, huh. Sometimes muscle memory like clicks while you're sleeping. It's especially with muscle memory. I don't know why. This is just a thing that clicks while you're sleeping sometimes. For me especially, it does. I'm not sure if it's for everyone. Obviously, if you're an insomniac or something, you're probably fucked in that regard. But you know, for those of us who sleep a good 6 hours super solid every night, I usually get like 6 to 7 hours of very good sleep each night. So any more than that's tough, but yeah. Yeah, if you're over practicing and eventually start getting worse, stop, go to sleep. Yeah, you'll come back better after a little bit of a break. It's not always just about, like, there is a bit of grinding required, but some people push it too far and actually get diminishing returns. Semi-professional fighting games, combos suddenly were downloaded into my muscles. Yeah. Sleep is an important part of learning. A very important part. You got a 2-year-old, so you get a good 3 to 4 hours a day? Yeah, GG. Speaking of 2-year-olds, guys, guess what? Sister's coming with me nephew to stay for a few days today. What should I teach him? Recommendations in the chat. I think he might be old enough to learn a wet willy now, because I think he's like 2 and a bit, maybe 2 and 3 months. So I think I might be able to teach him wet willy. I'm not sure what else I can teach him, but I do like the idea of teaching him to just sneak up on like his mum and dad and just stick his lick his finger and stick it in their ear, because that just sounds really annoying, and that's kind of the goal as an uncle. We'll be back in a minute. You guys let me know what other tricks we can try to teach him, and I don't know what goosing is. Let me know what goosing is. Quick ad break, guys. We're going to be going into Game 5 on Winter Madness in just 3 minutes. This is also the place we were at in Bali, where, because it was like they gave the fish an infinity pool, so the fish would constantly be like, have you guys heard? Heaven is just beyond the edge. So the fish would like beach themselves up on that little edge bit, and then they would flip themselves down into this little gutter that had like a trickle of water in it, and they'd just be like, I'm fucking stuck. So this guy's job was to come along twice a day and just walk along, scooping the fish up and chucking them back in the pool. And we had this whole lore about how, like, when they got back, people would be like, what was it like in the other side, in the tropical paradise? And then they'd tell the other fish, oh, it was great, it was amazing, because they'd be too embarrassed to own up to the fact that it was shit. So it would propagate the cycle of the fish continuing to beach themselves and jump out into the gutter. I think she's just hoping they're stuck on ground versus ground, and when she sees these first carriers, her heart will sink. Her heart is absolutely going to sink, because you don't got stuff that shoot up. And when you don't got stuff that shoot up, the stuff that's flying, it shoot down. Your things not shoot up, they shoot down. That is conundrum. And if that StarCraft commentary there is not what you would call easy to understand, I don't know, guys. I've been working on my noob-friendly commentary. I hope you can let me know in the comments how you rate it. Good, bad, needs more work in progress. I don't know. I'm trying to work on it. What? And he's chasing me as well. Oh my god, what a mad dog. Oh my god. If I turn that air conditioning down, even 1 degree, you would know, because I'm just saying, you'd be able to hang coat hangers on these bad boys. I'm talking about those Joe Rogan nipples. I'd be talking about, you guys know what I'm talking about? Where it's like tiny little baby fingers sticking out of your chest. 2 little baby fingers poking their way out, and you're like, my god, did you surgically connect baby fingers to your chest? You're like, no, those are just my nipples. Those are just my goddamn nipples. And how dare you try and shame me for that? That have been beaten down in this match. The Marauder's going to go for the hatchery. No way. He's abducting Marauders to stop the hatchery from getting sniped. How often do you see that? The Marauders were going to target the hatchery from the choke point. Rainer, quick thinking, says no, 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 no.
Nice try, buddy.
Nice try, buddy. Pretty happy with the overall aesthetic. And just to celebrate the fact that these players are putting so much fun in here, let's chase Artosis animal, the Artosalope. Wee! Where you? Why are you nervous? Why? I just want to play. Why are you so afraid of Protoss players, Artosis? Why are you so afraid of Protoss players? Why are you so? Come on! I just want to play. I just want to play. I just want to. Watch it. Quarter speed.
You guys broke him.
Oh. You guys, yeah.
Okay. Alright, it's 5 minutes to...
This is what playing Protoss does to people, guys. Don't do Protoss, not even once. But this Reaper's already so late. He killed the Urubu! What the fuck, man? Peter! Peter! Piece of shit. You think you can just hurt animals? You think they don't matter? Zerg player being a little bit more ballsy. And we're back. How we doing, guys? Hey, Pig, you gonna cover Maestros? 100%. 100%. 100%, yeah. Reminder. Not being pushy. No problem if send another day. Yeah, I've just got to get the replays for the next stages. I do really want to cover all of it. Today, we're just going to be covering the first group stage. Well, some of the games from Group A. Some of the Rainer, the MARU Classic matches coming up after this match. You type ! bracket, you can see which ones we're covering. Oh, I'm not covering it live because it's at like midnight my time every day. I just figure, look, everyone's going to be casting it, every single StarCraft content creator. I could ruin my sleep schedule for a week for it, but especially not with the Age of Empires tournament and everything else going on. It just doesn't make sense for me to ruin my stream schedule to cast it live. That being said, if you guys do want to support it, don't forget to use their Opera GX link to install Opera. I'm not even up to casting their series yet, but I'm trying to spread that a little bit to say thanks to them for being awesome, sharing me the replays, and just being legends in general. They're really cool dudes.
Thanks for the Bezos box.
Hey, Pepperoni fan, thank you. Yukazu as well. Appreciate you guys. Thank you for the subs. All right, guys, we got Kira in the bottom right side of the map, Hero in the top left. So rare you see one of those delayed 2-base all-ins work anymore, man. But Hero, yeah, it's so... his army looked pretty good. But it's hard to take down such a big ball of bio, you know? You built a 4th Nexus, you built 20 more workers, and it's just, especially the SCVs, and just there's this critical mass of Marine Marauder where the Zealots fall off. And there's just enough Vikings to deal with the Colossus. There's enough Marine Marauder to deal with the Zealots pretty well. And suddenly you're like, well, what am I fighting with? Like 1 Disruptor and a few Stalkers? And that's why cutting off the Reinforce and baiting stims and being very careful with when you commit to the engage is crucial, I think, for Hero. I do think pivoting Disruptors is a good idea, because anything that just kind of allows you to delay and buy time and kind of keep Cure back would be nice. Bit more of a conservative scout this time, but it is with a low ground gateway, so I imagine Hero goes Cybercore before Nexus and rallies in early Zealot and Adept across the map, most likely, with this build order. And there is going to be the SCV going back here. Cure did not scout. Double gas opening. Can be aggressive, but against the Cybercore first, not necessarily so much. I wonder why you went low ground gateway. That's so odd to me. I feel like that's just not something you normally see. He's also building this pylon here as if he wants to block this ledge, but on this map, isn't there a Reaper ledge here as well, guys? Or am I imagining things? Can you not jump up on this side? I feel like you can. It's really hard to see without vision there. I'm pretty sure you can jump there. Maybe there's a gap. Maybe you can't. Maybe it is only this ledge. Reaper's going to come forward. Stalker coming out there for Hero. And are we going to see a random Stargate Oracle again? I don't think so. Not with a core first. He just doesn't have the gas. Reaper comes in on the right side. Stalker says, please come in deeper so I can trap you here. Of course, Q is not born today. Born yesterday. He knows about that one. He's not going to go in there and throw his units away for no reason. Widowmine on the way. Reactor coming out next. And 2 Reapers will be moving out. No Hellion, hey. Just 2 Reapers and nothing else. Now, 2 Reapers with some grenades can probably beat the Stalker with the high ground advantage, because they'll get the first few hits off, you know? So already half your shields are gone. You do have to back away, especially now that buys time for the Widowmine to secure the front. Behind this, Twilight Council starts up. Not a very fast one. This doesn't start till almost 3 minutes, about 2:51. And the probing is also not that impressive. So this is a kind of slowed down economic build-up for both players. Those just tuning in live, this is the GSL finals from earlier this week. Cool to see these two make it here as well, man. Q has just been on such a tear, and I'm just so impressed with him. Semi-finals for both of these. I mean, for both of these players, the semis were incredibly clutch and dangerous. Some reversals and almost reversals here. And indeed, it looks like, yeah, you can't jump up on that left, I guess, from what I can see there. Oh, check it out, guys. When you drag a box, it actually shows up through the fog of war a bit clearer. Look at that. I didn't even realize that. Kind of removes the shadows. It's like you're shining a torch on it. Oh, I've never done this before. Oh, yeah, look at that. I want to see the plants a bit better. But that green filter from the box over it, and it actually reveals it. Get our little night vision here, yeah. Cyclone Marine drop on the right. Marines and Widowmines coming out the left. Viking tank. Whoa, 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 whoa. Cure. What is this, mate? He looks like he's getting highly aggressive. Now, Hero's played a very safe 2-basey build so far. He's building a 3rd gate and a robo. How does he know what's happening? He doesn't. He's just playing really safe. 3-gate blink robo. This is about as conservative as you get. Cyclone Marine coming in. 3-gate robo with a safety shield battery as well. Holy moly. Oh, Q doesn't take any damage. I wonder if he does the tank push from this side. Surely not. I think he just tries to get control of the choke point and bully from there. The tank's coming forward, as is the Viking. He'll be landing the Vikings and using them kind of like marauders. He's trying to set up an ambush. He's hoping Hero stumbles into him. Hero is playing so blind, and he starts a 3rd Nexus. Uh-oh. Hero might be in trouble, guys. He's building a warp prism. He's making a 3rd Nexus. He's not warping in units constantly. He does have 7 Stalkers, though, which is a good count. And there we go, 2 more. So he's actually warping in pretty consistently. And finally, Hero's first scouting in several minutes. He sees an army waiting outside of his base. Q does not know he's being spotted. And he's going to move forward anyway, but now, look at this. Hero intercepts. Oh! If he catches the medevac, that would be game-changing, but he doesn't. The medevac spots it. And nice pickup on the siege tank to avoid any extra damage. Kua right now pushing incredibly hard through the middle of this map. These Stalkers are still behind there. Remember, he made the mistake of not intercepting the reinforce in that last game. He's not going to make that mistake again. The Reaper Medevac Marine tank rotating left, looking to get this third base. 4 Stalkers behind, though. Hero's micro on 2 sides has to be exceptional. These 2 siege tanks are everything. One of the tanks does take damage there. He doesn't want to siege at the moment he sieges. That's when it's a sitting duck. You cannot pick up a siege tank, and that costs him. But look at that blink. Dodges the Widowmine on this side. 2 Stalkers go down on the right. But the tank is not in the danger area yet. He's got to get rid of the barrier on that Immortal. The barrier is gone. The Stalkers blink forward. The tank goes down. And that's going to be an excellent hold here for Hero using the blink mobility advantage. And you know what? These Marines can't do anything. Not once the blink is there. These Stalkers will pick every single unit off. And the tail end of that trade is always what's so devastating for the Terran player. 500 resource lost advantage to Protoss. Third base is up and mining. And of course, Terran has not started Stim. This looks like Game 5 is massively favored for Hero. He played blind, but he also played very safe. Constantly warping in Stalkers, building safety shield batteries, gets the Immortal the moment he realizes what's happening. I think just overall very good play by him. He cancelled his Warp Prism, didn't he? Yeah, I think when the Observer saw the army, he cancelled the Prism and started that Immortal. And look at this. Kua thinks he's covered his base. No, you haven't. Stalkers can blink up on that right side. And he's going to pick off Stim. Oh, that's huge. He's going to take out Stim. Could kill a bunch of the SCVs as well. Look at that. Getting a few SCVs and that. The Viking's an easy target also. Should probably get back to the ledge to get out unless you're planning to just use Recall here. Which it looks like he is planning to use Recall. It's not quite clumped enough right now. He's going to try and grab a tank. Well, I don't know why Hero stayed quite so long. Could have grabbed the SCVs and saved every single Stalker really easily, but Hero and getting overly aggressive, name a more iconic duo. Charges on the way, +1 as well. Robo Bay also. You've got 3 bases up. It's still a massive success for the Protoss, even if he does trade 5 Stalkers for it. When you're this far ahead, trades like that are very good. It just takes the steam out of Kua. Not that he had much steam to begin with. 5 barracks, sorry, I should say, into 3rd command center, but 2 barracks delayed all in is not going to hit like it did in the last game, is it? So he's had to build the 3rd command center. He's only got a sprinkling of bio. Look, he's got 5 barracks. He can't afford to build Marine Marauder right now, guys. He's building a turret right now, trying to queue up some Marines. He might just get A-moved. With the drop coming into the main base, I mean, he very well could be getting A-moved here. Combat Shields is going to get taken out on that one. Luckily for Kua, it's not the Stim that gets targeted. It's still very painful. Zealot's run in the front as well. He actually could overwhelm this army with this force. Zealot warping in the back. Manages to complete before the Vikings can get on top of it. Brilliant. Warp Prism harassment. And these tanks are just way too exposed. That's an easy A move there. You can see tanks don't do much damage to Zealots. And the Immortals will finish these tanks off very quickly. Siege tanks going down. Drops pick up to the high ground. The Marines in the main trying to defend. Stim is about to finally finish. But of course, Hero is on 4 base, 66 workers, and he's got this one in the bag. He does need 4 games to win the series, though. But defending that push so successfully, and it felt like Kua's push just, it really relied on Hero stumbling forward, losing a few Stalkers, and then you spring into action, and Hero just did not go into that ambush at all. Despite having no scouting, he just did not check out front of his base, and I think Kua's got to be frustrated thinking, come on, man, you always are meant to be out front your base with Stalkers. I was meant to get 2 or 3 Stalker kills before the fight even started, and it just never happened. And he had to pull the trigger. He said, well, I'm pulling it late, but better than never. Turns out maybe he would have been better off turning around and going home with how that fight went for Hero. I remember this game. Hero Marine was watching this game on his stream. He said even he could win this game from this position as the Protoss. Yes. Yeah, it's pretty tough for Kua, man. He's got +1 armor on the way, but there's already 2-1 and a Dark Shrine. And he's going to 11 gateways. I mean, the hero is so rich, man. He's going to get the rich gas up as well. He probably should be building some gateways down in the corners of the map, just as forward warp-in points, but you're completely stuck turtling as Kua. I think if I was in Kua's shoes, I would not stop building tanks, and I would aim to build all the rest of my barracks, upgrade structures, everything, basically walling off like here. and here. So I can kind of position my tanks in the middle a little bit, or maybe like here and here, and try to create a little wedge of siege tanks. And try to always have at least like one Viking on each side for the Warp Prism. And then basically just set up like an impregnable 3-base position. And then I would try to float a 4th out and like walk down there with tanks covering it. Probably on the right side, actually, I think, rather than the left. This left base is too open. But the whole point is I'm worried about the Zealots getting on top of the tanks. They get on top of the tanks, everything else will fall apart. The tank's the only thing that really outranges the Colossus right now. The Viking goes down. Speed Prism immediately says, you know what? Where there's an opening, where there's a will, there's a way. And oh my, losing that Viking is a tragedy. The main army catches the Viking that's meant to defend against exactly this maneuver. Tanks are firing on those Zealots on the front. He's going to try and do a warp in there as well. The Bio might actually welcome that maneuver, but of course, here comes the attack on the front. The Stalkers blink forward. 2 Libs go down instantly. A Siege tank gets sniped as well. He has to pull back with the main army. And of course, at home, that Prism will finally be going down to the Liberator as long as Kua sends it back. Kua! I get you taking damage, mate. I get you're in a hard spot, but do not let him warp in again. You know Hero cannot resist. You know he's going to do it. I mean, okay, one Marine will finally finish him off. Back on the front, Hero poking forward one more time. Can he clear the tanks and the Libs? Those are the artillery that's holding this position, and does throw a lot of Stalkers into that meat grinder. Remember, never underestimate Hero's willingness to cram his units into a choke point into very intense Siege Tank Liberator splash damage. As long as you keep pumping tanks and Libs and you just try to survive here, there is always a chance, but no turret on this right side also kind of hurts. I feel like having a turret on each side will make it a little bit easier long term. You need to have turrets available at all moments. Otherwise, DTs could get in also. How is Protoss going to win this? Well, I mean, it's Hero, so it shouldn't really be difficult, but he might screw around and throw a few armies away on his path to winning. I mean, if Kua comes back from this, like, this is a position where even MARU would be really struggling to come back, but I'd say, oh, it's MARU, you gotta hurry. Is Kua able to channel his inner MARU? I really feel a few buildings here and over here, and then you can get some tanks a bit further forward. And that's where it's really, really tough for Hero to get through. Of course, he scans. I think he's worried about Sky Toss. He's worried about Tempest, because if Tempest come out, he's just checkmate. Like, if your opponent's turtling like this and building siege tanks, as Protoss, the two best siege units are Disruptors and Tempests in terms of their effective range. Tempest can just pick at everything from afar, force him to build a lot of Vikings, force him to, like, stim out to try and hit the Tempests, which means he's fighting away from his tanks, so Colossus will roast him. But Hero's trying to kind of just go for a YOLO blink DTs in the natural, which actually I'd love him to move an Observer forward. Blink up this cliff would be amazing. That would be so good. And then his main army can hit the right. Q is very wise to very slowly expand forwards. You know, taking a 4th too early could get you killed. But like I said, you don't protect these tanks and Zealots get on them, they die. So you either need to wall off this side or always leave a lot of Marines and Marauders nearby guarding them. Observer goes down. Hero's going to take all the bases. +3 armor, +1 plasma shields. He's going to make Observer speed as well. Ooh, good shots from the tanks. Hero's going to go for a Zealot drop into the natural. Hero has some of the best and worst ways of breaking defensive positions. I'm always shocked by how much time he wastes in these scenarios, just massing Zealots. But every time I doubt him, historically, he then wins the game within 30 seconds. So I feel like I should just basically say something really disparaging about how he's just sitting here doing nothing right now, while his massive advantage slowly slips away. But here we go! Colossus comes forward. Great positioning. Biotank Lib shuts that down. 4,000 resources. Oh, 3,500 in the units lost, but the DTs blink in. They do get EMP'd, as you can see. So they are revealed for, I think, like 5-10 seconds after getting EMP'd. Has to scan, cleans those ones up. DT's in the main, though, doing good damage. Anytime you stretch out Kua's multitaskings like this, it's really going to be quite nice. Kua can't afford even trades. He needs good trades. Command Center is going to get clicked on. Beautiful move. He knows the Command Center is the most vulnerable part, and Kua needed to be in front of that base. Hero Yes, he throws away a lot of units, but that command center is so hard for Kua to replace. He just punishes him being ever so slightly out of position. 2 more Warp Prisms, 16 more Zealots are on the way. Disruptors technically can outrange siege tanks, but on this map it's nearly impossible because the tanks are kind of guarded by the terrain. You need to be shooting at it in a straight line for that to work. Stalkers come forward, multiple libs getting focused down, and the bio is just a bit too far back, not guarding his units. You need to have your Marine Marauder a little bit further forward so that you can kite backwards and still gun down a lot of the Stalkers when they blink forward. Very nice play there by Hero. No lib range just yet, of course, and 3-2-1 upgrades for Protoss. Soon to be 3-3-1 against just the 2-2 of Terran. He's going to try and float a 5th out. That's a... Ooh, he's going to take that side. This side's not guarded. I think Q is just leaving too many openings. I think yeah, this right side is now wide open. Hold on, Hero's going to get jumped on. Oh, here we go. Okay, I was going to say, I said Hero's going to get jumped on. I meant Q is going to get jumped on. Hero's looking for that engagement. Remember, he has mass gateway reproduction capabilities. He very easily reproduce, but look at this double prism drop going in. He's going to drop Zealots on that base, Zealots and DTs into the main base as well. And this is so hard for Kua to deal with. He's not shut down the potential for these future prisms. He's got to send a huge army of bio, and if this command center goes down, that would be huge. Oh no, Kua too slow to react. Another command center snipe. Yeah, this is exactly what you want to do as Hero. You got to snipe these command centers whenever you can. Kua runs away from the main, back to the front. But look, there's DTs in the natural. More DTs warping in the main. And Kua is just getting played with. I don't think he has the multitasking to keep up with Hero in this sort of game where you really have no room for mistakes. You need to have such perfect play. And Kua, of course, is struggling because he's so paranoid about losing the main army fight where he needs a lot of attention. He can't do that and deal with the main base at the same time. Hero gets so many valuable pickoffs. The DTs are picking off his starport in the main. Finally, the prisms go down there, but of course, he can just replace those. Starport is burning right now. He's going to try and repair it up, but he's down to just 21 workers. And Hero, I think, is just so confident in his ability to outpace and outposition Kua. Kua, he really was like, please engage in one area at once so I can micro this perfectly. And Hero wisely just distracted with the main army, got prisms in, and then whenever Kua would split his army to deal with the prisms, that's when Hero would jump back in on the front. Colossus army pulling back. 69 workers have died this game for Terran. 0 probes have gone down. Of course, a lot of Zealots have died. 119. 42 Stalkers. 5 Warp Prisms is quite a funny number. Of course, he's building 2 more. It's a bad day to be an SCV, says Twitch chat. You're not wrong, guys. You're not wrong. Is that 5 Colossus? Oh, my lord. And he's got nothing to deal with it. He's only got 1 tank, 1 Viking. These 5 Colossus are GG. He can A-move this army now. I mean, obviously, the supply count is already massive. Hero's slightly ahead in army supply, massively ahead in workers. If he just fights right now, there is no answer to the Colossus. And their damage will stack. 9 range, splash damage, really good against the clumped bio. At the Colossus, trying to find the angle. Got to be careful of the libs, though. Ooh, takes a big tank shot as well. Another big tank shot. One of these Colossus is going down. The lib's going to siege a little further forward. Hero being maybe a little pedantic. 2 prisms get in the main. This time, finally, Kua taking a leaf out of Clem's book. Does have a pack of Marines waiting for it. Of course, Clem is famous for always leaving 8 Marines in a medevac in his main base, waiting for Max Packs Warp Prisms. At this point, he's not rebuilding workers, guys, and it's a good call. Kua knows the only path to victory in this game is going to be one amazing engagement into shove onto the production and win the game. He just needs to keep maxing out, get a hyper massive army, rely on the fact that Hero has way too many workers, no Psystorm, no disruptors. If you can get enough Vikings or something like that to kill the Colossus, and the problem is right now he has very few Vikings, but if you could EMP this army, blitz the Colossus down, and then have a way bigger army supply bio army will chew through the gateway units so easily once the Colossus are gone, and then you just have to push onto his production. There is actually a very real win condition here for Kua. Hero cannot let that happen. Hero needs to fight on this side of the map. He's got 23 gateways so he can reproduce very quickly. If he goes for a few more Robos or a Templar Archives, Storm or Disruptors would be very good for stopping a counterattack. Hero, even though he's very rich, is not really focused on that. He's focusing on how he can kill Cure. Might not be thinking about the fact that Cure actually has a gigantic army. Stalkers blink forward. They do take out 2 Libs. A lot of Stalkers go down, and there's not a lot of gas in the bank. But here we go. Bio's going to try and press. The Colossus stutter step is pretty nice so far. Getting good damage on this Bio army. The Marines up front getting roasted, man. The Colossus will all go down. Finally, the Marines rotate to the back of that army, but I think this was efficient enough for Hero. I mean, look how big his reinforce is. The Colossus only now, finally, are about to fall. And Cure, he may have double the army supply, but let's see you keep that up against 23 Gateway, double Robo production. The lack of gas is worrying for Hero. The fact that with so much map control, he didn't fix his gas count after having complete map dominance for 15 minutes just shows that Hero's macro can be a little sloppy. On the other hand, if you have 23 gates, you can make unlimited zealots here, and unlimited zealots will eventually clean this army up with a few Colossus and Stalkers mixed in. So even with only this little bit of gas trickle that he's got coming in, it should be enough, especially if he just gives up a base and counterattacks. Doesn't even have to lose the base. He's just going to counterattack and say, hey, good luck dealing with this. What are you going to stim home? Stim forward at the same time? Well, that base does go down. Orbital on the right side is going to get hammered. Zealot Stalker tries to push in. Zealot Stalker goes into the main base, trying to make this as messy as possible, his Hero. He realizes messy trades on the Terran side of the map are where it's at. If he can force you to fight on this side of the map, he's fine with it. Look at that. The Stalkers are going to recall because they're the very valuable gas-heavy units. These Zealots are still trading for Marauders and Marines in the main base. These guys come forward, pick off even more. It's 5 workers. And Cure, he might have a similar army supply, but he can't even leave his corner of the map. And Hero very correctly realizes as long as he trades on Cure's side of the map, not near his own production, he'll have plenty of time to remax. And he does just that. Hero gets ahead 3-2 after shutting down an early tank push. Could he even kill the bases in time for the rebuild? Well, you don't have to kill the bases. You have to go for the production. Almost all the gateways, the robos, Templar Archives, that sort of stuff are all in the main and the natural. So if you can get on those. If somehow you could fight the initial fight on Hero's side of the map as well, if you manage to like push Hero back to his side of the map, you might be surprised like how well you can actually just get on the production instantly and win the game. But from the position he was in, it was always going to rely on Hero making a pretty big mistake. Hey, what's up? Welcome. Old EG shirt? Nice. Dude, I wish I could fit all my... I've got like a Jin Air Green Wings hoodie here. I think my KT Rolster shirt got holes in it and kind of started dying after I wore it a lot. Silver at best. Watching your Bronze to GM videos while playing, don't mind me. How you doing, Ian Limas? No worries, dude. No. No, questions are good. What do you mean, don't mind you? Good questions. The more noob questions, the better. There's no such thing as a stupid question, only stupid people. Stupid people are people who are too afraid to look stupid, so they never ask stupid questions, and therefore they stay ignorant. I haven't said that in a while, but we do like to remind people in our channel all the time that, yeah, stupid is being afraid of looking stupid, you know? Smart is not being afraid to look stupid. The smartest people I've ever encountered ask a lot of stupid questions. They are not afraid of their own ignorance. They embrace their own ignorance. And then they stop being ignorant really friggin' quickly. It's like some sort of secret hack or something. Stronghold 4? When's that coming out, freak? I never played the original Strongholds, but I've heard people like gush about them. So I think yeah, you let me, like, I definitely will check it out just because so many people are been going on about it and have told me, oh yeah, Stronghold, grew up with Stronghold, it was so good. The German Sesame Street intro literally says, if you don't ask, you stay dumb. Germans are great. Excuse me. Oof. All right, guys, Hero in the bottom left side of the map. Cure in the top right. Cure's journey could be over here. Is Hero going to deny him yet another GSL trophy? Not quite sure. I believe Cure did win a GSL. And I'm trying to remember, guys, was it 2022? Which year? Anyone in the comments, let me know. Which year did Cure win his GSL trophy finally? And who did he play in the finals? I actually cannot remember it. Oh, it's like, it's in my... I feel like it was like against like a Zest or someone. Did he beat Zest in the finals? So I'm pretty sure Cure won a GSL one time, didn't he?
My man.
I know he lost to Hero. Was that... I don't think that was his first finals, was it? Oh, has he not won one? Oh, I don't know why. I thought he had. Maybe he just like knocked MARU out of a season previously, and I was like, he's done it. He beat MARU. Twitch chat's only bothered to Google AI. They're not willing to bring up the Wikipedia results page. Best way to check someone's results like that is if you go to Wikipedia, there's a results tab. If anyone wants to look that up, let me know. I don't trust the AI either. Ooh, okay. Oh, I love this progress, man. He's so annoying. Your barracks is in the wrong spot. Lol, 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 lol. Cybercore first, so he's going to block the Reaper ledge there, guys, with the Cybercore. Nexus goes down after it. A few more gateway units does delay your tech a little bit, but of course, it allows you to not be pushed off the map as easily by this double gas opening, so. He did win one, and it was against Zest, says Rorak. Yes, my memory is there. Nice. What year was that? Do you know, Rorak? Or are you just repeating what I said? 2021. Okay, cool. Hey, my memory was on point. Very nice. Big event for him. Zest was always quite funny as well in PvT, because Zest is so good. Zest is like kind of very relatable as a pro gamer in that he'd have these amazing... He'd play like the cleanest 8 minutes you've ever seen. And then he'd just like stare at 3 units while floating 2,500 minerals. And he'd do it pretty much every game. Where you'd be like, damn, dude, you're one of the best players in the world. But like, he'd just have these moments where it's like he'd just kind of fall asleep at the helm for like 30, 40 seconds. And then he'd correct it. And he'd still go win the game a lot of the time. But there was just these like these moments where... And I think it's because he was never a good adaptive player. Like, Zest was never really a good adaptive player. He was always a guy who just had the best builds. And that's what's cool about StarCraft, is you don't have to be a hero who can adapt to any situation on the fly. You could be a guy who just comes up with and memorizes the best builds and sets the meta the way Zest did and still become a champion many times. Steps coming forward there. It does take good damage on both sides. I mean, you lose damage. Obviously, the Terran can repair, but that already takes the teeth out of this pressure. Hero's able to maintain map control against the double gas opening. Even though his Adept has to pay some hit points for it, I think that's totally worth it. He goes for Blink behind it. He's making another Adept. 3 Adepts and a Stalker. And then starts the second gateway. Interesting. Okay. Pretty big commit there. Pylon here. He's also got a Pylon blocking the Reaper ledge on the side. Does not like those Reapers being able to sneak in his base, does he? I think I might have entered my Tastosis arc of commentary, guys. I'm talking about Zest rather than the 2 guys who are in potentially the final game of the GSL Grand Finals. I'm just like, you guys remember that Zest guy? He was cool. What Nintendo games you guys been playing lately? I love Super Mario. Alright, Depth's coming forward. The Marine's gonna go down. Oh, dude, he doesn't really have anything to stabilize against this. These Adepts can just fight. Oh my gosh, the drop is on the wrong side of the map. The Widowmine's just left. The random delayed 3 Adept pressure. That I was like, who builds a 3rd Adept this late? Hero says, hold my beer, pig. I build a random 3rd Adept this late, and this is why. And the SCVs that were damaged by the probe in the early game, it always comes in later on, doesn't it? This is just such a classic Hero thing. The SCVs that he damaged earlier with the probe harass now start getting caught there. Uh-oh, Dep's gonna shade down to the natural. He's trying to get out of there. Widowmine dropping the main. Only 2 probes. Hero shuts down the Widowmine drop with only 2 probe losses. And he gets 4 SCVs. Mining time on the other side. Oh, man. What a stellar start there for the Protoss. Second barracks is only just started. Cure in disarray at home. And Hero, he's got an observer out. He's got Blink Stalkers for map control. He's going to take a 3rd base soon. Oh, what a great spot to be in for the Protoss player. You might think, oh, he's supply block. Doesn't really matter. You probably want to build a third Nexus next anyway, before you even build any probes, so it's not bad at all. We have Mario emotes popping onto the screen. Very nice. I didn't even know you could do that. Speaking of Mario. Ooh, no shield battery. Do we have weapons available? We do. Reapers should be able to grab 2 probes, maybe 3, if they're lucky. Oh, the probe hides in the gas. The only 1 probe for 2 Reapers, not what Q is looking for, man. And these Stalkers, dude, if they can kill that tank, that's a real problem. They can absolutely YOLO that tank. Oh, no. Hero, he sees it. He sees it opening. And he's going to take out the tank. He's only going to lose 1 Stalker for it. And now what have you got to defend? Sorry, guys, accidentally muting the sound there. Second tank's rallying out. The first tank had to rotate here from the natural into position. The Marines and SCVs trying to defend. He's going to blink forward. Hero says, go hard or go home. And he goes on top, takes out all of the tanks. You are kidding me. He's killed all 3 siege tanks. Now he's on the natural, picking off the Marines and the SCVs. 10 SCVs have gone down. Hero, the absolute mad lad. He has taken 5 probe losses, 6 from auto turrets on the other side. It's not for free. He is losing Stalkers and probes behind it, but 18 worker kills. He blinks forward. Was that a misclick, or is he trying to just insult Cure? Who the hell blinks their red hit point Stalkers forwards there? And look at this, he doesn't even leave the Stalkers to defend. He warped in Stalkers to defend the auto turret, and he immediately F2'd them to the front. Is that not the most hilarious thing? He warped in 3 Stalkers back here, didn't even clean up the auto turret, just waited for it to expire while F2'ing them to the front. Hero going full chaos mode. It's not about playing perfect, it's about taking the opportunity when you see that win con, and those 3 Adepts already open Cure up, doing so much damage and distraction, and the Stalkers just dive. And Hero, it's almost like Cure goes out with a whimper rather than a bang. And is this just not the way it always is when you see Hero get in his element? Cure starts off the series with some really nice, clean games that are very competitive. But then Hero just finds these unique little windows where, what was that, like 4 minutes? When did those 3 Adepts arrive, guys? And if you skipped your bunker, you've skipped your bunker. Naughty, naughty. How dare you try and do a more efficient build? How dare your Reapers and your Widow Mines and your Hellion be out on the map creating map control? You don't have a Cyclone, you don't have a tank, your Widow Mines have left, no bunker? Absolute disaster. Because remember, it wasn't just the 4 SCVs, guys. He killed like 6 Marines here. 6 Marines, 4 SCVs, and the entire mineral line having an AFK in the main base. You have to cut corners at pro level. You can't just be building bunkers for safety every game. Even if you built a bunker, the Adepts could have shaded past. They still would have done a good amount of damage. Unless the Reapers were there as well. If the Reapers were there as well, but he just... Cure didn't see the Adepts move out. And it's just, this is the power of doing the things that Hero does. They are kind of invisible when they don't pay off. And you're just like, well, this is a random time to build 3 Adepts, but there are always these extra little windows of interaction where Hero finds damage. And now he holds up yet another GSL trophy. 4-2, a very good win rate against Cure here in these grand finals. It's no doubt. I wonder if he would have been able to take down MARU. If Cure didn't take down MARU, would he have been able to take down MARU? Honestly, I think it would have been pretty close either way. But hats off to Hero. Fantastic game. And GG, well played. My man. Blink forward, warp prison them back, just flexing. Yeah, what a friggin' Chad. Chad gamer, right? There's not much else to call Hero other than a Chad gamer. You know? That's wild. That's absolutely wild. My man. My man. My man. My man. Sorry, guys. 1 second. Just getting organized over here. Where'd that opera link go, guys? Does anyone still have that in the chat? How far up is that I posted that? There it is. Let me paste that here. Okay. All right, guys. Is Hero a biggest dickers? 100%. What's your favorite flavor of toast, Pig? Toast. Favorite flavor of toast. Chat, you guys got to help me out. Everyone, you let me know your favorite flavor of toast. Oh, probably this one. Hey, probably. I mean, I have a few different options, but probably this one. I was randomly bored one day when I was like 18 years old, and I decided to pull some things out of my cupboard, throw them together into a sandwich, and I accidentally made the best thing ever. The best sandwich known to man. This is it, guys. Peanut butter to start out on some nice hot pieces of toast. Then smother some Nutella on top of that. Put them both on pretty quick so that they both melt nicely together and it just becomes this peanutty, chocolatey paste. Oh, God. There's no such thing as too much Nutella there. Next, you're going to top on some Special K. Bring in that cereal. Just spread that over the top. Not too much, just a thin layer. Add some beautiful crunch in there. Next up is banana. And make sure you slice this real thin. And you only want to use probably about 1/3 to half of a banana, depending on how big it is. Slice that in there. Spread it across. Next up, bring in the ice cream. Slice it up real thin. Just like scoop out a real thin slice of just plain vanilla ice cream. Get that going across the top. Now, you might want to wait a minute or two until your toast has kind of cooled down slightly, the peanut butter and Nutella, so it doesn't melt too much. I actually left this ice cream out just a little bit too long, so it's starting to melt, but it's still going to be absolutely delicious. You throw that bad boy together, and you are ready to have the time of your life. I have to eat this really quickly. Best sandwich in the world. Oh my God, it's falling everywhere, but it tastes so good. Oh, shit.
Oh my God.
That's my favorite flavor of toast. It's a good one. Everybody who's ever tried that, by the way, has said, yeah, it's freaking good, man. It does have to replace 1 to 2 meals of that day's food consumption, though, if you're going to eat it. Yeah. This is a sandwich, not toast. Please be a battle pack. If we are just doing toast, honestly, though, if we're just doing toast, we're not going sandwich style. Any sort of, like, raisin toast with peanut butter. But normally I'm a big fan of like the natural peanut butter. Like I love the Mavers or the Pix one, if it's Aussie or Kiwi peanut butter. But where it's just peanuts and salt, right? But it's got to be the right peanuts, right? It's got to be like high oleic acid peanuts or whatever. But when I have peanut butter on raisin toast, I actually prefer like the processed shit that has like vegetable oil and sugar and stuff in it. There's something about like cinnamon raisin toast. You want the processed peanut butter on that. You want like the shitty factory stuff with like all the additives in it, you know? I don't know why. It's just, it makes it better. It better be like peanut butter that's like 10% sugar, 20% fucking vegetable oil of questionable origin, you know? I'm a wheat toast with a lot of butter guy, keeping it so. Oh, I mean, just good fresh bread. I actually prefer fresh bread with butter, where the bread's still warm, but like not toasted. You know what I mean? Like if I go get a fresh loaf from the bakery, then yeah, baby. I like my toast raw. That's not toast, motherfucker. You can't have raw toast. Ain't no thing. Guys, I used to have a friend. Where do you guys fall on how much toast should be cooked? How much should you cook toast? So let's look up an image. So I had a friend in high school, Benjamin, Mr. Ben. He would claim if there was any color on the bread, it was burnt, right? So he would say this is like, this here, he would say is like terribly burnt. This, he'd be like, that's borderline. He's like, I can see browning on it, therefore, that's burnt. And I'm like, that's not toast. You are like vaguely warming your bread. I was like, brother, you are vaguely warming your bread. He's like, no, that's fucking burnt. And I'm like, you're fucking crazy, dog. Yeah, three or four is like kind of standard. I'd probably go for 3. I think 3 is like pretty good. I don't have a toaster, so the last few times I made toast, I'm not gonna lie, I did make 6. When you make 6, anyone who's made 6, you guys know the trick, right? That's where you get the slice of bread over the bin, and then with your butter knife, you're like scraping all the charcoal off. You take off like as many layers as you can. You're like, oh, I can save it. That's what number 6 is. That's what you fucking... anyone in the chat done that? I've done that too many times. Toast is one of my best purchases. I don't have bread sitting around. I'm not really eating bread at home very often these days. So, yeah. So I will have to do it in the grill, what Americans would call the broiler. It's either in a fry pan, so it's either on the stovetop, just chuck it in a pan, which is probably what I should just always do, because that way it's easy to keep an eye on it. But then otherwise I put it in what we call the grill. It's the broiler you guys call in America, you know, the top element in the oven. And that thing burns it fucking so quickly. It's especially bad because my oven in my current place, the grill doesn't fucking turn on unless the oven's closed. Every other oven I've ever had, like growing up, you're meant to leave it open when the top thing's on because it's so fucking hot. And it's like, you know, so if it starts burning anything or whatever, you can keep an eye on it and shit. You know what I mean? But for whatever reason, my one, it won't, the fucking top element, what we call the grill, you guys call it broiler, it won't fucking turn on unless I close it. And then I'm there and I'm squinting, and I'm too lazy to replace the light bulb in the oven as well. The light bulb died forever ago. I'm too lazy to change that thing. I'm like, fucking gotta open it and take a look, but every time I open it and take a look, so yeah. Should just use the fry pan, to be fair. Use the stovetops better. I like toast. I rarely eat bread. Yeah, that's true. It's if you keep the bread in the freezer, that's what toasters are really good for. Because then you can just slap it in there, and it's you can have one loaf in the bread for ages, one loaf in the freezer for ages. Sure. You're hungry for some SC2? I'm hungry for your mum. What the fuck, Jared? That was unnecessary. Damn. Have you had Texas garlic bread? No. Let me guess. It just has twice as much cheese and butter on it, Caesar Augusta. Sorry, whenever there's an American version of anything, I just imagine it has 3 times as much fat and salt. And therefore it's good, because those are the best things about garlic bread. I'll look it up. Let me see. Texas garlic bread. That's a stereotype. Stereotypes are real! Yeah, it looks cheesy. Texas toast is a specific brand. Oh, it's just thick cut bread, right? Thick bread's the best, dude. I hate that super skinny sliced bread. That stuff shits me, man. Like, usually when I buy bread, I buy it unsliced so I can slice like 2-inch thick pieces of bread, you know? Yep. Yeah, nice and thick, tons of garlic on it. Yum. Yum. All right, guys. We've got Classic in the top left side of the map, Rainer in the bottom right side. And what tournament are we commentating today, ladies and gentlemen? What tournament is this? It's our SL. No, it's not. It's Maestro's. Maestro's group stage. Had a mental blank there. It's a best of 5 here because as you get to the kind of decider and elimination matches, they are all best of 5. So it's going to be a big match here in Group A in the online portion of Maestro's. Of course, for those who don't know, Maestro is a French tournament. It's a pretty damn good prize pool. The last one was one of the coolest events we've had in a long time. It was late last year, held in Paris. And it was awesome, man. It was such an awesome event to kind of watch from the sidelines and follow and all that sort of stuff. It was really cool. They had a live rap StarCraft show. They had multiple levels in this bar all surrounding the stage. The audience were very loud, very into it. Of course, only the top 4 players get to go to that live event, as it is a small kind of creator-run, crowd-fun event run by the Comeback TV guys, which is, of course, Coca, Funka, TKL, the French trio, and I'm sure many other people in the French scene that helped them out running such an awesome event. So really cool to be here commentating some of the online portion of the event. As Classic goes for the very conservative Gate Scout. Let's Rainer get away with the hatchery first. The map is Missing You Today. Not a bad map. One of these TLMC maps where you do not have the map be exactly the same. The bottom left side goes down here to these very standard bases, whereas the top right has 2 gold bases up in the top right corner. Now, Classic is very conservative and very defensive. I'm trying to think about this. I'm going silent for a second because I'm kind of thinking, how the heck do you as Raynor play against Classic? I think there's a few big concerns. Classic is actually just destroying his mining time, by the way, with that progress. That was really well done. Raynor needs to pull this third worker off this, one of the workers off this patch and put it back on this patch. Raynor's kind of famous for ignoring this and just forgetting, and that can really impact his mining if he doesn't correct that once the probe's left. Something I've been reminding Raynor a lot over the last few months has been, once the probe leaves, fix your mining. Even if you don't fix it while he's there, fix it once he's gone. Otherwise, this could be very inefficient, as this patch is going to be mined by 3, this one only by 1. It's just a worker less efficiency, but it really does hurt. Anyways, point being, Classic's greedy. He's defensive and greedy, but he's also very capable of just hitting a Glaive Adept timing. And if Raynor just goes +1 melee, greedy Zerglings every game, trying to shut down the Blinkstalker Oracle, and then try to play to like fast Ultras or something, Classic could potentially also kill you with 3 base Storm timings, which he's very famous for doing. And I'm also curious, will he play Zealot Archon a lot? Because I think Raynor's going to try to get away with like Lingbane Hydra, Muta swaps. I don't think Raynor's going to play a lot of conservative Roach builds against a guy like Classic who's so good in the late game. I'd love to see him try and punish Raynor by going Zealot styles rather than Stalker styles to kind of get ahead of the tech. Don't waste money on Blink Stalkers against a guy who's massing Zerglings. I know at high level the mining harass matters. Does that come into play for other players? Everything matters. 1,000 different things going on in this StarCraft game. How much each thing matters is going to vary. You can always do things very poorly, even at pro level, and still succeed, as long as the other things you do well. So how much does each thing matter? A little bit. And when you stack all the little things together, adds up to a lot. Any one thing is not worth getting your knickers in a knot. But for a pro gamer, when it's something consistent in the early game like this, it is worth fixing. And he actually has fixed the mining in his main now. So he did notice eventually, which is good. Great thing about RTS is there's about 1,000 areas you can choose to optimize. You don't have to. It's purely up to you. Yeah, Oracle's coming down. Queen's pushing these Oracles away. Ooh, watch out, drone. Queens are going to come forward. So one drone does get picked off, and those Oracles going north. Third base over there coming up. It was slightly delayed by the Zerglings. The Evo Chamber does come down. This is not really surprising, is it? He saw the Evo Chamber placed as well. And it is charge. It is charge. Charge into Templar Archives. And I think this is reactive from Classic after seeing that Evo Chamber. So it's exactly what I was saying. Is I think going charge is just the perfect way to play against Raynor, who's not wanting to play Roach builds very much. And on a big map like this, I don't think a Roach push is that scary either, which is normally the thing you're worried about if you play Zealots. Zergling's getting good trade-offs. He's picking multiple probes away. And, oh, Raynor takes a 4th on the gold on the right. Dude, I'm telling you, the greed. Because he knows Classic is such a defensive guy. How do you punish a defensive player? Well, you play super greedy. You know that he's unlikely to pressure you too hard. As long as you feel confident defending the Glaive Adepts that he likes to mix in, just get a super greedy start, harass him with Zerglings while macroing up super duper hard. Take a 5th base, then go for Hydra Lingbane and just swarm him. Think about where does Classic's 4th go? You could take it down here, but then there's so many, this like big angle here and here to attack from, not to mention the natural. More likely he takes the 4th there, but then Raynor could come with Hydra Bane from that ramp, this area, this ramp, which is quite big once he opens the rocks up, and into this base here. That's a lot of spread. That's a lot of area where you can avoid Psystorm by spreading your units across a large area. So I think Raynor has got the Bailey Nest on the way. Lair finishes up. I'd love to see that Hydra Den. Let's go to Raynor's camera now, guys. So we're on his camera. Moves the Spore around. Hydra Den does go down. He puts 3 workers on gas in the main. You can see he's just managing his resources really nicely. He does need to build a few more Overlords as he's almost supply blocked here, and it does feel like he's a little slow to move his workers to the correct bases, but he's already on 6 bases, and he's got a gold up. Oh my gosh. Okay, a little dangerous with that transfer. I gotta say, he is lucky that Classic didn't see that. Stasis and Spore go down. The Oracle, sorry, Oracle kills, Spore Crawler kills the Oracle before the Stasis gets off. And now the gold base is mining, and he's going up to 6 casters, 6 bases. Wow. I mean, if you don't do damage soon as Classic, you're kind of screwed. Groove Spines and Hydras are on the way right now. Ling's going forwards across the map. Zealot, Archon coming in. Ling's going for a bit of a surround here. The Zealot Archon's going to be hard to deal with, though. He needs a lot of Banes to deal with the Zealots, Hydras to deal with the rest. Good thing for Raynor here, he doesn't care about losing this hatchery. He's happy to trade here on the other side of the map here with the Zerglings, especially if they have a surround. The question is, can he defend the Zealot Archon? Baneling's getting some juicies. Oh, some good hits there. One Hydra does get stuck on the front line. It goes down, but the Zergling Hydra, if he gets rid of these Archons, this is such a big advantage for Raynor. And he's going to be able to. He's going to be able to take down the Archons, I think. Oh, the Archons. Can they escape? Zerglings coming in and going to try and hunt this down. 30 shields on one, 100 on the other. And these Zerglings should be able to take care of those Archons. That is a massive, massive trade for Raynor. Trades a hatchery, but he kills so much. He trades 800 resources more efficient. He has a gold base going. He's on 80 drones. He does need to remember Bane speed. That's the one thing he's forgotten in the action. The heat of everything going on. If he has Bane speed, it's pretty much lights out already. I mean, he's just played a very greedy start, and I think in hindsight for Classic, probably should have gone Glaive Adepts in game 1 to set the pace against Raynor. You can't let Raynor feel comfortable. If Raynor gets away with even a little bit of greed, once he's got momentum, he is an unstoppable force. A couple of Zealots and High Templar here. He has to storm the left as well because he's worried about the Lings around. That's what makes Raynor so good in these scenarios. His Lings will dart in from the flanks and bait so many Size Storms. Now, Raynor's not built a hatchery down here. But he's remembered Baneling speed. He's got so many bases, I don't think it matters too much. It'd be nice to rebuild, just use that as a macro hatchery, though. We do have a Zealot drop going down the bottom left. Few High Templar, Archon Zealots trying to defend here. Fleet Beacon's on the way. Classic wants a mothership to save the day. I don't think he's going to make it that far. That's a little bit wild. Cannon Battery trying to defend on this side with the High Templar. Up here, I like that. I like that he goes out to ambush this. Tries to initiate the fight, does Classic. And Raynor actually reactively clumps up his units more than he should. Zealot Drop's going to come in down here and hit this natural as well. Ooh, okay. Watch out. Needs big storms. Oh, these High Templar, dude. Throws a storm on the bottom. Another storm goes down. It's just Archons trying to defend an avalanche of Lingbane Hydra right now. And Hydras do pretty darn well against Archons, especially when there's an overwhelming number of Zerglings wrapping around them. Zealots come in, but the new Banelings are ready. The Pylon's getting taken out. High Templar is going to land a big storm, but the Hydras spread against it. The base is overrun. Back at home, 6 drones do go down in the main and the natural. Raynor has got to be careful about not taking too much damage behind this. His Lings will come back and deal with those Zealots, though. And did the Warp Prism die? It looks like the Warp Prism might have recalled home there. No, that's a new Warp Prism. The other Warp Prism maybe went down. Archon Zealot trying to rotate here. High Templar's trying to hang on. The Hydra's coming forward. Storm does go down. Nexus has fallen as well. Ooh, I think this is just too hard. I think Classic's doing a pretty good job of trying to defend, but even if he sends Zealot counters around, the creep's going to spot it way too early. It's not really a compositional error. It's just Classic here. Let Raynor get away with a Raynor opening. And Raynor openings are famous for being way, way, way greedy. And the thing is, even when you hit him with Glaive Adepts, Raynor will often come out in not a terrible position because he's just so good with his reactive micro. Like, there's never an easy way to just kill Raynor because he's so good off the cuff, but you've got to get that respect from him. Lingbane Hydra tries to roll forward. Archon Zealot does pretty well there. The Hydra Bane numbers are absolutely gargantuan. Queen's going to go down on that base. Banelings are here. Oh no. Not many places for these probes to run, and the Banelings just go boom boom. Zealots charge into the Banelings. No, not like this, Classic. Well, he does do some great damage on the gold base before Raynor corrects that. Zealots much better away from the Banelings when they're counterattacking. Classic's got almost no economy though. And eventually, I do think the Zergling Hydra rally will be able to take care of these Zealots. It's just whenever they catch you and you guys are rallying in a few at a time, it's rough. But once the numbers get together, The Zealots do tend to get overwhelmed. One of the Hydras will go down. A few of the Hydras, in fact. Raynor struggling to deal with this, but at the same time, he's got Banelings inside the main base of Classic where he's spreading his probes out. Classic with no workers mining effectively right now has to tap out. Raynor, greed in game one, gets ahead and just swarms with Lingbane Hydra. Very well played for Raynor. Classic is going to have to do something to slow down that advancement. I think perfect builds to the next game would be if Classic goes Glaive Adept and Raynor hits a big Roach Queen Drop attack to kind of preemptively counter that. That could be perfect build planning for Raynor. It's looking a little laggy, guys. I don't know why. I don't know if you guys noticed the same thing as me. That felt like just a little stuttery and stuff today. So, yeah, I don't know what's going on exactly. Hopefully that chills out. Just looked a little bit stuttery. I'm going to play an ad break anyway, see if I can figure out what's going on. If you guys are enjoying the day, you're enjoying the games, please do click the sub button. I am aware that we actually have some subs. The sub bar is not updating. Someone cheer as well earlier? No, we've had 9 subs today, nothing else, but that's cool. I will update the sub bar manually. Since that's not apparently filling itself. The biddy goal does say someone's done bits today. Someone did 50 bits before. Why is it not show up? Maybe it doesn't show up in my list if it's less than 100 bits, maybe that, something like that. Don't know. Google Fiber, nice. 1 gigabyte up. Oh, Tyrannodon, the dream, brother. The dream. What clothes would she be wearing? The red hologram dancer? I don't know, man. I'm guessing a bikini. Or bikini adjacent. I'm guessing. Yeah. Alright, let me fix that goal. See you guys in 3 minutes. BRB.
Steal your opponent's balls. Mind control them. Shove a tentacle in. Go. Come on.
Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Grab him.
I love that Printf's economic advantage is still just long distance mining, by the way, guys. 140 minerals a minute up against 0. He's like, that's all I need. It's more than you could. Ooh, that's what I'm talking about. Okay, one of those shots did manage to get down, but that's because he let those disruptors get way too high up that ramp. He tried to shoot his own disruptors because they were mind controlled. They didn't do damage. So, did not quite work out. Oh! Hot damn, ball to the face. No way. Guys, we'll be back in just about 1 minute. Do not go anywhere. We will be right back in 1 minute with some lovely ladder games, some commentary, and of course some dick jokes because it is my stream after all. We'll be right back. Amazing highlight video, Pig. Wow. And here you get to look into the depths of your soul and realize how goddamn empty it is. Because you spend all your time playing a video game and also watching others play the video game rather than living life. And then you become a streamer after failing as a pro gamer and everything's depressing. Ladder is being really nice to me today, guys. It says, you know what? Hey, Peg, what's happening? Are you letting Twitch chat choose your strategies and also backseat game? Yes. Do you want to play a 6.2k player with 240 ping? I'm like, no. It's like, do you know what that smell is, Pig? I'm like, what's that smell? It's like, get in the friggin' dumpster, you dirty little. I'm like, why can't you give me some even or at least, or even easy opponents? Give me some easy opponents. Kept giving me easy opponents yesterday. Today it's like, nah, man, 2 games against Beastie, 1 against Pure Legacy. Let's see you make some funny stuff work there. So that was kind of sad. But GG's, we can handle it. I've been in the dumpster before. I'll be there again. Up here, this cannon's halfway done. Another cannon going down. Is he gonna? Oh my god. Oh my god. Grab me, you douchebag. I think he's done it, man. This cannon's gonna finish on full hit points. Oh, I mean, good surface area. He's gonna take down that building cannon very quickly, but the Zealot's gonna die very quickly here, and then it's just probes versus the cannon. The cannon's still got a lot of hit points, and he walls them in!
They're walled in. Even once they take out the cannon, he can put another cannon down here. Grim Reaper. The ultimate douchebag move there. He says, you're locked in with the cannon. You can't disengage. It's always the same fucking thing with you guys. I'm trying not to blind counter too much, but honestly... Fuck yourself. Oh, we almost got it. This player's like, lol, why are you fucking harassing me for? And I'm like, well, there's this crazy thing where people think it's not gonna happen.
That was more fun than I expected.
I prefer watching you, Matthew.
And he forgot his second pylon because Captain Dickhead killed a probe, blocked the gastro bit. He got so distracted, he was like, why are you harassing my probes? You're not going to kill anything. Loses the probe while the whole time forgetting about the second pylon. Realizes his supply blocked, can't start the two stalkers after, by the way, chrono boosting one of them. And then just fucking leaves the game. Oh my god. I am so engorged right now, guys. Holy shit. Am I on the same level as Parting? Well, okay, so sometimes people are on a different level of the building. I'm on the same level of the building, but I only come up to his crotch. So I basically... He lovingly calls me the walking gobby to describe what our games are like. And I sometimes get a little bit tilted. I say, that's really mean, Parting. I'm more than that. I'm a good StarCraft player. And he looks at me and he says, oh, you pig? And I go, I give you some okay games. And he's like, do you? It's, yeah, the same level, kind of. My mouth does line up with his crotch quite well. It's, yeah, it's, for sure. It's not too bad. This is one. Big, we don't need a procaster analysis of urine Loco's face. Yeah, of course I look like Loco. We're both white. I guess he doesn't wear glasses, though. Yeah, we're both generic white dudes. We're like both super normies. Oh, I like fantasy StarCraft. I like... Video games are fun, you know? Basically the same person, guys. The Clark Kent effect. Super normie white dudes, yep. Ain't nothing wrong with vanilla ice cream. Alright guys, going into game 2. Rainer got away with murder in game 1. Let's see what Classic does to counter him this time. Looks like it's gonna be a Gate Scout. Again, the most conservative opening you could possibly do. Not my favorite. I think Classic can cut corners. Last time I saw Rainer do a 12 pool or any form of like super early all in. I mean, he did it again. He'll do it against Hero because Hero doesn't scout all the time. But as Classic, you scout so often, you definitely could be a bit greedier once in a while to get advantages. As it is, I think because Rainer is a bit weaker at defending the probe harass, it does pay a bit more back to the build than it otherwise would. This map's going to be Sanctuary 3, guys. I assume there was a Sanctuary 1 and 2 before that. Don't know what happened to them. If they don't exist anymore, they might not have really been such a good Sanctuary, were they? They weren't able to keep the people there safe. Mr. Depot, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Welcome to the Pigsty. Appreciate you so much. Thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. Probe's going to be a nuisance, but Rainer already correcting the workers, so not a big deal just yet. Nexus into Cybercore. And he's misplaced his pylon. Guys, there's a little marker on this map that tells you where to put the pylon. But he's put it too far forward, which means he can't wall off now. I mean, obviously he could build like, I don't know, a gateway here and then like another building here or something. But I think his best bet for this wall off is just wall off here with another pylon and then build like a gateway there. And you've got this weird choke point back there. But A lot of players mess up their wall-offs on this map, having limited space to work with. They've become used to naturals with wide open, huge areas, easy to wall off and place your buildings wherever you want. Of course, if you do place the pylon one space further to the right than that marker, it could block the Nexus, which is why Classic was probably worried about that. Chat, are these going to be the ladder maps soon? Well, some of them will be, probably. I don't know which ones. The Team Liquid Map Contest finalists did end up winning, and I believe at least 3 of those are guaranteed to be on the ladder. Not sure which ones, obviously, will end up being there, and which ones from the rest of the Team Liquid Map Contest end up getting picked. Sometimes they leave a few maps from the previous season in as well. Sometimes they rotate every single map. I don't know, man. Stargate's going to come in. Oracle should be started. And of course, normally you're going to chrono that once you hit 50 energy here. Very typical opening. He does Stalker 2 games in a row. So single Adept into Stalker. Wants to deny Raynor's vision. Keep Raynor in the dark as much as possible. Raynor going to go to the right. Try and delay losing this Overlord as long as possible. But it, of course, will inevitably go down. There's no way you get that to the dead space on this map. By the way, just realized, guys, this map, is this water down here? Damn. Look at that, guys. It's like, is that water or is that just magic dust? I mean, it's called Sanctuary. Maybe this is some kind of weird angelic Diablo sort of sanctuary. We've got like weird snowflakes going through the air like we're in like a JRPG. You know, I don't know what's going on. Third Nexus on the right side. Adept Oracle are ready to guard. Queen's ready. Third base goes up for Raynor as well. So far, the worker lead is there for Protoss. The general benchmark that we give is that Zerg is meant to overtake Protoss about 40 workers. That's where you catch up and then overtake the Protoss a little bit in workers in an even game. It looks like both sides are very evenly matched. Now, are we going to see that evolution chamber? He didn't particularly rush it in the last game. I personally was saying he should go for a roach timing game 2. To counter the Glaive Adepts, but there's no Glaive Adepts. This is 3 Oracles into Twilight Forge. This is the most generic Blink Stalker build I've ever seen. After getting out-greeted in Game 1, it feels like Classic is picking what I would consider to be the wrong strategic choice. It feels like your opponent got away with Crazy Greed. Now you're doing another build order that's also going to let him get away with Crazy Greed. I mean, you picked off a few drones. 3 drones, not a bad start. He's got an Oracle still guarding the third. 2 Adepts guarding there as well. Just seems a little bit generic, and indeed he's going to use a Pylon Stalker Wolf. This is a full diagonal wall-off. Lings can run straight past that Stalker if they try to, guys. Technically, if the Stalker's pixel perfect, if it goes down and to the left a tiny bit, he could wall it off, but players will almost always screw that up when it comes to actual execution. It is indeed Blink on the way. Lair's almost there. I think we're going to see a Spire this game, maybe. Hard to figure out what Raynor's going for. Could go Roach Speed and go for that Queen push we were talking about. Lings, as I said, can run straight past. You never want to have your choke point on a diagonal, guys. It's nearly impossible to wall that off. You just need to extend the choke point. So if you guys want to do that, how do you fix this? That fixes it. Yeah, now you've got an overlap. Yeah, just one more building there fixes that. Classic's got a Templar Archives coming in. Infestation Pit, Hydra Den. Raynor's going to play Lurk as well. We don't see straight to Lurker play very often for pros these days. It's very rare. Now, did that Revelation spot the Infestation? No, it did not. Well, that's good news for Raynor. As long as he doesn't see the Hive or the Infestation Pit, he won't know you're playing Lurkers. This looks like Hydraling Bane. Like, this could easily be Hydraling Bane, similar to the last game. And as Raynor, you want him to think that, so that he's busy committing to lots of Stalkers, lots of Storms, and then the Lurkers come out and completely surprise him. Hive has now started. You really want to try and make sure he doesn't see that Hive. So if you can get some Hydras down here and actually stop him ever getting into the main again, that's super crucial here for Raynor. Very quick Lurker Hive timing, incredibly fast. Extra few gateways come up. Overseer goes over there. Oracle rotates to the right side right now. So Classic's 4th base. Still has no idea what's happening. The Hydras did not get down here. You do not want to let him see your hive. Do not want to let him see the hive, and that's why that Queen and Hydra are there. Yeah. Oh, he's going to see it, though. He commits. Super worth. Very smart move for Classic, guys. And he gets both Oracles out as well. Really smart. Immediately drops the Fleet Beacon and the second Stargate in his Tempests. He needs Tempests to defend this. If Raynor had just 2 more Hydras there, or on the outside intercepting, he could have stopped him from seeing it, and it would have been a big delay on it, and that might have been game-winning. But Raynor gets scouted. Does Classic have time to respond, though? Lurker ranges here. Hydra movement speed. Got a Robo on the way as well. 2 Oracles are there. 4th base gas going up. Nidus Worm on the way. Rainy's going to go directly for the Rogue-style Nidus in the back door. Already a feedback on that. And Archon's going to morph. It's all about hanging on to get these Tempests going. Where are those Tempests? Surely Tempest before Mothership when you know your opponent's going Hive. Mothership's good against Hydraling Bane, and it's the priority there. Against Lurkers, Tempests are the priority. Lurkers already coming in on the south side. Lings on both sides. Stasis Trap's going to get off. No, it isn't. Barely gets focused down. Well played there by Raynor. He's going to start sieging these cannons down. The Ling Hydra Lurker, very well played. If he can bust through the cannons, that'll be nice. The Oracles actually commit into the Hydras, and they do go down. Losing all the Oracles is a disaster. Oh, that Hydra. Oh, it dies though. It loses. The Hydra goes down to the Oracle. Great fight there. 4 Classic. Nidus going up in his main base at the same time. He sees it though. The Tempests are on top of it. These Lings trying to catch the units in the middle. They're not quite able. Units lost tab. Let's take a look at it. So far, almost 1,500 resources in favor of Classic. And this is the scariest moment. If Classic can survive this moment, he will be good. No Storms down here to buy time though. And if you can get a Lurker in that mineral line, that'll be great. He's a little too clumped right now, which means a Storm on these Lurkers is going to completely force him to unburrow, and that's a problem. There we go. Pulls away. Nicely done. Probe's abandoning the 3rd base right now. Great position, but as the Tempests arrive, you're on a timer. As soon as there's an Observer there, which indeed there is right now, there's one in surveillance mode, he could potentially start picking these Lurkers off of the Tempests. There are Lings from here, though. Raynor trying to take out this Nexus. I think he can. He's already killed 7 probes. He comes in from behind. As the fight commits, the Lings come in from behind. Is this a bait? Oh, Raynor, can he hold this position? Lots of Storms, Archon, Zealots, High Templar, and the Tempests overhead as well. It's a scary situation for both sides, but I think Classic comes out with a save of the Nexus. Does lose that High Templar with energy on it. But I think with Tempests overhead, and you look at the supply, that looks like it's the hold that he needed. There's no Evo Chamber upgrades, only now +1 range coming in. And Raynor may have Hive Tech, but there's Tempest and Storm out, and Protoss has 4 base, 8 gases. This is the whole situation Raynor wanted to avoid, and I really think this comes back to the Hive getting scouted, guys. If he had either a few more Hydras in the main or a few Hydras on the outside, I truly do not believe Classic could be ready for such an early timing. Beautiful scout. And the fact that he saw the Queen and the Hydra and he committed past it anyway, really, that is honestly, I think, a game-winning move here for Classic. Because don't get me wrong, Raynor's not dead, but he doesn't want to play endgame. He's pretty good in endgame. I just don't think he can beat Classic in endgame. I'd give him like a 20% win chance from here. And it's his best chance is obviously to have a more mobile army. The problem is he's got to keep committing to Lurker, Hydra, Ling, Corruptor now. And realistically, ideally, you'd be on Ultra Corruptor against this army. But he can't just not build army, because obviously Classic could come kill him. So he's got to try to build this army just to stay alive, but then also use this to try to trade off and find damage and slow Classic down. And the best plays is multitasking. Raynor is faster than Classic, hands down. He's a much faster player. Classic's still incredibly quick. He's still very good compared to most people, but in terms of pro players, he's not the fastest. He's methodical. The cleaner the game is, the slower the game is, the more Classic's favored. The more Raynor can force movement, get him out of position, the better that's going to be. Prism goes down. 3 Zealots do get unloaded, though, so Raynor will have to send part of his army back, and I think just buying time here, this is not bad for Classic. Oh, careful, Raynor. Careful! Raynor gets caught in the north. He's not watching, but a quick evacuation for Raynor. Good pullback. Good eyeballs for Raynor. Very nice response.
Ultra Cavern's on the way. Oh, I love that he's making this transition. And a third Evo! Raynor's doing exactly what he needs to do. So many players, they get stuck on Lurker Corruptor. It's a terrible comp. You can't make plays with Lurker Corruptor. You can just wait for the Protoss to hopefully misplay. With Ultra Corruptor, you can actually make plays. Obviously, it's not like it's the best endgame style, but there's a window, if you can get up to it before there's too many Immortals, where it's actually very, very efficient. Now, obviously, Immortals are already being built. Classic really knows his late game. He's much better than most Protoss players. He prepares for the endgame. But Microbial Shroud might be the great equalizer. Microbial on Ultras can be very good. Now, if there's one thing that you guys will hear me say, it's obviously, ideally, we'd be able to deny bases and trade earlier before that point. But the problem he's going to have is the fact that Classic's 5th base is in such a safe location here. Classic's going carriers as well, which is odd. Second Spire comes in. He's going to want double Spire upgrades. Where are the air weapon upgrades? Only +1 so far for Classic. Carriers are very reliant on those air attack upgrades, so he desperately needs to chrono +2 and +3. Cybercore idling. Slight error here for Classic. Of course, it's because he's busy making sure these Nidus Worms don't get up. Usually you just want to have cannons covering basically every spot in your main and natural. So an extra cannon here and over here would be very good. Oh, he's not noticed it, guys. Bit of a slow response. He does have air units coming back, but he also needs detection to deal with those lurkers. Oh, and look at this. This is going to open up another opportunity. Raynor can run in the front as well. He's also got some lings over there, but look at this. Army coming from behind could cause problems. Then again, he's going to catch the Archons with a fungal. The Ultras are going to start taking out the Archons, the lurkers. There's still one lurker in that main base. The Hydras did get cleaned up. Only gets one of the Archons. You want to kill this base so badly as Raynor, but can't fight once the rest of the army comes to bear. Ultraling, honestly, should attack this base up here, I believe. The Lurker will go down on that side. Nidus finally goes up in the back. But Raynor's got +1 melee finishing, +2 carapace halfway done. Chitinous plating. He's adding air armor and air attack +2. And he's going hard into that Ultra Corruptor. Remember, Corruptors will wreck Tempests and Carriers. And Ultras can do fine against Immortal Archon with Microbial Shroud. It's only once there's a lot of Immortals, and if they either feed back the Infestors or they can get away from the Microbial Shroud and the Fungal. That's where they can do really well. Neuroparasite's also coming in. Potential big playmaker in the late game. Classic's definitely favored in the end game, but Raynor is doing a lot of things very correctly right now. These Zerglings are basically free. Don't really mind losing these to kill a few cannons potentially. Tempests actually help against that, funnily enough. Spines cleaning up Zealots. We got 7 Ultras. He's making a few more Lurkers. 4 Infestors, 1 Viper. Probably going to mostly use that for abducting air units. Oh, what is this Mothership skin? I feel like I haven't seen that in a while, guys. That's a skin, right? Is that a Purifier? Or is that the default Mothership and my brain's just broken? You guys let me know. Maybe I've been looking at one with skins too much. Anyways, here we go. Armies coming in on the north side. Here we go. Takes out a hatchery. Nice move for Classic. Remember, he's got recall. He can always use that to get out if he gets in trouble. As long as his army's clumped enough. Ultra Corruptor looking potentially for an engagement, but Raynor's not sure how to take it. I think this is like when he moves forward like that, it's one of your best opportunities. It's just hard. With only 11 Corruptors, he knows he is going to lose the air fight. So if he goes for that engage, it's basically he needs to catch the ground army, kill it as quickly as possible, and then run away. Yeah, and I think that's usually a good call. A Zerg overcommit to crushing one half of their army and get the other half on the Remax. Here we go! Here we go! Oh, the feedbacks! He wrecks the Infestors on the left side! Time Warp comes down, Fungal lands, but no Microbial from what I can see. The Immortal Archon, though, does get overrun. The Corruptors dive on top, the Hydras do go down, the Infestors getting blasted, and the Ultras are going to run away. As we said, that's kind of your goal. You want to clear the ground army and then Remax with the units to kill the air, or vice versa. Ultra's going to pull back. How many Ultras did he lose? 3 Ultras. He got 4 Immortals. 7 Archons have gone down. 7 Eye Templar. I think the Infestor losses are what really hurts there, as well as that Viper that died. Just dropping 1 Parasitic Bomb. Ultras are here. Stalker, Tempest, Carrier, Mothership coming forward. We've got the Lings on the left side as well.
These units coming forwards. Ultra Ling is going to go for a surround here. The Corruptor count isn't quite here, though. They're still rallying forwards. This might be a little bit of a half-baked engagement for Raynor. Yeah, the ground fight was good, but he goes in a bit too early with the air. Mass Cannon, can it defend the Ultra Ling swing? The carries are just going to go deep here. There's only 4 Corruptors right now. He rallied quite a few Corruptors in and got them killed just piecemeal. Raynor, he's losing so much income right now. He's actually been crushing the ground fights, but it's getting that balance is so hard. As Zerg, if you try to split it 50-50, it's often you lose the ground and the air battle. He overcommits to the ground, but he's overcommitted to the ground 2 fights in a row now. Usually you want to pivot much harder after the first engagement. He made 100 Zerglings after the first fight. Yes, he does damage, but he doesn't have the money to overwhelm. And that was a little bit shocking, wasn't it? That was a little bit shocking. So if we go back in this game, guys... So he lost 17 Corruptors. Let's go back before this fight. So he's lost 7... Right, he lost 11 Corruptors. And then, yeah, he'd only rebuilt up to 10. Which is not enough. And I feel like, look at this army. What's he got here? Okay, he does actually have a lot of Storm energy. There's a bunch of full energy High Templar under there. But it doesn't feel like you need quite... Like, the Zerglings don't do anything? It's unfortunate that these Lings attacked this base. If he had Banelings, that would help as well. He doesn't have Baneling speed or a Baneling nest in this game. It'd actually be better to target this base or run into the natural in the main with these Lings. This base on the edge actually had enough cannons to clean up his Ling counter. And then the Corruptors just came in, like 4, 5, 6 Corruptors, and they all just kind of die. They don't really do anything. And that's just, it just doesn't have the money to compete from there. Honestly, I think after Classic defended the first push, Raynor was always in a hard spot. But I think the 100 Zergling Remax might not have been it here. It was always going to be tough, though. But he needed a ton of Corruptors to take over that air army. Even if there's some Archons and some Storms, as long as he has, like, 3 or 4 Ultras there, I think they could clear the ground. And if he had, like, 20 plus Corruptors, maybe 22 Corruptors for this air army, because that's a very expensive air army. You clear this air army, you're right back into this game. GG, well played, though. Classic very decisively counterattacks, kills all of Raynor's mining bases. And Raynor knows he's not going to win the game with a few Lings and an Ultra. GG, well played. Yeah, Lurkers can't force fights, Riku. Lurkers a siege unit. So when they've got Tempests, which is the ultimate siege unit, it's just not very effective. You want Ultras because they can jump on top and force a fight quickly, whereas a Lurker runs up, it burrows. The opponent takes a step back and kills it with Tempests. Takes a step back, kills it with Tempests. You know what I mean? Yeah. Why no camera? Oh, whenever I'm casting games we want to put up on YouTube, just no need for me to be blocking any info on the screen. Yeah, we try to just keep it clean for best games of StarCraft. Alright guys, Classic in the top right side of the map. Raynor in the bottom left side of the map. Tourmaline for our next map. Actually, you know what, guys? I'm going to introduce that in a minute. You know why? Because my nephew's here and I want to go say hi. So I'll be back in a sec. Let's just clear another ad break. And I'll be right back. Why is his name Raynor, but he's Zerg? Because I think he named his account when he was like 6 years old. He's like, that's the name of the guy from the story. Give us a sec, guys. We'll be right back. What's up, mother trucker? Let's go. All right, little Darius likes throwing balls now, guys. Awesome. Good. He's got a pretty good throw on him for a 2-year-old. Not gonna lie. Hey, thanks for the follow. Appreciate you guys. All right, guys. Classic in the top right of Tourmaline. A smaller map. Rainer in the bottom left. This is a map where those roach all-ins can be scary. Likewise, Glaive Adepts can hit a bit harder because they shade across the map so fast. You know what we haven't seen in a long time? I wonder if it still works. Do you guys remember the 4-gate Glaive Adept into 2 Immortal Prism Glaive Adept attack? So you take a third behind the Glaive Adept attack, but you actually just make 2 Immortals and you know, after the Warp Prism, and you basically just pick up the Immortals in the Prism, keep making it, you never stop making Adepts. And then you attack with like 30 Adepts, 2 Immortals, and a Warp Prism. Sometimes you shade up the ramp, drop the Immortals on top of the ramp, and obviously the Immortals kill all the roaches, the Adepts kill everything else. You can catch Zergs off guard. We don't see that very much these days. Might be time to bring it back. Often when a build has been forgotten about, no one's played against it in a while. It's rough. It's harder to deal with. Spawning pool on the right side. 1:20. It's just me, or is that an incredibly late spawning pool, guys? Guys, did Rainer mess something up in his opening? Oh, did he misplace his hatchery? Is that what I'm seeing, guys? Why is he down 74 resources? Did he misplace his hatchery and have to cancel it to rebuild? Does anyone know how many resources do you lose for that, right? Is it's because I think this is 1 extractor trick plus 1 hatchery cancel, is it not? So I think it's like 67 minerals plus like the 7 for an extractor or something like that. Oh no. This messes his build up, man. These queens are very late. Whew. Yeah, you lose 25%. I don't know what 25% of 275 is, guys. You guys can do the math on that. But, damn. I think he misplaced his hatchery, had to cancel it and rebuild it. We'll check at the end of the game to show. But that is very awkward now. So he's just going to this game a few seconds behind on everything. It's not like it's game ending. But in ZVP, and I mean just pro StarCraft in general, very momentum based. It's going to be harder to defend the early Adepts, harder to defend the Oracles. Just a little bit more perfection needed for Rainer in the next few minutes. Cancelling units does not cost you money. Cancelling buildings does, guys. Always 25%, no matter how complete the building is. Yep. Stargate begins at Oracle. Very typical opening. This time, though, no Stalker to kill the Overlord on the pillar. Funnily enough, Rainer is sending the Overlord back anyway, in case it is a Void Ray, I guess. Dep's still just poking around. Classic playing safe for the second gate before third base. Only 4 Zerglings so far for Rainer. So he's playing a little bit light on the defense. Trying to make sure he's kind of hitting everything else as well as he can. First Oracle's just going to guard the third base. Both players playing pretty conservatively. There's nothing wild happening in this early game. Third Nexus goes down. Natural Expand will have an Adept in the wall off. Pylon Nexus goes down on the third. Do we want a Twilight and a Forge next? Looks like he's going to take a third gas at least. Just doesn't quite have the minerals yet. Dep's poking forward. No Zerglings at home. Oh, the classic Zerg mistake. Oh my gosh, he doesn't get the Evo down. Doesn't get the Evo down. He's already lost 1 drone. Good evacuation with these drones. That guy's exposed though. Doesn't get the Spore down in time. That is very costly. Oracles find a drone on the third as well. It's a disaster, mate. It's very, very bad. He's going to lose at least a bunch more mining time on the natural. The Oracles overcommit, though. They go a bit too deep. The Queens will push them away, dealing some damage. And luckily for Rainer, the Adepts do not focus fire. Nonetheless, massive damage that should not be happening at that moment in the game. Queen's going to come out and put that Oracle deep in the red. He's going to have to return home. And once again, Classic playing Triple Oracle. Triple Oracle has massively fallen out of favor, and yet Classic really believing in the power. To me, this commitment consistently to Triple Oracle is just begging for a Roach all-in with a Queen drop. Problem, Rainer's had a very bad opening. He's taken massive damage there in terms of mining time. I know it's only a few drones and Zergs that went down, but the mining time on both main and natural was huge for just 2 Adepts. And the early game was already messed up by the hatchery cancel, so it's really hard to believe in committing to an all-in when you've had a bad early game. A lot of guys will try to just work their way back in, bring the game back later on when they're behind. Third Nexus is there. Gases and batteries going down. Templar Archives is 2/3 of the way done. We've got a whole lot of gateways coming up. It's going to be straight into charge Archon to counter the Ling heavy style that Raynor is known for, and yet Raynor's got a Roach Horn. Raynor's Evo Chamber's not super early. Raynor will drop a Hydra. No! Second Evo Chamber. Whoa! Raynor thinks about playing Hydras and then changes his mind at the last second. Changes his mind at the last second. At the same time, the Oracle's coming on the left, Adepts on the right, 3 drones. Guys, he's going to play double upgrade. Double upgrade Hydraling? Hydraling. Double upgrade Hydraling. Usually double upgrades means Ultras, but for him it's Hydra Zergling. He wants melee and range, and he's going to play that very fast-moving... Oh, Hydra Bane even. Okay, he's going to play a Hydra Baneling with double upgrades. Normally what I don't like about double upgrades is it takes way too long to get going. Raynor has a pretty good economy. The problem with this map is the 4th base in the middle is quite easy for Protoss to defend. Like, they can have an army here and then just defend this angle as well. And an army here kind of defends your natural and your 4th very easily. 2 more drones go down to the Oracles. Classic still finding more and more damage. Grabs another 2 workers with the healthy Oracle, and none of his Oracles have died, guys. Yes, they're all damaged, they're all wounded, but they found good drone kills. That being said, Raynor's still at 80 workers regardless. He's got a 5th base on the right side. I do hope he remembers Baneling speed. We've seen so many players forget Baneling speed in their games, and admittedly, sometimes they're delaying it on purpose. Sees some Zealots at the front. He's making a few Banelings here for safety. But there we go. Baneling speed gets remembered. Now the only upgrade missing is the Muscular Augments for the Hydras. Stasis does get off, but that's totally fine for Raynor. He does take care of the Oracle, and any Oracle you remove is always a massive boost. Hey, big thanks to the raid, Death Note. Hope you had a lovely stream, mate. Guys, we'll be practicing some Age of Empires a bit later today. But now, though, we are casting a pretty big Zerg versus Protoss match here. High Templar Zealot Archon coming forwards. Queen's trying to defend. Oh, watch out, brother. Queen does survive. Now, there's a lot of Storm energy on the front. I like the way Classic's controlling space without overcommitting onto creep. All Zerg units are going to get a movement boost on that creep spread. You got to be really wary of that. Nice Storm to zone the units. Neither player overcommitting just yet, but Classic, as he gets his 4th base up, it's getting really well established. No Fleet Beacon, no second Stargate, no sign of him committing to the next step. I think he might just try and fight a lot with this army, because he's expecting that Hydra Baneling all in from Raynor. And if he can defend it, he knows he'll be in a good spot. He's already got Zealots waiting. When Raynor moves across the map, the Zealots will go in and hit his 5th base. Raynor has split his units up, though. He's aware that this is a very common move for Protoss. So he's already got a quick reaction force ready to deal with it. Raynor might need to loop around from the north and hit this from behind. If he's just attacking from one side, I think this army with the cannons supporting it is going to be really effective. The Zealots not overcommitting. The Prism is going to actually go down and try and drop into the main. Raynor anticipated this maneuver. He's in position for it. Hydra movement speed is not quite done. Zealot goes past. Oh, he blows up the Banelings. Nice move. Nice move with the Zealots. Classic, though, does leave the Zealots to get taken out there. This Zealot's going to go in, gets himself a drone. Warp Prism's going to warp in over here as well. Spore Crawler's going to try and root on top of that. Doesn't quite manage to. The Link Surround is excellent. Oh, Raynor distracted, though. Eats a big storm there on the morphing Banelings, or at least the morphing Banelings block the Hydras from retreating. The Archons may be overcommitting, though. Is he going too deep? Classic loses a few Archons here, but he does take out a lot of Zerg units. Raynor's supply looking excellent. I really still think Raynor should be looping around from this north as well. If you can get some Lingbane Hydra up here and come in from both sides, it's going to be really hard for Classic to cover everything. That being said, this is a mass Baneling all-in with some Lings and Hydras. Very fragile units against mass Psystorm and Archon. Archon, Psystorm, cannons, stasis traps going down as well. I mean, these are exactly the tools you need as a Protoss player to defend this. And every second that Raynor waits, this is not getting better for him. It's getting worse. Here we go. Massive engagement. Lingbane Hydra coming in from all sides. Classic's got to keep these High Templar alive in the back. He's falling back, dropping storms. One of his High Templars has already gone down. The Baneling's getting very close. The High Templar do survive, but it looks like Raynor is overwhelming everything else. The base has been ransacked. He's retreating to the right side where there are some more reserve High Templar with Psystorms available. Zealots warping in. But what an excellent attack at the same time. Zealots do hit the south side. They take out 4 drones. They should be able to kill Raynor's hatchery. Raynor gets a base, though, takes out a lot of valuable Protoss units, and an emergency mothership gets called in. She's going to take a very long time to build, and 400 minerals and 400 gas. She's the most expensive unit in the game, but especially against this Hydraling Bane style, she is so good. She can cloak nearby units for a short period of time. She can drop a time warp, which will slow the attack and movement speed of all enemies that try to move through it. And of course, she's just incredibly tanky, and she does a lot of damage spread across 4 different targets. So over time, she'll just absolutely fry all the Lings, Banes, and Hydras. But she's not here just yet. Classic still has to hold on for a while longer. Classic's only on 3 bases. Raynor's on 4. More Zealots are going to hit on the counterattack at the same time. Those could cause troubles for Raynor. These Banelings being stuck here is a real problem for him. He does eat a lot of storm damage, but the cannons are starting to get busted through. He's trying to pull back those Hydras. Oh, he goes forwards! Maybe a bit ambitious. These Zealots come in. The Banelings not quite able to clear them. The Hydras are getting overrun. The Banelings pop out of that. They will take out the High Templar. Can they clear these probes as well? It looks like some of the probes sacrifice themselves to save the rest of the pack at the same time. 7 drones go down on the counterattack. The Hydras got completely overrun. And Classic holds. Raynor overcommits. Raynor got a little bit too desperate there and a little bit too impatient. I understand why. Your opponent's banking energy. The longer you leave him, the more storms he has available. There should be urgency for Raynor, but too many Hydras on the right side. If he had 8 Hydras on the left as well, I think this is a different engagement. I think if he's got an arc of Hydras on the left and the right, it's a very different fight. I could be wrong, but now Classic has the mothership. He's got the supply advantage. And with Raynor not even having a 5th base, he doesn't really have much of an income advantage. A bit in the minerals, not much in the gas. And Classic's going to re-establish control of his 4th base. Similar supply always bodes well for Protoss. If Zerg was still maxed out, I'd say it's very dicey for Protoss in this scenario against a 5-base maxed out Zerg. But if you can't deny this 4th, you're not going to get much going on. Like, yes, the main's half mined out of minerals, as is the natural. Most of this army's gas anyway. As long as Classic's mining gas on all of his expansions, he's got an endless amount of Archons and High Templar, which is exactly what he needs. Gonna try and engage that Hydra Bane army. He sees an army gathering in the middle as well. He doesn't want to just leave this base out in the lurch on its own. He's got to keep it defended. Ooh, Hydra Bane. Hydra Bane in the north side. Okay. He's looking for the loop around the north. Army's going to push forward. Can Raynor punish this with some sort of amazing surround? Perhaps. Got to deal with these Zealots first. Constant Zealot counterattacks. The little run-bys. Very expendable for Protoss. You don't really care about losing Zealots. It's very annoying because against small numbers of Lings and Hydras popping out, they just can't deal with the Zealots. You need a mass of units. You also need to break this position. You need all your units on the front, so Raynor's going to go for one more engage. I think Time Warp absolutely ends him when this fight happens. I think the mixture of Storm, now with 7 Archons buffering for you, just a really tanky front line of Archons, and Time Warp, it's going to be so hard to get through this. Look at that. And he before Raynor can even move in, he's already storming. So Raynor has to stall the whole attack till that storm runs out. And here we go. Raynor's going for it. One last-ditch effort. Time Warp on the northern ramp. Storms are a little bit slow. The storms are very slow. Where the heck? He lands a few of them. But I feel like those storms came in a little bit late. It's a massive battle line of Hydras. The battle lines are being drawn. The Hydra's pulling back here. The Zealots running in. There's so many Zealots. And there's more storms where that came from. Raynor's army looked promising for a moment. But no, Classic was too far ahead. GG, well played. This was the game with the hatch cancel, right, guys? Check. All right, guys, so just showing that early game. Standard extractor trick. You've lost 6 resources for that. I said 7 before. Should have said 6. He's going to misplace. Always start. He's not in the right position. Over here, brother. He forgot. What happened is he forgot to move out front to check if a probe was coming in, even though his overlord was watching. And then he's like, oh, crap, got to throw this hatchery down. But he should be a little bit further to the left. He's a bit too far to the right. He realizes that. And then he moves over. Cancels it. Places it again. And that just delays the rest of his build. But that extra 68 minerals there delays his gas, delays his pool. He still goes, and he actually goes to 19 supply. He actually builds 1 too many drones as well. So not only are those drones delayed, but he builds 1 too many drones. So Raynor messed up his build as well. Yeah. Ooh, very sloppy start for Raynor, guys. He'll be kicking himself for this one. Of course, the second thing was he didn't see the Adepts hiding out of Overlord vision. And when Classic saw the Lings come across the map, he went in and paired up the Adepts with the Oracles. Only had 4 Lings on the map, which was already greedy for Raynor. And they went across the map without knowing where the Adepts were. Super dangerous. You only want to move across with your Lings to scout once you already have more Lings in production. So if he comes in as you're moving across the map, you've got Lings popping out to deal with it. Raynor broke that golden rule, which we often do as Zergs when we feel we can get away with it, and we almost always get punished for it. Really nice game here for Classic. Oh god, he went Hydra Bane with this start, says Kia. I'm with you. I'm also like, I don't know. What else do you do? I mean, he got to a good economy. Honestly, I think he could have broken him with the final push. Like that push on the base if he had more Hydras on the left. Yeah, you'd try Roach Ravage. I mean, yeah. It's weird because, like, it's so funny. Like, you know, I'm learning Age of Empires at the moment, and part of my mindset is, like, if I'm in a desperate spot, do an all-in. Like, drop a castle on their face, YOLO, stop building villages, just do some crazy shit. And it feels like, I don't know if it's just because Pro StarCraft is I think at the very highest levels, yes, that can work. But also, it often feels like pros just drag themselves back into comebacks off the back of multitasking and late game. But you kind of need to be Cyril or Clem to do that, hey. Cyril, Clem, and MARU are probably the 3 guys who bring themselves back into games defensively pretty consistently. And even Clem, it's not really defensively, it's just he, like, attacks and macros at the same time and just out-multitasks you and doesn't let you attack even when your army's better. What's your favorite AOE2 strat right now? I really enjoy... I'm starting to enjoy... I kind of am vacillating between enjoying and getting really angry at and hating Mango Wars. I've been using a lot of the... what's the Chinese mango? It's like a rocket cart or something like... I have like a rocket cart. I've been having these rocket cart Mango Wars. Has been really fun. But yeah, I've been playing mostly archers with a little bit of cav. My cavalry play has been a bit of a mixed bag. I've got to be... I'm so rusty on my cavalry that I'm like way over or under committing. I kind of need to get better game feel for it right now. But I've been playing a bit of scouts into knights with Chinese, which has been fun. All right, guys, going to the next one. Classic in the top left, Raynor in the bottom right. Why didn't Raynor go for any spellcasters in that match? Well, when you play a Hydra Bane, it's a Lair Tech all-in, so there's not really any spellcasters that support that army. You're just trying to overwhelm them with Hydras, Lings, and Banes. It's a Lair Tech army. Technically, you can get Infestors on Lair Tech, but what are they going to do? Block your opponent's units from moving? It's too much gas. You can't really afford it. You'd rather just have more Ling Bane Hydra. It's kind of a mid-game, overwhelming style, coming in from many angles. It's all about having an abundance of units. Generally, you only really see spellcasters against Protoss in late game outside of specific scenarios. If someone builds Void Rays and Colossus, Vipers are going to be amazing. You want to rush Vipers against Colossus because you can abduct them, you can Blinding Cloud the army. You want to rush Vipers against Heavy Phoenix or Void Rays because you can Parasitic Bomb them, which is really good against those Clumped Air units. But Infestors in general are really a late game unit just because, like, Fungal does good damage against... In ZVZ, if they play Mutiling Bane, Fungal's really good for killing Ling Bane, as well as stopping the Mutiling Bane, taking its mobility away. It's really good against Terran Bio, takes away its mobility, but also does good significant damage against Marines. So Infestors are really good against Terran Bio always, against Zerg in some situations, just against Mutas. Against Protoss, they're all big tanky units that aren't really that fast. So the Fungal taking their mobility away doesn't matter as much. The damage is inconsequential against chunky Protoss units. It's more late game, you'll get, okay, Fungal to hold them so your Ultras can get on top. It becomes a nice combo. Likewise, Microbial Shroud can be really good with Ultras. And your Parasite can be utterly game-changing, though it's not the most reliable play. It's kind of a Hail Mary, but if you can land it, then your Parasite can turn a game upside down. So you can say this was a greedier start for Classic, guys. Love to see him playing greedy. I just don't think you need to respect Reyna's early aggression in this matchup. I don't think you need to, because almost no Zerg all-ins early on pretty much ever. Just doesn't happen. Not at this level. So, good idea to play a greedy opening into a very delayed scout. Alright, we've got Adept coming out. Does Chrono. Classic's a big fan of the single Chrono on the Gateway. A lot of the European pros tell me this is a complete waste of money. It achieves literally nothing, according to most of them. Might just be a thing for like safety or something. Get across there slightly earlier to see what's happening. But a lot of players say, well, if you're not chronoing 2, it's either chrono 2 adepts or don't chrono and just chrono your probes. It's either go economy or go aggressive, whereas this is kind of the half and half. It's here's 1 adept, and it doesn't even force Zerglings, because you're already going to build 2 to 4 Zerglings anyway, so you're not going to build extra upon seeing that adept get chrono boosted. Stalker does come out here. You can see he's patrolling the pillar, so if the Overlord tries to escape on one side when his vision's blocked on the other, like if the Overlord goes to the right now, well, he rotates around. Wait, does he do a full circle? Oh my god, look at this patrol path, guys. How often do you see a patrol path, a single point, but it leads to a full circle? I guess because it's calculating turning around, the time it would take to turn around, so it realizes it's faster to just keep going in a loop. I don't know why that excites me so much, but it does. Please tell me I'm not alone. That's very rare that you patrol between 2 points and the unit just keeps doing a perfect loop. Normally it'll get to 1 point, turn around, go back and go to the others, but that was, I don't know, man, that made me very happy. It's little things in life you got to take pleasure in, guys. Oh my god, this is only a 4-queen opening. Reyna's greed is disgusting. And he's going to go +1 melee. Now, for some reason, guys, we haven't seen Glaive Adepts recently. Just no one does Glaive Adepts. Everyone stopped doing it. And the Zergs have started doing a lot better in this matchup since the Protoss stopped doing it. I know I've been ranting about this in my Rogue casts, that Rogue rushes melee Zerglings pretty much every game, gets away with it every time because no one plays Glaives. Classic was the guy who used to win so many games with Glaives. And even he's not going to do it. He's just going to go charge. Actually, he's even going Blink this time. Bad matchup for him into the +1 melee. I like that Evo chamber being hidden in the back. You see, if you look at Classic's vision, so far back, he didn't see the evolution chamber, which would have told him that this is a Zergling play, and he probably would have played charge if he knew that. Oracle's going to rotate north. Very quick Templar Archives. Obviously, that's for Archons, not Storm. If he made Storm on that straight away, that would be wild. Lair begins at 510. 4th base goes down. Baneling Nest's on the way as well. Pretty solid play here for Reyna. He's not cutting too many corners. He does get the Baneling Nest. Even though he played low on queens initially, he's now got 5. And he built 3 spores pretty early. Does he actually commit to the Zealot Archon pressure, guys? He's already taking 6 casts with no delay. Nah, he's morphing in High Templar. I think he's going to make Archons. Surely 2 Archons, a few Zealots, and go for a little... Actually, no, because he's playing Blink, not Charge. So it is insanely fast Storm. Oh, my lord. Roachhorn goes down for Reyna. Whoa, that's such a late Roachhorn? What the hell? Because he saw the High Templar. He thinks he's playing against Zealot Archon. But it's actually Blink. Oh, Reyna gets tricked by seeing those High Templar. Look at this. Look at this. He's faking charge. He shows him a few Zealots and some High Templar, but it's actually Blink. So Classic's almost trying to bait a Roach all in here. Oh, mind games, baby. Mind games. Spy goes down at 610. Not a bad call. We'll need gases on your 4th. Now, the reason Spire doesn't really make sense here is Rain is expanding towards his opponent, guys. But Spire gets scouted instantly anyway, so I guess he was never going to commit to it anyway. Uh-oh. Oh. 2 queens can't kill it. I think you need 3. Oh, no, he does kill it. Well done. Very well done. Oh, mate, was that the Oracle canceling the stasis? I'm not sure which one. All right, guys. Storm is finished. Classic's going to expand forwards. And your base is literally right next to his base. I mean, this is demented. This base location is actually demented for Raynor. If Raynor ever tries to swap to a defensive game, this 5th base is absolutely the first thing to go. But, hey, if you're doing a Ravagerling Bane all-in, why not? And to be fair, the Spire gets spotted, so Classic's building a Stargate. He might start... If he starts building Phoenix here, he's making cannons in his main. I'm surprised he's not making cannon in his natural. So he's worried right now about the mute attack. Now, he sees the gold base, and he's like, what the hell? How dare you build this here? What the hell, man? It's crazy greed. Rainer's going for roaches, trying to come forward right now. It's a massive amount of roaches. 28 roaches with +2 melee. What in the world is this? Honestly, I want to see Raynor just send his whole army up here, loop around this side, and hit the natural. Like, Classic is clearly creating a defensive bastion in the middle of the map. Yeah, just go around with like 2/3, maybe 3/4 of your army, I feel like. You bust into that natural, you get in the main and natural, you can do crazy damage. 3 cannons in the main, guys. Or 2 cannons in a battery, I should say. Just because he really thinks mutas are going to fly in there at some point. Still nothing on the natural, though. And you want to send the roaches in first, because they're much slower. Classic hasn't seen it. Here we go. First reveal. Raynor tries to attack the front at the same time. The Roachling is going to take these Stalkers out very nicely. And look at that. He forces a recall. Main army jumps in the front at the same time. One High Templar is here on the front. Needs to land some storms. The Roachling goes on top and kills all the High Templar. The moment they recall, they all die. The High Templar on the front never got a storm off because he was too busy looking elsewhere. Raynor jumping in with reckless abandon. And with the Ravagerling attack on 2 sides, he's doing very well. Honestly, I think the Ravagers might be able to fight this, especially with the Ling rally. He runs some Lings in the main, but there's 2 cannons and a battery there, so they hold on just fine. 22 probes have gone down. Classic already taking catastrophic damage. He's trying to play Fleet Beacon right now as well. But look at these Roaches and Lings doing so very much. And if he can kill this base now with a set of Biles in the middle of those cannons, which he will, this base is pretty much done for. A few Archons and Stalkers will try to defend. The Archon starter set was really nice there for Classic. But the Lings are in the mineral line with +2. The Ravager's doing well. This base in the natural tries to get probes transferred back to it, but that's not enough. Infestation Pit goes down behind this. Rain is already preparing for the next step. The Ravagers are getting jumped on, but there's Queens and Roaches here as well. These Ravagers move back. The Queens transfuse them now that they are on creep. At the same time, the natural is still dying behind this. I cannot believe it. The Roach Ravager on the front overwhelming these Stalkers, and Classics just bleeding out too many of these valuable Stalkers. Stalkers are not cheap. They cost almost 200 resources, and it looks like Rainer's going to force this to a Game 5. An action-packed series so far. You can see the units lost have... What's that? Almost 2,500 in favor of Zerg. Wow. Yeah, that attack on the natural, especially with this expansion towards the Protoss, actually opened this angle up because it really brought Classic's focus to this front side. Biles going down. He eats quite a bit of Storm there, does Raynor, but the Biles landed in the middle of all those Stalkers. He got into the natural then again at the end as well. If we go back a few seconds, you're going to see yet another Ling run by, gets in the natural. So that's just the final cherry on top of the cake. That was going to finish that game. Very nice game there for Raynor, guys. Really well played. What a fascinating pivot there into the heavy Roach Ravager Zergling. Haven't seen that in a while with +2 melee as well. GG, well played. How do you change color? Options, gameplay, color. I love that interaction between Urotoko and Biotrash. They're like, how the hell do you change the color? You might have meant when I went to the player vision. Players, if you go to player's vision, they see things a bit differently or whatever, or we see like what our color is different. So when I go into first-person view, the player's color might change temporarily there. Don't get distracted too much by that. It's just only if we're in first-person view that's going to happen. But yeah, there's a color menu with like colorblind settings and all sorts of things. You can crank the color intensity way up as well. Make the units incredibly bright. Wait, I got 50 guns at hand versus 70? GG. I'm so dented, they call me a dentist? Nice. Am I crazy or are mutas kind of useless in ZVZ? Because you want to get to lurkers, right? And hydras destroy mutas. But I guess if you can catch hydras with banes, it's good. Mutas are amazing. Because hydras really suck in roach wars. So people don't want to be building hydras early at all. So if you can hide mutas, number one, they don't have hydras. Number two, mutas are much faster. They're all about mobility here. So it's all about, hey, grab a hydra here, pick overlords off, force spore crawlers. So you can force a really big response with mutalisks. You can pick off hydras. And then, yeah, you can mix it with Ling Bane as well. And if Banes connect with the hydras, that's good. It's really hard for them to cover their mineral lines against Ling Bane run-bys and mutas flying around. And because if they're forced to be like turtle up on 3 base trying to build up Roach Hydra, you can counterattack. You can come in with Mutiling Bane run-bys, but you can also just go really greedy. You can go up to like 85 drones and absolutely swarm them. Ling drops in the main are really, really good. As if they lock everything down in the front and it seems there's no way in, you can drop like 6-7 overlords of Zerglings in their main. And you can tech to Ultras and Vipers eventually, as the ultimate is like 1 or 2 Vipers with Blinding Cloud, and Ultras are just absolutely amazing. But it's a tempo tech switch. Yeah, the cutest way to do it is burrowed Banelings to kill that Hydra push. So you'll see players from the old, you don't see it anymore, but old school players, like you'll see, I almost always have an Overseer. I'll be like, oh, I need to wait for an Overseer before I push with my Hydras. Because the Muta players used to always borrow Banelings for your Hydra move out. And if you moved over and lost like 15 Hydras to Banes, you'd be so pissed off. Yeah. My man. Oh, what's up? All right, the entire series is going to be decided here, guys. Rainer in the top right, Classic in the bottom left. And what build orders will we go for on match point? It's going to be interesting. I think Glaive Adepts would be nice. That's because I think no one does it. And it would be good. I wouldn't mind an actual Muta play for Rainer as opposed to kind of the fake one in the last game. I do wonder if he was always planning for that to be a fake, with that Spire placement not being too difficult to scout. Or if it was a reaction to the Spire getting scouted, playing the way he did. It's crazy defensive build for Classic though, wasn't it? It was so fast on the Psy Storms. Honestly, I think he had the tools he needed to defend that build. It's just about vision and having enough map control and map vision to see it coming, which he did not have. I do feel maybe a more standard 4th would have actually been a little bit more reliable for him. Probe's going to come across. We'll see, of course, a pretty standard hatchery first build. Should be an 18 gas 17 pool as the more standard way of playing, as opposed to that odd mistake that Rainer made earlier with 19 gas into 18 pool. Gateway at home. Pulled one off minerals onto gas, very typical. Pulls one off gas to build the Nexus. And let's see how Rainer handles this. So far, so good, but this probe's not done yet. He needs to keep this drone here. Very good micro. He needs to get that one there now. Good micro, but it's the middle patch that's getting messed up now. That's where they get you. Because now he's got 3 drones stacked on this patch. They're all going to derp out. It's bouncing between the patches. He's just going to make these drones go haywire. Rainer's counter micro has been excellent so far, though. Oh, he's handled this near perfectly. A little bit of mining time getting wasted, but Rainer very prompt to fix it. Trick is, though, once the probe leaves, that's the most important time, is to fix it once the probe is done, which is going to be any second now.
In fact, I'd love to see the drones attack the probe as well. Probe's now mined some minerals, so now's the most important time to make sure your drones are all fixed up. You can see there's 3 workers on this patch here, guys. So he needs to grab one of those and put it on this patch here. Hey, Deadhand, thank you so much for the gifted subs, mate. Really appreciate you. Pretty close series here, guys. I gotta say, I know Rainer gets pretty annoyed when he's playing against Classic because he knows Classic is just such a... I think he just says, you know, Classic just plays properly. He knows how to use Defender's Advantage. He puts you in a position where you kind of have to gamble and hope to catch him with a surprise because of the way he plays. But Rainer is not making things easy for himself by rarely fixing the workers. To micro so hard early game, but then only have 1 worker on this patch and 3 on this, it adds up. Small thing, but it adds up. And there's just little things like that you stack that often can make games a bit easier for yourself. So just a small thing that does impact the performance. Overlord will get to the pillar. As long as the Oracle goes there, though, Classic should be able to deny it. Really prioritizing keeping Rainer in the dark, isn't he? Now, this one definitely will not be a full circle. He's just going to turn around from there and go back and forth. Making sure the Overlord doesn't have much of an avenue to escape. Could actually go this way. If he went that way on the high ground, he'd be fine. But the Oracle's here. It's a little bit too late. The Stalker will take care of him. 4 more Zerglings are building. 2 Lings on the right side running past the Adept. They will see the 3rd Nexus down there. Overlord does go down. Adept's getting a shot off on these Zerglings. Not bad at all. Not bad at all. Ooh, Oracle doing some good damage. Zergling does get taken out. Okay, Queen's going to move to the left side. Drone's moving over to the 3rd. Twilight has started up. 4 gases. No wall off just yet, guys. Twilight and 4 gas and Forge before a 2nd gateway. You got to love it. Just that confident greed. As long as you always have an Oracle at home, you should be fine. But actually, he's only played 2 Oracles this game. 2 Adepts in behind the 3rd base should be solid. Oh, careful, careful, careful. Oh, that's rough. Spore timing was not ready. 3 drones do go down. Oracle doing good damage. Zergling takes it. Did I say that? I don't know what I'm talking about. Sometimes words come out that are not the correct unit names. Sometimes I'll call Classic Hero and Rainer Serral as well, just to mix things up. Now, this is a best of 5, guys. This is match point. It's a group stage game here in Maestros of the Game. Roachhorn is on the way, as is the Lair. Rainer's been mostly scouted so far. It is not going to be Blink. It's going to be Charge into Archons again. I can't tell what Rainer's plan is yet. He's not really given away any clear tells. Just no Evo, no Baneliness tells us it's almost certainly not going to be Hydra Bane. Evo Chamber goes down now. There's kind of... This feels to me like either Muters or Lurkers. Like Hive Tech Lurkers. I'm not sure which one it is. Classic, he's just going to play Storm and then try to secure a 4th while making sure he doesn't get surprised by anything. He's got the advantage. He knows late game favors him. It's all about not getting surprised by whatever Rainer throws his way. +1 range beginning. Is Rainer going to 8 gas Ravager max this? He might do the Basilisk all in. If we see him take these 2 gases, there's a Basilisk 8 gas Ravager attack. Rainer, Solar, a bunch of the pros I've talked to about this say it doesn't really work very well with the new Storm, but so far just 6 gases and no tech. This feels very Dark coded right now. Dark would just sit on Roach Tech for like 5 minutes, to the point where the opponent would assume he's teched up, and then he'd just go all in with Roaches. Surprising success rate with it. Things come in, grab 2 probes. Very nicely done. Can kill the Zealot as well if there's no energy recharge. Hey, brilliant trade. Ooh, watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out. Oh, you're going to lose that. Okay, the Oracle barely survives. Great reactions by Rainer so far. He's doing nothing but building Roaches. Nothing but Roaches in this game. Oracle number 1 goes down. Number 2 going out behind the third. 3 queens are waiting for it. Can they put a lot of damage on it? Nope, because Classic's watching. Sees a lot of drones. That's a fake transfer. It's a fake transfer, but he sees roaches and he sees quite a few of them. Oh, Raynor should have been hiding this roach rally over here, and these guys should have been rallied like maybe over down here or something. Oh, he's showing his mass. He's showing his mass. This is way too obvious. Uh-oh. So now Classic should know. Cannons, batteries, immortals, stalkers, and even maybe one more High Templar for Storm. He sees so many roaches. You got to send drones past this. You have to fake transfer drones to make it look like you're building drones. He's just transferring 2 because it's out of minerals, but I really think Raynor, he's going to take 7 gas. He is going to be going for an Overlord to clean up the Oracles with the Queens. The Oracle's seeing too much, though. It's seeing too many roaches popping out. It's not seeing drones. You need to be doing fake drone transfers to make it look like you're producing here. Otherwise, he's not going to be surprised. Roaches jump on top of these Zealots. They take a decent fight. Zealots actually killing quite a few roaches, though. I don't know if this is a good fight for Raynor. I think he thought he had the numbers there. I was kind of surprised by how many there were. I should have been stutter stepping that from earlier. Then again, perhaps any fight is a good fight for Raynor in this game. Uh-oh, Lings do need to divert to deal with the Adepts. It's go time. Here comes the Overlord fleet. He's going to go across the map. Classic's going to try and defend with Storm and Stalkers. He's not probed his 4th base too much. He's got 2 Immortals out, which are really going to help against a massive Roach army. And these 5 High Templar with 10 Psy Storms between them will be absolutely excellent. Goes forward there. Does land a juicy Storm. Raynor, lots of Ling Roach on the left. He's got to go up and hit the natural. It's all about the wraparound here. Creep Tumor would be excellent. He will put 1 down. The Oracle's going to fall if it stays there any longer. Storms have been baited and he's going to run in now. But look at the spread. Look at the spread of units. Classic. He senses ahead of time. The Roach Ravager dive and kill a bunch of High Templar. The Roach is trying to run in. Raynor was not really paying attention to the Roach Ling. They almost all got massacred. They do get a few roaches inside the main, but there's cannons in there as well. Roach Ravager coming forwards. 4th base could go down, but I don't know if a 4th base kill is enough here for Raynor, as he does not have any follow-up tech. No Spire, no Infestation, nothing like that. He gets 5 probes and does some damage. He does catch a stray Immortal on the right side. Classic with a misstep. That Robo must be on the 3rd base. Yes, it is. That Robo's on the 3rd base. That's why that guy rallied in from such an awkward angle. It is indeed the Basilisk all in with only 7 gas rather than the normal 8. He's going to look to get Ravager efficiency. The single Roach is still there. Looks like Classic pulled his units away accidentally. You can transition off of this as Raynor, but you need more damage first. He needs more damage. Takes out another Immortal. The Archons and Immortals do take big damage to the heavy biles. It's the Storms, though, that zone this army so well, and he eats a lot of Storm damage there. Creep on the front line going to help out. He will take care of the 4th. He's got to send everything else home to defend these Zealot run-bys, while these guys look to try and pick off Classic's units using Superior Micro. Great Biles. Gets himself another Immortal, but he eats a gigantic Storm. Oh! Roach Zergling will deal with this. No melee on the Zerglings, which means they do get chewed up by the Zealots. Oh my lord. Oh my lord! Oh, the Zerglings are nearly worthless against these Zealots. The Roaches, of course, do okay, though. Ravager's going to run in here. He could kill the Robo. Honestly, Biles right there on that corner. Killing the Robo and the Cannon would have been nice. He gets a Gateway. The Stalker's blinking forward, realizing these Ravagers have no support, and they could blink again. Oh my god, Classic might just YOLO this. Classic eats big Biles if he stays there. He has to stutter step backwards. But, ooh, okay, the Biles do start to punish him a little bit for his ambitious move forward. Classic only on 3 base. We are going to see an Infestation pit here for Raynor. Raynor can squeeze 10 more drones out. I think he'd be a bit happier. I think keep making Ravagers. Keep yourself up at about 15 Ravagers. But drone up, take a 5th base, which he's already got a 5th base. And most importantly, deal with these Roaches deal with these Zealot run-bys. He misses it. He misses it. The Zealots get by him. That's it. That's annoying. Doesn't want to be distracted for such long periods of time. If he got that Robo and cut the Immortal production out, this would have been massive. Oh, Raynor let his guard down. He barely missed those Zealots, and that could be a massive mistake here. I've seen Raynor come back with Mass Ravager many times before. Will he be able to do it again? We'll have to find out. Queen Micro is back. The Zerglings will save her. 5 drones going down there. Raynor now pushed into the defensive. He's on a Mass Ravager defense against 8 High Templar, 3 Immortals, and 26 Blink Stalkers. +2 attack, +3 on the way. Stalkers blinking forward. Got to be careful. The Observer's almost dead. The Roach Ravager eating some big Storms, though. They've got to pull out of it, and they do. Very good pullback. Raynor keeps missing these zealots coming down the left side. That's a real problem. Every time he barely misses it. Oh, that's so frustrating. Raynor now building Hydras, but he doesn't have Groove Spines. Hydras are nearly worthless in this situation. I think he's just going to try and morph them straight into Lurkers. Roaches run in, catch an Immortal on the rally. Very nicely done. Drones on the fourth get caught. So much micro needed to defend on the front, but that means his fourth base is getting ransacked. Raynor, his third base now in troubles. The Zealots get in there. He's going to lose control of his fifth. He's going to lose a bunch of drones on his third, and his fourth base is taking damage as well. He does get in with some roaches, but the cannon is there. Yes, the cannon will go down. He doesn't have Burrow, though, with another cannon inside the main base. A big Stalker Warped. I think Classic's going to deal with that just fine. It looks like Classic may indeed have weathered the storm. Raynor here mixing things up in the final game. I don't think it was a bad build choice for him. Classic defending the big run by in the natural choke point. The Lings and Roaches earlier was so big, and his Zealot run bys have just found him so much value down that left side. Stalker, Immortal High Templar coming forwards. Ravager Hydra Lurker over there. And counterattack's going to try and find some magic, but there is a cannon on that fourth. He doesn't know about the fourth. He finds himself an Immortal, but he's actually not watching, so he runs straight past it. What an awkward encounter that was. He does realize, I think, and sends the Zerglings back, but they miss it. Meanwhile, Lurker's getting pushed through. The Stalkers blink on top of the Lurkers. Raynor has to tap out. And that is a huge problem. I mean, it's all about Classic just layering his defense. It's all about him layering that defense, guys. I really thought if these units got in, that'd be huge, but he spread his units backwards, didn't clump everything up, and yes, he loses a lot of High Templar there, but he kills a lot of Roach Ravager with the Storms at least, and more importantly, shuts these guys down. I mean, really well played. I think for me, there was still a chance for Raynor after he killed this fourth, but it's very hard to keep vision on the left in a game like this. Maybe needed to send an Overlord or something over there. If he dealt with his Zealot counterattacks a little bit more crisply, he might have been able to stay in control. Maybe if he got the Robo with the Biles as well, that also would have taken the big power units out of Classic's army build. Might have given him a chance. But hats off to Classic, guys. The defensive Protoss God does it again. He is very good at playing that correct, defensive, efficient style. And he manages to take out Raynor 3-2. GG, well played. Alright, well, if you guys enjoy series where Protoss powerhouses put down a wall, they dig in the trench, and they defend the swarm of Zerg, then don't forget to support the channel. You guys can like, subscribe, comment, and if you want to go the extra mile, check out our Patreon. Links down below in the description. And a special thanks to everyone who's already over there, getting some awesome perks, and, of course, supporting the channel, allowing me to continue doing what we do over here. Big thanks to everyone here on the Wall of Bacon, but especially Pete and N, Dragos R, and Oko H, our conductors of the D-Town Express this month. Thanks for watching. We'll see you guys next time. Goodbye and good night. Is the GSL final tomorrow? Already? No, it happened on Monday. We already cast it earlier today. Yeah. So it'll go out on YouTube tonight if you want to watch it there. Heyo. What's up? In stream here? Is that okay? Potentially. Why? What's up? Streaming and mine, Darius. Oh, he's sleeping. Oh, okay. I was like, you want me to turn the baby into the content? Just like me streaming with the, I'm just like rolling a ball back and forwards with him or something, and I'm like, guys, donate for me to throw the ball at his face. Like, you know, I don't know. Like, yeah, I can monitor that. Yeah. No worries. Yeah, of course.
Just, otherwise, we'll go back.
Yeah.
Then, was I?
If you could get further, you're 50 meters away. If he, okay, so I'll just hear if he cries, and then I'll go grab him.
Yeah.
If he wakes up, should I try to put him back to sleep or no?
Yes. So wakes up and cries. Then.
I'll go in and soothe him and try to like lie down with him, and if he doesn't settle after 10-15 minutes, I'll just like message you guys,
Yeah, let
and
us know.
I'll let him come out and play with him for a bit.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay.
Can I show him on stream? What's Teresa's policy with baby on camera? Yeah. Okay, cool. All right, no worries. All good. Enjoy food. You guys, oh wait, are you guys bringing me back something? Yeah, just grab me a vermicelli bowl, I reckon. Yeah, it should be great. Thank you. Sick. Hey, Pig, any advice to get better and faster at RTS? I'm both old and slow. There's two different things, Mr. Depot. So for most hardcore gamers, how old are you, by the way? And have you ever played an instrument? And what competitive gaming history, if any, do you have? There's two different things. 36. Okay. Yeah, so you're like my age. There's two things. League, TFT. Okay, yeah. So basically, as people get older, right, have the responsibilities, kids, family, whatever else, jobs, they're not having, you know, months off university holidays at a time, whatever it is. You don't have as much time. That's a big part of it, is just not being as engaged and not knowing what to do. So half the equation is knowing what to do allows you to play faster because you're not sitting there going, what do I click on? What should I click on? What do I do? Me, when I'm playing Age of Empires, half the time, I have like no idea what I should be doing because I'm so new to it, right? I'm just like, what do I click on? So the answer there isn't just play faster. The answer is learn my builds better, analyze situations, go, here's a spot where I don't know what the fuck I'm clicking on. What should I be doing? And I go, okay, what's the replay at that point? And I formulate a plan. I go, okay, I'll prioritize 1, 2, 3. I got to focus on this in this situation. So there's like the constant process of basically finding moments where you freeze up or are unconfident or are confused. Any moment like that, if you are like, oh man, I just can't beat Protoss. Every time I see Protoss, I don't know what to do. That's a sign telling you need to analyze that matchup and come up with a plan so that you at least have a plan to execute next time, right? So you always do that. So that's one half of the equation, right? Is basically just constantly improving. You're coming up with set plays, exact reactions. A lot of RTS is stimulus and response, right? It's like passing a ball in soccer and football, right? They pass the ball, you pass the ball. It's muscle memory, it's instinct. It's not something you sit there and think about every time you pass the ball to the next player or you guys do a set play. It's something you drill and you do naturally, right? So you want to build as many automatic reactions into your play as possible in real-time strategy where you go, oh, they're doing this, I do this. And you execute it enough times until it becomes muscle memory and then it clicks. Do not expect that to happen overnight. It will take repetitions. This is how muscle memory works. The other thing is if you are a really, what I call them like classic strategy non-real-time gamers where like they play Civilization like this. You know, they're like a 4X guy. They sit there with like one hand on their chin and their other hand's on their mouse and they're like, click. Click. And like, you're just like, okay, Jesus Christ, you actually need to just spam. Like for people who are that slow, I'm like, okay. So the first part was kind of the organization, just knowing what to do. But I always say organized urgency is the secret to RTS and StarCraft specifically. So for most people that I come across that hang out in my stream or my comment section, they're like, I've watched pros play. And they're just mashing buttons really quickly, which is why I focused on organization first. Because most people are like very stupid. They're just like, I click buttons in random order. Why did it not work? So I'm like, okay, you got to actually like write a build order down. They're like, I don't know how to write. And I'm like, Jesus, like, they're like, I want to be really good at like one of the hardest strategy games in the world. I'm like, okay, write your build order down. They're like, no. And I'm like, okay, if you're like too stubborn to like write down the most basic opening build order, like good luck, keep spamming buttons mindlessly. So for those guys, it's the organization they need to improve at. But for the people who are really slow, like I just described, they just need urgency. I'm like, you need to just click faster. When you're moving a unit, get used to spam clicking. There's a lot of people, when they watch StarCraft and they watch RTS, they go, why is the player spamming click? Why is he spamming click? Why is he spamming click so much? Why is he doing that? StarCraft players are so stupid. Why is he spamming? Why is he spamming? And like, you guys have probably seen this reaction if you hang around non-StarCraft gamers and non-RTS gamers. they get stressed out by you clicking a lot. And you're like, what is wrong with you? This takes me no effort. There's no thought. It's just my mouse cursor moves and the units I'm controlling follow the mouse cursor. You're just spamming click the whole time. There's nothing like that's just, you don't have to think about it. It's muscle memory. Your finger's doing this. For them, in their mind, every time they're like, click, click, click. Like they gotta fucking stop and think about every single click. And I'm like, bro, that's the problem. Stop thinking about every click. Like, this is not a turn-based game. You got to click quicker. You got to make it so you could do things without having to stop and think about it. That's like the whole point of the real-time aspect. Otherwise, go play a turn-based game, you know? So, yeah, depending on where you are in the spectrum, both of those can make you play faster and kind of more effectively. And it's always about finding a balance between the two. So if you're incredibly slow, click faster and do things quicker and try to push harder. And if you are already quick, but you're doing things in a random chaotic order, get organized. Batch things together, get macro cycles going, give yourself a certain amount of time to focus on the fighting, then go back to a macro cycle, then focus back on your army, then focus on a macro cycle. You know, you can batch things together as well to make them more efficient, all that stuff. What if you're scared of getting tendinitis? Then just like literally go for a walk and do a few stretches and don't sit on your computer 400 hours a day, hunched over your mouse and keyboard. I am a bit of an elitist when it comes to tendinitis and carpal tunnel and stuff, in that usually I think there are very big signs that you are using your mouse and keyboard wrong, but then people just keep doing it. Just stop using your mouse and keyboard like that. Especially if you work with it all day. Like, if the moment there should never be any discomfort, any soreness, I can play for 15 hours a day. I will feel nothing, no problems in my hands at all. I might feel a bit stiff from sitting at my desk for too long, but nothing in my wrists, no pain, nothing in my wrists, nothing in my forearms, nothing in my shoulders. Like, if you're feeling anything, you gotta relax. Yes, relaxing your hands. Yeah, 100%. This is another thing I talk about a lot, is people will tense up like crazy. They will tense up like crazy while playing. One of the big problems is people play with really high sensitivities and DPIs where they want to move their mouse like the tiniest bit and have the cursor flick to the other side of the screen. In general, lower your sensitivity. In general, use a slightly larger mouse. Doesn't have to be giant, but a slightly larger mouse. And try to use your whole forearm. Try to use some slightly bigger movements. You don't need to quite be like Rainer. Rainer, I think, was using 400 DPI for a while. You could see Rainer doing this as he's playing. I think that was kind of counterproductive. And he's actually raised his sensitivity now because it was getting uncomfortable in his wrist. I think he went too slow. He went like FPS player level, which makes sense when you're standing at a corner, lining up your sniper or your crosshair at a certain point for where the head's going to pop out for 5 minutes at a time. When you're playing RTS and you're constantly like fucking doing these ones, you can't go too low on your DPI. But yeah, it's like piano technique. You get carpal tunnel stuff if you play wrong for an hour a day, or study 10 hours a day with no problem. Yeah. But too many people do it really badly, for sure. Like that, and they just stick with it, and it's like there should not be pain. There should not be pain. Fix it straight away. Do not let it get worse. Because if you, surgeries, all sorts of, physical problems and stuff. It's really bad, yeah. In terms of relaxing while you're playing, one of the big problems people have, I think, is just like not doing general exercise as well. If you're not doing enough general exercise, your body's naturally going to be a bit more tense. You're not going to be as relaxed, right? Whereas if you're out there doing yoga every day, going, doing this and that, you'll naturally be a little bit more relaxed. Which is why if you guys see me when I haven't exercised for like a week and I'm on stream, I'm like the saltiest, most hunched over gamer I've ever been. I'm just like, fucking stupid game. Fucking game's unfair. It's stupid and dumb. And I'm just like so angry and mad for no reason, and like clenching, and my shoulders are getting really tense. And I'm like, what am I doing, bro? It's stupid, man. Why am I being so... And then like I go for a nice long jog the next day and then hop on stream and I'm like, oh, I'm so relaxed. Why did Beyond have wrist issues? Probably bad ergonomics. A lot of the Korean players play with very tiny mice with DPI and sensitivity that's a bit too high in my experience. I'm not sure
who uses what these days, Terran is also just mechanically ridiculous, in my opinion. Like, I think Terran kind of was designed to break people's wrists. All the Terran players that have played at top level for a long time have injuries. So I do think StarCraft 2 Terran was designed in a kind of unhealthy way. But not all Terrans. Not all Terrans. Like, but definitely they've had way more than the other factions. Hey, are other streamers not on the ladder race involved in this, says Marty V. Buren? I'm curious about this AOE2 on Winter's been playing. I don't see him in the standings. Oh, so I think Winter was in the replacement list. So if like Spiffing Brit or someone doesn't actually play enough games to get in there, then he might replace them. So I think you need to play 10 ladder games, and right now Jabbo's only played 7. I think he's going to play a bunch the next few days, last few days though, he said. Spiffing Brit's only played 1 game. He played his first game, one Magia versus Vietnamese game, lost that one. I'm pretty sure though, Winter's like, whatever. If I don't get in, that's fine. I'll just commentate and have some fun learning the game anyway. Why not? Which is cool. Yeah. Dude, what the fuck is this? Loco had a 6-win streak yesterday? What the? He's spamming his Roman infantry? This is so funny. Him and Wagamama have been spamming infantry like crazy. Wago went on a huge win streak. Oh, he's playing Celts as well now, is he? Cool. Yeah, we'll play some Age of Empires later for sure, guys. For now, who's next? MARU Classic. Okay, MARU Classic. Okay. Hello. Well, you know what, guys? I better play a very quick pee break. Because a MARU Classic game could be 5 minutes or it could be 45 minutes. You never know with these two. Let me just pause this game really quickly. And also, this is a group stage game as well. This is a best of 3 opening match in the group, actually. I think. Pig, have you tried Biz? Big Macro? They were the first Civ I played in Age of Empires. But, yeah, I don't think they're super highly rated right now. So I'm trying to abuse the most broken. I need to, probably tomorrow, I start learning my Portuguese Fortress build because I've just not bothered learning it. But I'm Bohemians on Arena. I might play Turks on Arena as well. I can play Turks on Arena or Fortress, whichever one. I really don't want to play those maps that much. And I'm mostly just spamming Vietnamese and Chinese at the moment on Arabia. But I feel like there's just so many different builds I've learned, so many different things I've focused on. I kind of need to just like grind one civ for a while. Well, just those 2 civs on Arabia for like 2 days towards the end of the ladder race. So I don't know if I'll do like Wei or something as well. I think like the whole point of like Wei, Vietnamese, Chinese is they're all overpowered and very flexible. So I might just use those as my 3 Arabia civs. And we'll see. Maybe have a 4th one as well. But generally I want pretty flexible civs so it's not too obvious what I'm going to do. Civs where I can go cav archers, can play siege and do all that sort of stuff. Yeah, it's cool that most streamers have learned some cheese strats. Yeah, kind of. I mean, yeah, I spent a bit of time doing the Phosphor. I don't think I'm good enough to do it in the tournament. Then again, if I do the Magia version, I probably get a bunch of free wins. The Magia version is much stronger. Well, much easier to execute and stronger than the version I was doing with Bulgarians. Because monks were wrecking my conics way too hard. But, yeah. Yeah, I was playing Chinese all day yesterday. Chinese is like kind of insane. I'm nowhere near as good as them with my Vietnamese yet. Because with Vietnamese, I've kind of got faith in my late game to just win with Siege. But yeah. Someone told me, Pig, you're a voice actor in Fable 3. No. I've never even played a Fable game. I've heard they're good though. I've never done any voice acting at all. Guys. Pezovaj. I meant to say thank you, and I was in the middle of a rant, and I was like, I'm going to hold off for 30 seconds to finish the rant. And then I went on another rant, and then another rant. Can I just say a big fucking thank you, dude? Not a huge amount of support today. I know we've been kind of bouncing between Age of Empires and StarCraft. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much, Dead Hand, before that as well. I really appreciate you two. That's the majority of the subs we've got today. So thank you guys for the gifted subs. And thank you everyone who was slapping bacon in the chat before. We're going to go into MARU versus Classic. This one's been highly recommended to me. People have told me it was a really fantastic series. Let's hope it lives up to the hype. Thank you so much, guys. We'll be back in just a sec. And you forget to wall off the other entrance to your base. 47 MMR? What do you guys think? I think 45. 45 MMR? Come on. Give it to Papa Piggy. Give it to Papa Piggy. 48! Oh, shit. Parting says he really hates you. Can you guys tell him to probe scout one game? Tell him to probe scout one game. A lot of people excited in chat for Maynard. They are catching up and they're saying bassy, throbbing, and a lot of excitement. Someone actually just opened the multi-twitch, left both audio on and said, oh, it's also echoing. A big surprise there, guys. Remember, everything we suggest you guys do with your viewing experience is 100% serious, and you should absolutely leave the audio on 2 streams that are literally blasting the exact same audio at the same time. Yep. It will double the experience. It's great.
And definitely don't drive too far down the road because you will go off the side of the planet because the Earth is flat. Make sure to vaccinate all your kids.
Yeah, because autism makes them better at StarCraft, sure.
Exactly. I'm not going to go deeper on that joke. I'm just going to let it hang. Reaper here, a few thermal.
So, more Marines for now. I don't really care about medics too much. I just need more Marines to put in the bunkers. And we're going to, of course, split up those. Ooh. Oh, I didn't use the drill, did I? Oh, that's why I'm taking losses right now. Oh, Jesus, what am I doing? Oh, jeez. Ah, Jesus. No! Oh, God. How much damage does that do? 16 times 19. Whoa! Okay. 16 times 19? Oh, I didn't realize it was that much. I'm not good at numbers, guys. What's 16 times 19? The other Marines, not so much. Okay.
Standing by. Vespine Geyser exhausted. Vespine Geyser exhausted.
Okay. I think this is more than enough defense on the top. It's this right side that I'm worried about. Okay, I think I need them down here. Yeah. Oh man, they siege so fast. Kill the vanguards. Kill the vanguards. Come on, drill. Oh, they started running away. They bugged out. And we're back. What's up, guys? Oh, sorry, guys. I wasn't keeping up with YouTube chat. No, we've got the monitor for my nephew, my Dot's sister, and this little nephew. And they've left the nephew here sleeping. I've got the baby monitor next to me. He's having a sleep. He's 2 years old. His name is Darius. And he enjoyed throwing a ball at my face just before. Someone in Harris chat told you that? Maybe, I mean, they might be right, because you start with more food or whatever, so I guess you could just build 2 vills straight away. I just feel like the percentage difference is so much bigger on Arabia. So I actually feel like it's... I think they're probably wrong, but I could be wrong. I also think Chinese doesn't have the right tech tree for Fortress. They don't have the right late game. Alright, guys. Classic in the top right side of the map here. Going for a gas first against onside MARU in the bottom left. And this is a TVP. This is going to be a match for Maestros 2, guys. The big upcoming tournament over in France. The group stage being played online here. MARU against Classic. A matchup that has led to one of the most epic nukes I've ever seen, where Classic got a late game Skytoss army. Was it Tokamak? I think it might have been Tokamak, that map where he just got absolutely blasted by a massive nuke. Classic didn't notice it. Lost his entire Carrier Tempest mothership fleet to a direct hit from a nuke. But hopefully that's far in the past here for Classic, as he opens up with the greediest build he can think of. I do think if you're going to do no scout, you should always go Nexus before Cybercore, as it just feels like that's where you get the most benefit off of that greedy start. And indeed,
Look at that beautiful timing. A minute 21 on the Nexus. And of course, you can throw the Cybercore in the main after just a moment. It's going to wall off behind the gas in case a Reaper jumps in. It won't be able to rotate. Nice little semi-block there. Interestingly, the probe goes back to the natural, though, for another trip, which normally you wouldn't bother doing. I guess he wants to build the pylon down here. Yeah, he does. I don't know. I'm always a big fan of delaying the pylon on the natural because I'm a bit of a weirdo, but especially if you're not scouting, you do almost always want to build a blind shield battery. This could be 2 gas Reaper Hellion. Of course, it's not. This is no second gas. It's a 1-Rex expand with an SCV scout for Maru, so a macro game most likely the follow-up here for both sides as they realize, oh, you're playing defensive? I'm playing defensive too! And a Reaper will go across the map, figure out what's happening. Factory will begin here. Starport can build after that and, of course, create that wall off so a siege tank behind can defend any future Blink aggression. Maru and Classic have traded series in the past, with Maru coming out on top on average against pretty much everyone. Reaper sees the Twilight Council. It's going to go into the main. The probes are about to transfer. They pull back for a moment and, of course, move down there, guarded by the Adept as it escorts them to the natural. Adept chases the Reaper away. Got the reactor on the way there. Factory coming up. Reaper dancing backwards. Probes are building right now. Stalker as well. Adept going after the Reaper. It's not quite able to get him. Not just yet. 2 Marines coming forward. Bit of an ambush on the ledge could work, but I think Classic should be shading to get vision. And yeah, he sees the Marines there waiting for him. The Marines and the Reaper will track the shade back, so of course he won't let it finish. And with Blink now started at home, a second gateway should have begun. You don't want that any later than about 3 minutes 10. He's going to create a bit of a wall off here. I'm always iffy about these wall offs, man. Like, I get it. They defend Hellion play nicely if it's reactor Hellion, but like, I don't know. It just always feels like there's a lot of situations where that wall off works against you later on. We'll see how Classic handles it. Stalker Adept coming forwards, but that's quite a few units now. I don't know if committing up that ramp would be the right idea. Of course, letting your shields regenerate, as they do regenerate so fast, could pay off for Classic, and cool to see him being so active. I normally think of Classic as such a defensive player, to the point where it really did become a detriment. So many players started playing super greedy against him, knowing he was just going to sit back and play defensive. And even just a little bit of poking early on can be very nice. The Hellion and the Reaper go to the left, the Stalkers see them coming. He can either go around and keep attacking it, or he could try and... I would have liked him to hide that probe. He's actually going to go to the right side, maybe expand there. I like the Widow Mine reposition. Maru's been so cute. And here we go. Classic comes in, tries to bait the Widow Mine there, but Maru quickly unburrows, picks it up, boosts across the map. Stalkers will clean up the Hellion and Reaper, though. Classic, very well prepared. These 2 Stalkers manage to take out an SCV and a Marine. Not too bad. Can he get one more? Only if he's willing to sacrifice that Adept. He's going to use the Shade trick again. He wants to get the shot to fire and then have his Shade finish as it's mid-animation. But Classic was a bit too busy going home to macro. Looked back at the front, realized he'd mistimed it. Cancels the Shade and doesn't overcommit. Ooh, nice shutdown, as long as he does actually target that, and indeed he does. Now, he could sacrifice a probe here, or wait for the Observer. He's got an Observer above the natural. These guys are there. He can just use Blink as well, of course. There's only one target. Maru can't retarget. Let's try and make that fire again. And Classic, so far, I always say Classic's not the fastest player, but I don't know, man. He's kind of out multitasking Maru here. He's had a perfect early game. He's killed 7 units, and this is looking incredible. Adept Stalker goes into the main base. The SCV's taking a bit of damage. Four SCVs in total, not bad. Doesn't really cost you anything either, and you've got Robo Bay, Forge, third base getting saturated, 3 more gateways, charge on the way, redrops again. Maru not waiting on the edge, kind of sloppy, man, not gonna lie. Loses another SCV and Mule, that's really costly, dude. That Prism has plenty of dead space down here it can go along and hide in. Maru's going to drop a third CC, go for double eBay, but with the Prism seeing that third command center, you're well aware. Like, you know Maru is going to try and just go to the late game, so you probably want to, as Classic, get a 4th up and push hard as you're starting to saturate that 4th. Go for like a 3 Colossus timing attack. I think an Archon attack usually times out really well against double Engineering Bay because they rarely get ghosts in time, or at least they don't have enough ghosts to EMP the Archon, so
2 or 3 Colossus, get a Warp Prism, morph Archons on the front, and then you just A-move. That's the most common win condition you find in these sorts of games. Oh my gosh. 15 hit points, guys. I feel like that Prism could have been further south. Am I crazy for thinking he could have actually had that in a safer position when recalling? I'm not sure. Anyway, next Colossus is not queued up right now. He's got to fix that. It's so important to keep these Colossus pumping out. How many gateways is this? It's going to be 8 gateways. Oof. Already full production 3 base, 4 gases. I mean, Classic might not even bother probing the 4th. He might just drop a Templar Archives now and go. And honestly, I think he should go. Like, the moment MARU moves out to take a 3rd, I think you already want to be on the map in position to kill him. Got a little Zealot Adept drop. Not a very good army. And the Prism will shut this down. Or the Viking, sorry, will shut the Prism down. At least he unloads the ground units, gets them out. The Prism does fall. Zealot's there, Marines there. Looks like the Marine spots the Zealot and then says, okay, let's just stim in and see what I can see. He wants to see the army comp, does MARU. See some Zealots running over there, and there we go. Now he knows it's Colossus. That's the most important thing for MARU to find out, as he floats his 3rd over to the right side. Templar Archives and Second Forge coming in now. So 2-1 upgrades could start. I feel like it's not a bad idea to just full send. That being said, this Prism is kind of late. I think Classic could have had a 3rd Colossus out around this time if he'd been actively chronoing and not missing any production. And the fact that he doesn't actually have a Warp Prism with the army, he's just sending it for a drop, makes me think he's being a little more tentative than he needs to. Off of such a perfect early game, I feel like he really should be looking to just punch through the front, overwhelm, break these tanks when they don't have much support. You can get in there before if he gets an anti-armor missile, it's harder to break. If he gets this wall off on the right, it's much harder to get Zealots around, though. I don't think that's closed on the north side. You really want to make sure it's completely sealed, because Charge Zealots will squeeze through pretty much anything. Oh! Siege Tank just friggin' derps its way up there. Classic saving as many of the Stalkers as he can. Very well played. Look at this move, man. Gets himself a tank there, catches MARU out of position. MARU does not have that much Marine Marauder. He's got +2 weapons starting now. Doesn't have +2 armor just yet. More gateways, a 5th Nexus on the way. Like, I love that Classic's ahead. I guess I just feel like he maybe could have pressed a little harder. But instead, he's chipping away. And he's trying to find the openings whilst MARU is trying to build that impregnable fortress. And I think that's a solid wall off there. I'm still not sure about this north side. You always want to try and have your tanks completely sealed behind wall-offs, because if Zealots get on top of them, they'll die very fast. Classic's got 2-1 upgrades. He's been really active on his chronos. He's also morphing Archons now as well. As we said, it's really hard to get Ghosts out in time for an Archon timing. And Zealot Archon do not care about Siege Tank fire. The Liberators, there's only 2 of those. There's a few Vikings. You can see 4th Command's in his building. Ghost Academy now coming in. Is Classic wasting too much time? I've seen Classic really struggle in late game against MARU, historically. And I've seen him bullying MARU in the early game, get way ahead, and then lose from massive leads multiple times. Now, don't get me wrong, that's MARU. He's done this to everyone in the world. MARU has made comebacks against the very best players in the world so many times. But it does feel to me like Classic, I wouldn't say afraid is the right word, but more just a bit too careful. I'd like to see him a little more assertive. Here we go. Here we go. Ooh. There's an observer there. Pylon blocking this base from getting landed. 5 bases mining for Classic. He's got a 6th base on the right side. No sign of Storm, Dark Templar, or Tempests just yet. More Stalkers, in fact, warping in. As the buildings come up, it becomes harder and harder to attack into. I think at this point, you have to wait for the 4th to go down now. Now that Maru's maxed, he's got his +2 bio weapons. He's got tanks, Vikings, Libs, bio spread everywhere. I don't think you can go in here. Oh, nice Widowmine retarget on the Archon. Get some good splash damage on that army. I do think MARU probably might need a few more turrets as well, like 2 turrets down here. Maybe another turret here and another turret here to make sure Prisms can't get in. Speak of the devil, the Marines are ready for it. MARU's very aware of the threat of the Prism rotating in.
A lot of these tanks caught unsieged. One command center will get targeted down, as will a Viking. Classic just shaving off the edges right now. No transition for Classic. Classic has 5 gases. It's correct to stay low gas, but at this point, I would like Classic to drop 2 more gases. Whoa, Maru's going to move forward. He gets caught on the move forward. Maru a little bit overeager right now. He's getting jumped on. Oh, this is a big mistake for Maru. Gives Classic the fight he was looking for. Just gets a bit too antsy. That command center is an easy click. If those stalkers click on that command center, that is so worthwhile. You're so rich as Classic. Maru loses an incredibly valuable command center. Woo! So guys, the family's gone out. They've left the nephew with me, sleeping in the other room with the baby monitor next to me. It's meant to just like light up and turn on and like play loud noise if he starts crying, right guys? Guys in the chat, let me know. I've never used a baby monitor before, and I realize I probably should have asked this before they left me. I'm just like, don't wake up from me shouting about StarCraft, please. Keep sleeping. Keep sleeping, 2-year-old in the other room. We may have to pause the commentary at some point if he does wake up. Zealot Archon Colossus rotating to the right. Ooh, okay. Fire rotating around. Tanks, Libs, Vikings trying to siege up this area. Oh, careful, careful, careful. Gotta be careful going near these Colossus, man. Still a very Zealot-heavy army. Nice expendable units that you don't mind throwing away as Classic. It's tank in the back adding some really good ranged firepower, but it doesn't do much against the Zealots. It's so much more impactful when it's hitting Stalkers, Colossus, Sentries, Immortals. I know Sentries aren't armored units, but they're just fragile enough that 40 damage is worth a lot more on them than it is on a Zealot. Plus 3 ground armor plasma shields on the way as well. No evolution of the style for Classic. Still 5 gases. No Dark Shrine, no Storm, no Tempests. Classic says as long as you don't get a 4th, all I need is to keep swarming. And he's correct. 23 gateways, like he can remax with 46 supply of Zealots during a battle. I mean, that's insane. That's actually crazy. That's like more than a third of the player's current army supply. Nexus on the right, Nexus on the left as well. Fusion core started up, +1 air weapons. We've got some plasma shields coming in, level 2. Anti-armor missile on the right side. Oh, Colossus snipe. Nice move from Maru. Distracts with the Raven and the Vikings snag a Colossus. That first move down this ramp was just too eager for Maru though. Look, he's got 11 ghosts up now. Remember, these are the live version, 125 hit point ghosts. Only Colossus really can kill them for Protoss. Protoss don't have a lot of bonus to light. Oh, he's going to try and push him back. Maru. Is he losing patience or is he making the game-winning decisive move? I feel like he's losing patience, and yet he crushes that army. Loses a bunch of bio, but I feel like that's a pretty damn efficient trade, man. It's now 5,000 resources ahead, and the units lost, of course. Stalkers, Zealots, remaxing. Only 2 robos. This is the other thing. When you got this much bank, not having 2 more gases mining yet, which I guess he will put these on in a moment, and like a 4 robos. And imagine a Dark Shrine would be nice as well. Blinking up into the main with DTs would be so cool. Zealots coming in on the left side. Will they be able to get anything? They're going to take out a Marauder, a Siege Tank. Oh, a couple Marauders and Siege Tanks. High value kills there. Not bad, not bad. And you're very happy to take these trades as Classic. Getting a few SCVs here. He's clicking the command center. No way can he kill that command center. Warping in more Zealots and Stalkers on the left. Maru's trying to take 2 bases at once. I think that's more than he should be. He's biting off more than he can chew. That's a really, really dangerous move for Maru. I always call this the Maru mistake. Trying to do a bit too much. It's what gets him in trouble in TVZ a lot of the time. And you see now, even though he could defend the 2 middle bases, he couldn't defend the right at the same time. And that's what's going to come back to bite him here. Because that right side, look at this, Medivacs now in disarray. Ghosts coming into the open. The Colossus starting to roast a few of these ghosts. Oh, Maru barely gets them out of there. Well done, well done. Does clear this gateway on this side, but there's more Zealot Stalker that are going to keep swarming in from there. Another Orbital gets taken out. There was no need to take a 5th base. A 4th base alone was good enough with how efficient he was being. Remember, with Terran late game, it's not about having a competitive economy. It's about being so efficient by just really fighting in one place at once.
The ghosts are running forward, but a lot of them are dying, and every ghost you kill is worth its weight in gold. This is so nice for Classic. Yeah, he loses his Colossus, but at the same time, gets the command center on the left. MARU, I know he wasn't in a good spot, but taking that base on the left, it's objectively a mistake. There's a lot of people, they always argue with me. It's like, what? He can't be down 2 bases. I'm like, mate, he was already down 4 bases for the last 5 minutes, and he was crushing the engagements, which was how he was going to win. The moment you spread out to 3 exposed bases, suddenly, Classic, who's just been waiting for his moment all game long, has easy attack angles to trade, and every time you move to defend one side, he pulls back there and pushes in on the other side. It's an impossible thing to defend. Don't get me wrong, Classic was way ahead for a long time in that game, but this base on the left, absolutely 100% sure that was a bad strategic error. If he could have just held on to the middle and centralized his army in this kind of area, much easier to defend because he can so easily react to where he's needed to. The moment you take that base, it's just too far out. You can't split your army into 3 pieces. Really nice game for Classic though, very patient. Massive 23 gate Zealot reinforcers were absolutely well done, and he just bullies MARU out of game 1. That's hilarious, Splitterus. Your kid wouldn't sleep without the vacuum being on, and you burnt out a vacuum by leaving it on constantly to get her to sleep, and then you realize you could just look it up on YouTube. That's so funny. Yeah, this should just like play noise, and I think the screen will turn on if he makes noise, right? I assume so. I'm gonna go check anyway because I'm paranoid. One sec. I mean, there's no noises. If I press the button, will the screen like show stuff maybe? Maybe if I press this button on top. Yeah, it'll be fine. It'll be right. All right, guys, going into game 2. Classic at the bottom right side of the map. MARU in the top left. And MARU is going to be proxying to start game 2. Got overwhelmed there. Two mistakes for MARU in that game. And the reason we talk about this in terms of MARU's mistakes is because he had to play perfect from the position he was in to drag himself back in the game. Oh, MARU not hiding his SCV. Gets scouted. He's just going to have to build a barracks at home now while maybe trying to build an engineering bay or something to block. But I imagine just scout around the main. Maybe try and block the Nexus in a little bit. MARU historically has a way of working his way to winning in these situations. He has a way of finding a way to turn his proxy getting scouted or shut down to his advantage. I think it's just because it makes the game a little bit different and a little bit weirder, and MARU's adaptability is some of the best in the world. If you guys are watching live, we've got some questions about my background on my live stream. If you guys type !background, you can see the portfolio of the artist. I commissioned that off probably 8 years ago. Oh, he does get the engineering bay down. Oh, nicely done. I like how he waited. He made it look like he was going home. He does lose the SCV for it. Classic just goes Cybercore before Nexus. I mean, he builds the pylon before the Nexus. It doesn't really change too much, right? eBay gets cancelled. You put your Nexus down. It's 10 seconds late from what a core first Nexus would be. It's not a big deal. Yeah, I love that background. It's really cool. I saw it. For those who haven't seen it, essentially we got the Cantina from the Wings of Liberty campaign made up in a animated pixel art. She'd already made one of Diva's bedroom where she's like playing StarCraft, and there's like a whole bunch of cool like Blizzard stuff around and stuff. Yeah, that was just a really cool pixel art. So I was like, ooh, this would be so awesome to have a full StarCraft themed one of these. She put a lot of love into it, a lot of effort into it, so it's really nice. Twilight Council goes up on the natural. Stalkers are on the way as well. Probe moves out to the right. Adept to the left. Very defensive for MARU, isn't it? Not really believing in the Reaper. And I think, I don't know why Reaper just feels bad on this map, but I guess it's just because this ledge is so easy to wall off and the front of the base is so far away from getting in to see anything that I kind of want to hide it. Hides the Hellion. MARU doesn't want to give any information away. Command Center is now morphing into an orbital. Think about moving out here and engaging the Hellion. Wants to deny its shields, maybe. Oh, no, he just wants to go scout. Keep in mind, guys, MARU, he did scout early, but he hasn't seen anything since then, so the Hellion's his only real map presence, and it is fast enough to outdistance that shade. Sees no third on the left side. That's the first thing he wanted to check, is do you have an insanely fast third? He's going to quickly race away from that. Marines are building medevac as well. Widow mines also. Marines on the high ground. With the ledge. Should be able to defend this. Oh, good damage on the Adept. Hey, well worth trading a Marine to clear out that big Protoss unit. Not that it's big for later in the game, but compared to a single Terran unit, that's always quite impactful. Widow mines are going to have to be used to defend here. Oh my gosh, that's a lot of damage on the medevac. Oof. Well, got to pull the medevac back to repair now. Oh, he's not going to. MARU wants to continue forwards. Well, he says, hey, if you really want to do that, I will pull home to defend. Hellion. Oh, he's going to target the probe. Always feels good. Always feels good to deny that probe that comes out to take the third. Classic has to send a new one. Delays the third. Good 20 seconds or so. Nice Stalker warp in. Very well done. Blocks the wall off there. It is, of course, I think this is 3-gate, right? Yeah, 3-gate blink. Robo. 4th gas on the way. Third Nexus very late. Classic needs to hurry up on this. It's already been delayed. About 30 seconds now. And that is going to be an incredibly quick third command center. MARU trying to drag this to late game. 10,000 feet's a good map for Terran late game. Charge coming in. So early as well. Wow. It's going to be a Storm Charge opening. Interesting. Single mine drop finally moving across after the repair. Ooh, one sec, guys.
Sorry guys, give us a minute. We've woken up unhappy. Oh. I know. Yeah, I know. That's alright. Alright. We'll be back in a sec, gang. Ideal cliff positioning. Kill those Archons, kill the Wrathwalkers. I mean, I've got enough tanks that these guys aren't really getting that much damage done anymore, but how long does this last, right? Alright, stim those bunkers, make sure they're doing extra damage. Still got a medic there, which is very useful. She barely survives. And the SCVs can keep repairing these tanks. So, put a few more SCVs up there. A few more of these SCVs there. A couple more SCVs there. Oh, hello. Okay. 20,000. We got it. I think we got this. We can do it! Wow, cats, yeah. That one's right in front of the camera, isn't it? Look how many there are. Can you count? 1 kitten, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wow, so many. Ew. Just in here. We're just watching the kittens together. That's all.
Hi, Darius. Oh, is he up?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not sure if he would have gone back down. I lied down with him for a while, but he was sniffling for ages. And then he was just like kind of into lying down, and then I moved a bit, and he would lost it again, and I was like, okay, we're getting up. I was like, I don't think he's going back down. So
Oh, that was such a short nap.
the stream can hear us, by the way. I was trying to get him to count the kittens, but all he said was cats and got excited, but he wasn't in the mood to count them. All right, we'll mute the stream again. Sorry about that, guys. It's all right. Mum and aunt and everything are back to take care of him now, so let's just hop back in and imagine that didn't happen at all. We'll do a little note for the edit to go, yeah, let's make sure we cut that. Remove Darius crying break in middle of game break 5 minutes into game 2. Put that note down. What's up? Alright, engineering bay is going to go down here as well. Raven will sneak out down the right side behind this Widow Mine drop. That fast third command center is so interesting. It's so quick. Do you guys think he just keeps building tanks all game again? Well, there's our answer. No, yes, maybe. He lives it. He thinks about just building one. He decides against it. Widowmine drop's going to rotate. The Observer does see it, of course. And Classic, so much production coming down. Artosis pylon here. Good thing is, if a bio army ever does come in here, they're not going to get to your probes quickly. They've got to tear some chunky buildings down to get there. Ooh, Widowmine takes out a Stalker. Not bad. Stalker with Blink, though, can hunt it down. Wait, was that the medevac? Did he call it? Did he just catch the medevac? Surely not. No, the medevac did get home. Raven goes into the main base. We'll grab a little bit of damage there. I always feel like if you're going to pull probes away, you might as well pull the gas ones as well. Yeah. 5 workers do go down there. Oh, Widowmine gets another Stalker while Classic's distracted. That's awkward. And look at this, guys. The factory lifts off, and he ends up building a 4th barracks on that now. 4th and 5th barracks go down. Still all on 1 engineering base. So even though it's a quicker 3rd command center, this is not like an Omega Turtle style. You can tell when Maru is just locking down for the late game, when he's building tanks nonstop, going double upgrades. But in this time, he doesn't want to get stuck in that same ultra defensive, just totally, defensive position from the last game. So he's instead going to go single eBay, get a faster Ghost Academy to deal with the Archons and the Zealots. And this is a pretty quick Storm drop. I don't think you've got Storm Energy just yet, though, do you? Unless he already had the High Templar in there. Maybe he did. Yeah, drop the Zealots first, and then wait for him to pull, and then you can drop them. Yeah, the Storm. Oh, it's a classic. Oh, there's another one. Oh my god, that was so sick. This is always the trick. You make sure you unload the Zealots first, and when he pulls the SCVs, that's when you do the Storms. That's a sick move. I love that move, man. It's so rare, so it just works so well, because normally it's either a Storm drop or a Zealot drop, and normally it's a Zealot drop like 9 times out of 10. So you see Zealots unload, and immediately you're in the mindset of there's 4 Zealots. There's like 2 to 4 Zealots in that Warp Prism. It's never anything else. Catches you completely off guard. Does build 3 tanks. Ghost starting to come out. +1 armor hasn't made yet. There we go. Does start that one up. Maru, of course, mining off 3 bases, but Classic still, I would say, in a pretty damn solid spot. Getting the 4th base up. He's on 5 gases. And will he go for Colossus now? Because so far it's just Immortal Zealot Archon Storm. Could still hit a pretty brutal timing with it. And notice Maru has a double drop on a separate control group here. So he can stim that in his main to defend a Prism, or he can bring it to the front. Of course, we can see the waypoint from the SCV there. 2nd Engineering Bay goes down. Oh, okay. EMP and turret do manage to defend that very well. Only a mule and 2 SCVs going down. Warp Prism has to back away. Robo Bay is coming in now, as is Plasma Shields. That's got to be a mistake. There's no way Plasma Shields is the right upgrade here, guys. There's no way, right? Then again, he's building a Stargate and air weapons. Oh, okay, maybe it is. Classic's going to probably play carriers here. Okay, why not? I think he says, look, Maru's going to turtle. Let's pivot. Let's immediately go 5 base carrier. I love this choice. I think carriers is good if you can surprise your opponent with a big old wave of them, you know? Second eBay Armory. Still no turrets on the edges. Oh, just one here. This is the most annoying drop angle where they can drop your natural and go into the main at the same time. Vikings are on the left as well. Ooh, another Storm drop comes in. But he gets the Prism this time. And doesn't lose too many units. A couple of Marines, not really losing any SCVs. Ooh, I don't like the Stargates on the front. I hate that move. Just because it's so easy to get them denied and or scouted. But yeah, if he can basically get +2 air weapons and then make like 8 carriers and surprise Maru with them, he could do some very good stuff with that. What's the worker killed count? It was 17 in the first Storm drop, 21 total, so only 4 other than the first Storm drop, which was so good. Maru's got +2 attack on the way. He's building a 5th command center. 4th one's floating out. Raven's in vision of the Observer, so he'll take care of that. Just feels like that there's not much vision for Terran in these sorts of games. Always feels very awkward. Oh, Zealots will take some nasty Widow Mines if you're not careful. Classic is careful, though. He pulls back. Takes out a few of these Widow Mines. Zealots don't care too much about a few tank shots. And it's Tempests, in fact. Okay, 4 Stargate Tempests to break the siege. Ooh, I mean, with Storm. Oh my god, he's doing my strat! He's doing my strat! Guys! We've been on this patch for 9 months! I've been screaming for this as the counter to Turtle Terran for 9 months into my microphone! Classic! The first guy to do it. Hero tried it once and did it terribly on Celestial Enclave. One of the worst executions I've ever seen. If you mass cannon bat, and this map's always been perfect for it because this base is so exposed. Like, this map has always been the no-brainer for it. Mass cannon battery, spread High Templar around, siege them with cannon battery storm. Amazing way to punish Turtle Terran. And look, he can come forward. He gets a few cannons. High Templar. He should have had a High Templar in front. Ready for that. Does lose a few cannons for free there, but you're maxed. Normally you float crazy amounts of minerals. There's 2 ways to spend your minerals in this matchup. Make 30 gateways of Zealots, or make cannons outside their base. And if you do it early enough when the Terran's still turtling up, they can't really answer this. Not very well. If you get a row of cannons up here, they do so much damage, they don't cost supply, and they detect cloaked ghosts, which is actually quite useful later on as well. In case your observers and oracles do get taken out. Tempest can chip away at this for a while. EMPs across the gap, pretty good micro, but over time, the Tempest should win this fight, especially if you've got an oracle. You want one oracle to revelate? Best micro here on these Tempests for a classic. He's got to really be a little more careful with them, but he can keep rallying to the front. And even, I think any trade's usually a good trade for Protoss in these sorts of games. You can trade a little inefficiently, and it's like kind of okay. Mothership's there as well. Vikings coming forward. Does use his cloaking field with the Mothership. She can tank a lot of damage as well, and what a brilliant strat. Genius. Genius strategy. On this map, it's a no-brainer. This base sticks out like a sore thumb, man. MARU getting punished right now. This could be how Classic gets it to 0. MARU did make a nuke, though. Remember, we talked about that famous nuke from a few years ago against Skytoss. That was against more of a carrier army, I believe, but we'll see what MARU can do with it. What's he got down there? 2 Widow Mines on that left side. And my mouse. Oh my god. No! 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 My mouse just disconnected. The hell, man? I had it charged yesterday. I swear. What the hell? Plugged it in and now it's still disconnected. Oh no, has my mouse died? You're kidding me. How many technical issues can we have in one game? It's not turning back on? Normally when I plug it in, the light turns on. Oh, at least it made a sound. What the hell, man? Sorry, let me grab a backup mouse. So weird, man. Never had this happen before.
My man.
Sorry, one sec, guys. works. If I just plug this in here, this should work. All right. Well. Yeah, that does. Oh, okay, that power works. Oh, now you're gonna work. What the hell, brother? Now my main mouse is working as well? Okay, well if I unplug you and then plug you back into the previous cord, then are you gonna work? Oh, now you're gonna work while plugged in? Yeah, you can decide to work again? You stupid mouse. Sorry. That really pissed me off. The Mothership Cloak comes in there, guys. The Time Warp as well. The Tempest and the Mothership trying to bully back MARU. And you can kind of see just how interesting this situation is because MARU desperately needs to get his Viking count up, but he's already lost 6 Vikings. And as long as the Tempest keep on hitting, this is really good. You do want to creep the cannons forward, though, so you can keep pressing. And you want to try and deny this top right base, if possible. But because this army is very complicated now, Mothership takes a lot of supply. High Templar, Colossus, Immortals. Do you have a mobile enough army to deny that top right? That's what's going to be tough. Now, ooh, this is the classic. You always expect the Terran to go around the flanks when you play this style. So you have to quickly move to intercept. You got to leave some High Templar here, and you got to send enough army to deal with this. He does see the army coming there, so he knows it's coming. The question is, what do you do to deal with it? He's going to recall his army. What? Classic! You absolute man. Wait, what is he doing? What was that? What was that? Oh my god. Oh my god. That was that specifically to bait MARU into coming home, guys? I'm trying to process what I just witnessed. Anyone who's like listening to this just for radio and not watching at the screen, this is a crazy move, man. Oh, Mama's gonna get picked off. Vikings on the left doing well. Tempest's not fighting right now. Classic. He's not willing to split his army up to defend. He's got 16 gateways. He's got a lot of money. He's got to keep rebuilding High Templar right now. He's got a few at home. But look at this. MARU's going to try and clear up the forward position, it looks like. Oh, he's going to nuke it. Very cute. The Tempest can pick that off, though. Yeah, easy pick off for the Tempest and the Stalkers there. Ghost does get taken out. And this is so well played by Classic. MARU is going to have to dig deep to find anything he can do here. Keep in mind, there's no ground armor upgrades, which is still a very real problem. Any Zealots or Stalkers are way worse than they normally are, especially if they get EMP'd. And as cool as Plasma Shields are for the Tempest, like and for the buildings as well, you absolutely have to make armor upgrades as well on the ground. Classic, though, he senses blood in the water, and he's gonna try and push forward. There's 7 High Templar, 3 more coming in from behind. It's all about zoning these Vikings. He takes out that building there, dude. The Tectonic Destabilizers, giving Tempest double damage against buildings is so massive. Such a big upgrade. Now the High Templar comes forward. Storm, storm, storm. If he can land a zoning storm, he'll be able to hold him off. The High Templar behind do not have Storm Energy yet, though. That was only 1 Storm. I thought he'd have 3 more behind, but he doesn't. Nonetheless, he's killed all of MARU's command centers, or so many of them, right? He's killed a planetary. Actually, these other command centers survived. That one did not die. So he's only got, what, 1? Was only 1 planetary he killed? Really? Okay, I thought he killed more than that, but I guess they've just been lifting away MARU's top right. I don't think Classic knows about it. It's literally a free kill, and if he just kills that, MARU has, like, almost no mining, except this red hit point orbital that's burning on the left. Dude, you gotta be kidding me. MARU has 2 burning orbitals right now. A command center that the Classic just doesn't even know about in the top right. Great Storm on the Ghosts. Really good Storm. If you can catch this army, this is always the problem. People have always told me they'll just send their bio around and you'll lose. And I've always said if you control the center, you should be able to trap their bio on the map. But look at the way MARU rejoins his army. MARU was really quick to realize he was about to get caught there. But if they go and deny your corner and edge bases, they can get caught. And that's one of the big risks that they face. So it's very movement-based, but yeah, very interesting to see how this plays out. I mean, MARU's now in such an odd position. This army getting chased down. It's High Templar in front of him, High Templar behind, Tempest, Stalker, Colossus here. But you might get sandwiched as Classic if you're not careful. Great storms. Needs a storm here, storm here, storm here, storm here. He's a little late on these storms, guys. Gets a good storm there, though. Very nicely done. Picks away at the army. Of course, this is the new zoning storm, not the old storm. Kills one of his own units there so he can squeeze a mothership in. Probably just a Stalker. Low value unit. This command center mining, and this mining is crazy. Just a few Zealots or single DTs could do so much here. But he's going to sandwich himself. Classic goes way too deep here. He's going to get sandwiched. He knows that army's there. This is crazy. He's putting himself in a corner. Classic puts himself in a corner. Oh my lord! MARU dives and stomps him. Classic corners himself. Gets excited and throws his entire army into the meat grinder. Oh no! He's going to swap carriers now. But he's only got +2, not +3 air weapons. And I've got to doubt that move. He still doesn't know about that planetary in the bottom right. MARU would be broke if it wasn't for that base. MARU getting away with murder. I don't know how he does it, guys. And yet he always does. He eats giant storms while distracted on the other side of the map. The Zealotite Templar's ruining him. He is somehow in a position, if he gets on top of these Robos and these Stargates before these units pop out, he might be able to win this game. If those 4 carriers pop, is that enough to save Classic here? 25 Marines, 9 Ghosts, a pack of Vikings. I don't know if it's enough, man. I don't know if it's enough. Artosis! The Artosis pile and the Colossus are popping out into the Viking Marauder. They're dying. The Zealots are killing MARU's economy on the other side, but MARU still has that planetary in the top right that Classic has just never found out about. He's going to pop out 4 carriers here with the Stalkers and the Zealots. Is it enough with some storms? Maybe? He gets a few decent storms, Morphs and Archon. But I don't know if that's enough, man. There's so many Marines and Ghosts in here. The Interceptors all get shot down. The Zealots find this base over here. Classic. He's got 5k minerals, 2k gas in the bank. But he's just lost all of his Robos and Stargates. He can only make Zealots and High Templar now, as well as the carriers remaking Interceptors. It still feels like he should win this game, though, doesn't it? It still feels like if he can ever deal with this, if he can just land 1 or 2 more storms on it, this army with carriers and stuff, surely eventually he's going to get on it. Another nuke attempt comes in here for MARU. High Templar from the side, but these storms, you know, they tickle in this sort of messy scenario. They tickle. And look at that. That nuke will be landing on the right side. Lib does get focused down. Nuke lands, takes out a few probes and a forge. Army intercepting the reinforcements. The forward cannon battery position is here. You can just see how effective Classic strategy was. It has forced MARU into a desperate situation. But Classic not checking the top right means MARU has several thousand more resources here than he should. And Classic is going, how the hell do you still have anything? I've been wearing you down with Tempest and Storm for so long. Classic! He's going to find the orbital on the left, which is a great snipe. Can he defend his main, though? He's going to try and land another storm. A brilliant storm! An Omega Storm! Lots of damage. Gets a few Marines. Damages a lot of the units. The problem is the medevacs will eventually heal anything that doesn't die. So as much as that's good in the moment, long term, that doesn't really get you that much value. Another orbital goes down. He's finally going to find it. Dude, is he going to see all the minerals being mostly mined? He's going to be like, oh, there's a planetary here. When did this go up? Most of the minerals are gone, mate. Only these 2 mineral patches somehow didn't get mined, but everything else did. He finds this base. After all of that Widow Mine, is it going to kill all the Interceptors? Gets a few of them. But coming back, there's still 2 gate production. 3 Stargates have been rebuilt. Classic's out of supply, though. So Classic, he's trying to build more Colossus here. But he has to defend this position from this army. This is it. This is the moment. MARU's bringing his reinforce. He's going to have another Sanger coming in. Another big sandwich. 140 army supply of Terran. He needs another storm. Storm on the bottom. Storm on the left. But is that going to be enough? He needs time just to get a few more units out. Does Classic. But he's not being given that time. MARU says, no way, Jose. Pushes through the time warp. The cannon battery's kind of helping on the side of this fight. But only on the side. And all of the rebuilt production getting taken out as well. Oh my lord. But Mothership's actually helping out a lot, as are the carriers. They may only have +2 against +3 armor, but Mothership and carriers doing pretty well. It's just if the interceptor count disappears, which he's down to only 6 interceptors. And that's where you're in real trouble. Remember, there's no Templar Archives, no more storms coming in here. What a clutch game this has been. MARU has a 34 army supply advantage. Twilight Council gets rebuilt. There's gateways here. I mean, he can just keep rebuilding Zealots, I guess. Classic. If he had a Templar Archives, he could make a lot of Archons, which would actually be decent here, as there's not that many EMPs available. Mothership gets a few shots off there. Time Warp comes in. Carriers throwing their interceptors forwards. Classics out of Mineral Bank for the most part. He's going to send a few probes up there to mine. He's got the bottom left mining a little bit. Pylons built all over the map. The amount of value MARU's getting just from killing all these buildings absolutely everywhere is insane. I mean, it might be full base trade? Full base trade? Yeah, you've got carriers. You can kill all the buildings. He's only got 3 Vikings. He can never kill all the cannon battery. You've warped in mass sentry as well, because why not? Dude, yeah, this should be a win. Classic should actually 2-0 Maru. As long as you stop these command centers escaping, I think Classic wins this. Don't lose a carrier. Classic. Classic. Okay. Careful. Okay, he's got to catch these buildings with these carriers, man. The carriers need to fly south. You need to actually move command them as well. You got to move command. Yeah, okay, okay. He's got it. He's going for the orbitals. No, you need to kill the buildings. Like, orbitals stops Maru from rebuilding, but the buildings, you want to stop them from escaping as well. I guess he just wants to get rid of the orbitals for now. Sentries are here. Maru's army's coming back. Uh-oh, I think you got to get out of here. You can't be fighting this, Classic. Classic's in trouble now. His sentries are going to have to go to the right, but that means his army's not there. He's going to use Time Warp on the ramp now, and he's going to group up and recall to the top right side. But that means now you're cornered. Maru sees you recall, man. He knows. Okay, well, I've cleared the bottom left. I've cleared the main. Yeah, immediately scans the top right. He sees what it is. The lack of Templar Archives is so annoying. Dark Shrine coming in right now. There are still 3 gateways up in this game. EMP's taking out all the energy off everything. The Vikings should be taken down pretty quickly, but there's just too many Marines and Ghosts. They're gunning down the Interceptors. The Interceptors die. The carriers are dead weights. The motherships, the carriers trying to pull back here to the cannons. But look at that. Maru says, you know what beats static defense? Nuclear launch detected. That's right. He's going to clear a ton of the cannon battery, and Classic knows if he goes forward, he'll be taking a bad fight. Maru's going to shove through. I cannot believe it. Maru was so screwed in this game, but there's 2 big errors that Classic's made. It's not knowing the top right, and it's moving his army into a corner there and getting it completely surrounded. Getting that army surrounded. It's the Tempest army is not an army that stands and swings with the opponent. It's an army that picks at the opponent and retreats through storms and cannons and batteries. That's how that army is supposed to operate. Yeah, I mean, you can hunt down buildings for days here. Carrier's going to go in and try and take out this turret. Takes a fair bit of damage. Oof. Nexus in the top right will go down. Still 1 Nexus there. There is only 1 probe on the map, though. He's going to try and repower a gateway to make a Dark Templar, I guess. Looks like this carrier is going to get taken out by these Vikings, though. And that's going to be rough. The rest of the army does come forward, actually. Ooh-wee. But look at that. Marines and Ghosts going to bully him back. And I think that might be that. Killing these last Interceptors. Actually, there's so few Marines and Ghosts. There's so few Marines and Ghosts. DTs are coming in as well. But there's almost no minerals to rebuild all this. There's almost no minerals to rebuild the Interceptors. Oh my, the DTs are on top. There's enough energy for 1 EMP. He also has a scan. He has a scan! He gets a scan down! He's got a scan. He's got another EMP available. Motherships here as well. There's only 3 Marines, 3 Ghosts, and 1 Viking. I don't know why. I just thought there was more things in there that shot up. These are mostly Marauders. The carriers have actually been killing the Marines. Oh no! Wait, but there's only 8 Interceptors as well. Classic's out of money. Classic's gonna have 10 Interceptors, which is barely more than 1 full carrier worth of firepower. If the Ghosts, the Viking, and the Marines can gun those down, you can win, because Classic can't mine. He's got 1 probe. He could long distance mine, but that ain't gonna do much. These are Maru's buildings. He's floating away. He's got a starport there, a few buildings here. These buildings flying away. The carriers and the mothership are hunting them down. What is this game? Maru is such a wizard to still be alive in this game, guys. Oh, there's still a DT alive as well. Yeah, if he gets rid of the Ghosts, then the DT becomes very, very big. It's a big if, though. Not many buildings left for Protoss, and no minerals to rebuild them. Maru's going to clear the main, of course. Both players have been revealed, guys. Classic can see where Maru's buildings are. Maru can see where Classic's buildings are. And you can even target them on high ground. This is if you don't have a Nexus or a command center for a certain amount of time, you get revealed. If you build a new one, it will hide your structures again. Stops people from hiding in the corners and wasting time when they are otherwise pretty much dead. Hunting down another barracks here. Did he ever get Neo Steel? He never did. Never got the building armor upgrade. Zealot's still slowly killing these. Oh, he's going to recall down here. He sees the Terran army split up and he's going to jump on him. He's going to jump on him. Mothership recalls. Can he trap these units? Oh, the boost is going to run out. Can the carriers launch? Can he launch? He's in range. I think he's in range. Oh, but it's an empty medevac only.
It's only an empty medevac. Once they launch the interceptors, they have 12 leash range, guys. So carriers may only have 8 launch range, but their leash range is insane. So once the interceptors get out, they are in a good spot. Now look at this Maru. He knows these are the last buildings. So he's just going to stim in from both sides, ignore the air units and go for it. And that'll get it done. That'll get it done. Ignores the air units, clicks the pylons. And that is classic. Defeated Maru. Wins the game. A game he had no business winning. That is actually insane. Oh, there's no way it's 14, right? Arc on 14 would be insane. Is it actually? I thought it was 12. Dude, that's so funny. You know, there's going to be some guy in the comments, he's like, you see, Pig, your strat doesn't work. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? What game were you watching? The strategy worked. Maru just outplayed him. It's such a good strat as well. Such a good strat, man. If he knew about this planetary. He knew about that planetary. Maru did a very good job of constantly denying and threatening the corner without ever getting this army caught. And it was just his confidence in that situation doing that for so many minutes on end. And Classic going up in here and sandwiching his army was just such a blunder. Really cost him big time, unfortunately. But yeah, look at the way he was kiting, man. I'm surprised. So I do think he was missing an Oracle as well. Like, it's just, you have to have an Oracle to tag the army, especially the Vikings, because then your Tempest can chip at them from afar. But yeah, this base was mining for so long. And you could see how clutch this game was, like, for Maru. Every single mineral and gas mattered. But yeah, Classic just gets a bit excited here. The movement, he's like, oh, I'm struggling to pin him down. It's like, dude, you escaped disaster here. You managed to escape. That's good. Every time that happens, that's good. You know? But what you need to do as Classic is, number 1, have denied this. Number 2, creep your cannon battery over to the left as well. You've got 8,000 minerals, guys. It's like, what could we possibly do with 8,000 minerals with this strategy, guys? Could there perhaps be 40 cannons here? Could he perhaps, you know, perhaps, maybe 40 cannons, maybe? That's you meant to do that. There should always be a High Templar with the cannons as well. And you want more cannons and batteries, and you want to spread, and if he tries to take this base, yeah, you spread them forwards. You start building them here as well. You want to full cancel your opponent. Like, if your opponent isn't disgusted by how you're playing, you're not doing this strategy optimally. Doesn't the Oracle die instantly every time from a Viking volley? Its Revelation can cast from, like, literally 2 screens away. It's insane, the cast range on Revelation, Ivanhoe. It's got, like, really long cast range, and the radius is massive, so you can cast it from really far away. Yeah. It's more than 1 pylon per 5 cannons, says Krieger. Yeah. 8,000 minerals, costs 150 per cannon. 40 cannons would be 6,000 minerals. The rest can be pylons. You could build 10 pylons of that. You'd still have 500 minerals to spare. Carry leash range is 814 for SC2. That's so insane. That's so insane. Udor is 12 for both leash and launch due to a bug. Youchies. Yeah, him cornering his army was not good. Yeah, my strategy is 0% so far. To be fair, Classic at least did it well, which I'm happy about. Alright, guys. Well, Classic now in the bottom left side of the map. Maru narrowly escaping death there. It wasn't even a hidden base. It was just a base that Classic did not check for. He just assumed Maru wouldn't be on that base so early. And gets caught out by it. Gets his own army cornered as well. There was a point where he had 8,000 minerals. And could have built a lot more cannons spread across the middle of that map. And you really need to in games like that. You really need to just keep committing to the entrenchment. If you're on 85 workers and you're ruining the Terran's economy, they will end up with a much bigger economy than you. The last thing you ever want to do is shove your army up into a corner and get it surrounded by the opponent. And unfortunately, Classic, no doubt just lacking experience with the style. On that map, I think that build, if the Terran is turtling up a bit, if you have like a good early game,
I think it's I would go so far as to say it's almost a free win. It's so good for that map, being able to build the cannons across that gap from their middle base. It's just an insane advantage on that map. But once again, Maru shows he's a wizard, narrowly escapes death, and my strategy still has a 0% win rate. GG. Whee! Probe's going to be harassing now. This is only a best of 3, guys, as this is one of the opening matches here in the group stage. Group stages, I think it's round robin. I believe. I'm not sure if it's round robin, but I know it's like best of 3s, and I think it's best of 5s if players are in danger of getting eliminated at different points. But even if you win this match, you could still end up in an elimination match later. I'm going to be casting them on my YouTube in no particular order, guys. Just whatever the highlight matches are people recommended to me. I can now see why people recommended that match to me. A lot of people said, oh, you got to cast that one. Now I understand why. But Maru swats it away. Very well done. Oh, by the way, correction, it's 14 leash range for the carrier, apparently. Even further than a siege tank shoots, guys. So once the interceptors are launched, it's actually very far in StarCraft 2. I always misquote that range, because to me, 12 sounds insanely far, but apparently it's 14. It's crazy, man. Right, command center there. So this is going to be Barracks Factory, Reaper into Reactor. Be a Cyclone, no doubt. Adept shades past, Reaper sees it. Adept quickly turns around. Probes, better get out of there. So Pig, if you attack something at 8 range, can you redirect the interceptors to something farther? Yes, 100%. That's how it works. And once they're launched, you can just keep changing targets to anything within 14 range. It's insane. That's why fighting carriers, if carriers get on top of your production, it's a nightmare because they always have a building they can be attacking. At no point will the interceptors ever return to the carrier. So they literally can just be attacking a command center. Your Vikings fly in from over here and all the interceptors just like launch onto your Vikings well before you're even in range of the carriers. Actually, someone says, no, actually, it's 12 range. It is 12. Okay. So who said 14? Archon. Archon? Did you correct me without looking it up? Mate, I'm going with the guy that looked it up. Morphos's Wikipedia says range is 12. Unless you're a map maker who's looking in the editor. Chat lying to me again, man. Remember, guys, the most confident people who are the quickest to answer aren't always the ones with the correct answers. I looked it up as well, but it was on Blizzard forums and Unit Tester. Oh. I mean, you can't see the stats in Unit Tester, can you? I guess if you siege a tank next to it, you can kind of compare that. Battle.net forums I would never trust. Battle.net forums is basically where intelligence goes to die. Like, the reason you would communicate on the Battle.net forums is if you want to basically have your conversations have the level of, like, I don't know. It's just so, I don't even know, man. I don't want to be rude, but it's just schizophrenic. It's just, like, super deluded paranoid schizophrenia is how I would describe 90% of the conversation on the Battle.net forums. Because Blizzard doesn't want to moderate their forums too hard, so they just kind of mostly ignore it. And it's just a cesspool. Always has been. Banshee comes in with Cloak. Beautiful surprise for Maru. Classic's got to be kicking himself for this, man. Didn't see this coming. Luckily for him, Maru's assuming there's an observer with these stalkers, even though there isn't. Now an observer pops out. It's not even there in time yet, though. Another Banshee is at home. Only 3 probes. Honestly, that could have been much worse. Classic handled that quite well. Engineering bays on the way, as well as 3 more barracks. Banshee's there. Chat says, I also enjoy asking public chat on Battle.net for advice. They always have great opinions. Oh, yeah, true. And I always tell the story of watching them. Oh, my lord. Nice catch.
Very good for Classic. Yeah. I mean, I once was in the general chat and I came across them making a racial tier list. And I was like, yeah, I'm out. There's a different account. My main account's left the general chat years ago. Logged into a different one that was still in the general chat. And I was like, oh my lord, I'm out of here. It somehow got worse. Three Barracks Factory Starport. I believe they were also making the tier list based on how effective those people would be at doing unpaid work. Let's put it that way, to avoid demonetization. It was pretty gross. I was like, these guys are just such weird. I get they're just trying to say the most offensive thing they can, but I'm still just like, this is such weird behavior in a friggin' video game forum, man. The general chat of random video games has some of the strangest people in it you'll ever find. Because, like, most people who like a game find communities within that game to talk about. It's the guys who go to, like, the most public, unmoderated, generic version of it that always end up being, like, just having the weirdest discussions. They're like, people have to interact with me here. In any other community, I get banned. But here, they don't ban people for being weirdos. Guys, third command set is halfway done. Maru's pushing out. Stalkers are in a good position, but this is a pretty scary push. Storm's not quite ready, so these Stalkers buying time is excellent. He gets a Marauder. Oh, what are we doing? Bro. Classic. You do not want to lose these Stalkers, my friend. Concussive is not done, thankfully. And he will not lose any. Really well done. Banshee comes back in, gets 3 more probes. But just 1 Stalker and Observer will be left defending that for the rest of this game. Oh, we could get the Cyclone through the fog. But he baits another stim, which is not bad. Maru still pursuing him. Classic, happy to do a little bit of a dance here. Doesn't quite get the Cyclone, unfortunately. Still feels like he's baited out a lot of response here from Maru, and up 10 probes, not too bad. Maru sees the High Templar, drops a Ghost Academy, turns his army around. He says, I don't want to fight into Mass Zealot Storm. Let's run away. That's exactly the correct call. First Forge only going down at almost 8 minutes. That's not a good sign. I think generally, if you open Storm and you got upgrades this late, you want to go second Robo Bay right now. Like, you've got the gas bank. If you can get off Colossus and Storm quickly enough, it'll make up for how delayed your upgrades are. There's the Robo Bay we talked about. I was thinking about taking a 4th on this left side. Nice move. Yeah, if you delay your upgrades a lot, but you have 2 forms of splash damage, usually you can get through the mid game just fine. Zealot Stalker coming forwards. Biotank moving around. Prism going in towards the main base. Oh, actually, no, this is a Storm drop, by the way. Stalkers grab themselves a Marauder. You got to be careful. These Storms zone, they don't really kill anything on their own. Classic is keeping him pinned for now. Still no second Robo, and finally the armor does kick up. Not bad, not bad. He's going to start probing as Classic. Needs to transfer from his main over to this 4th as well. Should always grab 8 of these workers here. Don't just transfer based off the Classic. Guys, Classic is an old school gamer who knows the timings. He knows that at 8.5 minutes, half your mineral patches disappear. Instead, he just did the number transfer. Guess what? These 2 guys are about to mine that out. He should have just transferred them straight away. It's crazy to me that there's old man gamers who I was competing against 13 years ago who are they've forgotten. There's like forgotten knowledge in StarCraft these days. I'm like, mate, you used to do this correctly. I learnt this off guys like you. We do have confirmation from a bunch of people tested it in chat, guys. Carriers have a leash range of 12. Still very effective. Thank you for the clarification. No, I appreciate it. No problem. I know you guys weren't trying to spread misinformation. Thanks for looking it up, though. Second Robo coming in. Colossus as well. Maru also does the half-assed transfer, and then 6 seconds later, his mineral patches run out, and he's oversaturated. This is, I don't know if there's any pro who does this correctly anymore. And then he comes back and he's like, oh, I do have too many. Goes and builds turrets. Okay, now he transfers down to 8 once those turret builders go elsewhere. 6 more gateways coming in. That's going to be 14 Immortals building. Only 2 Colossus into Immortal. That's really good, because then if your opponent overcommits to Vikings, you aren't overcommitted to Colossus. It's really amazing. Problem, there's only 3 Vikings.
So at this moment, if MARU realizes that there's Immortals coming out this early, he might cut Viking production altogether and be totally fine. I do think 2 Colossus into Immortals and Disruptors, though, never a bad idea. MARU's going to move forward for this expansion. Classic has a very high work account. His army's looking a little sparse. There's not many Zealots here because they're all on that right side. He wants to get MARU's attention here. Land some good storms. Use some Colossus. Oh, good storm. Gets a few SCVs. Oh, a lot of SCVs, in fact. 7 workers going down. He's going to try and send these Zealots in on the right side, guys. You can see those Zealots running in on the right side now. Oh, Widowmine does get a good juicy hit, but look at that. Too well defended is MARU. Way too well defended. 2-2 upgrades also ahead. MARU's got 2 more commands in his building. The Observer does see everything. He's trying to move in and out here. Classic trying to find weakness. Is this a map you could do the same cannon battery strat? 100%, guys. Here's not bad. Behind the grass and work your way forward. It's not terrible, but MARU's not behind this game. MARU's not Omega Turtled. Like, yes, he's defensive, but he's got a big scary bio army. This is not the sort of game where Classic can do the strategy from the last one. He could go Disruptors, he could go DTs, he could try to squeeze Tempest in. I wouldn't really advise it in this scenario. I've seen Max pull it off with a pure mobile, no static defense, no cannons on the front version. Really hard to pull off. 9 more gateways at building. Classic's just going to stick to the 23 Warp Gate. Just Colossus, Immortal, Stalker, Zealot. A few High Templars sprinkled in is always nice. I do hope he replaces these. One thing I've been critical of Classic for in the past is if he loses these early High Templar, he often doesn't replace them in the late game. And I don't think you need a ton of them in your army, but definitely always having a few in reserve is really nice. MARU taking his time. Remember, he's made some mistakes recently with trying to take too many expansions at once and giving his opponents angles. Here comes the storm drop. It does get a massive storms! Massive storms for Classic! Wow! Blast through the Medivacs and Vikings. If you can click that command center, that would be absolutely excellent. But the mass repair is good. MARU saves the command center with the mass repair. What a move. And there's no High Templar in reserve here, so the whole army does get gunned down. That save on the command center baited Classic into staying way too long. Now the Zealots running the right side as MARU moves into the middle, but oof, that is a Zealot reinforce, of course. 23 Warp Gates are up, gets a few SCVs. It's a really good trade. Any buildings he can kill, also very effective. And now double Disruptors to follow up. I think that was a pretty, like that's double Storm and all the Vikings and Medivacs did so much damage, man. Even stopping to repair these units is going to be expensive, and I think he's doing that now. You can see there's a couple of SCVs that are there, but I don't know if they're on auto repair right now. Okay, it looks like he's moving a few SCVs over. They are going to start repairing. The bio is heavily wounded. There's only 4 Medivacs alive. He's going to lead with a storm. First thing you're going to see is this High Templar plonking a big storm on your face. Oh, very nice. Another one gets really deep, even on the siege tank. One of the SCVs would be lovely. He does have the energy just now. The planetary goes down, and he can easily cover his retreat with a storm right here. Very well played, guys. I think Classic might be wearing MARU down here on Tourmaline. He's going up another gateway on the left side. He's already got a Nexus on the right. Starting to mine these forward bases out is always crucial to remove any future resources MARU might be taking later on in the game. Zealot, Stalker, Immortal, Archon. Well, no, actual Immortals now. Ooh, he's going too deep. He's going too deep. There's no way this is a good idea for Classic unless it's all about surprising so the Zealots can do damage, and indeed it is. A little slow to get on the worker line there. His Disruptors go way too far forward, though. A little sloppy there. Ooh, Zealots going in and out very derpily. A bit of misclicking here for Classic. Of course, a Prism getting in would be great, but notice 2 turrets on the left, 4 on the right. Really good preparation. So your Prisms have to come through this angle, which I think he's well set up to do. I do want to see 2 more Robos. I think 2 Robos is kind of criminal at this stage. I think you should have 4 if you're going to be committing. But Blink Dark Templar, I like that. You see a bit of smoke coming out there of the eyeballs of these Dark Templar masks on the shrine. This could get denied. Zealot Stalker's going to come forward. Blink on it, maybe. Here we go. Prism flies through the turrets. One of them goes down. Does unload 2 Zealots before it goes. He's going to get in the back of the main base. As the units go down. Oh, the Stalker's killing the Orbital would be big. He could just jump on the army as well, but he's going to run away here, realizing This isn't quite working out the way he'd intended. A few more Zealots do get into the main base. He's going to try and take out the Fusion Core, but Caduceus finishes just in time. That is a crucial late game upgrade. It doubles medevac energy regeneration. It is an incredibly valuable upgrade. 17 workers have gone down. The Zealot in the natural with 7 kills. And here we go, another big attack on the front. Not really finding what he wanted though. Disruptor not able to land either. 2 more Prisms building. Blink DT's on the way. What's the income? 3k minerals. Classic's got to be careful to manage his income correctly. Okay, yeah, he's done almost perfectly. He just needs to transfer workers back onto this base when it's up. Maybe get some in the corner. Massive Zealot warping in the main. Wow, that's going to be excellent. Oh, the Prism does get focused down. 1 DT finishes warping in, but the rest does not. Disruptors going forward, not really finding the mark just yet. Storms could be big, though. Feedbacks and Storms landing nicely. A Ghost goes down. Very well played. There's still a Zealot and a DT in the main. They kill a Ghost, picking off a few of these units bit by bit. And MARU really struggling. Now, you can't let MARU take this top left base. I think that's the easy path there. I also think Colossus will be really good if he can get rid of these Vikings. I mean, right now, I feel like you should have 4 Robos, and you just want to create enough chaos. Catch these Vikings out. If you kill the Vikings, you hard swap Colossus, and you probably win the game. But right now, MARU has a big scary army. He's looking for a surround. The Vikings are so exposed, but he doesn't quite see them. Oh, if he blinked on those, that would have been epic. Prisms get inside the main, but he's not maxed out. Oh, I mean, he is maxed out. Oh, he gets a nice Storm, though. Wow, great Storm, dude. Classic pulling out all the tricks here, man. Really nice moves. The Stalkers could just target the command center, and of course he will. Zealot, Archon, Disruptor, Stalker just tearing it up. The Disruptors can keep zoning here. Beautiful moves there for Classic. But MARU has a giant army. He has a 50 army supply lead. There's still only 2 Colossus. 2 Robos, sorry. They're very exposed. You want Robos in the back of your base because these are the first thing MARU's going to pounce on if he kills your army on such a small map. MARU's coming forward. I don't think he can fight this just yet, though. Disruptors keeping it at bay for now. Zealot drop goes to the right. Vikings force it back. And he does try to move around. But look at this. If he lands, if you could kill these, that'd be great. Actually, that's huge. He knows killing these Vikings is massive. We want to see those Colossus restart. He kills a bunch. 4 Vikings go down to that. And look at this. He could drop Zealots on this base as well. MARU does not have much income. And this is such a huge moment. You can just shove the middle now as Classic. You can absolutely shove this middle base. Target the orbital down. The Disruptors are going to throw some big balls forward, taking out the tanks. He doesn't quite get the command center. And MARU is on the other side of the map. Zealots tearing up the worker line. Vikings killing this base. There's still High Templar here, though. You got to watch out for these High Templar. The recall is ready. And Classic is playing the best StarCraft I've seen from him in a long time. Don't get me wrong. MARU's stuck in a corner. Protoss has map control, but so many Protoss players cannot finish from these scenarios. Classic is pulling out all the stops to try and get these trades off. And this is an excellent chase. He just needs to keep chasing this army. He's a little fearful of chasing too far, and we can see why, I guess. Good Storm. Great Storm, even. And the army's going to rotate. Disruptor does get caught in the middle, but for how long? Throws a Disruptor there. Classic being a little pedantic. He should have just blinked on that drop and shut it down, I believe. But look at this. MARU's wrapping around. MARU's wrapping around! He's setting up a 270! He's got a 270 coming in, but wait! Classic! The hunter becomes the hunted! He comes in with his own Zealot High Templar ambush, takes out the northern flank before MARU can close the trap! Wow! Disruptors landing as well now, covering. MARU's flank is coming in too late, but wait, MARU retreated on the right side really well. Disruptors landing! Oh my god! Cry havoc and let loose the balls of war! And indeed they do. Mass Zealot reinforce. Energy recharge on the High Templar. The Zealots are there. The Storms are going to buy an excellent amount of time. He's building Colossus, but only 2 at a time. As I said, you should have 4 Robos. Actually, he's got a third. He's got a third Robo in the back of the natural in a slightly more protected position. But like I said, if you lose these Robos, you can't spend your bank. And this is why I love the Robos being in the back of the main. I don't know, man. I'm so worried that Classic is somehow going to lose from what should be a completely unlosable position. He played such a good series, but he managed to lose with the perfect strategy, but lacking execution in Game 2. In Game 3, he has had perfect execution with a really elegant set of Storm usage, Storm drops and all the like. The Colossus are getting overrun. That Colossus needs to get out of there. The Colossus is going to do so much with those Zealots and Archon in front of it. What a brilliant pullback here. Can the Stalkers save the Colossus from the Viking? Yes, they can. And that should be it. The Zealots are tearing up MARU's economy. He can't take it out. Right, finally gets one Colossus. A new one pops. And Classic holds strong. Classic defeating MARU in an epic 2-1. What a fantastic series. GG, well played. Oh, that's crazy, man. That's insane. It's insane, brother. Dude, sick. Oh. StarCraft's hard, guys. Stop having a little FAP competition. My one's harder. This is more frustrating for me. No, more frustrating for me. No, 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 no. Guys, epic play for Classic. Fucking so impressive, man. His attacks were so good. He's so patient at chipping at him and waiting for the right opportunity. So sick. Why is an ad break playing? I didn't click an ad break. Who clicked an ad break? I'll be right back, I guess.
And Clem's out of income. He's just got this little army here. He's going to find the last Protoss base with the last 8 probes on it. There's not enough money to rebuild probes or Nexi right now. He loses every probe, which means... No way! Clem just forced to draw. Clem just forced to draw. There are no probes on this. Oh, no, he has enough money to rebuild. He can rebuild probes. He can rebuild probes. There's still 2 Nexi. If he gets rid of the Nexus, if he gets rid of both Nexus, it's a draw. If it gets rid of both Nexus, he can float his buildings and it's a draw. He needs to get rid of both Nexus though. No, don't get distracted by the army. Clem, this is your only condition. Your army is so much weaker, but he doesn't get the Nexus. If MaxVax keeps the Nexus alive, he can rebuild probes and long distance mine. But if he can't keep the Nexus alive, then he will be dead. Clem knows that. He's only got 1 medevac, and Clem not able to get the draw condition there, and he'll have to tap out now.
Ready for pickup?
Talk to me, boss. Well, here's my hot action. Don't got a whole lot of love. It's go time.
Loud and clear. Light flight's here. Here's your stop. Understood. I heard that.
Oh! Micro! Oh. Let's get him. Oh, where'd your mineral line go, Clem? Where'd your mineral line go? Oh, were you not looking? Were you not looking, bro? You weren't looking. Steps of War was an awesome map. Like, having to go to school every day as a child was fucking amazing. So much fun, man. Oh. They're like, we're gonna add numbers together again. That thing you did yesterday and the day before, we're doing it again. I'm like, whoa! I got it the first time, guys. I got it the first time. They're like, no. The number's slightly bigger today. I'm like, we've been doing this for fucking 7 years. I actually want to kill myself. If you guys make me stay here for 1 more day, I fucking want... To be fair, when I think about that, Steps of War actually seemed like a good time in comparison. Nah, he's dead. Even with his cute move, I think we're fine. Maybe? Oh my god, why is my reinforcement so slow? Oh! I was like, where are my fucking reinforcements? So I clicked on the changeling, but apparently I misclicked. Or he dropped a second one. Either way, big dick plays. Dark makes EVP look like the most imbalanced matchup of all time. Like, you're just like, how is this even fair? He just gets to do like 1 of 17 different random attacks between 4 and 7 minutes, and they always work. And you're like, this is so bullshit, man. Yeah, I also feel like he didn't get supply blocked in either of those games. I could be wrong, but when I was shading and looking at his drone count, I don't think he was supply blocked. This is the motherfucker who will get supply blocked in $1 million tournament matches. $1 million World Cup games. He'll be supply blocked 3 times before 72 supply. Plays me and he's like, you know what? I feel like building Overlords today. I'm like, what? Can you play like you normally do, please? Don't do a proper fucking build order. That's, I mean, my best chance here is you get like supply blocked 3 times and my build happens to counter your build from a very lucky dice roll, you know? Like, come on. Sorry, let me just get in character here. You hate yourself, runt? You hate yourself, you dirty runt? You cook? Oh god, with that infestor, he's got to be so careful, mate. Don't follow the army, Rainer! Rainer! Oh, he does pop up. Fungal parasitic bomb!
Oh, that's big. That's big. The medevacs are getting blasted, but the bio pulls behind the mineral line pretty effectively. Is it enough to keep it all alive? 2 medevacs save a few of the ghosts. A bunch of SCVs and bio do go down. Liberators coming in to try to save the day. The Hydras do take out one of those Liberators, but I think they should pull back now, as I think this push is probably over. Oh, he's continuing. Rain is horny right now. He wants to get in there. He wants to rip this Terran apart. I think maybe chasing a bit further than he needed to, though. A lot more Hydras did go down there. That cost him a lot of money.
Still haven't seen any aliens move out, interestingly. Guess he's just focused on his macro.
Hey, I don't care how fancy you are, though. Can you stop that many? That's a lot of Ravagerling Bane, man. That's a lot of Ravagerling Bane. Oh my lord. The Immortal out front. The units are pre-spread, but is that enough? Trying to pick up Ravagers, but only one at a time. The Psystorm. The Psystorm is big, but there's only like 2 of them. Oh, the Banelings. The Banelings in the top left. Banelings did clear out half of that mineral line. Nice Storms on the Link Bane. Zealots going forward. There's more Banes where that came from. Phoenix are getting hit by Biles. The Creator Phoenix Micro is insane. Dude! Creator does it again! Another epic hold with the Phoenix. Unfortunately, the Immortal moves in, but he saves it. Drop and dodge. Drop and dodge. Oh, the Bile does take out the Phoenix. Creator almost gets 300 IQ style points, but it was still pretty damn cool. You know what? They went too deep. Good spells. The problem is, he doesn't have enough army to capitalize on those good spells. A few good, you know, neurals or whatever, it's not going to make a difference if you've only got a handful of units. But now he's got a big Ultraling army. Time Warp does go down. He's got plenty of Overseers this time.
All right, guys. Sorry for all of the chaos, man. For all the little breaks and disturbances. But thank you so much, everyone, for hanging out. Thank you, Sinkslar, for the sub. If you guys are enjoying epic games like that last one, please do click the sub button. You can also tip or cheer, help fill any of these goals up. Help today be a nice, successful stream for us. I was thinking of doing Maru versus Rainer as one more series. We've got a big vermicelli bowl here, which I think I'm gonna smash quickly. Big Vietnamese vermicelli bowl.
Toss a coin to your witcher, oh valley of plenty, oh valley of plenty, oh. Toss a coin to your witcher, oh valley of plenty.
Well, since you asked.
Thank you so much, Pika Pequeno. Thank you so much for the elite cheer. 1,337 biddies to make my nippies extra tippy. Thank you very much for the love. Appreciate it. Yeah, I'll be playing a bit of AOE2 later as well, guys. I just think we'll try and squeeze one more series in. Why can't Australians say no? So why can't Americans understand that they are not the center of the world, I guess would be the more important question, Boogeyman. Why is it when an American sees a map of the world and America's not in the middle of it, that their head hurts and blood starts dripping out of their ears? You tell me. People speak differently to us. Why they speak an American wrong? I don't understand why these people be here and them speak different to me. Why aren't they speaking proper American? They must not love freedom. Sorry, that is the accent I hear questions like that in, just so you understand. You know the chicken farmers in Napoleon Dynamite? Those guys, I think on average, have 50% higher intelligence quota than people who ask me those questions all day, every day. So, thank you.
I need them 8,000 hens moved into their new cages. Sometimes they don't want to cooperate, but you give them a good shaking, they'll settle down for you.
Do the chickens have large talons?
Do they have what?
Large talons.
Bezos box.
I don't understand a word you just said. Okay, you meet me back here about noon and we'll have a little lunch waiting for you. Well, dig in.
Over there, that creek, man, I found a couple of shops on the Arrowhead.
That's the line.
The Arrowhead.
Boogie, this is exactly how I imagine you asking your question before, my friend.
Over there, that creek, man, I found a couple of shops on the Arrowhead. There, that creek, man, I found a couple. Over there, that creek, man, I found a couple of shops.
Worst movie ever made. Wait, you don't like Napoleon Dynamite, Doc Holliday, for reals? Damn, there's people that don't like Napoleon Dynamite. That's crazy to me, man. Napoleon Dynamite is such a gem. It's such a fantastic film. I'm eating just a vermicelli bowl. Grilled pork, a couple spring rolls. It's got like lettuce, carrots, cucumber, a whole ton of the, you know, the Vietnamese sauce, the good stuff. Some peanuts, bean sprouts, some mint. Oh, that wasn't a scripted line? He was just yapping and they caught it on camera? That's so funny. That's perfect. Duh, Bishop, thank you for the 8-month resub. Thing is, like, if you go rural enough anywhere, you will come across people who speak like this. I remember my parents made us drive to friggin' the slowest way possible to Brisbane once when I was a kid. Like, we're driving to Brisbane. It took friggin' fucking forever. And we're just stopping in like random ass towns in the middle of nowhere because they decided to drive like the long way as well. And I just remember like being in certain like towns and they'd just be like dudes who just like blah, 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 blah. And I was like, are they speaking a different language? And they're like blah 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 blah. I was just like, holy shit. I don't know what they're saying, man. Hey man, if you drink enough moonshine that you make on your farm, like, then you know, give it time, Wexstyle. You see, you're online right now. You spend too much time listening to people online, consuming modern content. If you were a true old school Idaho mountain man, do they have mountains in Idaho? I don't know. Then you'd be working on that accent already. That man has a speech impediment. Yeah. So does like 80% of people who live in remote rural areas. They all have speech impediments. It's called yokel impediment. Those silly non-city folk. Indeed. Where does the term yokel come from anyway, guys? That's crazy. Let's put a video on for a minute, guys. Let's see. Wait, Harstam interviewed Tim Morton. Oh my. What is this?
All right. I would like to talk about 3 kind of major topics, if that's okay. The first one being your time at Blizzard and working on StarCraft 2. Then Stormgate, so pretty much when you started Frost Giant and that entire process. And then if you're still up for it, a little bit on kind of the future of RTS afterwards. Because it
sounds good. Yeah.
I got triggered by reading your LinkedIn post in a good way. Triggered, I was like, oh, I'd like to talk with him. I wasn't like, oh, I was raging sitting at home. It was more the good type of trigger.
I don't picture you as a rager.
I'd be surprised. Lose 5 games to Zerg.
Tim Morton, along with Tim Campbell, were the 2 leads of Stormgate, which is obviously kind of, big game project. Going to save RTS, next gen RTS, kind of failed to secure extra funding, fell through. A lot of people said it sucked, didn't really get much player base, discontinued. I think they've discontinued servers and stuff as well. He ran StarCraft 2 from, I don't know, was it 2014? Some point in the development of Legacy of the Void. He was head of StarCraft 2 until they went to go do that after Blizzard dropped support for StarCraft. Yeah.
I'll get going.
Fair.
And I guess it has become a bit of a divisive figure in that, because a lot of people are saying, oh, your game overpromised and delivered crap, and you guys spent way too much on having an office in California, and people kind of you guys promised so much and you didn't deliver anything. Some people were saying his game was a scam. It's all a scam so you guys could make money or whatever. So some people really aggressively go after him for that, because Stormgate obviously did fail pretty hard. But yeah, I mean, Tim's always been a pretty nice guy. I don't know what goes on behind the scenes with game dev. I'm not going to pretend I know. I'm sure there's some people who think he was great and some people think he wasn't great. Truth is usually somewhere in the middle, but I haven't really talked to people about it. And I'm sure there were decisions they could have made better with hindsight, but no one makes perfect decisions all the time. So I'm curious to see what they talk about.
Yeah, so I would just like to straight up start. Could you tell me a little bit how you joined Blizzard and what it was like working there at the start?
Sure. Yeah. When I joined Blizzard, I had been working on a Command and Conquer project at EA. And unfortunately, there were some management changes at the highest level at EA that just shifted the strategy there. So we didn't get to take that game all the way across the finish line. And I was working on another project, but Dustin at Blizzard reached out to me. And
is that Dustin Browder?
Yeah.
Okay.
Dustin and I had worked together before. He was transitioning at that point from kind of sharing his focus between StarCraft 2 and a new MOBA that Blizzard was building that wound up being called Heroes of the Storm. And they were looking for a new leadership team to kind of backstop the folks who had been on StarCraft who were moving over to Heroes. And I mean, it's such an amazing opportunity to get involved with a game that I love to play as a player and help shepherd its future. So of course there was no way to say no to that opportunity. So yeah, I came in, I guess about a year before Legacy of the Void launched, and kind of had to hit the ground running, but it was a great experience.
How does the timeline look like when you come in? Because I think you came in at 2014. Legacy of the Void launched November 2015, if I recall correctly.
Yeah.
What is the timeline like? Like, is the game done, or how far are you from a finished product at that point?
In some ways, things were quite well along. Campaign, for example, was quite far along. Other aspects of the game, co-op, the UI, kind of final units and final balance, all of that was work that remained. And even for campaign, there was still some story stuff to work out. But it's such a cool experience to come in on something that has a high performing team already attached to it, and just help try to make
There to what
Dustin Browder.
In what time window is this? Like 2018, where you're thinking of that, or when?
At 2018, we were still
unique challenges as well. To I mean, there was only so many missions you could play.
I think he's trolling about Sal. Sal killed Stormgate. No one does one thing. Tim Morton interviews are generally pretty slow. And yeah, definitely a little, he's very careful with how he speaks, little corporate gaming speaky. So this might be something I have to listen to on a long run later. This is not the most exciting to listen to. I'll listen to another 2 minutes here and see if we get anything interesting, but let's just go to this section, Stormgate. Let's hear about that.
So doing invested funding development.
Almost done eating.
Investor funded development was completely new.
When you pitch to them, do you have a very strong vision already, or is it really kind of going like Warcraft 3 but 4, but a different IP? Like, what is the? Because it's very difficult, I can imagine, to already have a strong game vision of what you want to do. Like, you have like a general overview. How do you kind of sell that to them? And I guess my bonus question there is: do you feel like that pretty much puts you kind of in like a very narrow bandwidth of where you can operate as well at the same time? Because the moment you pitch a certain vision to them, do you feel the need to then deliver on that vision, or how free are you in that?
Yeah, these are great questions. So the first thing I would say there is there is a difference in pitching to a publisher versus pitching to an investor. Typically, a publisher is very focused on game features. So to use your example, Warcraft 3, but for the publisher is going to want to know, like, okay, so what are the new features that you're adding? What are the bullet points that are going to go on the back of the box, to think of back when there were boxes? But yeah, what are the things that are going to get players excited about that? For an investor, they're looking for a thesis. They're looking to understand what's the thing that this company is going to do that's going to produce, again, to use their lingo, a unicorn, that's going to produce a company that overperforms so much that we're going to see a massive return on this little bit of money that we initially put in. Publishers obviously want to make money, but they're not looking to 100x what they spend on a product. Not like they're going to be unhappy if that happens, but they're not expecting 100x return on every product. For an investor, they want to get, some meaningful percentage of their portfolio of investments to return 100x, to pay for all of the other ones that don't perform. But they're looking for those moonshots. They're looking for things that are super ambitious. And so this is actually one of the things that came back to bite us, because to get funded by investors, we had to have this very, very ambitious plan. And we did. Like, it's fun to be ambitious, but then delivering on that ambition is, of course, a challenge.
And what was the ambition that you sold in that case? Is that just because you say it's a lot more, it's less feature focused. So what did you, like, what is the ambition that you sell?
Yeah, so we touched on this earlier, but it's basically the idea that you can take a core passionate audience, which unquestionably RTS has, and you can build something that appeals to that audience, but also expands the genre to a much bigger audience. And if you look at things like going from EverQuest to WoW, as an example, EverQuest had very passionate audience at the time. I think I'm gonna not hit the exact numbers, but it might have been ballpark 400,000 subscribers that they had. And when Blizzard built World of Warcraft, their goal was to take that game and kind of smooth out some rough edges, obviously create a new universe with bring the Warcraft Azeroth universe along, and just reach a broader player base and try to expand on what that passionate core audience was enjoying about EverQuest. And WoW is of course the perfect example because it exploded. It's hit millions and millions of players. It's orders of magnitude bigger than EverQuest was. I think looking at Dark Souls to Elden Ring, Elden Ring's not quite the scope of success of WoW, but it definitely took a genre that had a very passionate following and expanded it to reach a broader audience. So our thesis was that we could build something that would appeal to that core audience, but also reach a bigger audience. That was the hope.
Okay, and you said you felt like this was kind of not the downfall, but it was a major downside later on in that you had to deliver on big ambitions. Is there anything there that you would regret from that early period? Would you wish that you made a less ambitious pitch and then perhaps less money and then like
we wouldn't have gotten funded? If the pitch wasn't ambitious enough, we wouldn't have gotten to take a swing at the plate. I think this is the singular challenge of every single company that started up during this period.
To put some stuff away. All right.
It is.
That's right. Sorry. That's way too long and boring of an interview to listen to anyway. No offense. It's one of those ones where I'm like, there's curious things I want to hear there, but later. Not now. All right, let's cast this MARU Rainer, and then we're done casting StarCraft for the day, and we can go get wrecked playing the horsies and the archers and all that stuff, eh? Assuming we have replays for Rainer MARU? Yes, we do. Dude, Classic played so well. Oh, it was venture capital, was it? Yeah, I think there was like a lot of money floating around just economically around 2020, 2019. But then, COVID, Ukraine, everything. Economic times of the world. Now Iran as well. Slightly different investment environment. I'm sure they just basically said, hey, no one's catering to the 2 million people that were playing StarCraft 2 every month in that period. And they said, hey, if we capture that audience, we can make a shitload of money. Probably a decent thing if they've got all the Blizzard. Yeah, let's not try to pull VC out of video games unless you want more studios to shut down. Yeah. Slightly different investing environment. Yeah. Slightly different. Yeah. Basically, yeah. I went from there was people throwing money at things, and then suddenly I was like, is it gonna make us $1 billion? If not, nah. All right, guys. MARU in the top right side of the map, Rainer in the bottom left. Dude, what games we're getting here in Maestros 2 Group Stage A. Can't wait to see. I just had to mute my mic. I just had the most violent sneezing fit ever. I was like, can't wait to see what happens. I quickly hit the mute button on my mic. We're not going to redo the intro. We're going to continue the cast either way. It's going to be a Barracks Gas opening here for MARU in the top right, guys. Comes in as the favorite against Rainer. Recently, there's been a fun dynamic between these two where MARU will play mech against Rainer. Because Rainer is not that good against mech. And Rainer also doesn't enjoy the slowed down pace that MARU often drags him into. You know, Rainer wants someone who will just dance with him in the mid game, play standard builds. MARU will do a mixture of the jankiest openings and the greediest plays to late game. And look at this, already started with 2 Racks Reaper from the high ground, a cutesy opening. Let's see how he plays this out as Rainer goes Hatch Gas Pool.
I think it's funny. We have players shoving team names back into their name as if it's 2001 instead of having team logos. I also find that odd, Avex. There is a built-in team and clan system in StarCraft 2 where you can literally have the team logo rotating next to your base, as well as the team name in your name. Like it's next to your name. It's clear it's a part of the team. I mean, I don't mind it, but I do think they should be in the clan as well. I mean, this looks better when you've got that clan logo rotating next to the command center and stuff. But yeah, it's not the end of the world. I find Raynor's a bit weird because it cuts his name off, you know? Like, now, what am I going to call him? Ray? Oh, wait, I already did that. Let's be real. All right, so there's no sign of the 2-Rax Reaper because the Overlord's not going to see the Reapers jumping out of there, I don't think. It's just going to be only when it sees the command center. So let's go to Raynor's vision. This is Raynor's camera, guys. He sees no command center, or he sees it just now starting, and he goes, whoa, what the hell? He's going to drop the 3rd hatchery anyway, but he should know there's going to be multiple Reapers coming in here, which means he's got to start ling speed right now. Otherwise, these Reapers could cause an entire spot of bother. Alright, there we go. Queens are out, injects go down. Ling speed finally does start up at 2 minutes 40, which means it will be finished. I think that's what... Isn't it an 80-second upgrade, guys? Let's go back to everyone's camera. Yeah, it is, isn't it? Done it at 4 minutes. Oof. Well, if MARU commits, he can definitely snipe that 3rd base. He's going to go with 4 Reapers. I think as Raynor, send a drone to the left, get ready to retake the new hatchery, and accept that that's going to die. Or MARU won't even commit, which is also fine. 3rd Queen's on the way. These 2 Queens going to try and defend. As they take damage, though, could be problematic. Oh, good focus fire for Raynor. And again. And he gets one. MARU, I think he's overcommitting here, guys. Not going to lie. I think he's gone a little bit too deep there. And as long as Raynor keeps this Queen protected in the back, should be able to do some stuff. Kings and Queens moving up. There's a new Queen about to pop there. I like that he rotated the red hit point Queen back. That was nicely done. Zerglings coming forward, trying to push the Reapers back, but sacrificing quite a few Zerglings to do so. That 6 Lings have gone down. Nonetheless, all things considered, Raynor's in a pretty good spot. This is a best of 5, guys, because I believe it's an elimination match. I think? Actually, honestly, I haven't even looked at the format. There's some best of 3s and some best of 5s in the group stage. These guys have both won and lost series so far up to this point, I believe. But I'm not casting any of the series in order, anything like that. We're kind of jumping all around the tournament, so... Probably don't need to put too much context. Point is, it's Raynor and MARU. I see these 2 playing. It's very rare one stomps the other, but it's almost always something I'm curious to see the result of. Ling's going to come in. Hellions and Reapers should be able to hold that ramp easily. Beautiful positioning for MARU and Raynor. Oh my gosh, tries to force it. Didn't get a single kill. He was hoping he could squeeze the Lings through. If MARU panicked and move commanded as the Lings were moving, the Lings would have forced their way in between his units. But once MARU had the choke, he just held position and did not panic. If he panicked there and moved back, tried to stutter step, the Lings would have been able to wrap around, and that would have been bad. MARU now finds himself solidly in the lead. Double upgrades are going. He's going to build a starport. Single Evo chamber goes down for Raynor. Rallying over to the 3rd base. 16, 16, 16. So 48 drones on minerals, 3 on gas. Where do you guys think Raynor takes the 4th? I prefer the left base personally, but I know a lot of Zergs do enjoy this middle expansion. Sometimes I'll even take this one as my 4th. It's just this one, you can't really defend it from the ledge push. You kind of have to give it up. It's hard for the Terran to kill it, but they can slow push it. And Raynor actually does go for the straight line 4th base. Okay, cool. Carapace starts up. Armory's on the way. MARU's going to be way ahead on those upgrades. Remember the last time they played where Raynor beat MARU? MARU specifically was rushing upgrades every game, which he almost always does. And Raynor was getting in with like Ravager Ling all-ins, you know, like old school Ravager Lings. You can even get him with Bane busts because he goes for those double upgrades so early. In this case, though, because he went 2-Rax Reaper, it's very hard to find a window for that. It does exist. It absolutely does. I mean, look at the timing, right? He's still not got Stim in 1-1. So if you hit him at, say, 5 minutes to 5:30 with a lot of Ravagers and Zerglings, you might be able to bust through. Obviously, there's enough Marines, even without Stim, they might hold on, though. Just something to keep in mind for the rest of this series is Raynor does like to all-in MARU. He doesn't really want to end up in late game with him. On the other hand, MARU's playing Bio, which
Normally, Maru opens mech, puts Rainer on tilt, and then kills him with a bio timing in the final game. This time he's mixing it up and starting with bio from the get-go. There's no answer to the Hellbats, man. Oh, he's going to lose his carapace. But wait! Rainer gets in! A massive move here for Rainer. If he can get the links on the tanks and the marines, which he can, that's big. The queens are getting overwhelmed at the same time, though. Maru stutter steps in and kills every single queen. And even though he loses his army, he only loses 5 workers. Rainer has to tap out. And Maru takes a very action-packed game 1. Anyone who's the name Rainer but plays Zerg deserves to lose. What if someone's name is Kerrigan but they're Protoss? Or Artanis but they're Terran? Is that the rules? Oh, we got Exarch next. Hello. Yeah, those Hellbat stim timings are really nice. I like those, man. All right, guys. Well, suiciding those lings up the rat, trying desperately to get in there. Bit of an overcommitment for Rainer. It costs him big time. Maru now in the top left of Exarch, up 1 game. This is a very quick rush distance. This looks like a giant 4-player map. It is. There are these worker-only paths you can move workers through to try and get to the other scouting locations, since it is a 4-player map faster. But you've got to realize, once you take your natural, from the ramp of your natural up to the ramp of their natural, it's not as far as you'd think. Just because main base to main base takes forever, but from the front of your natural to the front of their natural is way faster than you think. So both players have to look out for early pushes on this one. Chat says, people were saying, surely if you're a Zerg and your name is Rainer, that's so stupid, you have to lose, right? Someone else said, well, it's the Zerg spelling of Rainer, right? That's why he puts the E in it. It may be because he was a 6 or 7-year-old Italian boy with Italian as his mother tongue when he first named his account. I think we can maybe forgive him for misspelling that when he was a small child. For those who don't know, actually, we wouldn't have been that young, right? How old is Rainer? Like 24 now? StarCraft's been out for 16 years. So I guess 8 years old when StarCraft 2 came out. And I think his dad got him the game straight away. Oh, look at this. Rainer's already mining this side out. He wants this third. I guess the idea is if he sees Terran here, then he can change to the left side. Start mining that one open as well. It's a gasless opening, so he's going to be defending with roaches, and I guess with only one path in the front. And then he will open another path here, which he could block with a single roach. Yeah, makes sense. Slow roaches to defend. Nice, efficient opening. Could be beautiful. Good to see these TLMC maps and these 4-player maps getting in here, isn't it? All right, so he's going to mine these minerals open now. Does he immediately go and take a third base? It looks like the answer is yes. Children don't get a pass. You need to teach him accountability big. Oh my god, look at that, guys. I never realized this was a fountain. The water graphic itself, though, I gotta say, not the refresh rate one would hope for, that water in there. I love how this water looks pretty well animated, and then the water in the fountain itself looks like it's a choose your own adventure point and click game from the 90s. That's funny. All right, we got a second barracks factory coming in. Are we playing Myst, mate? Like, what is this? What's going on here? It's crazy. Oh, that's cool. There's a little tree here, hey? Some cool scenery on this map. Extra creep tumors do come down. So 3 queens, 4th one's on the way. Gas has started on the natural. Third base is almost finished. Now, interestingly, because Maru is doing a classic 2-1-1, and Rainer has 0 information. Like, Rainer's Overlord has finally got to the other location. Now Rainer knows he's top left. They might have been able to figure that out already. Still no Roach Warren. 330, no Roach Warren. Barely any gas mined. There's greed, and then there's what Rainer's doing in this game. Oh my god, the Divine Beast. Did you guys see that? The Reaper went near it. It panicked.
Got out of there very quickly. You know what's funny, guys? Tell me if I'm crazy. Does the Divine Beast not look exactly like the Tastelope? Kind of does, doesn't it? Pretty sure. Is the Tastelope a different color, though? I think the Tastelope might be more of a blue color. I prefer the Artosalope, personally. Ooh, Link Speed is coming in, and an Evo, and a Roachhorn, and full walling the front. Problem, that means the Marines can stand on the other side and snipe these down. We were not expecting Marines this early. Ooh, they are already here, and that is going to make things a little bit awkward. Gonna have to rebuild that Evo and Roachhorn. At least upgrades weren't committed to. Would really hurt if you had an upgrade halfway done on one of these, but the Evo chamber just rebuilds in the back. And he's building Zerglings. He's not even building a Roachhorn, interestingly. With Link Speed only halfway done, that's... Is this cocky for Raynor, guys? He's got a 20 worker advantage. It's a 2-base all-in, which is exactly how you play non-cross-spawn on this map. Like I said earlier, if you're cross-spawn, it's a big macro map. If you're not cross-spawn, it's a very aggressive map, and I think Raynor is just playing too greedy here. Marines come back in. Creep Tumor and Evo Chamber number 2 go down. Transfusers are good. Does get himself a couple of drones and a few slow Zerglings. MARU just standing his ground, focus firing whatever he can. It's a costly move, though. He does take quite a few hits on the medevacs. Quite a few Marines go down. I think Raynor's actually okay with that trade so far. But he needs to get a bunch of Ravagers out to deal with his tank push. Raynor's first presence on the map. 5.5 minutes into the game. He's going to send a Zergling spotter out. Try and check if there's a third base. Probably wants one here as well to see if there's a move out. Second Evo chamber in the main base. 62 workers for Raynor. I imagine he takes a fourth down to the bottom right. That's got to be the play. I think he should also mine these minerals open in case a tank drop or something gets over there later. Now MARU is building a third command center. He's not doing this as a timing. I think he realized he traded too many Marines away. And he saw the Roachhorn. So seeing the Roachhorn, he knows there's probably going to be Ravagers, even though in fact, Rain is actually, it's more of a fake Roachhorn. He's basically playing Ling Infesta, but he's pretending he's playing Roaches. Because if you play against Ling Infesta, normally you try to hit a timing and kill them. If you play against Roaches, normally you play more defensive and you try to play to the weakness of those units in the later stages. Yeah, it's a dead hatchery. Does Raynor cancel it just in time? Saves 200 minerals, not bad, not bad. Ling's going to get a bit of a wrap around. The drops are going to pick up and fly off to the right side. We'll see what he can pull off with those. 5 barracks coming in.
Your mum?
Double eBay as well. Thank you very much for the tip, Lilyhammer. My mum's doing great. How about yours? Hope she's having a lovely day. Hive's on the way. 2 more infestors as well. Marines are going to come back on this fourth. Very hard to take fourth bases on these maps. It's hard for Terran to push late game as well. But yeah, you can see how he's kind of punishing Raynor, and players aren't used to having such awkward bases as much these days. And this style desperately needs a fourth base. Macrohatch is the right idea, but honestly, he needs to build a 5th base here as well. And he is indeed going to take both bases now. But MARU's used this 2-on-1 to exert really good pressure. He's now got his 3rd base over there. He's mining open that side. There is a single Zergling blocking him from landing it on location. He's going to have to see. He's trying to use the tank to defend from the Zergling because it doesn't quite reach. I guess for now it's more of a defensive setup for MARU. Looks like he's waiting for Raynor to overcommit, but Raynor's going ultras, and I feel like if you let Raynor go ultras, even on such a low economy, he could be dangerous. Oh, there is one tank on the front, not bad, but Fungal! Absolutely brilliant Fungals. Massive blunder for MARU to be that deep. He only saves 1 of the 20 Marines that all go down. Saves the tank, though, which is at least something. But that was crazy, man. 31 Marines in total have fallen. Raynor now can drone up freely. He also is going to go Adrenal Glands and could go Chitinous Plating. Ah, no, he needs the Ultra Cavern. Hasn't even started the Ultra Cavern. Fair call. Raynor a little slow to drone here, but he's finally going to get on it. If he can get his creep spread out, it'd be great. But I think on big maps like this, spreading creep on every path is more important than ever. It's a lot of mental bandwidth, but like there's no creep here. There's no creep here. There you go. He's going to put a few tumors here, realizing like it's really important to focus on many different areas, not just one. And you have to realize having spotters, patrolling Lings, overlords on this right side is vital. Otherwise, he's always going to surprise you with drops. But this is one of those forgotten pieces of knowledge. People don't play King's Cove size maps anymore. They don't play neon violet square size maps. We had those 2 maps in a map pool not too long ago, and I gotta tell you, it was interesting to be reminded of how hard it is to defend these faraway bases and to see incoming drops. A lot of it really rewards map control, map vision, and paying attention to it. Otherwise, Terran can come in out of nowhere and either snipe a hatchery or do crazy damage to it, and Maru's just going to commit, clicks with his ding-dong, does take the hatchery down. He's going to lose every Marine, so I don't think that's too bad for Raynor, because Raynor can just replace the hatchery. He's on 4 bases now, it's not too bad, and he's got an Ultra Cavern, a Bane Nest, and a Spire. And you guys know that's my favorite transition. Ultra Cavern, Bane Nest, Spire, Offling Infestor. I absolutely love it. I've been talking about this for a while. You don't want Banelings in the early stage. Infestors are good enough. But then once you get to max supply, you're going to want the Banelings. You obviously want the Ultras because they're going to punish Marine heavy armies and just be really lava efficient. Just good tanky boys in general. Great splash damage. And of course, Corruptors is going to shut down the natural counterplay to this style, which is a Terran dropping everywhere. Look at this. Doesn't see it coming till now. Raynor. He's going to go up there with some Ling Infestor. Is that enough Zerglings? I'm not quite sure. He's going to bring his whole army. That's much better. Baneling Nest will go down. Widowmine could do some damage here. Ooh, that Widowmine just going to fire on the Broodling. Not nearly as effective as he wanted, but he gets the Ultra Cavern as well. And Maru sniping tech structures left, right, and center. It feels like Raynor should be running away with this game. He managed to start 2 Ultras in time, but with no Kindness Plating. And no Baneling Nest rebuilding either. Raynor? I mean, he should be building Corruptors. This drops hanging around will be 3 kills for Raynor if he stays in here long enough. Raynor looks a little frustrated, and of course, tension kind of stretched thin playing on Exarch, such a big map. Does just feel like Maru was behind the curve for a while, but now he's getting a 4th up. He's pushing with a big Biomine army. There's a Burrowed Infestor out there. You can always sneak up behind him. Oh, I love the tanks. I love the tanks, man. Oh, Widowmine drop got in and killed 10 workers as well. Sick move. Oh, Ling run by up top just seconds before the planetary finishes. Oh, wow. Raynor gets 12 SCVs. And not just that, he might kill the planetary. You're kidding me. He's got it. He's got it. He gets a planetary for just Zerglings. They're one of the cheapest, most efficient units in the game, and you can see why there. Fungal does catch a bunch of this Marine Marauder as well. Maru's not even targeting the Infestors, even when they do come a bit too close to Raynor. Right now is all over Maru. 2 more commands in his go down. 1 is cancelled, 1 is killed. This is devastating damage in this game here, and Raynor splitting his units up so well. His Ling run bys are just amazing. Units lost now 2,000 in favor of Raynor. And whilst his 4th was delayed, he's got a 5th up, he's got a 6th base up, and he has complete map dominance. Chitinous plating, air weapons coming in. Finally, he remembers the Baneling Nest that he did lose earlier. It's not too important, not when you're in this much of a lead. Gets himself a full medevac filled with Widow Mines. These guys also very vulnerable as well. Raynor makes Overlord speed, so he's very aware of the fact, okay, it's a heavy Widow Mine star, we're going to be ready for this. Drop will hit the bottom right, but that will, of course, be a one-way trip. Fungal there to try and keep the Marauders away. Careful, Raynor. Infestors almost getting caught there. Zergling's going to go forward, drag these Widow Mines into the Terran would be nice. Damn, that's a lot of Widow Mines, isn't it, man? Oh, that Widow Mine's going to get a boom boom. No, it's not. It retargets and it does not fire. But dude, it has been non-stop Widow Mines in this game. He's already lost 20 mines, and yet he has 10 more on the field. 5 building at a time out of 3 factories. 8 barracks, 3 factory play for Maru. He wants to play mass Widow Mine to deal with the mass Zergling. Not terrible against Ultralisks, but definitely not the counter either. I love this move. I love this move, guys. Not enough people do this on these sorts of maps. Just keep sending drones over there. Eventually, you'll be able to mine it open. Corruptors are going to clean up the double drop here. The Zerglings smash the Marauders really effectively. And he can gather up on the left side. Now, don't get me wrong, guys. Most of those drones died. It'll take more trips before you can do it. But right now, Maru's struggling with getting a 4th base. And that is very natural on this map for Terran. I think he should have taken this 4th to begin with. And then maybe take the ones in the middle. 4th base that he went for, I think, is probably the worst for Terran. Zergling's trying to come in. They're getting gunned down right now. No Corruptors on this side. The Widow Mines are causing problems, but I think he's counter-microing well enough that this is good value for Raynor. Baneling speed's coming in. Ultralisk movement speed. He's got 3-3 adrenal glands. And of course, we've got Maru pinned back on 3 base in the corner now. I thought this side spawn, if Maru, might have had a really good push angle, but I think that Roach Horn just scared him away from it. I actually think if Maru committed to the push, he beats Raynor this game. So I think this is kind of an unfortunate one for Maru where His own scouting actually worked against him because Raynor was doing such a tricky build. Ooh, the Infestor pops up from behind, traps a whole bunch of Marauders, and these tanks move out into the open, which means they are easy pickings. Really nice play here for Zerg. Zerg love wide open spaces. Zerg love big maps, and even with the Widow Mines trying to keep him back, it's just so hard to keep pace. I can't wait to see Clem playing this map, because I think Raynor should be able to beat him, especially cross-map pretty convincingly. But Clem has this crazy way of turning maps that should be favored against Terran to his advantage. Ultras, Infestors dancing in and out. Single Zergling up there. Could unburrow and kill those boys if he decides to. Just these Infestors getting such value. Taking the mobility away from Stim Bio is absolutely crazy. Oh, hot diddly damn. Nice Fungals coming in. Beautiful Fungals. Corruptors going to be taking out the rest. And on one of these new 4-player maps, there's been a lot of controversy around 4-player maps. Are we going to get them back on the ladder in StarCraft 2? Well, there's a bunch of them in this Team Liquid map contest. I believe this might have been one of the maps who actually won the Team Liquid map contest, or was in like the top 5 or whatever. It was definitely in the finalists. It's really interesting to see how it plays out. I think MARU really seemed to struggle with these big wide open areas, but I think it's a momentum issue in this particular game, because you'd think denying the 4th so long would put you in a good spot. The problem you run into is, like I said, I mean, he was on a very committed push setup. Sees the Roach Horn with his double drop, and he backs out of it. So look, guys. Engineering Bay, 2 barracks, factory, starport. Now, do you guys think he was already planning a 3rd command center after this? I don't think so, but let's investigate. So he goes for it there, but that's... I mean, he's seen the Roach Horn multiple times at this point. Even if he was planning to drop 3 more barracks, which I think with a 3rd gas going down, he definitely was. And then he's like, you know what? You're going to have plenty of Ravages. Like, tanks sieged up here would be amazing against Zerglings. Not so much against Ravages. You can just bio me from the high ground. So yeah, I think this 3rd command center is just so late for MARU. So even though he does a really good job keeping Raynor relatively contained, Raynor still is mining 3 bases to 2 for such an extended period of time that Raynor just gets too far ahead. Is it always zoomed in this much? Yeah. Well, you see I have 2 separate zooms. When I zoom out, that's actually considered quite zoomed out for StarCraft. You can't do that when you're playing. We'll be back on AOE2 in a little bit, guys. Last series we're casting for today before we get back on it. By chance, you gonna check out Warhammer Dawn of War when it releases? It's in September, is it? Yeah, keep me appraised on that, Donkey Breath, if there's any updates on the release. I'm sure I'll play a little bit on stream. Check it out. I like Warhammer. I love the original Dawn of War. Replayed every single campaign of the OG Dawn of War 1.5 years ago or so. Something like that. Really enjoyed them. Obviously, they are not perfect, but they're kind of beautiful pieces of RTS history, you know? Thank you, Lilyhammer. Thank you, Duh, Bishop, Pika Picano. Guys, if you're enjoying the best games of StarCraft, you want me to stay here, do more of this, get away from silly horses and swords, donate money. Also, guys, if you want to see me finish up StarCraft for the day, you want to see me do awesome horses and swords, don't forget, donate, sub, tip, give me money. Thank you. Don't forget to use your Prime subs, like the lovely people in chat. Cyclops just resub for 13 months using their Prime sub. That's free. That costs literally nothing. Did you know you can subscribe for free, get all the same perks as a normal sub? I get money, and you don't have to pay money. And that, to me, is absolutely wild. We could go over to Pilly's StarCraft stream here. We could be like, I want to resub. We could click this sub button here. We could click get a monthly free sub with Prime. Click sign up there and connect. And that costs you nothing. If you already have Amazon Prime, you get this as a bonus. Obviously, your Amazon Prime probably is going to cost you money. But if you already pay for that, this part's free. Brain exploded. Don't forget to use it. It will not auto resub. You have to use it every single month. Otherwise, guess what happens? If you don't use it every single month, Twitch keeps the money. They give it to Jeff Bezos, and he makes oddly penis-shaped rockets to put Katy Perry inside. And then she's like, I'm an astronaut. I touch the world and the stars, and I'm so special. Ugh, I gotta kiss the dirt now. And to be fair, that is pretty funny, and I could use more entertainment like that. That was pretty friggin' hilarious, to be fair. But you could give that $5 to a streamer and say, we could go, Wang, Wang, you bloody Celt fiend. Does he play non-Celt civs now? I've heard he plays... Oh, he's playing Mongols now. He plays more than Celts now. The man has branched out. We could subscribe there. Same thing. Click sign up. Click the Prime. Connect your account. You get a free sub each month. Don't forget to use that. We appreciate you very much. Thank you. Anna Garika with the Prime Gaming sub. Drawing to me with the 8-month. Cycles the 13 months. And you guys have activated a hype train. For those who don't know, hype trains are very hype. This here is definitely not a scam train. I don't know who put that up there. Don't believe their lies. But you guys can give us more money and get limited time perks. To be fair, I don't really know how these hype trains work. It says if someone gives 100 bits or 1 sub, we'll complete level 1 and you could get some of these emotes. Like you might unlock an emote. Is that pirate software, guys? There's a pirate soft. Is that a pirate software emote? Is that Oh my god. Unlock the pirate software emote, please! Thank you for the 100 biddies, guys. We appreciate it. Thank you very much, Paradoxical. Thank you for the 100 biddies. Thank you, Angarica. It was from when he illegitimately broke the record that one time. Nice. Oh, was it because he broke the hype train record by paying his mods to constantly, like, VPN to, like, the cheapest place and gift subs from there? Yeah. Good move. Good move. Good move, yeah. He's like, oh, wow, someone gifted me 10,000 subs. Each one cost 2 pesos. And you're like, oh, well done, man. And you're like, well, which type of peso? And you're like, oh, you haven't heard? They're, like, from an island with 30 people on it, and their currency is backed by sticks. And you're like, oh, okay. What the hell, man? Are you interested in any all-in strats, ranging from Wang to Arabia, Phosphor, to area comment? I did a day of really shitty Bulgarian Phosphor the other day, Caesar. I might play some Magia for Phosphor because the Bulgarian one's like way more counted by me playing like shit, and I'm completely new to it, so of course I play like shit. So I might play a few more games of the Magia one to fuck around with. Today though, once I finish this series, I'll probably be playing mostly Chinese and Vietnamese Arabia, and I might play either 1 or 2 games of Bohemian on Arena. I might have a go at Portuguese on Fortress, just to get that opening down as well. I've got so many things I could learn and focus on. Bit overwhelmed right now, but we'll see how we go. Yeah, I wouldn't mind trying a bit more of the Bulgarian Phosphor as well, because the Kreposts are actually really good. Like one of the moves he told me, I was talking to Foss about it after, and apparently, so guys, this is how janky AOE2 is. StarCraft fans, shut your eyes. I know you guys, like anyone here who's like, StarCraft 1's too hard, it's too janky. You guys will love this. So in AOE2, right, when you go and attack someone's wall, right, so there's this cheese you do. You build a castle, you rush out these unique dudes on horses, these fucking badass Bulgarian dudes with a flail, and then you go bash their wall down. Problem, people build buildings behind their wall and you can't get in. So what you do is you find a part of the wall that's on a diagonal where there's like little corners, and you run up with a villager to the corner, and you can build through the corner, and you can build a fucking gate behind their wall off just as you start breaking it. So they come over and then they can't wall off behind it because there's a bloody gate blocking it, and you're like, yeah! and then you get in their base and they're like, oh, this is fair. This is really fair. Cheesing piece of shit. The first game I got coached by Phosphor to do it. We were editing it. We put it up on YouTube in a day or two. The first guy I played started like shit talking me because they were beating me. And then Foss like went into hyper backseat mode. He's like, I said I wouldn't talk much, but I want you to beat this guy. And yeah, we beat the guy. And the guy was like, is this your first day ever playing? And I'm like, yeah, I'm 73 years old. Thankfully, I found a strategy we could win with. And he's like, I fucking doubt you're 73, but if you are, that's good. Congrats. Because it means you're going to die soon and have a lot of complications. It was fantastic. He got so angry. It was great. It was a very fun game. So we'll put that up on YouTube. It was very funny. We might try a few of those when I'm like tired at the end of the day and I can't really like string together a normal opening. So I'll just be like, let's just practice the Phosphor. Even though the Phosphor is actually more detail oriented, I might give it a go at the end of the day and see how we go. Oh shit, ad break's about to autoplay. Guys, thank you so much, Minus Infinite, Paradoxical, Anagarika. Why these ad breaks? I swear they're playing faster than they normally do. It's meant to be 3 minutes an hour. Bloody ad breaks, man. Give me a minute. We'll be right back, guys. Give us a sec. Game 3 coming right up.
On that right side. And we've got, oh, they only do 65 damage. Yeah, he does just kind of walks forward, drops trousers there. The roaches say, mate, there's none of that. Hello, friends. Welcome back. Had to just go get changed. I guess we need to fix up the camera so you can truly revel in the fucking glory of this terrible, terrible shirt. Guys, this is stylish. For those who don't know, this is a men's shirt. People say, oh, you borrowed Dot's shirt? No, no. I found this on eBay. It was called Men's U-Neck Shirt, which when you say it quickly sounds like eunuch shirt. Coincidence? Coinky dink? I don't think so. We're doing this for charity. It's a good cause. Who needs dignity? I'm a warrior. I'm a man. I'm a man.
Wow, these meters doing way more than I would have expected here. I mean, it is a ton of meters. Can Bly stop this attack from TLO? He's spent a lot of time making spine crawlers. He has a ton of banelings. Is it enough banelings? Little tough to say. Oh, goodbye, meters.
Muta rally. Ouch.
Yeah, loses 4 or 5 meters there.
He's got to be careful that baneling flank. He knows it's up there, I think. I think he's aware.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he saw it. Another dead meter.
Yeah, good micro there by TLO. Sends the roaches after the banes, the Hydra's guard, the lurkers. Mutas come in to deal with those roaches. But Roach is already clicking on the hatchery as well, saying, come and fight me, otherwise you're going to lose that base. Whoa!
TLO, a flank of banelings from Bly coming in for the natural. Another flank of banelings from the north side. He's killed a lot of the Hydralists here, and then the mutas can just go to town on the roaches remaining.
My god, that was a perfect flank. Curious.
Add-on is up and running.
The mobile style drops, just getting those quick pushes going, and always focusing on having an overwhelming number of bio. A lot of players like to up that factory count. They like to up that starport count quickly, but Uthermal knew the secret to success was in having a ton of Marines and Marauders. I'm getting so excited I can't even speak anymore.
That is definitely the secret, Pig. I've never had more success in that area until I started throwing a lot more Marines and Marauders.
When you hear douchebag.
I'm a professional commentator. What are you gonna do about it? What you can do about it, Twitch chat? You got nothing. Yeah, you got nothing. Nothing. You got didn't. Nah. The secret to success. Yes. What can I say, man? Uthermal's a smart guy. He knows the secret to success. Success. Oh shit. All right, guys, let's go into game 3. The greatest Terran of all time. On sides, MARU in the top right, up against Basilisk's Rainer, the fastest Zerg of them all. The Italian stallion, the young gun, the man who some have complained about his hot and cold nature in recent years with his StarCraft performances. And I would say those are over. People, I think, they sometimes get stuck in a mode for a player. And because Rainer hasn't won 5 tournaments in a row, I guess, I mean, he hasn't been winning a ton of huge tournaments. People just go, oh, Rainer's like, where's his passion? Is he washed? I'm like, what are you guys talking about? Like, he's been so close to beating Serral multiple times in tournaments, in the semis, in the round of 8, and the finals, where Serral, you know, either beats him in the finals or goes on to win the tournament after, and Rainer is always nail-biting the close. So don't get me wrong. I guess the difference is there has been a little bit more of a... There used to be an air of, like, Rainer can come back from anything. Whereas nowadays, there is a bit more of a, like, ooh, the guys like MARU and Serral who are a bit more patient, there's an air of if Rainer doesn't get them out of the game quickly enough, they have a chance to come back. Because they are better in the late game than he is. They are just more... They have perfected the late game a bit more than Rainer. They're a little more methodical. Rainer is a bit more of, you know, lightning in a bottle, chaos, likes to get the movement going and stuff. And I do liken him much more to a Dark or a Hero compared to a MARU or a Serral. And I think the secret to being a Dark or a Hero, it's got to be in a good vibe. Got to be vibing. Got to be having fun. And I think when Rainer's having fun, he is still absolutely a top 5,
Probably. Honestly, I still think Reiner on a good day is the best player in the world. It's like, yeah, I don't know. People will say no way, but I think like on a good day, he is the best player in the world in terms of how he performs. Well, sorry, I apologize for saying that, Reiner. I just jinxed you, so you lost a drone to the first Reaper. Sloppy. But definitely not as consistent as the Marus, the Serals, and I would say even Clem is more consistent than Reiner, and people complain that Clem's not as consistent as Maru, Serral, those guys. To be fair, maybe painting Maru in that brush a little unfair, since about a year ago Maru was very inconsistent. But Maru's consistency this year has been absolutely amazing. Like, really top-notch. 4 Reapers coming forwards. Third command center goes down into a factory behind it. The Zerglings once again perfectly positioned. Is Maru seriously? Oh, he's going to do it. He's going to do the tricky trick. Keep putting the healthy guy up. Just jump up. Jump up the healthy Reaper to get vision. He can't get it up, though. Oh, okay. And now he's going to keep doing it. This is so cute, man. Obviously, got to get away before a queen arrives, though. But gets a few extra Zerglings for his troubles. Tries to punish Reiner's very greedy opening. Reiner's link speed's almost here, though. So this one's going to come out in the wash a little bit. And keep in mind, guys, winner of this will go to the next round. They go to the playoffs. Loser will be eliminated. So this is actually an elimination match, I've found out. Which is kind of crazy, because both of these guys, you really want to see they're in person in France. Last season's top 4 had Hero, Serral, Clem. Who else was there? I'm forgetting the 4th player. Oh, nice Reaper micro, but you can only run for so long once the link speed's done. There's no way he gets these home, does he? No. Bouncing some of the Zerglings, but there's enough around the front. Oh, he yanks it to the ledge! Oh my god, Reiner's gonna be annoyed. And the Hellions are here to save the day! Oh, this could be really bad for Reiner. The Hellions trying to cover. 1 Reaper goes down. Uh-oh. Has Maru overextended? Those Lings are awfully weak. The Zerglings getting gunned down, man. The Reapers do go down, but he makes him pay a hefty price for it. I was about to say, do you guys remember? I've told the story many times of when Reiner built 18 Zerglings to kill Beyond's 3 Reapers, and he A-moved it and didn't micro it and just went and kept macroing. And he just kind of went like, yeah, that easily kills that. Like, I might lose 1 or 2 more Zerglings because I'm too lazy to micro, but who cares? And then Reiner looked back and the Reapers had stutter stepped and grenaded and they killed all 18 Zerglings without a single Reaper dying. And Reiner looked so friggin' tilted. He was like, are you for real? Like, what the hell, Beyond? I was just like, hey, this is Beyond. You think Beyond's not going to micro like his entire, like, the way Beyond plays StarCraft, it's like, it's like his daughter's being kept hostage. His like whole family's being kept hostage, and they're like, if you lose any unnecessary units in this game, you know, we're gonna take, you know, do terrible things. We're gonna do some murder upon your family. But, definitely Maru showing a little bit of that flair recently. Kind of a bit of Beyond, a bit of Clem. It's been a long time, man. It's been a long time. I think what makes me so happy recently with Maru is we had like a year and a half where Maru just couldn't micro that well. His multitasking was like really good one game, and then the next game he'd be like, I'm in so much pain with my shoulder. I'm going to play the slowest, worst, like just really, really slow mech or something. You could just tell he didn't feel confident engaging in multitasking for a while there. And I always wondered just how much was it affecting him, and I think it's only now that we see the difference after he's had this wildly successful physio where we kind of get the answer we were hoping for the whole time, which is apparently it was massively handicapping him. Yes, Beyond is Liam Neeson. Yes, that is exactly the analogy I was going for, guys. Looks like they had to do a little bit of a pause there. Someone was lagging. Marine held back trying to push in. Roaches going down. Queens as well. Oh, but the Roaches are really good against this, and the Lings have already killed a few SCVs on that third base. At least 2-3 SCVs go down. Dude, the Marines are getting through it somehow. How many Queens did he get? 5 Roaches, 2 Queens. Okay, not that much damage. Never mind. The Lings trade for 3 SCVs over there. Reiner defends his 4th. Has Carapace coming in. Roach speed starts up. He was a bit late on that because he was distracted by the attack. And he's up 17 workers with already a 50 plus supply lead, 52 supply lead. I feel like Reiner's Ravager Ling timing is nigh unstoppable. Perhaps if MARU pulls back to the high ground and lifts his third, maybe. But if he's building depots out here, those are all going to be free kills for Reynor when his attack comes in, I think. I think you have to abandon this third base, but seeing no drones on that fourth, he's realizing, he's like, oh god. He's going to try and distract, because he knows just accepting a defensive stance means the numbers alone are going to hurt. 2-2's coming in. If he can buy time for 2-2, get like 4 siege tanks out and just defend the natural, I think he's actually maybe okay. MARU's made comebacks from these situations many times before. He's done it against Rogue, Solar, many players. Reynor as well. Reynor is pretty all in with this. He's a little supply blocked right now, a little bit awkward. The attack will be spotted coming. There are no surprises here. He's trying to build 3 bunkers out front, but honestly, cancel and abandon. There's just no way. Cancel and abandon is the way. Lift the commands in it. MARU knows he's made comebacks from here before. There's only one way to do it. He should cancel those bunkers as well, but just leaving them out there for now. There we go. At least he gets the minerals back. A few SCVs left out front. Here come these Roach Ravager. Tanks are nicely spread. 2 depots have already gone down. Dude, he's not building tanks right now. MARU not building tanks is very bad for him. He's going to be supply blocked forever now. The fact that he didn't have a tank in production means now he can't start one. And that is really awkward. The Roach Ravager should be a bit further in front. In my opinion, MARU's formation is a little incorrect in that you want to be a little further forward with the bio so that if he runs forward, you can gun down the Ravagers and really punish them for getting in bio distance of these siege tanks. But I guess MARU trusts his reaction speed a lot more than I do. More than I trust my own reaction speed, just to be clear. He's done a lot of supply drops up in the main. Building a few more depots here. Finally, tank production restarts. 2-2 versus just +1 carapace. Now, losing your 5th base after getting a big advantage with a big Roach attack is very common. Infestors are the secret here, not Banelings. Reynor is going Banelings. He's on 80 workers, so it's not a terrible call. But I do think Infestors usually are pretty clutch. Means we'll push back on this side. Nicely done. A couple Ravager Bars sprayed across that could be beautiful. MARU has to pick up and pull away. MARU scans. He sees no hive, but that's because the hive is in the natural. And I wouldn't be surprised if he scans there now, realizing. Is Serral the greatest of all time while MARU is the best? No, MARU is the best Terran of all time, guys. Greatest Terran, greatest of all time. So there's the GOAT and there's the GOAT. MARU is the GOAT, Serral is the GOAT. GOAT is still a very impressive title. It's just not quite GOAT. Serral is, of course, the GUZOT as well. Who's the GUPOT? I don't know who the GUPOT is. Back in the day, it was SOS. I don't know who the GUPOT is these days. Hero's had a pretty storied career, but I don't know if he has enough big championships to be the GUPOT. Medevac Marine coming forward. Clem's the greatest Protoss of all time? Sure, guys. Highest skill level? Not the same as greatest of all time. Very different. Queen's coming forward. Uh-oh. Oh, nice snipe here for MARU. The transfuses. Oh, he almost gets a medevac filled with units, but not quite. And he's actually keeping Reynor stuck on 4 bases. And Raynor's on mass Roach Ravager. Guys, MARU's army legitimately cooks Raynor's. Reynor needs to find a very elegant engagement with Blinding Clouds and trade out this hot garbage that he has for army. Like, this went from a game-winning position, it looked like, but now he's not being able to get a 5th base up. He's pinned in an awkward spot. MARU's able to take position. He needs killer Blinding Clouds, and he needs to trade the Roach Baneling out, because those units are terrible versus mass tank. Oh my gosh, is Reynor actually going to lose this game? This is crazy. The Roaches are going to go in. This is exactly what he needs to do. Trade these Roaches to delay the fight. He's going to be back to 4 bases here. Not even, as the new one on the top left isn't even finished. Roaches running the third and the natural at the same time. The army has to come back, and this is where the Roaches can kill a few SCVs, maybe pick off a few Marines and Marauders. A couple tanks get caught out. It's awkward, though, because the Banelings are so bad. It's a tank Marauder. Oh, no. Oh, my gosh. There's a reason why you want Infestors, not Banelings. I get Banelings are more powerful overall, but... Oh, Raynor lets himself get pushed back. Maybe should have had Corruptors, actually, to clean up the air, so then the drops couldn't pin him. I mean, it's easy talking from the sidelines, but... Damn, MARU just crushing after mining 2 base for like 5 minutes against 4 base Zerg. When you're up 2 bases for that many minutes, you feel like you're supposed to win. Raynor's trying to build Ultras, but he's just getting hammered. His left base completely isolated. And just Banelings, Roaches, and Ravagers are just terrible against a 3-3 Marine Marauder tank army, especially when your Roaches have no attack upgrades. So it was essentially 0-2 Roach Ravager against 3-3 Marauder tank. I mean, that is just... You needed to throw these units away on the Terran side of the map. I don't know if Raynor should have committed harder to his timing. Maybe attacked when he moved out to take a third finally, but he needed to find a way to fight on the Terran side, replace those units with Lings, Ultras, better units against this, and Lings especially are the answer to this. Mass Zergling beats Marauder tank. Obviously the Marines are a problem, but he just couldn't quite get enough of it out, and MARU hits a killer timing. The Ultras are coming in now. Let's see what he can do. He doesn't even have Kiteness yet. No Kiteness yet. The Ultras get gunned down, and that is tragic. Games like that have to be broken down. There's no ifs or buts about it. Okay, guys, so at this point, Rain is in a great spot. He goes very quick Infestation, which is great. He goes Hive. Blinding Cloud's good. Broodlords would have actually been exceptional in this game. Right? So one of my favorite transition, I'm just going through options. I don't know if this is the right option, but it's an option which I think is perfect in this scenario. Is it a good thing to do knowing what Raynor knew? Not necessarily. But look how many tech labs there are. It's amazing against Marauders. Marines can't deal with Broodlords. Tank heavy can't deal with Broodlords. If the tanks are siege, they're going to do a lot of friendly fire. So there's a few really big things here, right? I always love Broodlords because I like to go Infestors. So they're always going to try to snipe your hatcheries. We've talked about this because Shin gets in these situations a lot. He does a big Roach attack that can't quite kill them, and then they snipe his 4th base repeatedly. And I've been talking for a while about how if you have Infestors, if they stim in like this, they never know when a Fungal's going to come out, lock the Marines on the ground, and then they lose all the Marines. And when you're already stuck on 2 base this long, like MARU is, that is disastrous. Now, Raynor pulled his whole army home. It would have been nice if he kept some Roaches on the front. Because imagine if he darts in, even if he just kills 5 SCVs, delays this third for another minute. MARU's not even feeling confident securing the third. He's literally just hoping Raynor lets him get away with it. So Raynor pulling his whole army back there and losing the hatchery was a little bit problematic, so he lets himself get pinned back. Banelings will be good eventually. The problem is he's on a mass Roach army, so Banelings are only going to be effective once he gets rid of the Roaches and mixes a lot more Zerglings in, number one. And number two, as we can see, it's so Marauder heavy and tank heavy that Banelings aren't really what you want in here. Not really at all. So normally Banelings beef up your army against a Marine heavy force. But yeah, Raynor essentially has so many Roaches. He needed to be forwards on the map, looking for trades the moment MARU gave him an opportunity. Maybe that's waiting for the army to move out and just leaving the rest of your army better split to cover these bases. 10 Ravagers is also kind of dicey. I know he committed to these early, but that's 30 supply of Ravagers. This is about the worst value supply you can get in terms of raw stats in a unit. The Ravager is the biggest garbage 3 supply unit in the game. To think a StarCraft 1 siege tank is 2 supply and these guys are 3 supply, these guys, dude, I'd take like 1 siege tank rather than 3 Ravagers any day in the late game. These guys suck when it comes to a big late game battle. They can drop Corrosive Bile, which your opponent has to dodge, so it forces them to dodge a spell that you throw, but it doesn't really do anything else. It needs to be able to drop Bile, move away, drop Bile, move away, drop Bile, move away. It's kind of a unit that can do a lot of annoying things over a long period of time, but in one big force battle, it's not going to be that good. It's always the supply issue is a big one for Zerg in these scenarios. You've got a lot of supply and very low quality Roaches, and yeah, it's just really hard to make it to that next step. Some Fungals maybe could have helped, but honestly, I don't know if Fungal's really that effective against Marauders instead of Marines. You can kind of lock them in position, But as it is, it's just really tough. In hindsight, Broodlords is actually the best transition. I really love Broodlord transitions just because you go Infestors after Roach Ravager to catch these Marine drops, to defend your bases. So if you go 5-6 Infestors, it also means when he's first pushing with his army, if you ever catch him with Fungal and drop Biles on him when he's moving around like this, it can really do devastating damage, some Fungal Bile combos. Yeah, and Broodlords just happen to mesh well with that. Yeah, I do think Raynor should have gone +1 range instead of +1 melee as well. I think that's something I'm pretty confident about with how much Roach Ravager he had. I think it was more important for him to go range +1 and then go into the melee upgrades, but it's hard it's always hard, man, on a small map like Tourmaline with a guy like Maru. He recognizes, I have 3-3, I have a gigantic army, let's go. That's really hard to beat, man. He just did it really, really well. Kept Raynor busy with the drops and just danced around. I'm flabbergasted by how simple Maru made it look, but if you go back to when he first got pinned off of his third, that felt pretty bad. I gotta tell you, no Terran is happy giving up their third for multiple minutes at this stage of the game. But he had a sick upgrade lead, and he made it work. Hats off to Maru. Really well played. That's not the last game, guys. It's best of 5. One more game to decide it all. And that'll be our last StarCraft game for today. Last StarCraft series, I should say. If Raynor wins, he needs one more. If Maru wins, gets him out of there. Ooh, is Sanctuary good for Terran or Zerg, guys? I have not watched much TVZ on this map. It's an Avex map. Instincts tell me it's good for Terran because Avex loves Terran and hates Zerg players. No, I actually don't know. I haven't seen much. I've watched a few ZVPs. I've played ZVPs on this map. I haven't played much TVZ on this map. If you guys know, let me know. All right, guys. Raynor in the bottom left side of the map. Kind of difficult, isn't it, in those scenarios? Against most Terrans, it's not too hard, but Maru, always good with those drops at just keeping you off a crazy base count, lowering your amount of lava. And, yeah. It's so weird because it's like, you want Mass Zergling to deal with this army, but you have 80 supply tied up in Roach Ravager. Now find a way to trade that without throwing the units away for free. Good luck with that. Hard to do. Yeah, Broodlords work well with it as well because you can kind of shoot, pull back, shoot, pull back. That works nicely with Fungal and Corrosive Bile. It's an army that kind of, unlike a Zergling or Baneling style army where you want to jump on your opponent and get into hand-to-hand combat, Broodlord Infestor can hold them at arm's length. You're fungling them, you're shooting your Broodlords, you're making the siege tanks friendly fire, you're forcing their tanks to unsiege. If the tanks are unsieged, the Roach Ravager naturally becomes like 3 times more effective at doing its job. And that's why that whole system comes together so very nicely. But it's all about getting those Broodlords up. And that is something which most players don't believe in. They kind of go, I'm not making Broodlords here. Like, what if he's just on heavy Marines and he starts building mines instead of tanks? And, like, he's super mobile, you know? What are you going to do with Broodlords? And you're like, well, they're never bad. I don't think they're ever bad against Widow Mines or tanks. They're always going to force them to unsiege or unburrow or risk massive friendly fire. They're also very far up the tech tree, very expensive, and most pros don't really believe in Broodlords. So, you know, I'm a guy who tries to force that even in situations where it's not optimal. So I'm very well practiced in it and versed in it. And I'm like, oh, yeah, I love this move. This is sick. But we happen to see the scenario of, like, Mass Marauder tank where it really thrives. That's, like, the one perfect scenario. Impossible for Raynor to know Maru would go so heavy on the Marauder tank ahead of time. Don't know if this map's good for Terran or Zerg, guys. There is some nasty Terran positions through these slow zones will favor Terran rather than Zerg. Some decent ledges. Sure. 4th, 5th base locations. It feels like Zerg will get very spread out, I imagine. Oh, I was going to say, I think Raynor's going to take the other 3rd and then maybe expand to both the bottom 4th and this is the 5th at the same time, but he's gone for the straight line 3rd. Reaper doesn't get any kills. Good defense by Raynor. He's going to go Creep Trimmer first. Now you might be wondering why Creep Trimmer? He's got a ramp. So the Reaper can't see unless he runs up, which means the Queen will kill him. 3rd command center goes down very quickly in vision as well. I thought Raynor might take this. Get the creep forward. Yes, this base down here is very hard to defend, but it would take him to take that as a 5th while he takes this as a 4th and kind of take this ridge, spread the creep forwards and go from there.
Whereas instead, it looks like Raynor's going to go probably 4th in the top left and 5th down here at the same time. You always want to do that, expand to 2 different sides in ZVT. If the Terran commits hard to a push on one side, that way you can always cancel that expansion, give it up, transfer drones to the other side, and you'll be fine. Do Reapers still have grenades? Yeah, they do only 5 damage. They can use it like once every, 5-10 seconds, something like that. Beyond won a world championship off the back of 3-Rex Reaper builds in 2016 and got them nerfed. So they used to do 10, maybe even 15 damage at one point. They used to do a lot more damage. It's more the bouncing your opponent's units, which disables them for a second. Main advantage. 2 factory blue flame. You know what I said earlier, guys? MARU normally plays mech a bunch of games in a row against Raynor and then surprises him with bio and kills him with the timing. This time, he might be looking for the win with a sneaky mech build. He doesn't have to go mech off this. It could just be a blue flame Hellion timing into bio. But knowing how much Raynor struggles with mech and hates playing against it, I really do think MARU might be considering just going full mech here on Sanctuary. Now, that's how you know you have a good legacy in a game, guys, is if you get things nerfed a lot, that means you left your mark. I know Cyril always says that. I always say that he got Burrowed Roaches nerfed. He claims that got nerfed before he was even winning anything. I still blame him. He's adamant that it happened before he had any tournament victories on a big stage, so he doesn't think he had anything to do with it. MARU has the opposite legacy. He never got anything nerfed. But there was actually a period around 2018, 2019 where most Terrans were convinced that TVP was the most unfair, like disgustingly unfair thing they'd ever played in their life. But because MARU kept winning every single tournament in Korea and in one-sided fashion, Terran was not getting any buffs, and Protoss wasn't getting enough. So it was the opposite. MARU stopped his race from getting nerfed! From getting buffed. Oh my god, where's the units? He has nothing! Raynor has only 6 Zerglings! Oh my lord! What did we just witness? Witness me! Off to Valhalla, shiny and chrome! The war boys just get on in there, man. I don't care how many bugs there used to be in the wasteland. You can throw that census data straight out because there's 24 less drones, a whole lot of less Zerglings, and these war boys just going absolutely mad lad on it. Oh, nice Ling micro here. Raynor's Roachhorn only now coming down. He was not expecting this build order at all. These Hellions, they're roasting, they're toasting, and Raynor is not happy about this. Drones trying not to line up for those Hellions. Only loses 3 more drones, even transfuses 1 or 2 of them there. Good defense. It is going to be a bio transition behind it. We'll see. Raynor might not even be expecting that. He might think that this is mech. Lair only now starting. Equal workers, which is amazing for Terran. Remember, Terran, they're dropping mules, which he is. He's going to have a higher mineral income than the Zerg. And that is not what you want. We've already got very good efficiency for Terran. That's expected to continue in this matchup. The Zerg is meant to have more money to work from, more reserves to pull in. Oh, Hellions getting in there. The drone's not really able to block this. Oh my god, no, no, no! Ah! 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 Sorry, guys. At this point, I'm not commentating. I am just voice acting as the drones, as they see a guy bloody spray painting shiny chrome stuff on his face, screaming at you while he drives towards you on a friggin' quad bike with a flamethrower attached. Like, come on, man. I feel for those drones, man. People say Zerg don't feel pain, but ugh. I think anyone felt the pain of that. Hellions rotating south. Drones. At least there's not enough drones to be like a tight stack, but still going to grab a bit of creep, grab another drone. And behind this, 4th command center is on the way. Drilling claws. 0 pressure on Maru's side of the map. This is exactly how Maru loves it. Maru's favorite way to play TVZ. Just picking at his opponent. Full macro behind it. You know what? Raynor is on 81 work. What in the hell? Guys, how does Raynor have 81 workers? 85. Okay, Raynor's macro is just unhinged. How the hell? He's lost 35... I mean, he did kill 17 Hellions, to be fair. It is a lot of Hellions. But damn, he's good at absorbing damage, isn't he? Bringing out his inner laser. The Zerglings trying to react, and they should block. Nicely done. Nicely done. He's going to wrap around the Hellions. No escape for them on creep. Whoo! You got to feel the adrenaline. I mean, I guarantee you he's feeling the adrenaline right now. Raynor, average of 370 APM. MARU, average of 460. They're playing at lightning fast speed right now. Widowmine drop goes out the left side. MARU's going to continue to be as annoying as he can, even as the 8 barracks comes up. With this style, I think MARU's going to go to about 80 workers, and I think he's going to parade push, bio, mine. Oh, he's actually putting mines and tanks, and a third factory. Oh, he's going to go bio, mine, tank. I thought he was just going to parade pure bio, mine. Oh, wow. So he's going to go Marine Marauder tank, and he's just going to keep pushing. I don't think MARU wants to play late game. Even though he's better there, I think he just wants to win in the mid game. He knows he's ahead. Go for it now. Big Widow Mine. Gets 7 drones there. Does he get a Widow Mine in the natural? It gets burrowed, and it gets a shot off. Oh, bunch of Zerglings and 6 more drones. Barely getting burrowed in time. That is the power of drilling claws. They do burrow much, much faster. Pack more drones coming in. Scan comes in, but he sees the hive start. MARU knows he's got time. The hive has only begun. It's a long time till Ultras, Vipers, anything like that gets on the field. And MARU is up in supply. His own 2-2s finishing almost identically timed upgrades, but of course, Terran can start 3-3 straight away. Zerg needs to wait for the hive to be done before that upgrade option unlocks. Hydroden's on the way. Raynor's thinking of playing Lurkers. Kind of feel like some Zergling run-bys might be able to do something. He's in a purely defensive stance. Makes sense with how much pressure he's been under. Tank army rotates. Lings going around the right side. It's a lot of Banelings. If you get the Banelings on the Marines, that'd be excellent. Quite a few Zerglings mixed in as well. He's going to go for it. Raynor comes in with Lings from the right side. Banelings, a little bit of a spready. He's got to be careful of those Widow Mines. He breaks his army into pieces to try and avoid the Widow Mines, but that means it's kind of just a piecemeal charge. You want to go in as decisively as you can, but the Widow Mine positioning was just too intimidating, and that Siege Tank is making this awfully difficult for Raynor. The Ravagers will be able to take out the Siege Tanks. Can the Banelings connect with the Bio? The answer is no. MARU's Micro is too good. Queens will come forward with the Ling Ravager. The Queens and the Ravagers and the Zerglings should be able to overwhelm this. The Biles will push him back. Queens should be able to replace some creep spread. Can he hold on? I think Zerglings counter-attacking is key. Raynor is the faster player than MARU, even with MARU's injuries healed. But right now, MARU's just attacking. He's not had to react to a single thing. Finally, Raynor sends some Lings across. This is going to be the first time MARU has to react to anything in 11 minutes of this game 4. There we go. That's what he needs to do. MARU reacts very quickly, but he's already almost got a planetary up there. The Lings could have taken that fight. That was a good fight for the Zerglings. Would have liked to see him just trade there. But now that there's a planetary there and there, his third base is the only weak option. Banelings blowing these depots, flooding Lings in here would be great, and trying to hit that natural as much as possible. Zerglings out on the map. Raynor, of course, can dance with his opponent very well. He's very good at the kind of interactive running units around non-committally on the map, draining his opponent's attention. But this army here is not it, man. He's got to pack out Hydras, but Lurker Tech is not ready. And I just think these Hydras with no upgrades are going to be kind of crap. He does have movement speed for them, but remember, no range upgrades on any of these guys. This is 2-2 Bio coming in. The Banelings trying to roll forward. They do take out a few of these Widow Mines. A couple of Biles spreading across the front lines. Not really landing on anything. A massive Terran comes in. MARU will not be perturbed. The transfuses are insane on that hatchery. It almost keeps it alive, but not quite. Raynor so quick at spamming transfuse off that Mass Queen, but it's not enough to save the hatch. MARU's done enough damage. He's seen enough. He's killed 2 bases. He knows Raynor's mining on only 3 bases. 3 base Zerg against 5 base Terran. And he's simply aware that right now, he is a guy with a modern, advanced military, and he's fighting against a nation that has 3 dudes with swords, 1 dude with a bow but no arrows, and a guy who's... They're technicians in the country he's fighting against. They've just invented the blunderbuss, but it's still basically just a big metal tube that they shove some pebbles in and then hope that the explosion goes towards the enemy rather than themselves. The Bio drop in the main, dancing around. He's in the north as well. There's not much Raynor can do at this point. He's so outnumbered. How do you out-multitask your opponent on a cramped map like Sanctuary with these 2 planetaries up when you're this far behind? MARU is just too established on this map. And Raynor is trying to get to Lurkers. The Lurker range isn't quite there, but it will be there soon. Widowmine does fire. The Lurker's trying to defend. A few good shots on this Bio. You can't lose another hatchery. Not like this. Not like this. Another hatchery falls. MARU picks up and says, see, you don't want to be here, mate. Actually leaves his siege tank behind. That's kind of offensive. Rotterdam has seen enough. He says, my boy, Basilisk Raynor, my boy. For those who don't know, Rotterdam is actually Raynor's biological father. He didn't raise him or take responsibility. He was a bit too young when that accident happened. I'm just kidding. They're on the same team and they're good friends. But I think maybe he had an internet issue and didn't want to lag them. Who knows? Either way, Bio moving around the north side. Marine Marauder moving over there as well. There's a Nidus Worm in the main base as well. Raynor somehow still has 83 workers and decent supply, but most of it's in Zerglings, which is pretty low value. Lowish value supply, not many Banelings. And most importantly, his income is just absolutely washed. Lurker's going to pop out in the main base. There are some ghosts there. Will they get some shots off? They can pick it up from a distance, but there's not going to be enough snipes to deal with this just yet. Are there libs on the map? There's 2 libs building. They're not out just yet. Queens are here as well. A couple of transfusers and creep trimmers would be nice. This is a really lovely move. The Hail Mary Knighties gets up in the main. Maru making a rather big mistake deep into this game. He's going to try and stim into his production to defend, but stimming Marauders between buildings means walking into Lurker spines. The Queens and the Lurkers doing some pretty good damage. He's out of Queen energy though. No more transfusers where that came from. And Maru takes an incredibly sloppy trade to defend. But as long as he cleans up his production, I think it's okay. Then again, Raynor pounces on the front as well. Never count Raynor out. The Italian stallion, we used to call him the comeback kid for a reason. It's because he has made more crazy comebacks than anyone else, but he needs to throw a 5th base up behind this. He's got his 4th backup mining. He needs a 5th and a 6th. He's going to throw a Nidus up again. Remember, he's got very little money coming in. Maru has money, but right now Maru's production is in disarray. Raynor might just be able to break him right now since he can't really make many units. Bile's trying to land across. The army has to fall back. Nidus Worm number 2 gets up in the main. There's nothing inside to unload. Raynor is not building extra hatcheries or drones. He's got Lurkers denying the command center. Can Raynor bring this back and force a game 5? I tell you, man, there's something about when Raynor's losing a game where he just turns it up, turns it on. Lurker up there gets taken out. This one's still doing damage. I don't think he's got any scans just yet, guys. There's extra command centers coming in. There's a few scans around, but he uses one down here. I remember we talked to Raynor a lot about how Clem is weak to spread out Lurkers in the early late game because he just doesn't have enough scans to deal with them. And Raynor used that to take Clem out in that Thunderfire Invitational. It was a really big win there. He's trying to use it now. This is way past the stage where you should be able to win with this strategy. And yet, oh, one more scan comes in just in time, but he's being really tricky with it. He's trying to make sure you only get 1 Lurker per scan. This is actually so clever. And where are the scans? Oh, he just made 2 more orbitals. 2 more orbitals just finished. And I think that might get Maru out of trouble. Maru might get out of trouble with this. I think he might. The Lurker's going up top. Another one still sieging from the high ground. Maru's got a new base down the bottom right. Oh my lord. Maru, when the hell did he take that base? He took a base number 6. Maru was so far ahead in this game. He took 6 bases against a 4 base Zerg. What in the world? The Lurkers are still coming though. They are going to get scanned one more time. Raynor being so tricky with this Lurkers. I love that he's creating this Lurker problem. For so many years, people said, pros always have scans. You can't do this except at noob level. And I was always like, really? In endgame, yes, but if they're not fully set up, maybe you can. Right now, though, 6 orbitals. I think Maru's made it past the scary point when he only had 3 or 4. He made it there. He's got enough scans. The Ling Bane does ambush the Northern Army. The rocks go down, crushing a Lurker. For those who don't know, this map is bugged, so one of the rocks actually always gets decapitated. There's not enough room for both rocks to fit, so one of the rocks always loses to the other rocks, and as far as I can tell, it's random. Every time they crash, I believe it's different. I think it's random, or maybe it's just different rocks on different sides of the map. I'm not quite sure, but I feel like I tested it twice, and it was different every time. Not quite sure what decides it, but a cute little feature of this map not a lot of people know. We do have 6 more Lurkers coming in, 10 more Zerglings building. Raynor does not have much money. He's finally got a new base up down the bottom, but he's got to defend this army and hang on to his 5 base setup to have any chance because Maru is rich. He's building more command centers. This is the equivalent of him saying, oh, I'm broke. My trust fund only has $6 billion left in it. Oh no! Maru has more money than he can count, mate. The Banelings going down to the tanks. The ghosts avoid the Banelings. And the moment the Banelings aren't on top of the ghosts, those ghosts will run forwards and snipe anything in range. If they can scan here and start sniping these Banelings, Ravagers, Hydras, that'll be it. Raynor, he's almost completely out of supply. He's going to lose this base again. He keeps trying to throw up these Desperation Nidus Worms, but yet another Siege Tank gets up in position. The Marauder's there as well. The Nidus Worm burrows a few Lurkers. I'm amazed he even managed to get that out. In the top left, the drones do get found. Maru does not let them escape, playing a little game of refugee hunters. Everybody's least favorite game, only played by absolute sicko Terrans that love hunting down poor defenseless Zerg. Speaking of hunting down poor defenseless Zerg, Maru does it in style in Game 4. Blue Flame Hellion Surprise, an absolutely brilliant maneuver.
And Rainer just did not see that coming. Sorry, guys. We're talking about all sorts of random stuff at the start because I'm a very bad commentator. Let's just go back and talk about Rainer's build order a tiny bit at the end of this game. Rainer did not know what was going on. Now, my question is, guys, could he have seen these Hellions moving out? And the answer is yes. Technically, yes. Rainer will be kicking himself because he did not notice mass Hellions moving out. You look at his camera at this stage, guys. We go to regular game speed. He doesn't know. He's going double Evo chamber, greedy build, 8 queens. He has only 4 Zerglings with 4 more building. And he did not realize. If he knew those Hellions were coming, Rainer grabs every drone, pulls them up to his natural, Evo walls, has his queens here, has a Roach Warren already building. He's totally fine. But he missed it. And for Valhalla, shiny and chrome! Let's go, boys! And yeah. You guys know the rest. It's a Mad Max story involving dousing your opponent in petrol and lighting them on fire. It's pretty brutal, but that is, of course, a war game is about apparently burning your opponent to death. Who knew? Who knew? Very well played by MARU. It's always a good surprise to mix this in a series, a big 2-factory blue flame timing. It also allows you, when you swap off the Hellions later, to go for heavy Widowmine and Widowmine drops, which he used really well. He's usually a little open to counterattacks behind this style, but he'd never stopped building Hellions. So he was actually, until he, much later. So he had really good map presence with it. This was really nice. Just lovely play for MARU, man. 3-1 victory. GG. Well played. Well, if you guys enjoy watching poor defenseless Zerg drones getting roasted, like your uncle at the barbecue decides there needs to be 26 sausages and steak for every single guest, and you're like, dude, how are we ever going to eat this much meat? And then your fridge is filled with meat for 3 weeks afterwards, you're trying to eat it, and you're having meat sweats every day, you should support my Patreon. I don't know how that's related at all in any way, but thanks. Check out the Patreon. Links below. There's some cool perks. Appreciate all of you here. Special thanks, Pete and Dragosar and OkoH. Thanks for the support. We'll see you guys in the next video. Goodbye and good night. Hats off to you, MARU. GG, well played. That made sense. That was a segue, as they call it. These guys so much fun. Thanks for doing this. Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. That's the end of today's Best Games of StarCraft day, guys. We did a lot of casts. 4 big series today. We focused on big, high-impact, famous player series. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Yeah, I appreciate you all very much. Thank you very much. If you did enjoy it, tip, cheer, sub. We'll play a little bit of Age of Empires, and then we'll finish up the day. I don't think we'll play too much, but we'll play a little bit. So let's take a little look-see there. Let's quickly organize this. That can just go down there, can't it? Yeah. Go there. No worries. Okay, sick. Okie dokie. Oakley dokely. Okie. Yep. Cool. Okay. What would you... Oh! These are from Maestros. Guys, I am not sponsored by Opera GX. You know who is? The guys who run that tournament. They are my friends. They have shared the replays. Please, if you guys want to give them money so they can host more cool StarCraft tournaments in Paris, which is going to have an awesome finals. When is the finals played? The top 4. The LAN portion is going to be... Let me just check the day. I think it's in 2 weeks. Just under 2 weeks, guys. So it's going to be in 2 weeks in Paris. The finals, the top 4, is going to be played there. I've got more games from the playoffs to cast, which I'll cast over the next few days and the next week leading into it. But if you guys want to support those, use that link I put in chat, and it'll literally just install the browser, use it for 5 minutes. They get money even if you uninstall it after using it for 2 minutes or whatever. But if you guys want to give Comeback TV some money, essentially, it's really hard to get sponsors for StarCraft tournaments. You got 5 minutes, spend 5 minutes installing it, using that link, help those guys out. We really appreciate you guys who do that, because they're willing to just share the replays with me and take the time to send them to me, when they really don't need to. So I appreciate them, and I hope you guys appreciate them as well. Thank you. I think the eventual endgame answer is a small group of Raven Banshee can snipe out lurkers with weak defenses, air stacking in and out micro. Oh, what are we talking about? Like late game TVZ? Usually ghosts are pretty good one size fits all. But
range libs can be really nice for dealing with the nidus worms. If that's what you guys were talking about, like the nidus worms pop up, and if you can very quickly like siege a few libs on it. It's really annoying to pop like hydras out for anti-air or fly corruptors over there is really difficult. Oh, the lurker split. It's just about having enough scans, really. Oh, for the lurker split. Yeah, I mean late game you just have enough orbitals. It doesn't matter. It's just when you have early late game when you don't quite have the stuff up yet. Yeah, that's when the lurker split can be really good. But the trick is mainly to have better map control so that they don't get the lurkers in killer spots. If there's like a lurker behind 3 different mineral lines and in between all your bases and in your main base out of a nidus worm, that's where it's really hard because then you like have to deal with them right then. Whereas if your army is covering so they can't even get in those bases in the first place, they can burrow, you can just move back out of range. And then what are they going to do? But it's once they're in all your bases, that's where it's like, oh God, they're everywhere, you know? Raynor is too good at almost making those comebacks when he's basically dead. He's always so dead in those games. And even against Clem, he always makes Clem sweat for it. But I'm always just like, damn, man, if we weren't dead to begin with, like, he kind of outplays people when he's behind with, like, micro and stuff. It's really sick. But yeah, eventually having a Raven would be good. But usually Terran has so many scans and you can just plonk them everywhere, so you don't really have to bother babysitting a Raven. All right, guys, let's go do a little bit of AOE2 practice. Let's go for it. This was way longer than I thought I would spend casting today, but it is what it is. We're not going to play too many games. I don't want to stream all day. But we'll stream for probably like another hour and a half, 2 hours. Get a few games in, see if we can get in a rhythm. So quick couple minutes break. We'll be right back. Age of Empires 2 ladder race. Dropped a lot of MMR the last few days trying new things. I think my Chinese opening feels okay, but my feudal still feels a bit sloppy with them. And my feudal and castle age decision making, I'm trying to improve that. So probably some more Chinese today, I think. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a sec. All right, guys, it's that time of the afternoon where the air conditioning goes from doing nothing at all to suddenly just being freezing. And I'm like, what is this? What is this? Oh, I should write some notes about the games I just played. Hey. I was thinking like MARU Rainer at like the World Championship last year was such a banger. So good. All right, let's go, guys. Let's go. AOE2. Air conditioning in winter. Sydney on fire again? Well, I'm in a little studio with a big computer that is streaming all day. So yeah. At the start of the day, honestly, it probably warms things up. So I leave it off for periods in winter. But the room will inevitably get hot and stuffy because it's all closed up. It's a small room, right? So I kind of, in winter, will be like, I really don't need this, and turn it off. And then after like an hour and a half, I'm like, oh my God, it's like really stuffy and gross in here. And then I'm like, oh, okay, we go to that. Yeah. It's a 170-year record El Nino killing us as well. This is not a normal winter. Dude, it's been so nice and warm recently. The last like few weeks here in Sydney, at least. I don't know about where everyone else is, but yeah, it's been pretty unseasonably warm here after having some very cold moments earlier on. Wait, what just happened? Did I just click Chinese and it disappeared, or am I freaking crazy? Did that just happen, guys? Did you see? Oh, I favorited it. Oh, you can favorite civs. Oh, I see what happened. I didn't know you could favorite civs. I had no idea. I didn't know that was a thing. Okay, let's go. Someone got a shark bite at Kuji. Oh, really, Singtown? That sucks. Oh, okay, we'll do a Bohemians, guys. All right, I haven't been able to practice this, but I started practicing it and I died. Yesterday I died. Did you guys... I found out about Bengali war elephants. Chat tried to explain what these were to me the other day. Someone's like, they're kind of a ram, but also not. That's what, like, chat gave me a decent explanation. Anyway, I ran into them. I made redemption and tried to convert them. I didn't realize how they worked, guys. I was so triggered. I was like, what is this? Why can't I convert them? What's happening? Every time my monks just like walk towards it and I'm like, what the hell is this? So for those who don't know, Age of Empires, basically the armored elephant is a ram. It's a ram in an elephant cosplay. And you can't convert it except like walking right up to it, which apparently is a thing with rams as well. I didn't know. I've never tried to convert a ram before, so I found that out as well. A little bit slow on the start here, guys, because we're playing Bohemians, and I was expecting to play Chinese, and my brain kind of malfunctioned, but... Okay, I think just 3 on wood for my Bohemian build. I think so. I think it's 3. Yeah, it's 3 on wood, surely. Pretty sure it's 3 on wood. I mean, it makes sense. It's a fast castle. There shouldn't be any need for more than 3 on wood for a fast castle.
My man.
This opening is very chill. We don't need to do anything quickly. We just want to make sure we optimize for rot, essentially. Optimize for rot. Turn down for rot. Yeah. Hey. I think we're putting this in early enough, right? As long as the pig doesn't run too far away, this should be perfect. You might be wondering, why not push the hunt in yet? One animal at a time, guys. I'm not one of these crazy people who's gonna waste all of my food, letting it rot, you know? We're not made of money here, all right? Gotta take our time. Okay, you can go there. I have pretty good ping. This game feels pretty nice. Okay. All right, let's go push the hunt in now. Probably should have done it a little bit earlier, to be fair. Waiting this long is unnecessary. But whatevs. 5. I think we go 6 on berries if memory serves. Dude, Scout's so slow in this age, isn't it? That's fine. Okay, what do we go to, by the way? It's like 23 we want to go up. 23, 25, right? Is the build. This is 20, 21, 22, 23. We can get Loom much later. Okay. Yeah, a little bit sloppy there, but that's okay. Oh, this guy was still getting pushed away, was he? Okay. Alright, what else do we do? Stone, right? I haven't put guys on stone yet. Where's my stone? Here we go. Alright, we can do that a bit later. It's not the end of the world. Try and scout the middle. Okay. I need enough for blacksmith and thing, but blacksmith is like really cheap because of Bohemians. That's why this build is so easy. Very noob friendly. I do need to put more on stone. We'll do that soon. Okay. Nice, nice, nice. Okay. Dude, I haven't had to do a chicken funnel in a while, so that's one thing as well, which I... Have we got enough food? We do, easily. Yeah, we just sell 200 stone, is fine. Rather than wood. Sell the stone. Click up, 11-minute click up times, pretty clean. Yeah, he's just hit feudal. And we're already in castle. Well, we've already clicked castle, I should say. You guys go there. Oh, I guess I could have put that here, and then I could have done a TC there. Oh, well. Okay. I'm not going to get enough wood for this wood camp unless these guys force drop. So these guys, when they're ready to return, we got to get these 8 to... There we go. Alright, that's fine. Double bit? I need wood for double bit as well. Shit. There we go. Double bit. We can have enough stone, guys? I feel like we are not. Okay, that should be fine then. Oh, I forgot to build a house as well. I guess we can just build a house there. Yeah, anyway, we can still do a TC there, and then my other TC can just go on like wood over here or whatever. It doesn't matter. Yeah, it's fine. Okay. Yeah, we still got 1 on berries there. And we should be... And we have so much food, I think we're fine for quite some time. Because we get our mining techs for free, we're pretty alright here. We just need to... We're going to be a little bit late, but... I think... Should be okay. We go like this. Should be fine. Okay, we're just gonna build a few farmies because that seems like it's probably a good idea since we only have 1 berry bush. Okay. Dude, how did he beat me to Castle Age? Do they go up faster? Dude, I'd already clicked castle before he went up. I don't know what Polish bonuses are. But we'll see how we go. Oh! Oh! Quick! I need that Hussite wagon. See if I can get him. Okay, here we go. We got 5 there. I only know where 1, 2, 3, 4 of the things are. Okay, well, we need wood. Let's go attack this. You can go like that. Or just there is fine. Oh, he's got a castle too. Guys, what's the Polish unique unit? Gold or wood? Probably just gold is fine. Obuch. Obuck? Oh, that guy sucks, doesn't he? That guy's like pretty shit, right? I don't think he's very good, is he? Alright. I don't actually care about anything, by the way. Okay, you go there, you go there, you go there. Oh! Okay. We're dead, I think. Oh, no, we made it. Have we got all 5 yet? Hurry up, guys. Guys, come on. Grab the last 2 relics already, okay? Alright, we're doing good. Just keep buying food. You're meant to buy a lot of food with this build, guys. It's just the way it goes. Get heavy plow. And we are good. Alright, we get all 5 relics. Feeling very, very juicy with that. Rally you over there, you can go 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 there. Oh, wheelbarrow. Okay, very nice. Okay, can you guys just not mind like complete gronks? That's like all I ask, guys. I don't ask a lot. Just not complete gronks, okay? Thank you. Shit. Okay. There we go. Okay. Got 2 monks. We've got 5 relics. That's all we really need. I'm gonna put my wagons back, and we're just gonna put the scout out here and make him patrol. Okay, how many farms are we up to? Good amount. Very good amount. Very nice. Actually, you can go like that. Doo-doo-doo. Okay, sick. Okay, very nice, very nice. Do I need another building to go up? I don't think I do, right? No. So we can go up soon. Could even do a 4th TC. Don't really need 2 guys building that, but it's alright. Okay. Alright, we got plenty of farmland. Very nice. You go here, you go here. Buy a tiny little bit more food. Quick up. Last time we buy food. Let's not do that too much. We will get a little bit out of hand. Oh, university. Yeah. You can go like this. Takes a while to go up, so we should be good. There we go, we do that one. Oh, I forgot to patrol this guy through the middle, so it is what it is. My opponent's got a pretty nice boom going, eh? Their score is kind of insane. Maybe it's because they haven't clicked up yet. Can we please get chemistry? I feel like I should have speed built this, because chemistry takes a while. Okay. Okie dokie. You guys going on to gold. I think as long as we are rebalancing onto gold, just gradually, it should be okay. I'm going to turn the auto reseed farms on. Let's get fletching, and then archer armor. Does chemistry make or not? Oh, there it is. Alright, start making bombards. Nice. He's out here with the castle, no worries. I think we're gonna go here. Oh, he's building one there as well. He's not an Imperial though. There he is. Can we not? Damn. Oh, I forgot to make conscription. I don't know what he's doing, guys. I don't know what their comp normally looks like for this team. What are these? Oh, winged hussars, right. Eh? These are now Hofnitzer. Oh, good shot. boom, baby. Bohemians are pretty good. This is a bit lower MMR, I think, than I was playing at last time I was playing on Arena, though that was quite a few days ago. So how did he get up to castle before me, guys? Let's go take a look at the tech tree. I haven't played many Polish players. I'm not sure if I've played any, really. As a Czech player, I'm proud of you, Bohemians. Oh, Bohemians! Yesterday, Dot, my wife, was asking me. She's like, "What are Bohemians anyway? What like language? What is that?" And I was like, "What?" She's like, "Where's it from?" And I was like, "Oh, I think they're probably like Czech or something." I definitely know the history. I was like, I think the Czech had good gunpowder people. They were good with that. So I guess I was right. I guess I was right. Very nice. Okay, so villagers regenerate hit points. Guys, yeah, how did they get Castle Age before me? Am I crazy? Pig, can you click one of his ponies? They're pretty good. Winged Hussars are pretty crazy. Do these guys build out of the castle, guys? Does that say 13 bonus damage to melee? Or is that doing the total damage? He didn't have the last armor upgrade. Not good against those 17 damage hand cannoneers. Obviously, he was going to struggle anyway, but yeah. I'm in. Yeah, it's just the upgrade. Okay, I thought so. What's the... Because Obuck's their unique unit. Yeah. When they place their farms around forks, they get a percentage of the food instantly. Yeah, but in this game... So what confused me, guys, is I'm pretty sure... I hit feudal... Okay, no, I was just confused. I was looking at things wrong. I think maybe I was looking at my own. I don't know. Okay, for some reason I thought he hit castle before me, but I clicked castle before he hit feudal, which is why I was confused. Because I was like, he can't be in castle before me. I don't know. I was just brain damaged. I don't know why I was confused. So apparently he didn't hit castle before me. Because I was like, that's physically impossible. Like, what is happening? You know what I mean? Yeah, that's cool. What was his Vil count up to? I keep pausing my Vil production too much around the time I'm moving out with this build. I should probably stop pausing my Vil production. Yeah, it's such a sick army you get. It's like crazy. It's so insane. GG's. Yeah. They go for cheap Cavalier. Bloodlines and Scout Cavalry line upgrades are 50% food less. Nightline cost minus 60% gold with their unique tech. Oh, yeah, right. Because normally, Cavalier costs 75 gold. So if you minus 60% of that, that makes that a much cheaper unit. And they do have full stable, right? No, they don't have the final armor upgrade, though. Yeah, it's not the best late game, is it? Not gonna lie. So do you want to get this unique, really expensive tech so then you can build 50 knights before it pays off? Like, it's okay. I don't know. Seems all right. Scout cavalry line, that's the upgrade they want. Yeah, trample damage for the winged hussars. Very expensive, and it's only a small amount, but you know, they're light cav. Obviously, if it was cheaper and better than that, it would be super OP. They do have bombard cannon. They do have siege engineers. They do have hand cannoneers as well, right? No hand cannoneers. They lack the last archer armor and the last cavalry armor. They have good champions. Oh no, they don't have gambesons. No gambesons. Yuch. Just really good food, good winged, and really, really incredible hussars. Yeah. What's the difference between a winged hussar and a normal hussar, I wonder? Other than that trample damage upgrade you can get. Not sure what the actual stat difference is. Yeah, the fall works. So what is the percentage with the fall work? How's that work, guys? Because it's any farm place, and I think you can put 8 around it. I think you can get 8, right? It's 100 wood. So basically it's a mill. costs the same as a mill, but you get 5 population. So you get a free house with it. And it says build near forage bushes or other sources of food to gather food fast. I mean, that's just the basic, hey, put your mill next to food, dumbass tip, right? But it collects 10% of food from newly constructed farms. And what's a regular farm give anyway, guys? I have no idea. It's like 125, I think, for a regular farm, is it? And then once you get the upgrades, that's nice as well. I think it's 125 for a base level farm. I could be wrong. It's 125. Oh no. $175, sorry, 175. So it's 175, goes to 250 with horse collar, 375 with heavy plow. Then you get farm and crop rotation 550. So if you get, yeah. So like late game, every time you reseed a farm, it's like plus 55 food. So you can make a pretty insane amount of units. But it does actually eat that off the thing, right? Yeah, it does actually collect it off of it. It's not like it's bonus on top of, yeah. Yeah, need a lot of space for all those folwarks, right? Those things should have eaten your hand cannons. I don't know. I think he forgot armor. Would have to see in the replay. I think my opponent just had way less stuff than me. I think he just didn't have that much stuff. Someone says, Winged Hussar don't beat hand cannons, though. I feel like they do okay, especially if he runs some from the sides and surrounds them. He could probably do fine. Like, I would have gone, if I knew what poles did, I would have gone heavier into halbs much earlier. Pig, do you like water maps? I like non-island styled maps with water. I haven't played much water. I don't really know how it works. It's hard to learn. And none of it's in the... No. Chinese. And none of it's in the tournament, so... You know. Maybe I'll learn how to play water after the tournament. Yeah. Yeah, I would have gone into the halbs a bit earlier. I probably would have only built like, I don't know, 2 or 3 range hand cannon from the start and just immediately had a few more barracks getting halbs. Big, will you please commentate in this game as a pirate? No, I'm Chinese. I sound super racist. People won't know I'm just making fun of pirates. They'll be like, he's making fun of Chinese people. You know what I mean? Can't risk that. Dobby. You're a free elf now, Dobby. Oh my god. You, move. Nice. Oh, too early for the force drop. There we go. And we found Hunt. Most people try to lane me because I'm playing Chinese guys, so we're just keeping an eye on that. Try to get these guys back here pretty quickly after we find our sheep. And I guess we take wood. I'm going to take it here next to my berries, even though it's at the front. It's not really the front, it's like the side, but you know. That was sloppy. I always forget just how quickly you eat your early... You eat your early things so quickly. Your early animals so quickly with Chinese. It's absolutely crazy. Did I not get my last sheep, guys? A little bit of idle time there. That was sloppy. Okay, I'm gonna go... I still don't know where my other animals are. Okay. Dude, it's so annoying having your animals be behind a wood line. Hunt behind a wood line is so much more work to bring them in. Super, super frustrating. So I think 2 of my goats I didn't get, guys. Probably did not need to kill that. Slight bit of walking time there. I don't really care. Okay, let's just grab the other one in. Okay, I guess I push it the north now. Since it's already run that way. Come on. As if not run closer. Fine. I got one more animal there. Okay. Oh, we're going up in 23. Whoops. Meant to be 22, but a bit of a hectic start, so I will forgive myself. And here we go. It's fine. Okay, we're not going to be able to push Hunt in. That's fine. Well, that's bad. It's real bad, guys. Okay. I think we're gonna stay on one wood camp for now. And we are gonna try and fight. Okay. Okay, we got 3 on there. That's good. You guys can all go here. Let's try and hit these militia. I don't know why it's gone from being so smooth at the start of this game to like the laggiest experience ever, but it has. That is something we'll just have to deal with. War Scholar, let's go. Okay, fantastic. Well, game salvaged. Now we just need to find where my opponent is, eh? Not surprising that a Celt player would play like this, by the way, guys. Basically all they know how to do, right? Oh, I'm a Celt player. Look at me. I mean, I don't want to say they have low IQ. The facts are gonna lie. You know. I'm kidding, guys. The general joke is that if you play a strategy game, you attack me before I'm ready. It's because you're playing the game wrong. It's very rude. Heyo! Oh, hello, Darius. What's up, buddy? Car. Yeah, you have a car? I don't have any cars in this game. They don't let me play with cheat codes. Because we're playing a tournament of Age of Empires. Oh, that's not even walled off, guys. I'm actually a genius.
Uncle Barrett loves playing games. They're playing Darius.
That's true. So, yeah, they just paused. No problem. Guys, thank you very much, Pika Pikina, for 2,000 biddies. Oh, we got a fart noise. Thank you.
New car for Darius.
New car for Darius. Yeah. Oh, it's orange. That's a cool quad bike. It goes boom, 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 boom. It skips my 1 in 114. No problem. Go, go.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna actually put my guy on auto scout, guys, like a friggin' legend, because that's how I play. And we're gonna come in this side and see if we can do something, see what he's up to. Don't have fletching yet, though.
Oh, Pika wants to see the new car tomorrow. If we've got time for it.
Okay, you've got skirms, that's totally fine. And wall this off. $11? Okay. I mean, his name's Darius. He's got to play Persians. Duh.
Oh, true.
Duh. Oh, I've actually walled my base off for once. How many farms we got, guys? 12. Okay. Hello. Okay, stable goes down. Keep putting guys. Okay, I think my base is walled off, guys. Otherwise, surely my guys would not be struggling this hard to move around. Go to stable and back. Gold mining cap. Don't think we need that. Can we get some efficient wood, guys? This is really hurting me to see you guys chopping wood like that. Yeah, we'll probably TC out there, so we'll just go in here, nice and deep. Oh, shizzle. That should have been wheelbarrow. That's alright. One more and then wheelbarrow. We're on 15 on food, which is more than we need. Let's put another wood house up there. Let's put that there. And we should be able to go up soon. I'm going to go for knights. And of course more archers as well. So I'll still go to range, but we'll get a few knights also. Oh, we'd go bloodlines after we click up. What am I doing? We don't need these until after we click up. a little bit early there, mate. I'm going to click up first, don't you? Has he got range? He's not got range. How dare he try and pressure me without range? All right, guys. How much food we got here? He's already in castle. Hello. 19-minute castle time. Well done. That's not that crazy. He did a man-at-arms push early. Don't know why I'm impressed by that, but apparently I am. Easily impressed. Name of the game. Okay, so we've got lots of archers building. Now we can do other things behind it, potentially. Let's pull 3 guys off onto gold. So that's going to be 12, 13 on gold. And yeah, we still want to push out and try to do a little archer push if he hasn't committed to elite skirm especially. And TCs, we wanted to secure gold and stone, guys. Unfortunately, my gold's in bad spots. So we're going to have to do a TC out front and another TC there is where we're going to do our TCs. Okay, let's get gold mining going. Let's get this. We want to push out basically just after our upgrade's finished, I think. All right, let's actually use my scout and I'm going to try and do a little run by and see what he can see. I could build one more scout just to get a good vision. Yeah, I think I'm going to do that. Try and see what's going on. Okay, nice. That's always good to know. Okay. Do need that. Yeah, this guy can go like this. Check we're not just running headfirst into skirms. Otherwise, be in a good spot. Oh, you do? Oh, that's a very impressive car, Darius. Okay. Try to repair that. Try to move in here. These guys are being a nuisance. Okay. Oh, get wrecked, son! What do we say to Dobby when make him free? I give you my sock and gratitude. Well played, sir. Yeah, the archer's committing there. Got in and just killed him, guys. He had a second, because he was trying to go second TC. Was this 2 stable or 1? This was 1 stable, but he says, I'm free! Thank you! Dobby's free.
It's not the first time he's had this comment, but
I am sure. And they appreciate it every time anyway. So this was 1 stable, guys. So my opponent went for horsies, Darius. Horsies. But 1 stable, forward siege workshop. Thought he could beat me with pure mangoes. He thought I was going to just die to pure mangoes. Isn't that ridiculous? What a noob. No. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So his mangoes came in, but he didn't know I was going knights. So this is why we hide our stable in the back of the base, Darius. And then, because that was to counter skirmishes, but it also counters siege. Because if you go archers, right? There's 2 things that counter archers, skirmishers, and siege. You go stable, start building some knights, and you can counter both of those. Now, I didn't actually commit to any real upgrades for them. I think I might have got +1 armor. But actually, armor's not important in this scenario. We should have got blood. Did we get bloodlines? I don't even know if we got bloodlines, actually. We should have got bloodlines in husbandry, so we move faster, we could snipe them. But we also had a monk, because a monk counters the horses. And our archers go get in his base, and they ruined him. And these 2 archers over here, I think, already denied his only woodline. And he was only on 1 woodline. So deny. Oh, no, he was on 2, actually. He took another one in the back as well. But I think we'd killed quite a few vills there. GG's. Boom, boom. Yeah. Is Darius's mum having a nap? Wee.
I've been saying she's in the toilet for like an hour.
Oh, to him.
Yeah.
Just
in case.
Ooh. Okay, which animals do you like the most, Darius? Do you like the famous falcon? That's a falcon. It's a birdie. Or, oh my god, a man on a horse.
It's a horse.
Exciting. Yeah, horse, exactly. And then we've got
Horse.
Oh yeah, and this one is a sheep. It goes bah, bah. And these are really smart sheep, because basically what happens, right, is you give them a little scarf, and then they know how to follow advanced orders, including like multiple waypoints, and they return home. But you know what the problem is with sheep? They have no loyalty. So if your opponent comes along and puts their colored scarf on them, they don't do what you want anymore, and then they run off to your opponent's base and they get to eat them, and that's sad. So we only like the sheep when they've got our colored scarf on them. Thanks for hanging, guys. This is my nephew, guys. He's hanging out. He's going to be learning a lot of Age of Empires over the next few days, coaching me to winning the tournament coming up. It should be fun. He's 2 years old, and he likes cars. Yeah. What other animals do we have? Oh, I guess there's pigs. Look at this one. This is a boar. Yeah, a boar. Wow. Exciting. Oh, we've also got on this map, what are these? Mouflon.
What is that?
I don't know. It looks kind of like a goat, right? I guess, is a mouflon a goat? Yeah, and the horsey, it scares the little goats. Yeah, you see the horsey? And then we scare them and we chase them back to our base so we can eat them. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like a ram, hey. This is the cutest animal in Age of Empires, according to chat.
Pretty cute.
Yeah, I'm always learning new animal names. What was the one the other day? That big
Hey, look,
chunky face?
A tree.
Yeah, tree. Good job. And oh my. What's that? It's gold. Shiny gold. Can you say gold?
Gold.
Gold. Good job. Yeah, you know what gold is. Yeah.
No, don't look at them killing that.
no, they're going to sleep. They're going to sleep.
Don't
It's all right. We can. If you grew up on a farm, he'd have already seen all this. You know? What time did these militia hit, guys? And how was I not ready? I was just screwing around with this wood line for too long, wasn't I? Because the hunt behind the wood line's always a pain. Yeah, hunt behind the wood line, always a pain. Okie doke. So you're just chilling in here? You're bored of playing ball with him?
Bored of playing everything with him, yeah.
Yeah, it's tiring, isn't it? Wow.
Alright.
Cutie.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye. We'll come out in a little bit. Alright. How much idle time did we have? 25 seconds. And you know what? Most of it's not on the first one, guys. I've got a really bad habit here. This is Chinese openings, always a bit dodge, but it's not on the start. So we got like, yeah, we get 17 seconds on the first one, which is like perfectly fine. It is what it is. Like, I could have taken that sheep a bit cleaner at the start, but it is what it is. Then we got 2 more on the next one. And it was weird. There was like no lag at the start of this game. And then it got really laggy as the game went on, which was odd. then we get another second. But then there's one here where like I start focusing on more things and I always forget to force return. Then we get 5 more seconds here. Or 4 more seconds and then 1 more after. Yeah. So I think the very beginning I'm usually quite okay with, but I still just let a few too many extra little seconds creep in here and there. But Chinese start is very flexible overall. As long as I keep it under 25 seconds, I'm reasonably happy with that. I'm trying to build my houses near a boar or the berries. So the reason I'm trying to do that is so that that villager actually has a decent job it could do after. Honestly, I could have just done a cut here. Or just built the houses there and chopped some extra wood. I didn't want to grab this boar because obviously if I grab that, it has to be near my second boar. And I have to take this boar first because everyone lames. Speaking of which, did my opponent steal some sheep or am I imagining things, guys? If we go back this game, I thought I missed some sheep, but maybe I grabbed them really early and just forgot about it? Or did I just never get them? No, I found all of them, didn't I? I did have all my sheep. You just kill them so quickly with Chinese that I forgot that yeah, I was imagining things. Okay. Yeah, because you eat your sheep so fast that you kind of just forget. You're like, where's my extra sheep? And you're like, well, you have 7 dudes on food from the very start. This guy was taunting me. I was like, he's going to run this way. I'm going to place the gate. I was like, bro, can you? And then he just stood in range of the TC for like 30 seconds. I was like, Dobby, what are you doing, mate? Yeah. You made Lumbercamp before first boar? Yeah, that's the build order. This is a standard Chinese build. If you want to go up on like 19 or 20 pop, you need to go boar immediately. But I don't really see the need to do that. I've watched like videos of Hera doing that, and I'm like, that's cool. But like, I just don't think you can go up on 22 at the same time people normally go up on 20. You know what I mean? And you just have a sick economy. So this is the build I've been doing. Pretty comfortable with it. Yeah. Regrettably, your stream's been having lag issues. I don't know if it was the opponent lagging or you, says Academy. If you change the quality, it should be fine. So there's an issue with Age of Empires specifically and streaming in 1440p. Where some viewers have this issue, others don't have it at all. Most of the people who have it on 1440p. I believe it's an issue with the way my graphics card interacts with Twitch's 1440p streaming. It's a weird thing. So yeah, I don't know exactly what's going on, but we've only dropped 0.3% frames today, you know, almost none. So I don't know, man. Twitch is a bit all over the shop, but when you say it lags, like, what do you mean? Does it just mean like the image is lagging, the sound is lagging? Like, does it just freeze a little bit? I'm using 1080p and having the issue. So it'll buffer for a few seconds every now and then. And how often does that happen? Because I could just go down to 1080p streaming. Because my Twitch rep was telling me, because I kept getting disconnected the other week when I was first playing AOE on stream, and I was like, yo, your Twitch server's pooping itself. And their team actually looked into it, and my Twitch rep literally was like, oh, they're actually like, there's a weird thing going on when you stream Age of Empires specifically that doesn't happen when you're streaming anything else, where sometimes your obs is trying to like send a big increase in the bit rate, and basically, yeah, and so I made a record. She said, yeah, I sent a recording off to them and stuff. So Twitch is going to try to get it fixed with like AMD. I don't know if that's the same issue, because you're saying those guys have the same issue. I doubt they're all using AMD. They're probably mostly using Intel. Well, NVIDIA. Graphics card is the issue, right? So they're probably mostly using NVIDIA chips, I would imagine, since most people use NVIDIA. But yeah. So specifically, she thought it might be an AMD thing, and they were gonna like talk to AMD, and yeah, hopefully they figure whatever it ours is. But I was advised to turn off 1440p, but I don't want to. And I don't know how... If it's happening to everyone's streams, yeah, I don't know. It might be something that's just completely out of my control. It might be like an Age of Empires Twitch issue or something. I don't know. So anyway, guys, I did panic pretty hard when those militia came in. I didn't end up losing a villager, but it definitely was a scary moment where I kind of panicked a little bit. So let's just go back to that moment and check the timing. What time do militia arrive at your base, guys? Was this a pre-mill? This was pre-mill, right? This was a French rush, yeah? Except with 3. You have to skip loom to do this, right? This is one where you can't squeeze loom because you're getting multiple militia pre-mill and everything, yeah? Yeah. Flatch, this is like 1550 rating, 1600. Trust me, militia kill workers all of the time. Because the scout was damaged, it's very unlikely to. Because normally it's the scout blocking your vil, that like catching one with the first one if you're not. So this is. I just want to look at the timestamp. 7.5 minutes. What do you guys think is the earliest this hits? Like 7 minutes? If they, I guess, on a closer spawn, maybe it normally doesn't hit ever earlier than that, right? So I haven't even clicked up yet. I mean, I should just have force dropped and clicked up here for sure. This delayed me a little bit. I was like, whoa, crap. This caught me off right when I was still getting set up, you know? And I got quite a bit of idle time here. Oh my god, it takes me a while to realize. Oh my god. Dude, the amount of idle time here on my TC was bad. That was really bad. Yeah. That's cool. In terms of where we should have been focusing our safety, there should have always been a cut from there to there, or I should have already been walling across there, one or the other. Probably just walling across from there. If I was already walling across here, which is actually where I normally would have put my first houses anyway, then I could have seen him coming. And I do think I should absolutely have like a house here. I should have something here just so I can quickly like wall off so he can't pass there, and a wall off there. Because all my stuff's on this side, woodline berries. And then the second wood camp, we'll probably try to go over here. We'll move it into the corner and then res wall it. Like just immediately res wall 5 villages in there. And, or, I mean, yeah, and then res wall your gold. Assuming men-at-arms. If it's not men-at-arms, obviously we don't need to necessarily. But yeah, it's a bit... It's a little bit of an awkward map. It's not like it should be easy to wall later, but I'm just kind of wish I took my wood camp over here initially, because then I could just have a cut here and a cut here just to protect both of them. It's always, it depends. I'm playing Celts. I don't really know what Celts is normally going to open. Is Celts predictably going to men-at-arms or Dark Age rush, guys? I feel like they probably are, right? Since their infantry's a little bit faster. They're almost always going to Dark Age or Men-at-Arms, right? If we know that ahead of time, we probably... Okay, yeah. In that case, just safe cuts is fine. You don't need full wall-offs. You can also tell militia by the score. I've never once looked at that during this stage. I'm usually too busy focusing on my build, but let's... So is it just because their score just pops up every time a militia pops out? Can you guys explain that to me? Like what about it makes the score bigger? Is it like every time they build a militia, their score goes up? Because one of the problems I have is if they're scouting more of the map than me, that gives a lot of points as well. You know what I mean? So I kind of struggle because I'm sitting in my corner with Chinese. Also, I have more villages, which means I naturally have more points with Chinese because I start with more stuff. So it's one of these things I find score like very hard to interpret, I guess. But like the moment he builds a barracks, that ups his score a lot, doesn't it? Yeah, I don't know. I think it's like, what specifically? Even if it's unreliable, it'd be nice to know the theory. Relying on scores for Twitch chat that can sit there and stare at the score 24/7. Fair call. Usually it's 100 head. Because you're Chinese, you have a little more too. Okay. That's good to know for when I'm playing Vietnamese, though. When I'm playing Vietnamese and Wei and whoever else, that's good to know. Yeah, my opponent, even without me scoring, probably shouldn't be this far ahead, hey? So how come they don't have any military score, guys? I guess military is only units killed. This just counts as technology or something? It's very confusing. Yeah, as Vietnamese, I just have to have my wall offs up. Yeah, did my opponent push any deer in? I don't think he did. Or he pushed one. I think he pushed one of the 3. He also had a much better deer placement than me. I mean, there's still a gold mine in the way, but it's not like mine where they were directly behind a wood line. So annoying. Hate having the wood line hunt, man. it's such a big handicap. I'm like, just give me chickens, bro. Give me some chickens in the back. Don't give me this. Yeah, I mean, I think in general, I'd just always be putting my initial safety up and then trying to react in time. This is a pretty easy wall off. If I did build my first 2 houses here, I would have just finished that wall off. And then, like I said, just build like 3 pallies there, 3 or 4 pallies. If I just have that and that alone, I already feel safe. Against like Dark Age Rush. I have plenty of time to react after that. Yeah. I'd be careful about this build though. In the tournament's easiest counter Chinese is just lane them. So rough if you lose a boar. If I was playing a tournament versus Chinese, I'd send my scout to your base straight away. It's okay. That's what everyone does on ladder to me. I like have won so many games after losing my boar. I used to freak the shit out, and then I realized every player lames me at the very start. I'm pretty good at taking the boars. I like getting my sheep really, like I always go to the front of my base. I try to do the loop covering the front of my base before looping around the back, grabbing all the sheep. Usually my sheep are able to scout the boars in the same time. If I don't scout the boars, it can be tough. Sometimes you're unlucky. If you lose a boar, it's a little tough. If you have chickens, it's not too bad. Like I will even squeeze a mill in. If there's 8 chickens, I will mill the chickens and the boars, and the berries, I mean. And you just build a few Dark Age farms, essentially. Like, I just slow down my next step. I'm just like, all right, we got a few farms after clicking up to feudal. We just put guys on wood, get like 2-3 farms, and we're kind of fine. Like, you can adapt. Yeah. If you lose the balls, we can't get sheep. I said to just build early farms. Yeah. You can almost see both boars without scouting because of the big TC vision. Yeah, the TC vision's amazing. So the thing is, like, because that's so big, your sheep only need to do like a very tight ring on the inside, which often finds the boars because, you know, they're in the inner ring, and then my scout is grabbing the herdables on the outer ring. So it's nice. It's a little harder when you have a cow start because you only have 3 animals, and it's much easier with 4 animals scouting rather than just 3. Yeah. Quick ad break, guys. Sorry, ad's about to autoplay, so I'll be right back. Give me 1 second. What's up? Yeah, if you catch people laming, you see it quickly enough, you just go kill the scout, right? Like, there's no way for them to lame if you are on top of it. Because they have to keep stopping or zigzagging. You can get in front of them and land quite a few hits. Champies and Eagles suck at laming. Oh, someone dodged, possibly. I always forget to look at the top right thing that tells us the matchup. Oh, it matches ball speed, so it actually makes it effortless to lame? Oh, that's funny. Oh, that's crazy. Yeah. You know what the ultimate flex would be, guys? Going and laming someone with Chinese at the start. Wouldn't that be the ultimate flex? You're like, as if my hands aren't full enough, you know? Like, by the way, I'm gonna steal your shit at the same time. Terrible idea. So the way I time out the first force drop, guys, is you want to do it right on 40 seconds. And sometimes I get it then, sometimes I don't, but... The next one just before, just as that's popping out, I should say. Oh! Okay, we got chickens, guys. We're going to take this wood line here, because it's semi-protected. Ooh, Cappy's on in position. Cappy's on in position. Getting cocky. Getting cocky. It's gonna cost me. That's gonna cost me. It's fine. It's actually not that big of a deal, but... Okay. You go there. You go there. You go there. Okay. It's the third one, right? Yeah, that's the third one. All right. We need this guy. So... I think we'll go house over here. Yeah. I'm gonna grab this guy straight away so we don't have to kill another Cappy. It's always nice when you find both of your animals early. I 100% need to take the chickens, right? Oh, these are Tapir. These aren't... I thought they were Javelinas for a second, but nope. I guess you go there? Or, I don't know, just over there. Beautiful. Beautiful. Berries probably, or because the chickens are very safe in the back, so I think berries is fine. We follow Phosphorus' advice regarding mill placement. Okay, just try not to lose my guy. Okay. I could send a 6th one there. I think we're fine there. I think I can just long distance the chickens in the back potentially rather than milling them. Just because milling them kind of complicates the build order. Feels like it takes it out of my pay grade. Guys, what is with this crazy lag? Dude, I think it's me lagging. This is insane. Sorry, lag. 1 second. That's not like uploading or something right now, is she?
Yes.
Hold on a sec. Ah, whatever, let's just go. Thank you. Go. I don't know why this is so laggy.
Yes. Food, please. Yes.
Oops. I forgot. I did my StarCraft countdown, guys. That's a weird thing to do in this game. Okay. Oh, we do not have food yet, but we will soon. Okay, cool. I'd like to see your town center. Oof. Okay. You guys can go there. You guys can go. We kill this? Maybe we kill this guy. I mean, I should probably check what he's doing first, right? I didn't see his gold. Oh my god. Okay. He was mining gold. He's going range. Okay, good. Good to know. Got plenty of guys on food right now. You know what? I'll build a gate. Just this once. Okay, I'll go over here as well. Just see if we can find some stuff. Not, no worries. Okay, cool. What are these, archers or scums? Archers. Okay, you guys do not need to be doing that. Come on, hurry up. Come in. You know you want to. I gotta check that that's actually legit. Jesus. Can't micro for shit. I don't want to build a tower, but I might have to. Still have some cappies here. Nice pressure from him. Guys, what civ is this guy? Aztec. He's got ballistics. Yeah. We booming. Alright, let's try and build some more crossbows here. He's got a lot, so he's going to try and push through, which is fine. I don't think Aztecs get an archer bonus, do they, guys? I don't think so. Could be wrong on that. %10 faster military. Oh, all military is faster for them, hey? Oh, okay, that does make a difference. I don't know if I'm being stubborn trying to beat him with just archers, guys. Kind of feels like I am. Kind of feels like a siege workshop was due kind of yesterday, you know? But I don't know. Sometimes you gotta... I'm gonna build that siege workshop. I'm being too stubborn. I'm gonna cave. Can we move out? We're just gonna purposely pause and not through the gate? You guys just hate being normal or something? Like, what the hell, man? Oh! Oh, ballistics is hurting rather than helping. Get wrecked! He's not dodging at all, is he? Oh, yeah. Taste my bacon, son. I might as well move over there, why not? Maybe not actually. Dude, do we still not have this? I don't even... Wild. How do we still not have enough wood? Oh, what are you guys doing? Can we please get our eco upgrades, man? I've been trying to get these for ages. I'm just gonna buy my gold upgrade at this point. What's our worker count? 75. What's our food count? Not what I want it to be. I'm gonna keep booming. He's... Okay, I'm gonna build a new scout. See what's happening. He's not taking relics. He's down on score on me. I don't think he could be going imp. This guy just has a fetish. There's like no other way to describe this. This guy is just... He's just got a fetish. Well, there we go. That explains things. Okay. I'm gonna go across this map. With these guys. This guy's gonna go down here. Hello? Okay. I'm gonna try and go over there, see what we can do. I'm well aware that this is a one-way trip, by the way, guys. Chinese have good light cap, right? We're gonna go grab that relic and then bring that one back as well. This monk's gonna try and sneak past to grab this relic. And then bring that back. Dude, he's an imp? Crazy. Try to make conscription, try to make some of these. Damn. Okay, you guys try and get that one. Oh, Jesus. Okay. All right, we killed all that, which is good. Do we have another monk? So we can do this as well. Okay. Probably need ARBs to deal with those. Actually, no, not ARBs, right? Not ARBs, not ARBs, not ARBs. Shuganu should do okay. Think? Sure. Jeez, these guys do no damage, eh? Just like Cav. Can we please get some more Chugunu? Chugunu! Shit. You need like Cav to beat Eagles, or do Fire Lancers beat Eagles? I don't know. I've not played against Mass Eagle in a long time. I have no gold though. Unless these guys can do something magical. Yeah. Cav's doing alright, I guess. How many relics did we get, guys? We're gonna try and grab that last one. Okay. You guys have not done anything to make your wood lines better in a long time, which is rough. Oh, I never got the eco upgrades. That hurts. Okay, so we don't just throw the cav away, bro. Have some extra skirms. You guys do that. I guess we just go like... Alright, what we're going to do is we're going to go down there. We're going to try to secure this gold mine. Don't know if we're going to get it. Gonna... 1, 2, 3, 4. As well. And we can send these guys here as well. Okay. Get some of those upgrades. We just do that. And can we... Oh, they haven't been resetting farms. That is why things have been so tough. Okay. Okay. So what we're gonna do... You guys, by the way. Shut up, Alarm. We don't need you to go now. Where are you spearmen, bro? These guys are in the back. Very nice. Can we get it and get out? Alright. Right. Secret mission, you know? Trash war, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when my trash beats yours? I don't know if my trash beats his, I have no idea, guys. I'm just clicking buttons. Don't know if you guys have cleared onto that yet. But I'm a button clicker. I often don't know what the buttons actually do. Yeah. Gouchies. Is there a castle there? Not really. Wouldn't it be funny if there was like a castle tech or something that I really needed and I didn't have yet, guys? I don't know. I don't think we have any like really important late game techs though, right? With these guys? Could be wrong. Okay. Gonna build a new castle, we are. Yeah. Cancel it. We be raiding the Hayden. Look at this. He's gonna follow these guys. Oh no, he's not. Smart guy. I kind of want Chuganu, because Chuganu should beat Eagles, right, guys? Or am I thinking they're better than they are? Chat, should I go Chuganu? No, don't go Chuganu. Okay, don't go Chuganu. Once I push him off this, I will be very happy with my situation. You guys go with that. Okay. We're getting raided? No. Just making sure I'm not missing the extreme basics. This raid is going to be absolutely deadly once they get on his woodline. Nice! That castle's going to die. Oh, what did I just press? I just pressed some weird button like careening or something. That's not necessary. Okay. Yeah, you guys can go there. We should be good. Okay. So we're just gonna have one sit here. The rest are just gonna do their thing.
He's gonna kill a few trebs, that's fine. He's gonna kill all my trebs, that's fine. I lost my market apparently. Just build one on the front line, whatevs. Cool. Are there any shorefish? No shorefish. I guess we just go click on the other castle over here, or town center, or whatever it is. Because he lost it now. Just keep my cav away from his stuff and we should be fine. You guys go there. Probably should be buying more stuff to protect my woodlines. We just put like a random castle here, so at least we have a retreating point. Yeah. GG's. Well played. That was a game. Alright. What was that? Aztec. So Aztec. I don't know shit about Aztec, guys. What do these guys do? Oh, all their villages are a bit more efficient because they all carry a bit more. Oh, yeah. That means, like, that's, like, really good for, like, all the basic things, right? Like, it doesn't really affect your hunt or your boar much. But, like, farms, berries, sheep, all the ones where they can only carry 10, wood chopping, gold chopping, it's like, oh, yeah, a bit less returning. And especially when your line is a bit inefficient, that's especially nice. Oh, that's awesome. They've got military units train 15% faster. Oh, they train fast. I thought you guys meant they move faster. So they basically have like built-in conscription. I assume they don't get conscription as well, right? No, they do. Okay, so it's like 50% of conscription built in to the faction. And monks gain hit points for each research monastery technology. Oh, that's pretty good. How much does a monk normally have? 30 hit points. 1, 2, 3. Wait. If you get 11 techs on them, the monk gets like almost triple hit points? Is that like the meme? Is like Aztec monks are the best? Aztec wins monk war? Faction? Excuse me, did I call them a faction? Sorry, the race, the best race. Aztec's the best race. We'll use StarCraft terms then. We'll call them all races. But that one triggers you even more, hey? How are we doing, guys? Jaguar Warrior is their unique unit. What's the Jaguar Warrior, guys? What's this guy? He gains additional damage when defeating military units. Oh, hello. He's strong versus infantry, weak versus cav and archer units. Because he's only got 2 pierce armor. He's 75 hit points, 19 attack for the elite. Holy moly, he's a big boy. Oh my gosh. Okay, so if he went Jaguar Warriors, I would have needed to get my Chuganu or a ball of arbs back in the mix if he went these guys. Aztecs have the healthiest, but Spanish convert faster, so theirs are actually better. Oh, what's up? Hey guys, it's Pig finished with StarCraft 2. I was casting StarCraft for 7 hours today, so yes! I'm done with that dead game. Stupid. Oh, bugs. Oh, look, there's space elves with laser swords. Oh, look, there's fucking bogans with guns. Oh, and they don't like the dirty aliens. Oh, wow. What an original game. So lame, so boring. I like guys on horses stabbing each other. Dudes with bows and arrows going pew, 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 pew. You know, fucking, this is way cooler, man. No, I was casting 7 hours of StarCraft today, dude. So we're just playing a few Age of Empires 2 games. We've got 3 days and 10 hours left in the ladder race. I don't know how well we're going to do in that.
I feel like my Chinese openings are a bit better. We have apparently won 5 of my last 6 games. One of these was Bohemian. I will admit, because I've dropped a bunch of rating playing them, I definitely moments where I can feel my opponents not feeling as strong in some of these games. But I'm starting to flow a little bit more. Like we're adding a little bit of knight here or there sometimes. We're doing a bit of this, doing a bit of that, and it is starting to flow a little bit nicer, which is really cool. People saying Aztec really struggle late game because they don't have without gold, because they don't have light cav. Right, yeah. So I used to play Mayans, guys. Mayans have and I would just spam eagles would be my win condition. And it was the same thing. It would fall off if someone survives the initial wave. Because I think, what was the Mayan one? It's like extra hit points or something. Yeah, you get plus 40 hit points. So I used every game. I would like play archers, I'd do my stuff. And then you're just like, oh, by the way, I have an endless wave of 100 hit point eagles. Lol, 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 lol. But yeah, you hit a point where if you don't win, then you're really screwed. And the fact that I had all 5 relics that game was actually massive. Like, what were my what do you guys reckon the relic gold was, guys? Like 3,000 or something? Where do you see relic gold? 3,400 relic gold. Yeah, he let me get all 5 relics. That was super sloppy. You searched for a tech so long, that was the tech you were looking for, says Canada. University first tech is good. Masonry? Yeah, I should have just got masonry with how... I mean, my castles were dying pretty quickly. I never really click masonry, but it's decent, right? It's like, what, 10% hit points, a little bit of build. It's okay. It's cheap, so why not click it? I should have clicked it for sure. Yeah. They also get bonus gold on relics, the Aztecs? No way, really? Oh my god, they do. Sorry, I hadn't even finished looking at their bonuses. They also have skirmishers get extra attack and range. Oh, his skirmishers had +1 attack and range. That's funny. Felt like my skirmishers were beating them. Maybe I just had more of them? Oh, he doesn't have the final archer armor. So it doesn't matter. I'd rather get +2 armor than +1 range on my skirms, I think. Yeah. Yeah. You think he didn't get the tech? Probably. Probably not. Yeah. The Eagles was scary for a moment there, man. When I didn't have any cav out, because I was a bit gold starved in that mid game. What was really fun about that game is, yeah, it was a few really scary moments where I was like, I don't have any gold. I really need to build knights. There was a moment my 3rd capybara was spent too long scouting. Should have sent this guy back a bit earlier. So that delayed me a little bit there. I was up to 32 seconds idle time. Bit of a rough early game, this one. But after that, I think I did all right. So, yeah, I think I did okay after that. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Somehow you didn't eat 2 sheep. I kept meaning to. And then, so here's my thought process. Is early feudal. I want to get my farms down so I can get up to castle age quickly. But then he distract, and then at some point, when I'm like, once I've got like 8 farms, I will eat my last sheep if I have sheep left over. Because it's more, there's a point where it's more important for me to get wood. I need wood to get my barracks, my range, my mining camp on gold. So it actually makes a lot of sense to pull off food here. And also grab the chickens because they're a little further away and they're more complicated to take later. So I'd rather grab the chickens now, which basically this is like the same speed as farming. There wasn't, yeah, I could have milled them, but then you need to chop more wood. And I don't know, I have enough practice with milling the chickens for that variation of the build. It only works for me if I mill them instead of the berries. And then I need to put a bit heavier onto wood and then I'm milling the berries late. And it's a bit hard for me to balance. I'm not good enough at it just yet. But yeah, so we ended up, because of the idle time, not too far ahead in this game. Whereas we should be further ahead because we're Chinese. But yeah, normally once I have like 8 farms up, I want to pull back and eat the sheep, eat the capybaras here. Because I just want the food to help me get castle age. It's more important to get like 6, 8 farms down first and then do that. 33-second idle time is not that bad. It's not, but I would rather it be 25 seconds or under. And preferably under 20 seconds would be the cleanest. Yeah. I built a gate, guys. People keep negging me about not building gates. They're like, why do you hate gateways so much? Gates are good. And I'm like, fine, I'll build a freaking gate. Build a gate. Fine. It's fine to build gates. It's just you don't want to be obsessed with them. You don't need a gate. If you're under heavy pressure, you definitely do not need a gate. The good old market saves the day. Protect my gold. 2 minutes idle time. Very impressive. That's as sloppy as. I mean, it's been a long day. I've been streaming for 10 hours, so I'm going to forgive myself for having some sloppy builds. The important thing is, did I do things that generally made sense? My god, what is with this idle time? 2 minutes 44 and I click up at 18. Like, what are we doing, brother? Holy moly, man. I should have just eaten those sheep with the wood choppers. I just forgot about the sheep. Legit, if I ate those sheep, I would have been able to afford the scouts here and do that both. You know, I think in this scenario, I shouldn't have gone scouts at all. I don't think it makes any sense to me to go scouts in this game. Like at this point, you're already basically up. What are you doing? Just get like build the market and put everyone new onto gold. Like and we've already got 15 on food. Like, we should be totally fine. I guess these two are counted as being on food, even though they're not anymore. But yeah. Just build the market and get on gold. And just click up and just re-wall further back. Just use walls. I think the reason I was like this is because I had the gold felt under threat. But if I feel like I'm going to lose my gold, which I ended up protecting with the market. I could have just built the market straight away instead of the stable. You can just tower it. Yeah. You just have more archers than your enemy. Easy, says yours. Number one, don't have more archers than him. Number two, I don't know if you remember the lag in this early game, but I was not able to micro against those archers. I started trying to, and I was like, oh my god, it's so laggy. I couldn't do anything. By the way, you want to build your gate along the straight line between your base and their base. This gate is off the shortest path by quite a bit. What, so I can give him a nice, easy path? And let's give him a nice, easy attack angle into my gold. That seems really smart, Twitch chat. Thanks for your advice. Sorry, guys. I know you're just trying to give nice advice, but with where my gold's positioned, I'm very happy with this as my gate placement. I'm not putting a gate on this wall, guys. This would not be the play. My gold is my weakest point. I am never opening that wall. Yeah. What would we do if it towers our gold? I would tower it back. I would probably just tower it, I think. Problem is, if I tower first and put it like in too conservative a position, and then he puts it like over here and he still ranges the gold, that's the problem with doing the, like, you kind of have to throw the tower down ahead of time, like in front, like fully zoning. That's why you gotta make the tower decision early rather than late. Yeah, otherwise you gotta go here. Otherwise, you just have to go here, in which case you're going to be in trubs. So what if you get pushed off by a tower and you don't go scouts because you've opted just to go castle instead of the scouts to help defend? In that case, you have to use your market to buy some knights or something like that. Either some knights or your crossbows and some more. Basically, you just have to use your market and stay 1 TC and try to smash them with your castle timing, which is fine. Yeah. The gate being the attack zone is usually advantageous to you since you can defend it with army, but okay, not a biggie. Yeah, well, I had a much worse army than him this game, so yeah. Yeah, I usually don't build gates at all, but in this case, it's kind of nice because I'm going to be building a TC out here later. Like, I know this gold is going to be my most important area to hold, and I know then my next gold is right there. So I always knew this was going to be the area I want to actually fight for up here.
Yeah. If you've got aggressive momentum, like if you're playing heavy feudal, you got a lot of units, obviously just throw the gate on the front. But I'm not playing aggressive feudal. So we're Chinese. Chinese, I feel in feudal is normally naturally on the back foot a little bit. Usually it's our opponent trying to F with us rather than the other way around. It's kind of like we're just looking to absorb their punches. We're basically playing Zerg. Just expand, spread creep, get a drone advantage, and we'll be fine eventually. He did get a Vil there. Dude, these Eagles felt like they were frigging immune to my archers, I swear. Because not only are they so fast, they dodge all the arrows, they've also got 3 pierce armor, because he got the armor upgrade, the Psycho. Yeah, and then I didn't have much gold here, so I was slow to crossbow as well, which was super sloppy. Dude, what a shit show of an early game this was. This was a terrible early game. Yeah, I got super idled by his pressure. Super rough. Yeah, the gate trick, it's where you build a layer of wall and then you build it behind one layer and delete one in front, right, Pico? Let's take a look at this little video. I've still not actually done it because I normally just don't bother with gates, you know? I just delete things. But yeah. You have a nice little double wall to make it actually solid. Pig, you gonna ruin your sleep schedule during the main stage tournament? Yeah, I'm not too sure exactly on what we're going to do for scheduling, so I think they're going to be pretty flexible. They're going to try and give me like either the last or first matches of the day where possible, but hey, we'll see what happens, you know? We'll try to line it up so that I don't have to like play at 3 in the morning or something like that, because that would be very rough. I think Hera's pretty flexible. And the guys working with him are pretty chill. So yeah, at this point, I'm up in villages, which is hilarious. I've just kind of gone full boom here. Look at this. Look at this fancy split micro. Look at you VVing. Yeah. I'm a big fan of both 3TC booming, but also never having enough food to support said boom, guys. So what I like to do is make 3 town centers and then idle them for like 50% of the time, sometimes more. Truly impressive. Yeah, I had to send everyone here to secure this. So my opponent's only on 2 TC. Had ballistics much earlier than me, but yeah, winning this fight was crucial. My opponent only just got wheelbarrow. If we pause at this point, because I felt like he was just so desperate. I doubled down on crossbows to try and match him here. All-time worker efficiency, mine's 71%, his is 77. But he's been in my base a fair amount and at my base the entire time, so I don't actually mind that too much. Now let's take a look here at how this fight goes. You can see the kill death down the bottom. He's not dodging at all, right? It felt like he was literally just not clicking anything. Like maybe not even watching. Yeah, this was really bad for him, right? I think maybe he had more crossbows at the start of the fight. I mean, the kill death doesn't look that bad, though. So did he have more upgrades than me, or what? We had the same upgrades. Maybe he just had more crossbows than I realized. Maybe a lot of my guys moved off the hill. A lot of my guys moved off the hill, that's why. And his guys mostly were still on the hill. I see. I see. Also, in the fights... So, yeah, that was a bit sloppy for me. Okay, so at this point, he's got 24. I've got 25. Okay, so it was an almost identical battle. Did I friggin... Okay, so fight starts. I've killed 17. He's killed 19. So it starts with me being 2 behind. And it ends with me 5 out. Okay, I did win by 7 archers. That's still good. It's worth it. All the enemy was shooting. Your guys are still running around the back as well, says your skill. Right, yeah, my guys were derping, eh? That's true.
Yeah, the micro was decent, especially with how laggy it was. Luckily, that micro doesn't really take a lot of focus. You just kind of spam clicks. I like that I'm generally just adding the monk house as well in the mid game and trying to grab some relics. I think that does help. It's also been nice when people go cavalry. I've made it more of a habit to build monks and just start friggin' mind controlling everyone. Just do some nice conversions. Oh, sad, dude. My guy got blocked and then he saw it and ran away. Really wanted to get a big volley off there. Dude, look at this idle TC time. So bad, man. I still only got 26 farms. So this castle that he's doing, this reminds me a lot of how I played previously. It's what I call like a no reason castle, it feels like to me. Actually, no, he's about to click up. No, he did have a good imp timing, didn't he? No, he's doing it to treb me. He's about to click imp. Okay, yeah, nice. Well played. This one? Yeah, okay, never mind. Oh, he did beat me to imp, didn't he? I used to always do this where I'd just throw a castle down and be like, I have a hill and I'm doing nothing with it. But no, this one's fine. And he's just like, okay, I'm gonna push with arbs. And yeah, starts an extra barracks or two. These crossbows though, I think this was a good choice. Bit of a YOLO, but I think this was a really good choice. This guy's, I'm pretty sure, killed at least 10 vills. At this point, I've lost 7. He'd lost like none until now. And then, let's see, what do we get? Yeah, quite a lot. I think we get 1 or 2 more on the way out as well. Still have an archer over there as well. Okay, so we do... Yeah, and then this guy's still just chilling here being a dick. He's got 7 kills, this guy. Wasn't on stand ground, whoops. Yeah, I thought I'd be beating him to imp. I remember being like, oh, what the hell, man? Thankfully, his economy was kind of shit, so this was another time where it was actually good for me to idle my economy because building workers was not the play here. Unfortunately, my production was really low. At this point, I realized, like, oh, I've just not built extra ranges. So I had to swap skirms. You know, I've just thrown all my crossbows away. I don't have many. I was like, okay, swap skirms, swap light cav. Try to get the upgrades for those guys up. I think he has chemistry. Yeah, he does have chem. And try to get trebs, get conscription, get trebs to deal with his trebs in castle. I wasn't ready for the eagles. They were eagles, right? Not jaguar warriors? Yeah. This was a really bad fight for him. Just standing and fighting here into my my crossbow skirm. Because the elite skirms have friggin', you know, 6 pierce armor. They don't really care too much about the arbs. So that was a really bad fight. My opponent's fights were very AFK. Scary to throw your army away. You can die if you don't get the counter behind it. Yeah. It's because I saw the castle on the front though. And I just felt like he's on archers. Like we have siege. He can't like completely shove in. I just think when I was moving in with the archers, I probably should have already been swapping skirm cav. That would be good to like be thinking one step ahead and going, yeah, let's just do this. Hey, thanks, Omega Suspect. I appreciate it. So, yeah. I did come up and get some of my my trebs here. Luckily, arbs don't do good damage. How much pierce armor do trebs have? Oh, 150s. They just take 1 damage. Nice. Nice. Yeah, I did steadily start getting back on this gold because we were very worried about gold. You know, I've already chewed up the gold next to that one. I need to get back on this gold pretty desperately as well. This is a scary moment. Whereas, you know, I have some gold in the bank right now, but it's kind of lucky those arbs didn't kind of defend the castle a bit better and he didn't get any eagles in to snipe my trebs earlier. And he did go elite. He went straight for elite eagle warriors, but he doesn't have any forging for them or anything like that. I'd say is a little bit sloppy. He's going to go for the final armor upgrade first to bring them up to a crazy amount of pierce armor. Yeah. And I'm like, okay, guys, it's just going to take 60 skirmisher shots to kill 1 eagle. Let's go. Let's go, boys. We can do this. Thankfully, I have numbers. Yeah, my opponent's supply never got that high, hey. It's only at 125 max even now. It's kind of just like an early imp arb treb push, but eagle follow-up is a little slow, I think. You feel like you learn more from replays than the game itself? I don't know, man. There's got to be a balance of the two. Like, if you're not watching replays, you can play a billion games and learn nothing. Likewise, watching replays is good, but high-quality practice is also absolutely necessary, or you can watch all the replays in the world and not improve at all because you can't build muscle memory. You know what I mean? Yeah, him stopping making villages cost him the game, says chat. Yeah, I mean, if he didn't stop making vills, he wouldn't have hit the same imp timing. It would be a very different game. But yeah, essentially his little treb push there, and then throwing those arbs away. I think if he keeps those arbs away, alive, rotates right, kills my trebs with just a few eagles, holds that middle castle hill, he could have killed me. Like, I think it was a good imp push. He just didn't execute it well. Because if you think about it, this gold is pretty much denied just by that castle being out here. Like, he can at any moment come forward and kill this if I don't have defense here. He's also denying this gold by having the castle out here. So if he denies those 2 golds, I have no gold. And it is going to be checkmate. So he actually should have just held the position. He essentially, my opponent did an early imp, like, all in and kind of failed the fight. I hate watching replays. I build myself an analysis website to see the fights and idle without the need to start capture age. The replays are pretty long. So I usually don't watch a whole replay. I normally just check certain things. Because it's really important in RTS replays to find the things that throw you out of your rhythm and off your game. And you always want to look for those moments where you're confused and you're going, what do I do? Why? Like, at this point, I had no idea what to do. So, like, for me, this game's like eagles, yeah, cavalry. I kind of knew that, but it was kind of like half-baked, and I was like, should I not? Can I just get Chuganu because they're so powerful? Like, if I get elite Chuganu, maybe they do enough damage, but I think an elite eagle has like 8 pierce armor, right, guys? Yeah, it's 8. So even an elite Chuganu is not going to do enough damage, right? So I've got to, it's important to like go back and answer all these questions afterwards where I'm like, hold on. Pretty sure elite Chuganu does like 12 damage max? 10. 10 plus 4. It's 14 with full upgrades. That's kind of insane. So it would still do 6 damage a shot to the Eagle Warriors, which means 10 Chuganu shots are going to kill an Eagle. I think Chuganu is actually good. If you can afford Elite, you know, and get like 10, it's going to be pretty slick. Chuganu are at least decent because of its 3 shots. So for what I've heard, Frosty Mate, is that actually the 3 shots don't do damage anymore. Maybe they did at some point. I don't know if this is true, but I've heard that basically the extra shots only do damage to siege. They're like 0 damage attacks or something? Or is it because they're 0 damage attacks, they automatically do 1 damage? Like, how does that work, guys? I need to go watch the Spirit of the Law video about the Chuganu. How do you go Chuganu without castles? You had no stone? Yeah, I mean, I had all the relics, so I could have just bought a safe castle and started pumping them in the back because they build really fast. I mean, maybe we just watch that Spirit of the Law video really quickly.
Shout out to Squarespace for sponsoring its short extra projectiles for the unique unit, but with a crossbow reloading significantly faster and having 1 more range. Of course, the most notable thing about the unique unit is their extra projectiles, so let's talk about those. Rather than firing 3 full-strength arrows, Chuganu have a main arrow dealing their attack as shown on their stat card, which is increased by fletching, etc., and given 100% accuracy with thumb ring. The other 2 projectiles, or 4 projectiles in the case of the elite version, have a flat 3 pierce attack, regardless of upgrades. Usually,
dude, I don't think you stand a chance against Grubby, but gotta try. I don't think you stand a chance against my mom, dude. Get the fuck out of here.
Reduced to the minimum of 1 damage by enemies with 2 or more pierce armor. An important wrinkle to note here is that the way reloading works in AOE2, the unit doesn't start its reload process until all projectiles are fired, so the Chuganu doesn't actually attack at its advertised speed of once every 2.4 seconds.
Wait, what? It's 3 seconds, isn't it?
armor. An important wrinkle to note here is that the way reloading works in AOE2, the unit doesn't start its reload process until all projectiles are fired. So the Chukanu doesn't actually attack at its advertised speed of once every 2.4 seconds. In reality, I found it's about 19% slower to reload than it claims.
On Capture Age,
Slow down even
on AOE Tech, I think on this website, I think it says 3 seconds. Yeah, it just says 3 seconds there. Which is cool.
further by the Elite upgrade adding 2 more projectiles. Though, as we'll see, firepower is generally not a problem for the unit, even with that being the case. In terms of other hidden stuff, they have +2 bonus attack against spear units in line with the crossbow's +3, and another secret bonus is that all of their arrows deal 0 melee damage. That might not sound important, and usually it isn't, but notably rams, siege towers, and armored and siege elephants have negative melee armor, meaning every single Chukanu arrow, including these secondary ones, are getting either +3 or +2 against those units specifically.
Oh, so it does 0 melee damage as well as its actual damage.
Rams
This is why I was confused, I think.
Are often used to soak up damage from archers, which is not a trick that works very well against Chinese.
Oh,
for
wow,
exactly
they
this
destroy
reason.
the rams.
As for upgrades, it's mostly what you'd expect for any archer unit at the university in Blacksmith. Notably though...
Guys, am I confused? Did he tell us how much damage the secondary attacks did? Did I zone out?
Thumbring at the archer range is actually super powered for Chukanu, which, in addition to giving the main case of the Elite version, have a flat 3 pierce attack, regardless.
Oh, 3 pierce attack. Wait, so that's crazy. So that means you're doing like, I said you were getting 6 on a fully upgraded Elite Chuganu. You're actually doing 6 plus 5. Wait, you're doing 11 damage per Chuganu shot to a friggin' fully upgraded Eagle? What the fudge? I don't care how slowly you attack. That's crazy. 11 damage per shot? That's insane. What map do I use to test? Dude, I'm just going to build these, like, I'm just going to get like 20 of these every game. How do I test it? Many don't hit? Right. Still, there's massive units coming in. They're mostly going to be hitting and stuff. I don't know how to do this stuff, guys. Go to this scenario. I don't know what a scenario editor is. What's that? This one? Create scenario. Okay. Okay. Is there a way to make them fight? Feel like one of you guys could test this, guys. Feel like, Alright, Eagle Warrior. Alright, and then what do we do? How do we make them fight? So this is a regular Chuganu, not elite though. Dude, where'd he go? Oh, was he over here? Where is he? What the fuck? What the fuck? Why is he running away for? What the fuck is this? Also, how is there a Roman... This is a Roman eagle. This is a basic Chuganu versus an eagle. Oi, get back here, you little bitch. Alright, how do I exit the test, guys? Anyway, point being, we looked at the numbers. I assume Spirit of the Lore is correct. I don't know how to use that, guys.
Upgrade.
So.
Takes bonus damage
Not
from
gonna-
the
not gonna
Huskar
figure it out
and
on stream.
for HP left over at the end due to their high pierce armor. Basically, as another example. Generic archers if it comes to it. Likewise, they P. It does have one less range, but it really shows how even with the damage output of the Chukunu over time, it's doing anywhere from 11% to 226% more than the crossbow. May already seem unimpressive.
Okay.
There are some major hidden downsides to the Elite Chukunu upgrade we're talking about, which aren't shown officially. The first,
oh, it takes longer to build.
As already mentioned, is that adding more secondary arrows slows down their attack rate, in this case by about 5%. Considering most of the damage actually comes from the main projectile, and the two ones being added usually do just 1 damage each, it raises the question of whether this may in fact lower the Elite Chukunu's total damage against certain targets. A second issue is less well known, which is that if you actually test it over a large sample size, the Chukunu's main projectile has 100% accuracy with thumb ring, but the extra projectiles only have 85% accuracy. After the Elite upgrade though, that drops to 63%. You can even just see it's missing a lot more. So the Elite upgrade gives not just an attack rate, but also a hidden accuracy debuff to the unit. A side note is that it's actually a little more complicated than just having bad accuracy, as sometimes the secondary projectile appears to land and the game just doesn't count it, which is very obvious when we watch the damage they do against buildings. But against units, we'll just treat it as accuracy for our purposes here, as either way it's just damage not arriving at the target. To get a sense though of how the Elite upgrade affects their total damage output in practice, we can take into account the 5% drop in fire rate and the drop from 85% to 63% average quote accuracy on the secondary projectiles. It depends on the opponent's Pierce Armor, but with many Imperial Age units falling between 3 and 8 Pierce Armor, it generally comes out to a 2.5 to 9% attack improvement against many units you'll encounter in Imperial Age. Players have intuitively known the Elite upgrade isn't great, to the point it's occasionally suggested the Elite upgrade might even lower your total damage, which...
Have they changed it since then though? Because even with the lower attack speed, in this version, like right now, because that's a year ago, oh, it's only +2 attack, isn't it? It is only +2, and 5 hit points, and no extra armor. No increase in frame delay or reload, etc.
Which we can see is never technically true, but boy, it doesn't give a lot unless we start looking at units with very high Pierce Armor, where in those cases, a couple of extra arrows do have a notable effect, maybe very low Pierce, then adding 2 of those inaccurate arrows.
Oh, this doesn't affect Chuganu anymore. Rocketry doesn't help Chuganu. They get this built in by default. So this is before that change, when he made this. Elite Chuganu is not worth getting in a real game. Yeah, it's good to know. So realistically, if I'm just using the regular Chuganu, it's going to be doing 1 damage, and then maybe, yeah, it's not going to be good versus Eagles. Yeah. It's not going to be good versus Eagles. Unique tech was increased into Elite. Yeah. Elite's so expensive. Obviously, you save a lot of money on it, because you're getting it in Imperial. It's not actually 1300, but okay. I don't know if Chuganu is that good, guys. It's obviously solid. It's fine. Well, my cavalry ripped him up, so just cavalry's fine. Omega Suspect, champions or cavalry. If you can get like Nightline, the Nightline is probably best for Eagles because you can keep up with them. If you have good Hussars, they do okay, I think. Yeah. Chat says Fire Lancers? I don't know if Fire Lancers do good against Eagles, do they? Common late game Chinese comp, Fire Lancers, Siege, and Light Cav. Yeah. Do Fire Lancers do bonus against Eagles? I mean, I guess they just beat everything, so it's fine. They're going to struggle to keep up with the raiding Eagles is the only problem. I don't think they get any bonus to them though, guys. Yeah. The inaccurate shots. Yeah, I mean, you might get enough bonus hits. Like in a big pack, in a big battle, it might be worth Karad. I'm not sure. Phoebe says Chukos with Meat Shield are unstoppable. Yeah, I've heard that. You know, I don't know. I think I'll probably try to build. I do try to build them when I can. I try to get a pack of like 20, 30 of them out. But it's usually quite expensive. But yeah, Fire Lancers are amazing. Fire Lancers are kind of OP, but I think Fire Lancers, they'll fight fine against the Eagles. I don't think they'll be amazing against them. They'll just be okay against them. And Fire Lancers are just a good unit in general, so it's like if you have Fire Lancers, you're not in a desperate spot. They'll do okay. They'll do fine. So if you're already on Fire Lancers, you don't need to like swap. You just need to try and make sure you're covered against raids. And you'll be fine. But in my case, where I was just on Archer's Skirm, I needed to swap Nightline to deal with them. And my Cavalier did a good job. The Cavalier did a good job. The Light Cav were good as well. Yeah, it was solid. It was just a bit scary because I didn't have any stables when it started. You know what I mean? All right, guys, I'm going to finish my stream. Thanks for hanging. Appreciate you guys hanging out. We got a few wins. We got a few wins today. We've climbed a little bit more. Nothing too crazy. We're at 16-11, it says. We got 5 wins out of our last 6 games, which is not too bad. It's good stuff. Yeah. Oh my god, Grubby's up to 1846. Yeah, I don't think anyone's touching Grubby, man. Jesus Christ. What maps? What's he been practicing? Is it all... So Arena, he's been playing Burgundians a little bit. It's mostly still playing Arabia, right? Yeah, Arabia. Yeah, so he started playing a lot of Ethiopians. Dude, Ethiopians are pretty sick. Good siege, good archers. Big win streak for him as well. What's Euthermy playing? Portuguese on Arabia? Euthermy playing Portuguese on Arabia. Has he been streaming his guys? I haven't seen Euthermal stream. I should go watch his stream. See how much he's hiding. Because I see Portuguese on Arabia every game, and I'm like, are we building organ guns? Is he phosphoring? It says 6 hours ago he was playing. 3 hours ago. Oh, maybe he's in America right now. Playing at that time. Those were all off stream. He's hiding his strats. Captain Lance had a bit of a lost streak. He's been playing a lot of Tupi. I do want to kind of play with the meso civs with the settlements and stuff. They look really cool. Wagamama had a bit of a lost streak here to some... Oh, we lost to Teutons. Maybe got tower rushed? Tower rushed Todd. Dude, I tell you, man, I was so annoyed at that Bengali game yesterday. Oh my god, so triggering. I was just like, why can't I convert these elephants? And I was like, oh, they're siege. I'll get redemption. Pay 500 gold for redemption. I'm like, why can I still not convert these elephants? Fucking lose the game, tab out and Google. I'm like, motherfucker. Oh my god. You have to go up to melee range to convert them? I'm like, okay. Monks was not the counter. Good to know. Good to know. Gotta go mangoes to clean up the armored elephants, man. Yeah. There's the Phosphor coaching debuff. Oh, he's trying the unique units of almost any civ and losing with Captain Lance. Yeah, yeah. Phosphor stuff is like an art form. It's not something you pick up overnight, and you should really just be spamming like Magyars with it, I feel like. Sing Sing's been playing a bunch of Magyars, bunch of Mongols. He loves his aggressive civs. Yeah, Sing really loves playing aggressive. I saw him playing a lot of Mangadai and stuff. Atriox playing Romans. Oh, Romans, eh? Romans and Spanish as well as his Vikings. Noff is on Magyars. Turks. Nice. Turks for Arena, I guess? Yep, Turks for Arena. Yep. Death Note's playing Maggies as well. Everyone's playing Magyars, man. We're playing some Urchins as well. Not bad. And some Whey. Mr. Llama's got Franks. Oh, lots of Franks grind for Mr. Llama. Franks aren't bad, man. Loco's on a massive win streak, playing Romans as well. Day 9, Persians. Oh, Persians, hey? All right, Day 9, all right. I'll be ready with my Fire Lances. You try and get me with your dirty Persian cavalry, man. Fire Lance the shit out of you. Yeah, it's good we've got a pretty good spread. In the stats page, there's a summary of the civs. Oh my god, Maggie is 232 games. That's crazy. You know what's funny? Vietnamese is 94. I think I'm the majority of that 94 games, guys. I've played like 50, I think, with Vietnamese. Where are my Bohemians, man? Bohemians down here. Oh, I'm the only player who's played Bohemians. No one else has played Bohemians. So that's awesome. I'm the only guy who's playing Bohemians. That's all me. That's good to know. Oh wait, what is this? Oh, what is this? Pick rate? Oh, that's win rate over there. Sorry, where's my Bohemians? My man. Wait, it says win rate 56%. Oh, I have a way higher win rate than that. Maybe someone else is playing Bohemians. Right, yeah, because there's 18. Because I think I've won 9 out of 10 games with Bohemians. But I think the other people have lost whenever they've played them, so that's probably why. What else have I played, guys? We've played Chinese. 30 games Chinese. I know Grubby's played some Chinese as well. So far, pretty mid success rate, 50%. Yeah, we got to learn some Portuguese Fortress and stuff. Dude, someone played Commands. Nice. There's just been single games trying out all these other civs down here. Cool, cool. But it looks like tons of Magyars, Romans, Franks. Where's the Armenians? Armenians is all Wagamama. 40 games of Armenian spam. Longsword spam. Nice. What's Singh playing? Magyars, Mongols, mostly, recently. He's having some fun spamming Champy as well. Lots of games. How can you find Youth Thermal's games to spectate? I mean, you can always just check his stream, right? I'm sure he's streaming most of them. I don't know. Do most streamers... You can always... I think a lot of streamers hide their broadcasts if you're not subbed, but yeah, you can go watch their super secret AOE2 practice stream, yeah. GG's. All right, have a good night, guys. Human's so strong, people should pick them up for arena. 2TC boom and impush is strong. Right, yeah, I've heard they're good on that. The 2TC boom's kind of scary. Romans at high volume. All right, anyways, let's go back to the player page here, guys. Players, is anyone else streaming? Noff. Let's give Noff a raid. It's probably about to finish for the night, but... Oh, whoops. What did I click on? This man works a 9 to 5, and he's grinding like crazy hours constantly, man. Ooh, look at this, guys. He's got a Turk. Looks like a 1TC Turkish Imperial push with Bombard Janissary. Damn, big Mango Bombard Janny push. It's a pretty sick push, brother. That castle he's building? Or was that a town center? Dude, what's shooting cannons at him? Is that like a Bombard down there? Oh, maybe he killed it. Maybe there was a Bombard under the T. It looked like the TC was shooting cannonballs. I think there was a Bombard under the TC. Surely the TC doesn't shoot a cannon, does it? Does the TC for Bombard, for Bohemian, shoot a cannon? Surely not. All right, have a good night. I'll see you guys later. Bye-bye. Have some fun with Noff. I think the mangoes are probably just left over from when he was fighting off the Hussite wagons. Good night, guys. Bye-bye.